This guy was originally just your typical handsome college heartthrob with styled hair, until the world mutated one day and flipped completely upside down. Chen Bai awakened a talent, struggling for decades as Herose's loyal dog and clearing hundreds of deadly missions for her. Yet in the end, over a single failed mission, Herose ruthlessly stomped his head down into the endless abyss. Right then, Chen Bai gave Herose his final answer with his middle finger. Out of nowhere, Chen Bai gets pulled straight back into the past. Checking his phone to be sure, the date reads June 2032. This is 10 days before the cosmic will descends, an apocalypse that wipes out over 90% of humanity instantly. Still, opportunity arises because every single survivor gets a chance to awaken their own talent. Dungeons, divine gear, and rare items will rain down too, so Chen Bai's very first priority is upgrading his talent immediately. In his past life, 10 years after the cosmic descent, someone uncovered the only hidden method to upgrade a talent. That person claimed talents actually activate 10 days before the global trial even begins. Triggering and using your talent during this window allows it to upgrade, and luckily, Chen Bai regressed exactly 10 days before kickoff. His old talent was just E-rank virus resistance, but following that method, he needs to actively infect himself with a virus to trigger and reinforce his body first. Conveniently, the city is in panic over rabid patients biting people like real zombies, so Chen Bai heads straight to the hospital to get close to one. Confirming this patient has already turned into a zombie, he draws a vial of infected blood serum, then heads back to his empty dorm room. Chen Bai knows this gamble is extremely dangerous. If the theory fails, he dies. But repeating his miserable past life is completely out of the question. Without hesitation, he plunges the needle in, and the moment the serum hits his veins, violent convulsions rack his body. Despite pushing through the agony, he collapses flat onto the cold floor. Deep in his delirium, Herose's face flashes across his mind, constantly tempting him to stop fighting, embrace the dark, and become her obedient thrall once more. Because his past life hatred runs so deep, even in total madness, her face stays crystal clear. That burning thirst for vengeance becomes the exact fuel driving him forward, refusing to let him die before sunrise. The dorm door swings open as his roommates return, and the terrifying look on Chen Bai's face scares all three half to death. "What happened to you, Chen Bai?" One of his roommates screams out. That shout snaps Chen Bai's sanity back into place. After zoning out for a few seconds, he composes himself like nothing happened. "You guys are back. Let me wash my face," he says, finally letting them breathe a collective sigh of relief. Looking into the mirror, Chen Bai smirks with satisfaction. The theory was spot on. He successfully upgraded his talent, and just as he wonders what tier he reached, a sudden cosmic voice rings in his head. "Chen Bai, congratulations on becoming a vanguard and securing the early awakener title." He instantly recognizes the voice of the cosmic will, meaning he entered the game a whole 9 days ahead of everyone else. Chen Bai swipes his hand, and sure enough, a holographic menu pops up. For training his talent before the trial, all his base stats get a permanent 5% boost. Plus, his experience gain jumps by 10%. Eagerly checking his talent panel, the results blow him away. Compared to his former trash E-rank power, he is now on a whole different level with SSS rank VIRUS MONARCH. VIRUS MONARCH is the ultimate power of its class, allowing its wielder to absorb, control, mutate, and even forge entirely new viruses. Since he just awakened, his power is currently restricted to basic absorption within a pretty narrow range. He needs massive viral loads to rank up his skill, and the ideal hunting ground is obviously the hospital. With that decided, Chen Bai heads back to the hospital, but right at the front gate, crowds of people come sprinting out in sheer terror, screaming for help with zombies hot on their heels. It clicks in his head rumors in his past life mentioned 3 bizarre anomalies in Jiangthan before the trial, including this hospital lockdown. Turns out, he walked right into the exact ground zero of that infamous incident. While everyone else scrambles for safety, Chen Bai charges headfirst toward the horde. He tackles one zombie to the floor, instantly activating his talent to drain every drop of the virus straight out of it. A whole swarm comes rushing in, but to Chen Bai, This looks like an all-you-can-eat free buffet. Meanwhile, inside a fourth-floor restroom, a pack of zombies is pounding furiously against a locked door. Inside, male nurse Lu Feng hides with a pretty female co-worker, but that flimsy door is already on the verge of splintering open. That Lu guy turns back to look at the girl, a disgusting urge suddenly creeping into his head. He chased her for so long and got rejected. So with death knocking at the door, he demands she let him have some fun before they both die. Lu Feng, you are here, so what crazy nonsense are you even talking about? The creep reaches out to touch what he should not, but his dirty plan gets cut short immediately. Because a second later, the zombies blast the door open, moving way faster than Lu Feng ever expected. Desperate to survive, the coward shoves the girl straight into the horde as a meat shield, intending to jump out the window until he realizes they are on the fourth floor. Terrified of dying, he does not dare jump, and scum like him naturally never gets a happy ending. Seeing him get torn apart is pure karma, and minutes later, Chen Bai finishes wiping out every zombie downstairs. Heading up to the fourth floor, he spots the nurse with a fresh bite mark, her body just beginning to mutate. Chen Bai immediately uses his power to siphon the virus straight out of her body. The military will lock down the hospital soon, so to pull off his plan, he needs a local guide who knows the layout. Sure enough, once the virus gets drained, the nurse stops convulsing. Her pupils clear up, full consciousness returns, and as she rushes to thank her savior, Chen Bai cuts straight to the point. He wants her to lead him to where the highest concentration of viruses is kept. Time is ticking, so even with her clothes shredded, he rushes her straight to the testing lab where every infected sample is stored. Chen Bai dumps every test tube into a single cup and begins absorbing it all. His virus points for talent enhancement shoot up rapidly. Having gathered plenty of virus, Chen Bai moves to the next step, burning all these points to upgrade his innate talent. After the boost, his blacklight virus levels up the most, a power entirely built around devouring and evolving. A zombie is right at the door, the nurse cries out, snapping Chen Bai back to reality. Telling her to stay put, he blinks over to the zombie in a flash, hoisting it up with a single hand. Chen Bai can feel his speed has noticeably increased, lifting a monster weighing at least 75 kilos without breaking a sweat. Perfect test subject. Countless tendrils erupt from his arm, wrapping around the zombie and completely dissolving its body in seconds. The tendrils devour it whole, leaving Chen Bai fully satisfied as you see his stamina surging right back up. The nurse watches in sheer terror, yet she remembers Chen Bai saved her life. Maybe his good looks reassure her, because she firmly promises she will keep his secret safe. Fair enough. My name is Chen Bai, he replies, pulling Su Xin to her feet as sirens wail outside. Knowing the military and police are locking down the area, it is time for them to make a move. Chen Bai immediately grabs Su Xin and bolts. He aims for the rooftop to slip past the military cordon, but on the way up, another nasty roadblock appears. A massive bald zombie towers over them, dwarfing anything they encountered downstairs. Caught off guard, Chen Bai takes a swipe to the arm, clutching the wound with an excited grin at the beast before him. A mutated zombie showing up here is something even he never anticipated. But danger brings opportunity, because devouring this mutant might just kick his blacklight virus into overdrive. Just as the thought crosses his mind, the monster charges, packing enough weight to crush him flat on impact. His superior speed allows him to pull off a flawless mid-air flip, dodging the blow clean. Chen Bai lands a heavy kick, sending the enraged beast into a frenzy. So sensing its weak composure, he dials up his assault. Too bad this thing has rock-hard hide. Chen Bai unloading punches and kicks feels like mosquito bites, only driving the creature further into a blood rage. Throwing raw strikes clearly achieves nothing and only wastes precious time. Trembling in the corner, Su Xin suddenly summons her courage, smashing the emergency box to grab an axe and tossing it straight to Chen Bai. Ducking under another lethal swipe, he snatches the axe out of the air. Now, with a real weapon in hand, watch the fight completely turn as he carves a brutal gash across the monster chest. Sensing an opening, Chen Bai presses the attack, using his overwhelming agility to leave the mutant covered in fatal wounds. With the monster barely clinging to life, Chen Bai steps on its head, ready to absorb its virus. But at that exact second, the creature gathers one last burst of strength and headbutts him viciously. Chen Bai vomits a mouthful of blood as Su Xin watches in panic, his axe slipping while claws dig deep into his flesh. The beast tries to tear Chen Bai apart, but our main character is definitely not that easy to finish off. From the open wound across Chen Bai's chest, countless black tendrils shoot out, wrapping around the zombie to consume it whole. It screams in pure agony, but no amount of terror can save it now. It is far too late. Watching from the side, Su Xin finally lets out a long sigh of relief. Consuming that Tier 2 Razor Claw zombie wraps up quickly, successfully evolving Chen Bai's blacklight virus to the next tier. He gains the monster's signature power, the lethal bone claws. Chen Bai feels pretty thrilled with this upgrade, but while he admires his new skill, soldiers surround both of them. Any survivors over there? Hands in the air. A soldier shouts, "I am counting down from 3. Move and we fire." The military begins their countdown, yet Chen Bai has zero intention of obeying. He scoops up Su Xin, darting through a hail of bullets. Following Su Xin's directions, Chen Bai sprints straight toward the rooftop. Turns out, after his recent evolution, regular bullets cannot even hurt him. Reaching the hospital roof, Chen Bai asks for Su Xin's home address, then leaps off the ledge without hesitation. Terrified, she clings tightly around his neck, nearly having a heart attack. Leaping across rooftops, Chen Bai quickly lands near the Rongfeng residential complex where Su Xin lives. Even though Chen Bai claims he is fine, Su Xin insists on checking his bullet wounds anyway. He ends up pulling off his shredded shirt, showing off 8-pack abs like a model. Su Xin looks away shyly, but still steals a glance. Letting a physique like that go to waste would be a crime. "Look here," she murmurs. "Some spots still haven't healed. If I feast on you, I will recover instantly," he teases. "So, care to offer yourself up?" Chen Bai's playful tone turns Su Xin's face bright red. "If you wanted to eat me, you would have done so already. You are wrong, though. I only held back earlier because the timing was not quite right," Chen Bai says, leaning inches from her face. "The setting right now feels pretty perfect," he adds, before reaching out and casually tearing away the rest of her shredded clothes. Seeing this romance unfold so fast makes single folks like me want to look away. Su Xin's face burns red as a tomato, yet she is completely captivated by his raw masculine charm and incredible build. So she quietly suggests taking a shower first, saying clean food always tastes a whole lot better. Chen Bai smirks, carries Su Xin into the bathroom, and they share a steamy kiss right under the warm running water. As for what happens next, I will leave all those spicy details to your imagination. While both of them are busy in the shower, Chen Bai's phone out in the living room keeps buzzing non-stop. Texts pour in from his roommate Zhao Mu and the campus beauty Songge, asking where he is and saying she is looking for him. Songge's message asks if he is dead yet. Mentioning his roommate, said he headed for the Jiangcheng First Hospital. The strange incidents happening before the trial strikes Jiangcheng include the hospital lockdown, the suburban explosion, and the monster slaughterhouse. Grabbing breakfast the next morning, Chen Bai tries recalling his past life memories, though he honestly knows very little about that third event. Intel on it was scarce, and almost nobody in his previous life seemed to pay it much attention. Just as he finishes buying breakfast, Su Xin calls to say 2 strange men showed up at her door, claiming Songge invited him over. Su Xin assumes these 2 guys are obvious scammers. Why would a city queen like Songge ever bother looking for an ordinary college student like Chen Bai? "Tell them to wait outside. They really are here for me," Chen Bai replies before hanging up and checking WeChat. Songge is actually the mother of campus beauty, Songge, the girl he shares a subtle, flirtatious dynamic with. Unable to reach Chen Bai, the young heiress must have used her mother's massive influence instead. And if Songge tracked down Su Xin's private residence, she clearly already knows quite a lot. So Chen Bai heads back and follows the men to meet her. Songge built her empire from scratch, becoming the richest tycoon in Jiangcheng. Her authority reigns absolute across both legal business circles and the criminal underworld. When the apocalyptic trial descended, She awakened an A-rank talent, swiftly forged her own faction in the previous timeline, conquered the three-way war, and crowned herself the true queen of Jiangcheng. Right now, those two bodyguards bring Chen Bai out to a freezing cold warehouse on the outskirts of town. In his past life, Tong Su-shin was someone he could only look up to from the dirt. But everything is different now. He quietly plots his move, thinking how massive of a win it would be to bring this powerful woman under his own command. That way, before the cosmic will officially descends upon the world, he can get so much more accomplished on his own terms. Lost in thought, Chen Bai suddenly spots a pair of sharp red high heels stepping forward, while both bodyguards behind him bow down respectfully to Tong Su-shin. She looks ridiculously young for her actual age. Staring at that stunning face, nobody on earth would ever believe she is already the mother of a college student. The moment she lays eyes on Chen Bai, Tong Su-shin speaks up first. She tells him she is sorry for dragging him out here, but she had urgent business, to which he bluntly asks what Auntie Tong wants with him. She explains she called him because little Tong Ka rushed home in a total panic, claiming he lost contact at Jiangcheng First Hospital and needed her help. Tong Su-shin suddenly leans in close, grabbing the front of Chen Bai's shirt with an intensely seductive smile, adding with a teasing tone that she brought him here, just to see what kind of charm this boy has to make Tong Cha worry so much. Tong Su-shin is undeniably gorgeous, but Chen Bai is not some young kid looking to fool around with older women. Hating beating around the bush, he cuts straight to the point and asks her real objective. Seeing how tough and unyielding this young man is, Tong Su-shin drops the small talk and lays out an offer. She, seeing student Chen Bai step up like a hero back at that hospital, honestly, who wouldn't catch feelings? Songge laying it all out so bluntly definitely gets Chen Bai pretty pumped up. He distinctly remembers cutting the power and smashing every hospital camera before leaving, yet the Queen of Jiangcheng really does have some serious pull. Her tech crew managed to recover some deleted footage, plus she already had an insider stationed right inside that hospital named Lu Li. According to Lu Li, an absolute beast took down the entire zombie horde, and she even caught Chen Bai pulling Su-shin away on tape. Aunt Song's luck is always top tier. Songge giggles, holding up that exact clip for him to see. On top of that, among the survivors rescued from military quarantine this morning, she even tracked down Su-shin's close co-worker named Lu Feng. Chen Bai assumed this pervert was already dead, but somehow the guy has cockroach-level survival instincts. After their intense session in bed last night, Su-shin had vented to him all about Lu Feng's scummy behavior. Then they just dove right back under the sheets together, so Chen Bai barely paid any mind to the dude. Back to the moment right now. Since Songge holds all the cards, Chen Bai plays along and follows her. He mainly wants the location of the quarantine base, but Songge is a crafty fox who keeps every detail locked down. He only gets answers if he agrees to work under her, making him smirk. Aunt Song, you barely know anything about me. If you actually knew who you were dealing with, you would realize you should be the one serving me instead. Chen Bai gives a confident smirk, instantly flexing those sharp bone claws he unlocked from his skill evolution. Songge did not expect him to be so bold, while her assistant Long Shuang immediately steps up to shield her, asking if this is some zombie virus mutation. Wrong answer. Submit to me, and I will explain. He shoots back, making Songge even more fascinated by him. She gently shoves Leng Shuang aside and takes a few steps forward. Do not underestimate me, kid. Claws alone will not tame me, she teases, adding why student Chen Bai wants an older woman when he already has a gorgeous young nurse. A stunning beauty like you, Aunt. Chen Bai tilts Songge's chin up, speaking in a completely provocative tone. Man, nobody expected this dude's taste to be so flexible. He literally goes after anyone, male or female, young or old. Besides, once the apocalypse actually hits, a woman with this much raw potential like Songge can help him out far more than Su-shin ever could. Hearing Chen Bai bring up the apocalypse only makes her even more intrigued. Looks like the intel Chen Bai is holding goes way beyond anything she ever imagined. But Tong Su-shin and Chen Bai are cut from the exact same cloth, neither backs down easily. So, to keep things smooth, she pitches a whole new deal. Nobody works under anyone else. An equal partnership instead, where Tong Su Shin offers her elite backing in exchange for Chen Bai's valuable intel. Chen Bai agrees to the terms on the spot. Just as they shake on it, bang! A sharp gunshot echoes right nearby, and Tong Su Shin turns toward the sound with sudden dread in her eyes. From what she explains next, Commander Hoang from the military zone borrowed part of her cold storage last night, using it to freeze living zombies and isolate hospital survivors. That gunfire just now came from over there, which means something definitely went wrong. Chen Bai never expected them to figure out how to counter the zombies this fast in this life. Trapped in freezing temperatures, those things turn painfully slow. Still, they definitely have no idea that extreme environments actually cause the zombie mutation rate to spike. A sudden thought flashes through his mind. A suburban cold storage and a mutated zombie? Could this place be the exact ground zero for that second bizarre suburban explosion event? Just thinking about that makes Chen Bai feel crazy excited. He heads over right away to check what kind of mutated zombie spawned this time. Meanwhile, the guard soldiers on site are fighting with everything they have against that monstrosity. Honestly, this creature looks disgustingly ugly. It has a massive, hulking frame covered in weird faces and extra limbs sprouting all over. Up against this mutant, the soldiers even start chucking grenades, but it does zero damage and only sends the monster into a furious rage. The highest-ranking commander on site, Triu Lian Trong, quickly switches up their combat tactics. He orders his troops to split into small teams with whoever is next to them, taking turns throwing grenades to distract the beast and stall for reinforcements to arrive. Triu Lian Trong, tell your men to stop throwing grenades and pull back right now. Tong Su Shin speaks in such a calm voice that Tro Lien Truong wonders if she took the wrong meds today. Truth is, Triu Lian Truong's soldiers cannot scratch that walking mountain of meat, so charging in recklessly right now would be completely useless. Tong Su Shin assigns the guards to protect the cold storage staff and all remaining survivors. As for that grotesque monster, someone else will handle it, and that someone is obviously Chen Bai. Though this mutant is far beyond his expectations, meaning he will definitely have to bust out his newly acquired bone claw skill. Armed with razor-sharp bone claws, Chen Bai steps up all alone to face that towering, hideous beast. Triu Lian Truong freaks out at the sight, genuinely suspecting Tong Su Shin secretly raised a monster of her own. Triu Lian Truong, you can eat carelessly, but do not talk nonsense. That kid is human, and he is my business partner. Right then, the zombie smashes open a cold storage room, trying to eat stored beef to recharge its energy. Chen Bai obviously will not give it the time to do that. His devour ability allows him to absorb that massive haul of meat instantly. Since it is high-grade meat, Chen Bai not only recovers his stamina, but his break-line virus evolves a little further too. Unable to eat the meat, the creature starts frantically searching around other spots. Seeing it scramble so desperately, Chen Bai knows immediately that its power has been drained quite a bit. Now watch how he exploits this chance. With the enemy this weakened, Chen Bai leaps back and forth across cold storage rooftops to build momentum, then launches straight at the giant beast. Time for you to drop dead, you ugly freak. The hulking brute fails to react as Chen Bai blitzes in, crashing hard onto the floor while Tong Su Shin and Tro Lien Truong watch in utter shock. While the creature is still dazed and disoriented, Chen Bai unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. Tendrils burst from both his hands, wrapping tightly around the beast to tear it apart. Tro Lien Truong breaks into a cold sweat. He feels the kid before him is even more terrifying than the monster itself. Chen Bai has already begun his forced assimilation. Right then, a thought crosses Trio Lien Truong's mind. He quietly radios reinforcements to request a missile strike, hoping to wipe out both the zombie and Chen Bai together. But before he can even give the coordinates, Tong Su Shin shuts him down. Think very carefully, Tro Lien Truong. That young man is helping us and saving your life right now. Do not do anything stupid, or nobody here is walking away with a good ending. 10 minutes later, the reinforcements arrive and surround Chen Bai completely, with every weapon locked and loaded. Tro Lien Truong orders everyone into full combat readiness, but he keeps his word to Tong Su Shin that as long as Chen Bai does not harm anyone, He will not order them to strike. Chen Bai has no idea what is happening outside because he is fully immersed in absorbing and evolving. Harvesting a brand new zombie virus variant grants him 500 virus points right away. And Chen Bai also unlocks a new talent ability to transmit the virus. During this initial phase of absorbing the new strain, all of his break-line virus capabilities improve quite significantly. Chen Bai throws a few test strikes, and his power has evolved noticeably. He can literally feel this immense surge of power flowing smoothly through his body. Too bad there is nothing around to test it on. Besides that massive virus intake, Chen Bai also secures another valuable trophy, the Rozon core, which acts like the zombie's heart. This item is an extremely rare crafting material, which can be used to forge gear, and if properly controlled, could even help build a fortress wall that expands infinitely. Chen Bai examines the core for a moment, then slips it into his pocket. Songa walks over to introduce someone new named Lu Li, a famous Jiangcheng beauty and massive online influencer. Turns out, she is the one who secretly filmed that hospital video. Chen Bai asks if she recorded him taking down that zombie earlier. She nervously apologizes, saying it is just an old occupational habit and offering to delete it. Chen Bai tells her to keep it. Just do not post it anywhere since he actually needs it. Captain Zhao Lianchang cuts in right then, breaking up their conversation. Commander Huang from the military district just ordered Chen Bai to report every detail of what happened. The moment Chen Bai hears that name, pure disgust takes over. Commander Huang Xingchu is a name carved deep into his memory. In his past life, after the trials hit, this guy treated awakened people like complete dogs. Early on, he used patriotic talk to keep them in line, but soon resorted to brutal beatings and curses. Chen Bai lived through that hell himself, starving to the point where finding a single meal was impossible. What makes it worse, anyone trying to leave got branded a traitor by Huang Xingchu and hunted down without mercy. You can see why Chen Bai barely escaped Jiangcheng with his life back then. In this second life, no amount of money could make him meet that bastard again. Chen Bai immediately leans on the Jiangcheng queen beside him, asking Boss Song if he really has to go. She fires back that he definitely does not. He is her business partner, so why should he report to them before telling her anything? Songa, giving this exact reaction, is music to Chen Bai's ears. Zhao Lianchang keeps pushing Chen Bai to come along, even playing the civic duty card. But Songa stands her ground without flinching. She does not even fear Huang Xingchu himself, so a small company commander like Zhao Lianchang stands zero chance. To make matters worse, a soldier rushes in reporting that quarantine survivors are rioting, leaving the captain completely overwhelmed. Hearing about the quarantine zone, Chen Bai asks if someone named Liu Feng is there, and naturally, that guy is leading the riot. Chen Bai demands a private meeting with him right on the spot. The commander hates taking orders from a kid, but out of respect for Boss Song, he agrees. Moments later, Liu Feng struts in arrogantly. He asks if his father called, proudly bragging that his dad, Lu Wai-nong, is the vice director of Jiangcheng First Hospital. While Liu Feng keeps bragging, a hand lands on his shoulder. It is Chen Bai, quietly passing the zombie virus into his body. Liu Feng has no clue who is even standing before him. Chen Bai leans in close and whispers that Su Xin mentioned in bed last night how much she wants him dead for throwing her to the horde. That one definitely stings, especially emphasizing that they talked about it in bed. Liu Feng just stands frozen, completely confused about how Su Xin even survived. Chen Bai does not bother explaining. He backs away with a look of sheer panic and yells out at the top of his lungs, "Everyone get back, he is turning into a zombie." Liu Feng just stares back in utter confusion. He snaps back, asking what nonsense Chen Bai is talking about. Feeling provoked and already furious that Chen Bai bagged Su Xin when he never could, Liu Feng completely loses his temper. He charges forward, but mid-stride the virus kicks in and turns him into a zombie. Chen Bai powers up his left arm with the newly absorbed Rosen virus. Watch how fast this unfortunate fool becomes a test dummy. With a single devastating strike, Chen Bai sends him straight to the afterlife. Satisfied with the sheer power, he turns to Songa, saying her performance today was pretty solid and passed the test. Once they head back, he might share a few secrets. Having witnessed Chen Bai's terrifying growth multiple times, Songge realizes this kid will soon surpass her completely. She quickly changes her approach, taking his hand and offering to follow him from now on. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow with a knowing grin, saying that depends entirely on her future value and performance. They head back together, and Songge invites him over for dinner. Chen Bai agrees and quietly opens his inventory. Taking down that massive zombie rewarded him with its core alongside 2 skill books. That main character luck never fails. The first skill is called Frenzied Blood Drain. Activating it boosts all stats by 3 points for 10 full minutes. But with a 24-hour cooldown reducing all stats by 50%, Chen Bai passes, knowing the drawback is way too dangerous. He checks the second skill, Muscle Enhancement, which dramatically increases overall muscle mass when activated. It doubles strength and endurance scaling. But despite sounding nice on paper, this bulky style does not fit him at all. Popping this turns you into a permanent meathead freak, completely wrecking your agility, and honestly, good luck trying to pick up girls after that. Even though both skill books are totally useless to him, their market value stays ridiculously high. Especially for early trial awakeners, Chen Bai knows he can trade them off for hefty cash or hand them over to win some valuable favors. Speaking of cash, Chen Bai tallies his total wealth, 6 gold coins, 35 silver pieces, and 6 coppers. With the trial countdown ticking closer, he needs to build his own loyal faction immediately. Min made up. Chen Bai drops 5 gold coins without hesitation to create a private chat, gathering pioneers together so they can gear up before the trial arrives. He vows to build his own personal empire, dead set on turning even the high and mighty goddess Herose into his obedient little hound. A 3-hour drive brings them from the outskirts back to Songge's villa, where Chen Bai tells her everything about the cosmic will descending and the upcoming trial. Realizing the apocalypse is literally at the door, Songge grows even more desperate to belong to him. He only keeps capable talents or fiercely loyal followers around. Songge has absolute confidence in herself. Submitting to such a young guy stings her pride, but surviving the coming apocalypse means doing whatever it takes to stay safe. When it comes to actual capability, Songge feels totally qualified. Power, money, or social status, she stands at the very top in Jiangcheng. But after the trial starts, the rules of this world flip completely. Your wealth, rank, and power do not mean a thing, except making you a far more desirable slave. Chen Bai gives her that cold reminder. Just picturing herself and her daughter dragged onto an auction block as slaves makes Songge shudder in terror. Knowing her status is useless, she throws away every shred of pride and drops straight to her knees before Chen Bai. That single gesture means Songge accepts becoming his loyal pet, offering up everything and treating him as her only master. Watching the proud queen of Jiangcheng grovel so submissively at his feet puts a genuinely satisfied grin on Chen Bai's face. Come on, show me that seductive charm of yours one more time. Besides, I have tasks for you to run. Songge immediately. First, get Luke Lai to send over the video of Chen Bai, then take her back home to rest. Second, draft an article hyping up Chen Bai and pin it to the top of all major forums with an eye-catching title. Something about signaling the Pathfinders under the Chen Bai tag. Lan Shuang has no clue why, but follows orders anyway. Still, that girl Luke Lai lingers around without leaving, clearly completely charmed by Chen Bai after he played the hero saving the damsel. Right then, Tong Su Xin's phone rings. It is her daughter, Tongka. Chen Bai just picks it up himself. The spoiled heiress instantly loses her cool. Chen Bai, why on earth are you answering my mother's phone? Where is my mom? She is busy. Chen Bai replies, get over here right now. It is urgent. Annoyed as she is, Tongka agrees. She immediately starts rambling on, chewing him out for not replying to any of her text messages. But after ranting her lungs out, she realizes Chen Bai already hung up on her. Humiliated and furious, Tongka swears she will bring him to his knees one day. Little does she know, her own mother is already on her knees right in front of Chen Bai. Desperate to get him to protect her daughter, Tong Su Xin spares no sweet words, turning on maximum charm just to get in his good graces. The next morning, Tong Ka follows her mother to a secret warehouse out on the city outskirts. In the car, she keeps fuming, totally convinced Chen Bai just made up some fake story to deceive her mother. But Tong Su-shin stays dead serious, warning Tong Ka not to say a single word once they get out, just watch in silence. Lung Shuang and Chen Bai step out of the vehicle first. Following his exact orders from yesterday, she checked every rumor across the city about monster and zombie sightings, but this hidden spot was the only place she actually found. This place used to be an underground gambling den, but now, both the dealers and the players inside have completely turned into zombies. Around 160 infected in total, with no special mutant like Rozan in sight. At first, Chen Bai thought this secret warehouse was the site of the third event, the monster slaughterhouse, but it sits far too isolated. If something actually went down here, word would never spread to the outside world. The real slaughterhouse had to be somewhere else, and whoever set it up was definitely hoarding zombies just like he was. Even the military only dared capture a few specimens for research. So, who had the guts to gather this entire horde? Was it some curious warrior, or an early awakener who knew the future just like him? Either way, Chen Bai could barely hold back his excitement. Chen Bai cracks his joints, stretches a bit, and orders the door open. The gate swings open, and a starving zombie horde surges forward like a tidal wave. Standing alone against them all, he does not tire for a single second. Seeing this gruesome sight for the very first time, Songge cannot stop herself from gagging. On top of that, Chen Bai brought along his little side piece, Su-shin. Oddly enough, a full day has passed and she even showered. Yet she is still rocking that same tattered nurse outfit from yesterday. But back to business. After hacking through wave after wave, the zombie corpses pile up like a mountain, earning Chen Bai the new title, Zombie Hunter. Equipping this title grants a boost of 5 points to all attributes and adds 5% extra zombie slaying damage. Even better, his accumulated virus points can now be traded for a zombie virus serum recipe, which is a massive upgrade. At the end of the day, not everyone is blessed with natural immunity and super physical endurance like Chen Bai. Without hesitation, he spends 300 virus points to unlock the serum recipe. With a few live zombies still left standing, he already has a plan for them, which explains why he dragged his entire little squad of beauties out here today. He needs to train these girls to handle real undead. Once the apocalypse fully lands, he cannot protect every single one of them on his own. Chen Bai calls them out to show their strength, one zombie each. Who wants to go first? He drags out the first zombie by its neck. Lung Shuang steps up to the plate, and after all, she is Songge's personal bodyguard. Her speed and raw power easily outclass the others. The second Chen Bai lets go, Ling Shuang snaps the monster neck in a single blow. Chen Bai is thoroughly impressed with that kind of speed and precision. Lung Shuang definitely will not be dead weight. Next up is Songge, who grabs a baseball bat since her raw physical strength falls a bit short. She manages to put the zombie down, but Chen Bai gives her an average rating since it takes 10 heavy swings to finish it off. Third in line is Su-shin. Her power is way weaker than Songge, turning into an awkward wrestling match on the floor before finally choking the zombie out. Chen Bai is not thrilled, barely giving her a passing grade. That leaves only Songge, but the fragile campus beauty is currently paralyzed with fear. Even with a baseball bat in her hands, her arms are shaking so violently that she cannot even lift it up. Disappointed, Chen Bai pulls Songge aside. Songge's physical condition is far too weak, and he does not have time for slow training. So Chen Bai hands Songge a paper containing the zombie serum formula. The process is pretty complicated, but with Songge's vast resources, brewing it is entirely possible. Not only can this save Songge from turning, but it will also become an absolute goldmine once society collapses. She thanks him deeply for placing his trust in her. Songge promises to do everything she can to finish the job and guard the formula with her life. She is a sharp woman. Chen Bai knows she understands what needs to be done. With everything arranged, he prepares to head back. On the way, he checks his phone to see how online netizens are reacting to the warning article Songge just published about him. Most comments just call him a madman who read too many apocalypse novels. Just as he is about to give up, A private message pops up. The user goes by Not a Cash Machine, claiming to be an early awakener just like him. After trading a few quick messages, Chen Bai discovers the guy holds an S-tier mind control talent. Not a Cash Machine quickly joins the group chat. Chen Bai spent 6 gold coins to create. Turns out his real name is Han Xiao. After rambling for a bit, Han Xiao casually mentions that he knows another early awakener named Shui Chuan. You can feel the shift here hearing that name. Chen Bai's expression completely changes. Shui Chuan in his previous life. This man evolved to the pinnacle of power, known across the wasteland as the Supreme Water Sovereign. Having an ally like that on his side would be huge. Chen Bai pushes Han Xiao to bring Shui Chuan into the chat. Meanwhile, Lu Li is out investigating under Songge orders. She discovers someone is secretly rounding up all the zombies in Jiangcheng, hoarding them inside the Mongkai container yard near the docks. To be safe, Lu Li sends extra scouts ahead to gather intel. Turns out, these shadowy figures are holding a secret deal right there today. While waiting, Lu Li calls Songge to report, growing anxious as her scouts fail to return. Right as she speaks, a cold male voice echoes out from the dark, saying there is no need to wait any longer. 2 lifeless bodies drop from above, slamming onto the ground right at Lu Li's feet, her 2 scouts. Lu Li trembles in sheer terror as that strange voice drifts down from a window directly above her head. Knowing there is no way out, she can only relay her compromised location back to Songge before everything goes dark. Over at Songge's villa, Chen Bai is casually chatting with some newly awakened allies, including a guy named Lu Huai, who still has a few questions about his own unique talent. Chen Bai asks him to send over his details to check it out. Turns out it is a SS rank Yin Wood physique. Yin Wood holds endless vitality, granting true eternal life once a soul binds to it. Activating the wood body costs 1 spirit stat point, while unleashing the Yin soul drains another point of constitution. That is honestly a pretty solid ability. But activating it is pretty pricey, since newly awakened folks only have between 3 to 5 total stat points. Chen Bai advises Liu Huai to only unlock it if his spirit stat is above 3. Turns out the guy actually has 5 full points. While they are still chatting away, Songge rushes over in a total hurry. She is clearly panicking, but she does not dare hide the truth that Lu Li tracked down the gathered zombies at the container yard and ended up getting captured herself. The captor specifically demanded that Songge come negotiate in person. Hearing this, Chen Bai is visibly annoyed by the whole mess. Did Lu Li sell you out? It sounds like a simple question, but Chen Bai's icy glare instantly drops Songge right to her knees. Master, I personally trained Lu Li, and I know for sure she would never betray us. She was only commanding from behind the scenes, so the issue is likely with her scouts. Chen Bai lets it slide for now, and agrees to go rescue Lu Li. Right now, she is tied up at the Mongkai container yard, held by a brute named Xing Meng. Even though her mental fortitude is pretty shaky, Lu Li refuses to back down when this scumbag tries forcing wine on her, while Xing Meng is just trying to humiliate her for cheap fun while waiting for Songge to arrive. Xing Meng sneers that turning down his drink means taking the hard way, but another voice mocks him for being rude to a lady who clearly dislikes alcohol. The one answering Xing Meng is not the trembling Lu Li, but Chen Bai himself, standing right there. Nobody knows when he slipped in without making a sound, casually pulling up a chair to Xing Meng's table and chilling while slicing some steak. Regardless of who this guy is, this eerie entrance instantly puts Xing Meng on high alert. He instinctively steps back, asking who he is. But Chen Bai just replies that his identity does not matter. He is just taking her home. Lu Li's eyes light up as her affection for Chen Bai skyrockets, wondering if Songge sent him over. Xing Meng catches himself, realizing anyone who could sneak up on him like this must be an early awakened powerhouse too. Pulling himself together, Xing Meng takes a nearby seat and carefully watches his opponent, while Chen Bai casually finishes untying Lu Li's ropes. Outside, Songge is waiting in the car, and Xing Meng is pretty sharp. Now see this. Xing Meng quickly figures out that Chen Bai must have already subjugated Songge. The Queen of Jiangcheng is never easily tamed, making Xing Meng deeply curious about the young man before him, asking if he has a ton of neat tricks up his sleeve. He suggests they should exchange knowledge, since he is pretty keen on learning those secrets. Jiangcheng has three major power factions, one ruled by Queen Songge, while the other two are the city lord and the commander. The city lord has already yielded to Xing Mang, while the queen now serves under Chen Bai. Xing Mang wants Chen Bai to help him conquer Jiangcheng, promising him top-tier royal treatment once he takes the throne. But as a reincarnator with past life memories who aims to rule himself, Chen Bai turns him down without a second thought. The wine glass Xing Mang meant for toasting Chen Bai shatters on the floor, shifting from smooth persuasion to outright threats. He brags that he has an S-rank talent, the highest rank around, but Chen Bai just gives him a look that screams like I care. Before stepping in, Chen Bai checked the surroundings, seeing that Xing Mang truly does pack some real heat. He is not just rounding up local zombies, he is turning living humans into undead puppets. And giving a monster with that kind of twisted ambition too much power is pure danger for everyone. Besides, Chen Bai has zero issue flexing a fake talent rank right now. You really are not worthy of my help, because my talent is triple S rank. Seeing soft tactics fail, Xing Mang gets ready to throw down hard. His talent is called Slaughter Progression, allowing him to steal a portion of his target stats for himself, scaling endlessly with every kill. You can see the tension here. Chen Bai never expected a pure combat talent like this, backed by vicious claw gear that makes him a nightmare to deal with. You arrogant punk, Xing Mang barks, hoping his corpse boosts his stats nicely and warning him not to disappoint. Xing Mang roars and lunges forward, but Chen Bai is not about to get outdone. Pulling out his bone claws to clash head-on, Chen Bai watches Xing Mang grow even more unhinged as he activates his frenzied slaughter skill. Looks like he was holding back on his full skill set earlier, making Chen Bai instantly shift into high alert. Since he still does not know what that skill actually does, staying cautious is his only option. As Xing Mang lunges in again, Chen Bai reinforces his fist, channeling all his strength just like against Lu Feng to deliver a crushing blow. The entire shipping container yard gets torn apart as Chen Bai clashes violently with Xing Mang. That brute truly lives up to his pure strength talent, trading heavy blows for minutes without showing even the slightest drop in power. Chen Bai, on the other hand, looks outmatched, falling behind slightly in raw muscle and physical force against Xing Mang. Xing Mang taunts him, asking if he really has a triple S talent, telling him to stop holding back. As Xing Mang keeps mocking, Chen Bai calmly replies that his talent was activated long ago, he just failed to notice. The instant those words drop, Xing Mang grabs him one-handed and slams him into a container behind them. One look at the man's eyes shows absolute, unvarnished contempt for Chen Bai. He assumes Chen Bai falls way short in strength, endurance, and speed, and has only been putting on a bluff this whole time. He barks out that in front of absolute power, all cheap tricks are completely useless. Before he can even finish his boast, blood suddenly spews from his mouth as system prompts flash before his eyes, warning that the viral concentration inside him has shattered his physical immunity limit. His strength, constitution, agility, and spirit stats all begin plummeting at a horrifying rate. Even worse, Xing Mang gets slammed with debilitating debuffs, including photophobia, hydrophobia, abnormal fever, sluggish reflexes, and rapid stamina drain, leaving him completely baffled by what is happening to his body. Meanwhile, Chen Bai steadily pushes himself up from the wreckage. Chen Bai smirks, noting his constitution really is not bad since the virus took this long to kick in, asking how all those sudden illnesses feel. Only now does Xing Mang realize he was poisoned, gritting his bloody teeth and cursing Chen Bai as a dirty, underhanded coward. Chen Bai just shrugs, asking what difference it makes when the winner is already decided. Calmly stepping forward, Chen Bai drives a devastating punch clean through his chest, mocking the idea of playing fair. He says he told him his power was extraordinary. Too bad he refused to listen, as black tentacles rapidly wrap around Xing Mang's massive frame. This marks his first time devouring an awakened human, and you can bet the anticipation is unreal. And the harvest definitely does not let Chen Bai down. His black light virus completes its initial awakening, granting massive stat bonuses that convert directly into base attributes for his Monarch talent. Furthermore, because the devouring ability evolved significantly, Chen Bai can now choose to view portions of his prey's memories, along with a slight chance to inherit any skill the target once mastered. Chen Bai quickly checks his status window, discovering that every single stat increased by 20 points, with the viral bonuses merging seamlessly into his body's core attributes. This is a massive leap forward. He bends down and picks up Xing Mang's mutated claw. This weapon is high-tier loot, showing Xing Mang had clearly hunted down quite a few mutant zombies. Otherwise, his physical parameters and gear could never have surpassed Chen Bai's earlier stats. Aside from the zombie claws, a rank C crafting blueprint drops from the corpse, letting Chen Bai bask even deeper in his sweet sense of victory. Ever since regressing to the past, his talent shot all the way from rank E to triple S, something he never could have dreamed of in his previous life. On top of that, chasing rumors of the 3 pre-trial anomalies has brought him quite a substantial haul. Best of all, Chen Bai successfully recruited Songe, the future city lord of this very Jiangcheng. Seeing him return, Songe obediently opens the door and invites him inside the car, leaving him feeling pretty satisfied. Chen Bai figures that with his current power level, hunting down random pre-trial monsters before the apocalypse descends is no longer even necessary. In these final days before the cosmic will descends, he makes sure everything is fully prepped for post-apocalyptic survival. That night, while Chen Bai calmly looks out over Jiangcheng from his window, Songe and her group come to see him. They finished every single task he gave them. Lu Li reports first, showing how she analyzed the data to mark out the most ideal zone, using this mountaintop villa area right where they stand as the central base. The moment the apocalypse hits, they can immediately clear the perimeter and lock down complete control over the entire territory. Su Xin took charge of gathering supplies, organizing the full inventory list, and handing it straight over to Chen Bai. Turns out these gorgeous girls are not just eye candy. They get real work done. Chen Bai is pretty satisfied with their work. Checking the clock, with barely 10 minutes left before the cosmic will descends, he drops a message into the Pioneers group chat. Do not let early advantages and rare talents get to your heads. Stay totally calm, because the trials bring danger nobody can imagine, and I do not want anyone disappearing from this chat 10 minutes from now. Every single member of the group now fully accepts Chen Bai as their undisputed sovereign, coming from all walks of life and every age group imaginable. Facing the trial that is about to descend upon them, some feel a surge of excitement, while others are consumed by pure dread. With barely 3 minutes left on the clock, Chen Bai calls the women in his circle over to the window for one last look at Jiangcheng, taking in this peaceful view one final time right before it gets wiped out forever. As the timer ticks down to the final few seconds, Songe trembles in sheer terror, while everyone else waits in suffocating silence. 3, 2, 1. Right at midnight on June 15th, the cosmic will descends, and the global apocalypse trial officially begins. The dazzling city lights of Jiangcheng instantly collapse into total chaos. The sky turns blood red, and endless hordes of vicious beasts pour out, tearing humans apart without mercy. To survive this nightmare, humanity is forced to awaken hidden powers. Survivors harness their unique talents to grind, experience, and level up, while alien races rising across the trial plunge headfirst into the same brutal life-or-death struggle. Massive spatial rifts and mysterious secret realms tear open across the darkening sky. They bring fatal danger, sure, but also a golden chance to unlock unmatched strength. Chen Bai watches in silence as endless calculations race through his mind, right until the system rings out, announcing his hourglass has bound to its master and begun linking. Chen Bai quickly tells Songe and the others to leave, knowing he has to keep his regression through this hourglass a total secret. But turning right back around, he sees every single woman frozen completely stiff like statues. Outside, across the dark night sky, an airplane crashing down hangs completely frozen in midair. Time itself has stopped, and the hourglass hanging around Chen Bai's neck starts radiating glittering motes of light. After floating silently for a moment, the system confirms the soul link is finished, opening up a giant holographic panel packed with detailed information. As a soul-bound artifact, most of its higher functions remain locked, yet its greatest ability allows him to turn back time into the past. The wielder can jump back to any point in history, wiping out everything from the timeline that gets erased. Its cooldown still sits at a massive 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. That explains how Chen Bai regressed in the first place, driven by his burning wish for a second chance before Hero plunged him into endless darkness. On top of that, the hourglass packs 2 other distinct modes. First is the preserve status, which bookmarks his current physical condition, mental state, and skill setup with 0 cooldown. Second is the load save mode, which restores that state without resetting collected items or memories on just a 1-hour cooldown, stretching Chen Bai's grin from ear to ear. A life-saving perk on just a 60-minute timer is absurdly broken, and right then, time finally resumes moving forward. Chen Bai immediately orders Songa and her group to sweep the villa and ensure it is safe. If everything looks clear, they will purge the surrounding area at dawn, and by the next day, zombie corpses already pile high around Songge's mansion. Here is where the real combat training for his inner circle truly kicks into gear. Looking at Songa, she awakened the S-rank amethyst pupil talent, allowing her to transmute regular everyday objects into pure violet crystal, drastically boosting her offensive and defensive power in direct proportion to her growing mental stats. Her talent also comes packed with a standout skill called Crystal Insight. With this skill, Songa can scan an enemy's exact attributes and read stat debuffs based on the gap in their spirit power. Right now, she effortlessly sees through the stats of the zombie in front of her, pinpointing every single strength and weakness. Swinging her crystal blade, she snuffs out the monster in a flash. And next in line to awaken is Leng Shuang. Her talent is the A-rank way of the assassin, completely masking her presence and breathing so enemies can barely detect her. It increases her agility, boosts shadow mobility by 30%, and doubles the attack speed of her opening strike by a full 100%. Leng Shuang stands right in the middle of a zombie horde, completely undetected thanks to her concealed breathing. Timing it just right, she lunges forward, barehanded straight into the pack. Leng Shuang can easily take on dozens of zombies alone, but not everyone has that kind of combat instinct. And soon enough, Chen Bai's side suffers its first wounded fighter. But Chen Bai already planned for this exact scenario, placing Su Xin in charge of medical care since she awakened the B-rank rapid recovery talent, fitting her former nursing background like a glove. On top of that, Songa successfully manufactured an effective anti-zombie virus serum. So all things considered, Chen Bai's camp is sitting in a pretty solid spot. Throughout this whole cleanup operation, Lu Li keeps a watchful eye on progress, making sure not a single unexpected accident occurs. Confident leaving the cleanup in their hands, Chen Bai dashes off like the wind, speeding along the trails of Dongshan Mountain. The opening stage of this apocalyptic trial is notoriously tricky, especially since essentials like motor vehicles and firearms are rendered completely useless. Chen Bai has to travel on foot, but at his current pace, he should make it right on time. In his past life, on the very first day the trial descended, Chen Bai saw a strange glowing symbol over Jiangcheng University. It took him years to finally understand what that mark meant, kicking himself later for not rushing over back then. But this time around, everything changes. Chen Bai sprints full speed, arriving at Jiangcheng University in no time. He wipes out every single zombie around. Holding his breath, Chen Bai watches the mysterious crest slowly materialize across the sky. That mark signals a god's avatar descending to Earth. Chen Bai bolts forward on his toes, making sure he gets as close as possible. Before he can even take a few steps, a strange voice from a man by the roadside stops him dead. "Hold on there, Evolver," the man calls out in the early trial phase. "Tough kids like you are pretty rare. I am a merchant. So do you have any interest in making a deal with me?" Chen Bai flashes a sly grin. "It would be my absolute honor to trade with you," he replies smoothly, though trading with a mere merchant usually would not be. The guy keeps claiming he is just a merchant, but using past life memories, Chen Bai already knows his true identity. "I have heard of your divine name before," Chen Bai says. Seeing you through that sign, I wanted to meet you so badly. Kind, fair, generous, wealthy, and powerful that is you, right? The god of trade, Leido. Seeing that the kid knows his identity, Leido drops the act entirely. He hands over a green card, a VIP membership pass to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce he runs. Using this card grants discounts on items at the guild. In his past life, Chen Bai met this man before. Just as expected, the deity has not changed a bit, still loving flattery this much. Taking the card, he keeps pouring on the compliments, praising Leido as wonderfully kind as the rumors claim. With their connection made, check this out. Leido immediately pulls up his rare inventory for him to see. First is an S-rank Thunderwalker class change scroll. By learning this, Chen Bai can control lightning, using fierce thunderbolts to temper his physical body, massively boosting his close combat prowess while shocking enemies out of their very souls. This item costs 500 gold coins. Next up is the S-rank Death God Sniper Rifle. It is a legendary firearm that only true firearm specialists are able to wield properly. This sniper rifle is a proud masterpiece, crafted by the top masters of the Goblin Commerce Guild and Leido. Seeing these treasures, Chen Bai's eyes light right up. He wants both items, but sadly, he is dirt poor right now. Leido fully understands the trial has only just begun. Evolvers like Chen Bai do not have much cash on hand, but as a merchant, he definitely did not come here for charity. My goods are not trash, so grind up some wealth, and I will trade later, he says. Chen Bai pauses a second, then speaks up. Lord Leido, even though I do not have the money to buy your goods yet, but I have heard gods cannot directly join the trial, needing to invest in evolvers like me to actually earn proper profits. You probably came here looking to invest, right? Leido grows more excited. This kid seems arrogant, but that arrogance clearly comes from genuine strength. Seeing that the deity seems quite pleased with him, Chen Bai instantly makes his pitch. He already knows Leido holds a treasure praised by all the gods, something no awakened could ever resist. Chen Bai promises that if the god invests it in him, he will definitely never regret it. But at the end of the day, Leido is a true merchant. Convincing him to invest requires proven returns up front. Because of that, Leido demands that Chen Bai prove he can bring in massive profits for him. Without saying a single word, Chen Bai reveals his triple S rank talent. Leido cannot help but clap his hands in awe. Not only is it top tier, but Chen Bai's talent is remarkably rare, unlike anything he has ever seen before. Leido decides to give him a shot. Pick an item, kid, and make sure you cherish this chance. If your talent were anything ordinary, I would never have agreed to this, the deity adds. Chen Bai feels pretty thrilled inside, but this does not mean Leido is backing him completely just yet, because even among gods, some started with B rank or C rank talents, meaning high potential alone is never enough. Chen Bai must use his own growth and strength to prove his true worth, fully convincing Leido before he can claim any free items from his hands. The system promptly delivers a brand new quest assigned directly by Leido, titled The Ultimate Investment. Without a second thought, he accepts on the spot. So Leido hands him a gold coin, explaining that once the quest is done, flipping it will summon his avatar once again. Chen Bai desperately wants Leido to show him that divine item gods crave, and to keep him motivated, Leido generously brings it out. It is another triple S scroll, allowing an evolver to hold and master two distinct classes at the exact same time. Dual class attribute growth, stat bonuses, and skill sets all function simultaneously, without any drawbacks. A boost, this broken explains why divine beings want it. And after giving Chen Bai a preview, Leido departs with a satisfied smile. Chen Bai quickly pulls up his quest window, checking the final investment mission Leido assigned to test his true capability. Only by completing this trial can he secure the most valuable investment from this entity, revered as the wisest and greatest god. His objective is to locate a hidden dungeon inside Jiangcheng University, defeat the designated boss monster, and bring a piece of its corpse back to Leido. In his past life, Leido had an amazing reputation. Chen Bai figures as long as he crushes this mission, he will definitely receive proper rewards. Get this, nobody would expect Jiangcheng University to hide a secret dungeon this early on. He never heard a thing about it in his previous life, meaning it is buried deep. So Chen Bai starts searching immediately. He heads to the sports complex first, walking right into two foreign bullies using their awakened status to abuse fellow college students. Seeing such blatant bullying, Chen Bai refuses to look away. The arrogant thug looks down on him for seeming weak, but Chen Bai blasts him into oblivion in under a second. The remaining students shake in sheer terror at his monstrous power, though Chen Bai has no intention of targeting them. Absorbing those thugs with one hand, he wears a warm smile while calmly speaking to the frightened students. He asks if any of them study medicine, explaining that he is looking for something specific on campus. Needing someone familiar with the medical department, the anxious students immediately start passing the blame around. Some claim they study civil engineering while others say foreign languages, eventually pointing at an attractive girl in shorts sitting nearby. Being a foreigner just like those two thugs, she panics instantly the moment Chen Bai turns his attention toward her. She begs him not to kill her, stammering that she is blonde but never hurt anyone. Terror fills her face as she stumbles through broken local phrases, causing several students nearby to stifle their laughter. Another female student finally steps forward to speak up. She clarifies that the foreign girl never hurt anyone, so Chen Bai nods in understanding, letting everyone leave while keeping only her behind. He even kindly advises the departing students to head toward the Jiangcheng Dongshan Villa area. Once they arrive, simply mentioning that Chen Bai sent them will guarantee they get help. The students still hesitate because the Dongshan villas are far from campus, and the streets outside crawl with dangerous zombies. He tells them he already cleared most zombies on the way here, so they can proceed safely. Surviving the trek could help them become evolvers, but the students still lack the courage to face monsters. Chen Bai coldly warns them that if they lack courage now, they will all perish once the zombies undergo massive, large-scale mutations. One female student seems to understand the harsh truth. She thanks Chen Bai and decisively leads the others away, leaving him alone with the foreign girl. At first, she thinks Chen Bai is just like other guys hitting on foreign girls, using brute force to make her submit. But Chen Bai bluntly tells her he has zero interest, making her blush with deep embarrassment. He repeats that he only needs a guide to the medical school, and she apologizes, admitting she panicked earlier. The two make their way toward the medical building, but Chen Bai moves so fast that she struggles to keep up. Breathing heavily after the brisk walk, they finally reach the main research building of the institute. She explains that the third floor is packed with restricted labs that only professors can enter. People say those labs hold countless virus and bacterial samples, while an underground tunnel leads not to a parking garage, but directly to a crematorium. Since Chen Bai asked for the most secretive places in the academy, these two spots are all she can think of. They head straight to the virus and bacteria research lab first. For Chen Bai, this place is a gold mine, and he immediately begins absorbing the pathogens. Check this out. Absorbing all those flu samples gives Chen Bai enough points to unlock a brand new skill called influenza infection. Activating this ability allows him to release airborne viruses and infect his designated targets. Once infected, the victim suffers all-around stat reductions alongside violent sneezing fits that disrupt any spell casting or skill activation. Compared to the Rosen virus he got from mutated zombies, this flu strain definitely deals milder damage. But that sneezing debuff is honestly ridiculous. Before this, Chen Bai never even cared about the flu virus stock he had saved up. Now that it actually upgraded into a proper skill, he realizes he should keep an eye on it. That upgrade cost a few points, so with what little remained, Chen Bai immediately uses it to enhance his blacklight virus. It is easily his strongest power source. And right after the upgrade, Chen Bai unlocks a brand new passive skill called wall running. Thanks to this, he can grip onto any solid surface through the blacklight virus, drastically sharpening his balance and spatial awareness. Right alongside it comes a second passive ability called combat focus. It amps up his concentration, sharply boosting his vision, reflexes, and doubling the control he has over every muscle. Chen Bai throws a test punch to check the output, and the reinforced wall in front of him completely shatters. The foreign girl nearby is too terrified to breathe, yet she suddenly wonders if a guy this strong is just as wild in bed. Just picturing that makes her entire face turn bright red. Chen Bai has no clue what weird thoughts are going through this girl's head, nor does he particularly care. Leaving the third-floor lab behind, the two head straight down toward the underground morgue. There is no electricity down here. As they navigate the pitch-black darkness, Chen Bai suddenly senses a strange aura nearby. He approaches a sealed room, pushes the door open, and finds a glowing red portal waiting right in front of him. This is the hidden entrance to the secret dungeon tucked away inside Jiangcheng University. Chen Bai touches the door to confirm entry into this special dungeon. He must fully clear out the morgue within 2 days, or the entire zone vanishes forever. Suddenly, endless rows of gurneys covered in stark white sheets appear right before his eyes. One glance tells you nothing good is hiding underneath. He extends his bone claws, snapping straight into a combat stance. Come on. The moment Chen Bai speaks, swarms of zombies burst out from under those white sheets. It looks like this crematorium is about to host one brutal fight. These zombies come in all shapes, some showing terrifying speed and aggression, others mutated with multiple limbs, clinging to the ceiling just like Spider-Man, while spitting out violent waves of destructive power from their mouths. Now Chen Bai finally gets why they did not all rush him at the exact same time. The sheer power of these morgue zombies completely outclasses every regular undead creature wandering around out in the world, but to someone like him, they are just minor annoyances that pose zero real threat whatsoever. With all his stacked abilities, Chen Bai packs pure devastating damage behind every single punch. Taking down that spider zombie scores him a clean 1,000 experience points. For a special dungeon, grinding levels here is definitely paying off big time. Seeing their buddy get crushed, the remaining zombies start swarming up, but Chen Bai just gets hyped instead of scared. The more targets that rush in, the more experience points he gets to farm. 400, then 1,000, then another 1,000 experience points stack up. In no time, Chen Bai levels up, earning 2 free stat points as his reward. Every zombie on those gurneys gets wiped out completely, yet Chen Bai knows the real threat is still waiting. His gaze locks onto the crematorium furnace door, sitting right at the back of the room. All your little lackeys are dead, Chen Bai calls out. So why not show yourself, or should I drag you out? The second he finishes speaking, that metal door violently blows apart. His eyes turn sharp and cold. What crawls out from inside the furnace is a grotesque, pulsating mass of hideous flesh. Compared to the other zombies, this thing looks pretty sluggish. Yet an unsettling wave of danger hits Chen Bai immediately. He decides to wipe it out clean before it has the chance to fully transform, dashing straight at the fleshy mass to unleash his evolved flu virus and paralyze the enemy on the spot. But right after deploying his ability, Chen Bai takes a heavy blow that sends him flying back. He clicks his tongue in frustration, unable to stop that mound of meat from morphing into a massive biomonster with shredded 8-pack abs. Stepping out of the furnace, the beast charges aggressively toward Chen Bai. Its ferocity now far outstrips any ordinary zombie outside, and its raw combat strength sits on a completely different tier. Chen Bai dodges the incoming strike with lightning-fast speed. His blood starts boiling with excitement. Ever since his rebirth, nothing has been strong enough to push Chen Bai to fight at full power. This creature right here is the perfect punching bag to push his physical limits. The two clash in a brutal brawl. Yet after a full hour of non-stop fighting, Chen Bai still has not finished it off due to its absurdly rapid regeneration and endless self-healing. Pretty interesting. Chen Bai mutters, infinite regeneration? Let us see if you are actually immortal. Now comes the perfect time to make use of that hourglass. With Chen Bai holding it, the monster's regeneration crawls to a near standstill. An hour passes, and it begins wobbling, barely able to stand. After another hour, it collapses entirely onto the ground, and one final hour melts it down into a heap of rotting sludge. Losing his patience, Chen Bai stomps the disgusting mess into dust. Slaying this Tier 8 biomonster instantly grants Chen Bai 10,000 experience points, shooting him straight to level 5 with 2 bonus stat points to spare. At last, Chen Bai clears the dungeon. The zone transforms into a permanent instance dungeon with a 3-day reset timer. Naturally, the system records Chen Bai's entire run from start to finish. It prompts him to publish the footage as a paid walkthrough guide, sending every coin straight into his pockets. Chen Bai decides to hide his face and uploads the clear run right away. Over at the medical bay, Songge rests under Sushin's care when a sudden ping reveals that an evolver named Bai just dropped a nightmare tier cold incinerator clear guide. The price to unlock the video is just 1 copper. Both of them buy it on the spot, along with a massive wave of other players doing the exact same thing. Once the run finishes playing, pure awe washes over every single viewer. That beast boasted far superior regeneration compared to the uploader, yet he still pulled off this mind-blowing victory against all odds. Across the Trailblazer chat groups, praise floods in non-stop for Emperor Bai. Sitting inside the dungeon, Chen Bai cannot help but feel pretty smug about it. Still, there is a clear reason he lingers inside without leaving just yet. He needs to devour the remaining biomatter to farm dedicated evolution points for his blacklight virus. Unlike talent points, these dedicated points exclusively upgrade the inherent traits and active skills tied to the blacklight virus itself. Honestly, that works out great right now, because the blacklight virus evolves moments later, boosting Chen Bai's natural health regeneration by a whopping 300%. Even better, it unlocks a tier of passive ability called Cellular Resurrection, absorbed straight from that fallen bio creature. This passive lets the user rapidly burn reserve, stamina, or surplus energy to mend physical wounds at top speed, even regenerating severed limbs without any trouble. Chen Bai feels ecstatic, since passive skills are already ridiculously rare to find. Scoring a tier, a passive, feels like striking pure gold. All that grueling grind spent tearing down a nightmare-grade boss definitely paid off big time. And get this, the loot from that creature does not stop there. Dropping from its corpse is a unique tier, a class change scroll for Biodemon. This vile class specializes in devouring living beings to upgrade the user's personal physique. It stimulates internal cells to skyrocket raw physical power and regenerative speed across the board. The catch is that overabsorbing external biomass might trigger rapid cellular decay or unpredictable genetic mutation. To actually use this scroll, Chen Bai must hit level 10 and reach 15 points in Constitution. He studies the item closely for quite a while. A unique tier. A class sounds tempting, but heavy risks always trail behind massive gains. Plus, his blacklight virus is already completely overpowered. Whether he should take on this extra class requires some serious thought first. Alongside that scroll rests a vial of Tier C perfected genetic essence, granting a huge permanent physique boost upon consumption, limited to 1 dose per awakened individual. Since this one brings 0 drawbacks, Chen Bai pops the cork and chugs it down without hesitation. Right after drinking, he gains 2 points in strength, 6 in constitution, and 3 in agility permanently. Finally, the last drop is a torn patch of fabric, or rather, dried human flesh. The system labels it a special gear piece. Though only Tier D, it packs dense genetics, offering solid defense and preventing sagging skin. Equipping it grants 10 agility, 10 constitution, and 10 extra defense points. On top of that, it provides 2 special perks, body sculpting and shifting flesh. Long-term use reshapes the wearer's figure into peak aesthetic form, while also allowing custom tweaks to skin tone and body parts at will. Pretty much tailor-made for female beauty needs. Chen Bai sinks into deep thought. As a tough grown man, he hardly cares about having curvy hips or chests. Still, the description for shifting flesh feels pretty vague, leaving it unclear whether it alters his actual physique or just equipment visuals. Shrugging it off, he remembers gathering odd trinkets from stray corpses outside earlier, so he pulls them all out to check. Among the pile, an interesting skill book catches his eye, a Tier D active skill called Cellular Activation. It briefly overclocks cellular activity and healing rate for a short burst, carrying a 10-hour cooldown timer. However, it provides no benefit to anyone possessing similar passives. Chen Bai already owns better, but it remains a solid life-saving card for anyone else. He can trade this skill book for some valuable resources inside the Trailblazers chat group. There is nothing left to loot in this dungeon. Chen Bai slices off a piece of the biomonster, ready to hand it over to Ledoux. Just like that, his quest is complete. But right as Chen Bai gets ready to leave the dungeon, he suddenly hesitates. Something feels off here. Li is definitely not the type of wandering merchant who moves around with zero purpose in this ruined world. He definitely came all the way here for a specific reason. On top of that, during their last meeting before parting ways, Lei said bumping into Chen Bai was a surprisingly pleasant haul. The loot Chen Bai secured is undeniably valuable, but only to ordinary players. It certainly does not warrant summoning the avatar of a literal god all the way here. Now he genuinely suspects whether Lei had an underlying goal tied to this specific dungeon all along. Or maybe, putting it another way, he simply has not uncovered the man's true objective in this dungeon yet. Chen Bai stares down the incinerator. If there is any corner left in this dungeon he has not explored, it has got to be inside this furnace. Chen Bai crawls straight inside without a second thought. All that sits in there is an iron gurney for cremating bodies, burner ports, and walls caked in thick, greasy soot. At first glance, nothing looks special, except for a massive oil pipe running overhead. Chen Bai really dislikes cramped, tight spaces, but his gut tells him he absolutely must climb up and check it out. If he does not investigate every inch, he might easily miss something crucial. So Chen Bai takes a running leap and scrambles straight up that steep vertical pipe. Its length actually extends way past the room's ceiling. But surprisingly enough, this weird pipe leads absolutely nowhere at all. Chen Bai climbs to the very top, only to hit a dead end. Right while he is baffled, a creepy face suddenly pops up right before his eyes. By pure reflex, Chen Bai throws a hard punch right into that face. Only then does he realize this weird object is actually a hidden item. Yet every single one of its stats is completely blanked out with question marks. Chen Bai figures this is most likely a fragment of a SSS rank item, or something tied directly to divine beings. Chen Bai inspects that strange mask for a good while, feeling 90% certain that this artifact was Lido's true goal all along. Fine then, he thinks. I need to figure out a way to keep this. A sly smirk spreads across his face before Chen Bai exits the dungeon. That hot foreign female student is still sitting outside waiting for him. Having watched the video he uploaded, her whole attitude has completely flipped from before. You are so strong, Bach. I love you so much, she purrs. But Chen Bai's face shows pure disgust. Just like before, he has zero romantic interest in this foreign girl. All he really cares about right now is how many coins that video managed to rake in. Chen Bai opens his status panel to check. His total wealth currently sits at 972 gold coins, 75 silver, and 32 copper coins. With this amount, Chen Bai has officially escaped poverty. Even so, it is still not quite enough. He needs a full 1,000 gold coins to unlock the storage warehouse, a space shielded by the cosmic will system from all prying eyes. It provides absolute security for Chen Bai to store his items without fear of discovery. And with how fast this video is going viral, hitting 1,000 gold coins is only a matter of time. The two of them step out of the medical academy building. The foreign girl assumes Chen Bai will take her back to the mountain villa right away, but he turns her down flat. The dark night carries countless unseen dangers, so he just wants to find a temporary spot to crash until morning. Hearing this, the foreign girl beams with excitement. There are a few upscale hotels not far from campus with solid amenities, she mentions, and since it is a weekday, they will not be too crowded. Whether she has flirtatious intentions or not, Chen Bai goes ahead and tells the foreign student to lead the way. Turns out, she brings Chen Bai straight to a love hotel, even putting on all kinds of spicy cosplay outfits to seduce him. And our guy, who just claimed out loud that he had zero interest in foreign girls, does not push her away either. Hey, free meal served on a silver platter, so turning it down would be foolish. The two end up having a wild night. Once business is finished, Chen Bai's funds have finally piled up enough to activate the storage warehouse. After unlocking the warehouse, Chen Bai stashes away all of his precious artifacts inside. He gets dressed up properly, because now it is time to move on to the next phase of his quest. Chen Bai flips the coin that Lido gave him during their previous encounter, kicking off the ritual to summon him right there. A rumor circulating the world says that when dealing with Lido, emotion acts as a major bargaining chip, meaning Le carefully weighs the trader's feelings and character before deciding how to adjust their rewards. Naturally, Chen Bai already held significant value in Lei Dou's eyes. Reaching into his pocket, Chen Bai pulls out the biological monster flesh as the summoned flame fades away. Le Dou speaks up, calling him little fellow and expressing surprise that he summoned him so quickly, asking if the quest is already done to prove his worth. He brings out the harvested body part to present it. Exactly. Here is the proof right here. Fulfilling the quest requirement with a piece of the dungeon creature's body. It tumbles across the ground like a dried ball right at his feet, completely shrunken and drained of whatever life it once had. Le Dou bends down to inspect it, seeing this thing has clearly been dead for a while. Ha! His cane suddenly materializes in his grip. Le Dou leans on his staff, planting a hand on his hip. So you finished the quest last night, did you? Why didn't you summon me right away? His sharp gaze narrows. You really want that scroll that badly, don't you? He answers coldly. Because I do not get it. Chen Bai spreads his arms wide. I showed you complete respect, so why hide the dungeon difficulty from me? His voice turns icy. Only after stepping inside did I realize that dungeon was nightmare rank. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I would have died in there. Le Dou paces forward step by step. So that's how it is. Young man, I understand your frustration, but allow me to explain. In truth, surviving that was all part of your trial. His lips curl into a smirk. For a treasure of that level, I couldn't hand it over to someone unable to handle unexpected surprises. Get it now? Chen Bai sighs softly, feeling a little exasperated by the excuse. Fine, I understand. So what is my reward? And the next quest? Li turns around with a smooth chuckle. Fair enough. Keeping secrets was my bad. But since you proved your true strength, his hand rises. This round lets you pick whatever reward you want from the pool, and your next assignment will be the final ring quest. How does that sound? He bows respectfully, thanking Lord Li for both the explanation and the generosity. Le Dou gives a quick snap of his fingers. Go ahead. Anything rank B and below is fair game. Make your choice. Right away, items swirl around like glowing cards. Chen Bai reaches out for the town return scroll blueprint, stating firmly that he will take this one. Le lets out an impressed gasp. A town portal scroll blueprint? That sneaky grin returns to his face. You really know your stuff, and your goals are crystal clear. Which brings us straight to the final stage of this questline. He blinks in surprise as a system prompt appears. Quest notification. Lord Li offers a SSS rank mission, the ultimate investment final round yielding 2 SSS class change scrolls. Will you accept? Yes or no? Chen Bai takes 2 steps back, stunned. 2 SSS cards? That is insane difficulty, Lord Lei Dou. He lowers his voice, noting that even gods are rarely born with innate SSS tier classes. Le Dou smirks, admitting his own first class was only rank A, but then his eyes darken with deep intensity, promising his greatest treasure naturally demands the absolute finest rewards. With everything laid out on the table, Chen Bai has no choice but to brace himself and accept. Fair enough. Seems my only option is to take the deal. Cut to the East Mountain Villa area, where ear-piercing shrieks rip across the dead silence of night. A monstrous beast prowls in, actively gnawing on a person. It is a rank 5 mutated giant rat, and with such a massive level gap, scanning its stats is completely impossible. Hiding behind a boulder, Lan Shuang peeks at the mutated rat constantly sniffing around the air. These things are popping up way more often now, and running into one would wipe out 2 full squads easily. Su Xin trembles in fear. Rank 5? Its raw stats are 3 to 4 times higher than ours. Terrified they can never take it down, she frantically asks what they should do next. We cannot fight this beast right now. We must back off immediately. But someone still needs to stay behind and monitor it. Suddenly, Lan Shuang's eyes snap wide open. She just spotted something bad. Catching their human scent, the mutated rat slams right through the boulder they were hiding behind. She grabs Su Xin and dives away, screaming for everyone to scatter immediately. The rat's sheer brute force blasts debris straight into the sky. Pulling her up, Lan Shuang urges Su Xin to flee right now, but compressing space around them, she strains to warn that it is too late. Its speed is far too fast. Now turning completely rabid, the grotesque rat lunges straight at the two of them. Out of nowhere, a portal vortex opens above it. Chen Bai crashes down, driving a heel straight into its skull and flattening it against the dirt. Su Xin cries out in pure relief as Bok stands over the crushed beast, chuckling that he made it just in the nick of time. Chen Bai orders Lan Shuang to go rally people to clean up this mess. Make sure the fallen get generous compensation for their families, while Su Xin comes with me to explain everything that went down. Back inside the East Mountain Villa, the whole squad gathers in the main hall. He reviews the casualty report with a heavy sigh. Right after clearing the zombies during routine inspection, several mutated rats over 1 meter long suddenly swarmed in. The initial sightings were on the eastern side of the compound. Lu Li lowers her head, apologizing deeply to her master. Those beasts struck without warning, trashing 6 entire warehouses, and total casualties have already climbed past 100 people. Taking the paper with the details, Chen Bai speaks up, "None of you did anything wrong, and clearly nobody has rested yet. Go get some sleep first, while I clear out the remaining mutant rats across the villa area and track down their source." Su Xin thanks him for caring, but insists it feels wrong for everyone to rest without anyone staying behind to look after him. So she offers to introduce someone special, and since he is pretty easygoing, he agrees right away. "Sounds good to me," he says, as she turns toward the front door and calls inside for Lin Nook. The door slowly swings open, and a stunning woman with an alluring figure steps in, introduced as Tan Ling Nook. Rescued during the villa cleanup, Su Xin figures the two of them probably already know each other by now. She studied law and worked as an attorney, perfectly suited to establish rules while gladly offering total loyalty to him. Chen Bai smiles, telling Tan Ling Nook to stay while the others head off to rest, leaving just the two of them alone. Looking rather bashful, she softly asks what he would like her to do for him. Lifting her chin, Chen Bai asks if it is true that lawyers have very sharp tongues, wanting to experience it himself. She readily agrees with a soft yes, soon kneeling down on the floor before him with a flushed face. "Thank you for your reward, master," she whispers, as Chen Bai leans back on the couch, thoroughly enjoying her impressive technique. Very satisfied, he gets to his feet, turns toward the door, straightens out his clothes, and calls her over. She quickly follows, and Chen Bai reminds her to listen closely to the rules governing this entire place. Before he can explain, she presses her hands against the door, glancing back with an inviting look and urging him on. He turns stern, asking what kind of pose that is and whether she even heard what he just said. Blushing deeply, Lin Nook apologizes, explaining she missed it because of her rank B hyperfocus ability kicking in. The skill dramatically boosts her cognitive speed, senses, and processing power, but completely blocks out any outside information whenever she zones in on a task. Chen Bai gazes out into the dark night across the distant city skyline filled with high-rise towers. "I brought you over here so you could clearly oversee all 3 major sectors of Dongsun." His eyes scan across each zone, the luxury villas, the hillside residences, and the vast community right at the mountain base. Chen Bai instructs her to draft distinct sets of regulations, tailored specifically to each sector, which she confidently promises to handle. Asking if he has other demands, Chen Bai rubs his chin, genuinely curious to see how far her talent can go. Smiling faintly, he tells her to focus her mind so he can test just how high her sensitivity reaches. Completely captivated by his smooth voice, she simply agrees without a second thought. Pushing back and resting her hands against the glass, she whispers that she is fully focused and ready. And from there, the atmosphere thickens into pure intimacy. By noon the next day at the Dongsun drainage outlet near the forest edge, Chen Bai explains how blueprints led them here. Hidden right inside these drainage tunnels lies the primary nest of those mutant rats. Resting his foot against the concrete wall, he stares down at the rushing water below. "Even though I could wipe this out alone, I want to use this chance to train trustworthy subordinates capable of protecting everyone when I am away. That is why I handpicked you all to come here and level up today." Chen Bai turns around, asking if everyone is fully prepared to become the core pillars of the villa. Dropping to their knees in unison, they loudly declare their readiness, prompting him to chuckle and tell them to stand. Having men call him master feels pretty awkward, so he orders them to address him as the Bach Emperor instead. Everyone enthusiastically accepts the command as Chen Bai steps down into the freezing water below. He grabs the iron gate blocking the sewer entrance and rips it clean off, triggering a sudden special system quest. Caught a little off guard by the prompt, Chen Bai asks if they received the mission too. Su Xin confirms that they all received the exact same notification. Lan Shuang notes the objective demands wiping out every mutant rat including their king while investigating where they came from. With rewards determined upon completion, the man behind speaks up, confirming they also received the identical task. Moments later, the group heads inside, where she looks around the pitch-black tunnels, glad she had torches brought along. Chen Bai gives a quick nod, admitting the place looks cleaner than expected. Right at that moment, a strange rustling sound echoes around the bend, prompting him to raise his hand and signal high alert. "Watch out, everyone. They are here." Right as the words leave his mouth, a swarm of mutant rats bursts out like an angry beehive. Chen Bai channels power into both fists, gearing up for combat while noting that there are quite a lot of them. Everyone charges straight into battle. The team wipes out the whole rat pack in a flash. Chen Bai shouts out everyone push forward. If they are still breathing, hit them again. Once they clear out, someone calls out that they found a piece of rat leather gear. Su Jin points out this pipeline section was cleared super fast. We have already cleared 16 sections, so we are almost at the source. A man points up in horror, yelling that another one is coming, though it looks like there is only one. Su Xin smirks, saying if it is just one, she will take it. Chen Bai reminds her, "Do not forget to use your scouting skill first." She replies, "Of course." Su Xin focuses her gaze, activating Insight Crystal, and suddenly her face turns completely pale with terror. "Something is wrong," she screams in panic. "This is a level 7 boss." Spotting its prey, the mutant rat lunges right at her. I cannot see its exact stats. Its strength is near 39, speed over 40, and its constitution is off the charts. Right then, he rushes over while she yells out Chen Bai, "Watch out!" Then she freezes in sheer disbelief. Chen Bai instantly brings down a crushing slash, hitting the rat head-on. Item details pop up, describing gear carried by plague envoys who spread faith and death wherever they roam. He smirks, wondering if this is actual set gear. A set piece from this Rat King? Chen Bai examines the gear, feeling out its hidden stats. Equipping the boot on his foot, he notes that while its grade is a bit low, collecting the full set will multiply its overall effects massively. Chen Bai looks ahead. With the Plague Rat King dead, the mission only requires investigating the actual source. Su Xin stays on high alert, glancing around nervously. They passed 5 whole pipeline sections, yet not a single old rat is in sight. He raises his hand to stop her hold on. The system flashes urgent alerts one after another. Chen Bai ponders finding ordinary bacteria in a sewer is completely normal, but the viruses he is currently absorbing never even existed on Earth before the trial. Even worse, their sheer variety and volume could easily harm awakened evolvers. His eyes narrow. It looks like the plague source is not far from here at all. Chen Bai warns them, "Tong Su Xin, you guys cannot push forward any further. Turn back immediately." Su Xin agrees right away. Watch how wild this gets. Every step he takes deeper inside, his virus points keep stacking up higher. Chen Bai wonders just how crazy his point gain will be once he finds the source. After walking for a bit, he finally enters the innermost chamber. Looks like this is the spot. Out from the shadows, an eerie figure appears, leaving Chen Bai completely stunned. For him, this place is pure paradise. Thick, suffocating aura radiates heavily from around the dead body. He investigates just a corpse? Could this really be the origin of the plague? Chen Bai steps closer to check. Judging by the plague virus density, he looks toward the scroll clutched in the corpse hand, confirming that scroll is the true cause. Chen Bai reaches down and pulls the scroll away, unrolling it only to find it is not an item and lacks any user guide. The scroll states clearly the high priest sacrificed his life, leaving behind these exact prophecies for us. During the trial, our great God ignited the divine fire and attained supreme, unmatched heights. We sacrifice the world simply to leave our God's sect imprint within the trial, and our lives shall become the stepping stones to awaken divinity. Our spirits shall forever stand beside our God, and our names will be passed down for generations. Plague cult, all things decay, living beings eternal. He ponders with slight suspicion, a plague cult? Why have I never heard of them? Chen Bai rolls the scroll back up. Whatever, he decides to absorb all the virus here first, so his combat strength skyrockets to a whole new level. Virus absorption. Out of nowhere, Chen Bai's arm morphs like gnarly tree roots sprouting out, catching him completely off guard. What is this? A dark, gloomy mist blankets his entire body. The system chimes in, announcing that the special quest Sewer Master is officially completed. System alerts confirm he earned 2,000 experience points, rolling for a random reward. Congratulations on obtaining the Wall of Flesh artifact. He opens his palm to look. The Plague Sigil proves core membership in the Plague Cult. Condensed from countless horrific plagues, this sigil causes any other plagues within its area of effect to mutate. Chen Bai wonders, so this is a Plague Sigil? The system confirms he is totally immune to plague corruption. Acquiring the Plague Sigil unlocks the next quest chain, introducing the Plague Cult quest at SSS difficulty. Chen Bai pauses in shock. A SSS rank quest? The system announces, the Plague Sect reveals a SSS rank quest, calling followers to welcome their prophesied true God. Having sacrificed their ancient divine realm, the Plague Sect entered this world loaded with treasures, and possessing the Plague Sigil proves you qualify as their prophesied God. Track down Plague Sect members, endure their grueling trials, and prove to everyone that you are truly the chosen divine ruler. Could it really be him? The quest objective is simple: track down one plague envoy for major rewards. He instantly realizes this mission ties directly into divine godhood authority. Chen Bai smirks, knowing that becoming the plague god gives him the leverage to fight Herose head-on. A plague envoy, he definitely has to track one down. Right then, a swirling spatial rift opens up as a new dungeon takes shape, and Chen Bai reaches his hand right into the swirling vortex. The system chimes with a hell difficulty warning. The plague sewer instance is currently in the middle of forming. 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes remaining. He pulls back. Hell difficulty is way more brutal than the crematorium's nightmare rank. Chen Bai turns around to leave, figuring the instance needs a solid month to fully materialize. And get this, realizing the dungeon tier is massive, he decides to return in a month. Meanwhile, Songge places her hand on another portal, sensing the East Mountain River sewer is ready at normal difficulty for levels 1 through 10. With a limit of 3 runs daily, he steps out and notes that levels 1 to 10 are perfect for grinding XP. She turns around happily, asking if he is back while already sending people to gather everyone for dungeon training. 3 daily attempts cannot go to waste. Earning an immediate nod of approval from Chen Bai, she did an awesome job. 20 minutes later, he points right at the glowing spatial gate to brief the group. The sewer interior is pretty cramped, so entering in teams of 4 to 8 is ideal. Always remember, survival comes first, profit second. When he asks if everyone understands, they all shout back in unison that they got it. He tells them he will tag along for their 3rd run, but they have to handle combat alone because he will not lift a finger. All the girls acknowledge, immediately understood. Lord Chen Bai. Then he raises his hand to set up a party and pull everyone into a unified chat channel. The system flashes an alert as Evolver 001 Bai invites them to the Chen Bai Palace, stunning Songge completely. Chen Bai explains, it is just Evolver registration order with nothing to freak out about, but Songge quickly speaks up. She asks why she was left out, and he casually replies that he simply did not invite her. Stepping close to her, he says this is his personal inner circle, strictly reserved for loyal, highly capable members. A girl who wet her pants from zombie panic obviously does not get an invite. Blushing hard at the embarrassing memory, Songge backs away and fumes that he cannot look down on her anymore since she has grown. He pulls out a gear selection, challenging her to pick a weapon and prove her real growth inside the dungeon. Inside the damp sewer instance, Songge readies her blade and firmly insists that nobody step in to help her. He turns to Lu Li, mentioning he still does not know their innate talents as she manifests a phantom blade through her palm. Her talent is rank B illusory conception, which conjures illusions from pure imagination, though it lacks heavy practical impact in direct combat. Lu Li glances at Song Jae, explaining her rank C talent boosts both experience and skill mastery gains by 50%. Chen Bai notes that rapid growth is nice, though currently less immediately impactful in a fight than Lu Li's illusions. She nods in agreement while Songge finishes fighting, grinning proudly after taking down 3 sewer beasts all by herself. Claiming these mutated sewer rats outclass basic zombies, she earns a casual nod from him, not half bad. Seeing how desperately she wants into his inner circle, he teases that he might make an exception and let her in. Flustered, she stammers back asking who even wants to join his harem, insisting she only wanted to prove her combat strength. Chen Bai simply shrugs and respects her decision, deciding not to send any party invite her way after all. Songge immediately panics and tells him to wait, her face glowing beet red as she admits she actually does want that invite. Chen Bai rests his hands on his hips, joking that seeing her pout makes him want to withhold it even more. Songge spins around, completely tongue-tied from embarrassment, until Songge steps in to defend her. Songge begs her master to stop teasing the girl, since she genuinely wants to join the ranks. Just this morning she threw a tantrum thinking I recommended Qin Lingyu to you instead of her, staying mad at me all day. Songge whines out for her mom, prompting Chen Bai to relent and grant the invite for her mother's sake as system alerts chime. System notification Evolver number 10261521. Xiao Jie has officially accepted the invitation to join Chen Bai. Xiao Ge is completely hyped, urging him to hurry up so she can start slaying monsters, leaving Chen Bai sighing at the spoiled princess. She chuckles, explaining that the girl is just stubborn, assuring him that once they conquer this dungeon and head back to the villa, things will change. Ziqiong playfully pats his cheek, promising the girl will definitely call him daddy soon, while Chen Bai praises how decisive she is. Flashing a seductive pose, Ziqiong says that in a world changing this fast, being bold is the only way to survive. Xiaoge has always been a sheltered rich girl who never tasted real hardship before. Having a reliable father figure like him is honestly a blessing for her. Meanwhile, inside a luxury hotel suite across town, a pretty girl lounges back in a warm bath. Pure bliss. She knows it is all thanks to the monarch's advice that she can live this comfortably during the apocalypse. System alert. Another urgent announcement sounds off. Evolver Bai's party has secured the very first clear of the normal tier Dongshan Sewer Dungeon, levels 1 through 10. The system announces that Evolver Bai has listed his dungeon clear footage for sale at 10 copper coins per view. Liu Huai snaps her eyes wide open, shouting in utter disbelief that their sovereign cleared another dungeon. She taps on her screen, amazed at his skill since she has never even seen a dungeon before, whining that 10 coins will make her go broke. Looking at Chen Bai on her screen, Liu Huai sits up and ruffles her hair, wondering why on earth he has so many women around him. Somewhere else, another guy slumps back in his chair and grumbles. He mutters that the girl has decent talent but lacks real combat experience, demanding to fast forward because he only wants to see Bai fight. Wu Ya watches closely on the side, noting that the deep monsters are far too high level, meaning even with Bai guiding them, the girls will still need him to step in. Someone nearby widens his eyes in shock. The boss finally appears looking menacing, prompting the dark-skinned man to ask how strong that low-class Eastern guy really is. The white-haired man scoffs back that there is nothing to worry about, blaming their own bad luck for not finding a dungeon first. He insists the guy can never match the sheer power of Tang's S-rank talent. But another man cuts in with a grim tone, warning that he just one-shot the boss and is way stronger than him. Lu Huai lies on the bed calculating that had to be a level 10 boss. And our lord is truly formidable. Even the battle guidance he gave those women was remarkably effective. She wears an annoyed, jealous look, wishing she could just be in the very same city as her lord right now. She is crazy jealous of those girls receiving personal coaching straight from the lord himself. Scene cuts over to Song Gei's villa study, where Chen Bai speaks up once everyone clears the dungeon, they can easily secure plenty of low-tier equipment. He tells her to coordinate with Qin Ling and Yu Luli as soon as possible, to establish base trade rules and gear economy. Song asks respectfully if he has any further orders. He produces a heavy pile of items, saying there is one more thing to hand over. Chen Bai gestures toward them, asking if she truly understands just how crucial these treasures really are. She picks up an item to examine it. The wall of flesh devours raw blood and flesh to form a fortress rampart, standing far stronger and tougher than any standard wall they could ever possibly build. If utilized properly, this provides immense deterrence, an absolute nightmare for anyone trying to breach it. Songa picks up the next scroll, which teleports the user back to a marked city within 10 seconds after activation. This is truly a life-saving treasure. With it in hand, we can easily become the undisputed rulers of Jiang City in no time at all. She opens up the fabric and notes that simply altering its shape allows it to transform into any desired gear. Chen Bai settles into his chair and asks, "What is wrong? Does this one feel less important than the previous two?" Songa leans against the table and leans down, softly murmuring, "How could that be, when you are the true master of everything here? Which means any equipment that can satisfy you is naturally the single most important thing." He remarks, "I know nothing about women's attire, so I wonder if you can give me a pleasant little surprise." She leans right against Chen Bai, whispering that there is a surprise coming, though it is not from her. Songa blushes and adds, "Like I told you, I want you to become a father. Let me help dress her up. Please wait a moment." Night completely blankets the entire villa estate as a sleek tail sprouts out from behind the charming girl. Inside Songge's villa bedroom, Chen Bai holds the soundly sleeping girl gently in his arms. Across the wide bed, several women lie resting while showing off their alluring figures. He glances back as the system sounds an alert. Chen Bai slips his shirt back on. 3 dungeon runs today, and he only managed to snag a single piece from the plague set. He glances down at his inventory. Getting 1 piece from this set 3 times each day means completing the full equipment set in just 3 days. Another system notification pops up right then. Meng, a member from chat group 001, wants to send a private message. Chen Bai steps outside, shutting the door behind him with a surprised look on his face. "Wait, Meng?" Her message pops up on screen, greeting him respectfully as the Lord. She explains that after watching his strategy video, she saw how he designs combat styles around each person's talent and unique abilities. She admits she is pretty terrible at fighting, asking if the Lord would be willing to guide and coach her. Reading this, he scratches his chin, so she wants coaching. Chen Bai replies back, stating that guidance requires a solid understanding of her capabilities. "If you trust me, reveal your innate talent, and only then can I actually help you out." Meng reads Chen Bai's message closely on her end. He adds that if she feels uneasy revealing her talent, showing her raw attributes is fine too. Though just looking at base attributes will not reveal very much information at all. Her fingers fly across the keypad as she replies back, "No, it has to be the talent. Let me send you this right now." He shoves both hands into his pockets, thinking. In his previous life, he never heard of Meng, but since everyone in this group is an early pioneer, her innate talent cannot be half bad. Chen Bai's eyes go wide. Look at that bright light flashing across the screen, revealing 31 dreamscape points and leaving him utterly stunned. It is a SSS rank infinite growth, supernatural power, leaving him wondering how such an insane ability remained completely unknown. Looks like she died early in his past life. Chen Bai texts back, noting that SSS tier talents are extremely complicated. He asks if she can explain how her talent actually works, and Meng immediately agrees, saying of course she can. Her dream butterfly skill allows her to enter a dream world identical to reality, slip directly into other people's dreams, and even harvest all kinds of valuable items straight out of that dream realm. She adds that Dreamweaver lets her modify everything inside that dream realm, though right now, there are very few things she can actually modify, and Dreamlink lets her invite other people into her dream realm by creating a special dream totem. A slight grin forms on Chen Bai's lips. As long as nobody finds her real body, this power is practically invincible. Meng keeps typing rapidly, wondering if she could send him a dream totem disguised as a painting, inviting him straight into her dream realm so he can coach her in person. He writes back declining the offer, because inside her dreamscape, he would have zero protection if things went south. She urgently tries to persuade him, begging him not to refuse and offering to sign an evolver contract, guaranteeing he will not suffer any harm whatsoever. Seeing that, Chen Bai is genuinely surprised. An evolver contract? He texts back, asking if an evolver contract bound by the Universal will cost at least 10 whole gold coins. If you can already earn 10 gold coins, why do you even need combat advice from me? Meng Meng replies back that any monsters she slays inside her dream realm will die in reality as well. She can even boost monster drop rates inside dreams through Dream Weaver, which gave her enough gold coins. And she can also offer him extra gifts like these 2 special items. A D-tier skill book for spirit perception. Chen Bai sighs in awe. This power is truly incredible, easily rivaling his own sovereign virus. She texts further, offering a special F-tier item called the City Building Order. She pleads earnestly, please. Even if she is strong inside dreams, her real-world body is ridiculously fragile. Meng Meng bites her lip, desperately insisting she has a powerful intuition that unless her real combat skills improve immediately, she is definitely going to die sooner or later. Chen Bai thinks to himself that her intuition is spot on. This ability does not boost physical stamina at all. That right there is a fatal weakness. He replies back, telling her to send over that evolver contract. Chen Bai figures that if she is truly willing to sign a binding oath, he should definitely help her out. A talent this insane is an absolute must-recruit for his squad. Then the system chimes. An alert pops up. Evolver Meng Meng has sent you an official evolution contract. Under this official evolution contract, Meng Meng pledges never to take any action causing harm or negative effects, with any breach immediately stripping away her status as an evolver. The contract remains valid for 24 hours, giving accept and reject options. He taps, accept. I agree. Deep moonlight settles over Tong Su Shin's villa as night deepens outside the guest bedroom. Lying on the bed, Chen Bai ponders the dream totem, which requires relaxing and focusing on it for 3 whole minutes. If the target stays on guard, pulling them in takes considerably more time. Meng Meng sends over a card totem. Looking out into the night sky, he realizes if this skill evolves to pull people in instantly, it will be terrifying. Chen Bai closes his eyes and drifts to sleep after an exhausting day. Inside the dream, he is stunned when Meng Meng suddenly appears before him. She introduces herself cheerfully. Hello, Lord Bai. I am Meng Meng, the exact same dreamwalker who made a pact with you just moments ago. Tron Bai quickly introduces himself in return, telling her to just call him Bai, before asking if this really is her dream world. This place definitely does not look suitable for combat training at all. Meng Meng sets down the teddy bear in her arms, explaining it is not here, then opens a portal since she already cleaned up the gym nearby. This completely catches him off guard. Dimensional butterflies flutter across the rift, leading the path straight to the gym. Tron Bai opens the door and peers inside, wondering if this really is a gym and how her dream realm is this huge. Meng Meng shakes her head, explaining the dream realm exists independently and does not actually rely on her. As a dreamwalker, she can only step inside and alter its structure. From her recent discoveries, the dream world mirrors reality back and forth. He chuckles softly, so that is how it works. Understood. Time to start their training inside the gym right now as she eagerly dashes in ahead. Over at the basketball court inside the dream gym, Meng Meng snaps her fingers and calls out for light. Instantly, the pitch-black room blazes with brilliant overhead lights. Tron Bai steps forward, asking if she is still just a middle school student. She giggles, telling him that before the apocalypse descended, she was actually a web novel author. Sitting down on the bleachers, he points out that if she wants to raise her real-world combat effectiveness, actual sparring is the only way. Do not use dream abilities against me, he tells her, so I can accurately gauge your baseline combat skills first. Meng Meng mentions her dream attributes scale directly with her mental strength, boosting her power quite a bit. Right now, her mental strength sits at 48, so she warns her lord to be careful. Tron Bai stands up, telling her to come at him with everything she has, and she readily agrees. Now watch this. Because Meng Meng charges like a wild beast throwing wild punches, but she cannot touch his tall frame. Tron Bai smoothly dodges to the side, letting her punch miss completely, while pointing out her center of gravity is off and her strikes cannot recover. No way, she pouts, blushing with puffed cheeks before windmilling her arms like fan blades to attack him again. Chen Bai chuckles, teasing whether this is some introductory brawling technique meant for 5-year-olds. Backstepping effortlessly, he watches her lurch forward. Failing to control your balance and overcommitting on punches is your biggest flaw. Sitting back down, Chen Bai sighs at her flailing movements, noting second of all that she must know where she wants to strike. Instead of swinging blindly, he steps in, adding that, thirdly, she needs to read her opponent rather than staring at her own fist. Chen Bai reaches out, catching Meng Meng by the arm to stop her. That is enough, he says, since he now knows her level, telling her to just remember those 3 core points. He adds softly that he only moved at 20 speed, yet she barely reacted. She whispers an apology, admitting she is pretty terrible at fighting. Chen Bai smiles, telling her there is no need to apologize as long as she trains hard, and she shyly nods. 7 days pass by at the Dongshan Villa area. Su Xin leans against a chair, reporting that rules have been posted everywhere across Dongshan. Dedicated personnel stand by every board to explain the rules clearly. Chen Bai hums with satisfaction, noting that the Dongshan settlement is finally on the right track. Turning around, he explains he already cleared out the surrounding areas over the past few days, so managing this entire place will now fall directly onto her shoulders. He is leaving early tomorrow, making her wonder why so soon since she thought he would stay a few more days. After all, his plague equipment set is still missing one final piece. The system displays the plague set at 4 out of 10, boosting all attributes, applying resistance debuffs to nearby contacts, and granting attacks random plague debuffs. He knows there is no time to hunt an E-rank item when countless richer treasures await him out in the wasteland. He needs to plunder those resources back, right as Su Xin steps forward and embraces him. She tells him to keep them in mind and return safely, teasing that if floodwaters hit his Chen Bai palace, nobody else can handle it. A bit surprised, he asks if his territory really has flooding issues, then quietly tells her to call the others over. Tonight they need to have a very thorough discussion on how to clear the drainage routes, and she instantly agrees. Understood, master, she replies. Deep into the night, the women rest in bed in pure bliss, complete satisfaction written across every single face. Chen Bai also indulges in the pleasurable aftermath. The next morning he wakes up fully dressed, slipping out quietly so the girls can sleep peacefully, only to immediately spot Lan Shuang waiting outside. Chen Bai asks if she is looking for Zikyong, saying she is not awake yet, but she denies it, saying she came for him. Confused, he asks what is going on, and Lan Shuang explains someone is causing trouble down at the mountain settlement. Chen Bai turns around and asks why she is bringing this to him when the Dongshan rules were already set in place. He looks back, asking coldly why they cannot just follow protocol, while she clasps her hands together and nervously hesitates. Apologizing, she explains they detained everyone, but one of the troublemakers happens to be his old schoolmate. Before she can finish, Chen Bai tells her to take him there, and Lan Shuang instantly agrees. Cut to the Dongshan Villa area. Down at the foot of the mountain, a young man points and yells that Chen Bai is finally here. Lan Shuang turns to explain these freeloaders refuse to pay the daily fee of 1 coin, demanding total protection without sacrificing a single thing. Li Chen calls out loudly, Chen Bai, it is me, Li Chen. Chen Bai steps down, calmly acknowledging him. He points out their rules are not strict. 1 coin only takes slaying a single zombie to earn. Even without combat skills, there are plenty of profitable jobs inside the settlement. Why gather a mob to cause a scene? Li Chen gestures behind him, arguing money is not the issue, but mutual support is. In this apocalypse, he insists everyone should help each other out. With all these resources, Chen Bai should help folks survive. Li Chen preaches grandly, listen to me as your former class president. If you achieve greatness and benefit the world, Chen Bai, drop this rule, and everyone will be deeply grateful to you. He lets out a dry chuckle. I really do not waste time arguing with clowns like you. Chen Bai raises his voice to the crowd. These are the rules. Take it or leave. and anyone staying past 3 minutes will be executed. Arms crossed over his chest, he drops the order with total indifference. Lung Shuang, start the timer. Standing beside him, she glances over and nods respectfully. Li Chen smirks, firing back with threats. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, does not matter, I am not going anywhere. I stand for everyone here, and they are all on my side. Hearing that, an enraged security guard steps up and snaps. Cut the nonsense. 1 single coin is hardly a burden for anyone here. Anyone whining about that is either selfish or greedy, and we do not protect either kind. Other guards with shields and weapons join in, calling him trash for failing to kill even 1 zombie a day. If you cannot earn a coin, guard my gate like a dog and I will pay you 2 coins instead. Get lost already, this base was built with our sweat, not yours. Veins bulging on his forehead, Li Chen waves his hand in fury, shouting that he is leaving this cursed place anyway. Just you wait, Chen Bai. You will regret kicking me out. But suddenly, Chen Bai steps forward and calls out, Hold on. Li Chen turns smugly. What? Regretting your decision already? Now watch this. Sharp purple claws suddenly tear from Chen Bai's hand, slashing clean through Li Chen in one swift strike. His eyes widen in utter shock as blood violently sprays all across his face. The rioters collapse backward in terror, watching Li Chen's lifeless body hit the cold ground. Chen Bai rests a hand on his hip, flicking the other casually. You were right about one thing. Letting a spiteful parasite run away would be my only real regret. Lung Shuang brings up her system screen and looks down at the mob. 2 minutes left. Are you leaving or what? A terrified young man immediately falls to his knees, begging to accept any punishment and follow the rules. Chen Bai retracts his sharp claws, speaking with chilling composure. You are smart, 5 coins daily for 1 month, then back to normal. The man eagerly agrees, thanking him repeatedly. The surrounding agitators drop to their knees one after another, pleading for mercy. We will obey too. Please give us another chance. Chen Bai turns to leave, telling Lung Shuang to handle the rest. Lung Shuang bows respectfully, assuring him that she will take care of everything. As he walks away, an alert pops onto his interface, a new message from Meng Meng. The message reads, Master, my progress is stalling, and despite having high spirit power, I lack offensive skills. Chen Bai texts back right away, be patient. It takes time, and I will keep an eye out for a mental attack skill book. She hears that and asks curiously, Master, which city are you in right now? Once I can leave, I will definitely track you down. He replies softly, I am in Jiangcheng. Meng Meng gasps in excitement. Wait, that is actually super close. I am right over in Wuchang. Chen Bai waves his hand with a casual offer. If you want to follow me, I can pick you up. Her message pops right back up, really. That would be amazing. Looking up, he taps into his past life memories, thinking it over carefully. Wuchang, huh? In my previous life, that S-rank class quest I found was right near Wuchang too. Even if it is not triple S rank, he can still trade it as leverage for critical materials or vital intel down the line. Chen Bai looks up at the open sky and decides, guess Wuchang is my very first stop. Meanwhile, at a Jiangcheng hotel, Luo Ping stares out the window and asks Jihei, how much food do we have left in here? Turning his head, the man sighs, not much at all. Brother Ping, our dozen people cannot survive past 3 days at this rate. Luo Ping clenches his fists, grinding his teeth. It is all because of that damn mutant zombie. It wiped out 5 of our people without breaking a sweat, and its senses are absurdly sharp. Glaring down at the red tyrant zombie roaming the street, he fumes the second we hit the lower floors. That monster instantly senses us, let alone stepping outside the building. Sun Jihei clutches his own arm, letting out a heavy sigh. Looks like we are just going to stay trapped and starve to death. Suddenly, Shui points out the window and shouts, everyone, look over there right now. 2 buildings over, a shadowy figure flashes across the sky, effortlessly gliding along the rooftops of the massive high-rises. Following her hand, Luo Ping stares in disbelief. What on earth is that? I can only catch a blurry afterimage. Beside him, Jihei shivers in shock. Do not tell me that is another brand new mutant zombie. Hearing that, He immediately moves to yank the curtains shut. Anything leaping across rooftops like that is way too dangerous. We need to stay hidden. But Shiwei quickly steps up to stop him. Wait, that actually looks like a human to me. Jihei immediately pushes back in disbelief. A human? How is that possible? Luo Ping frowns with deep doubt. Are you sure your eyes are not playing tricks on you? Wei Shiwei knits her brows and firmly denies it. Definitely not mistaken. Do not forget what my special ability does. Next to them, Zheng Yexue purses her lips, gazing outside intently. Narrowing her eyes, she quickly adds, he is heading straight toward our location. Out on the rooftops, Chen Bai lands smoothly on top of a nearby building. Catching the sound, the tyrant down below snaps its head up. Glancing at his system prompt, he grins. Wait, a tyrant? Perfect. What an unexpected jackpot, especially since I already have a weapon blueprint forged straight from tyrant bones. Peering down at the beast, Chen Bai mutters to himself. Smashing it with the giant hammer might ruin the drop rate and damage the bone integrity. Without hesitation, he dives straight down toward the tyrant zombie. His left arm rapidly morphs. Guess taking its head off is much cleaner. Zihei squints through the glass and asks nervously, I cannot see clearly from here, Miss Wei. What is happening down there? Yexue warns them from behind. You guys should stop watching. It is way too dangerous. Shiwei glares down in absolute shock, shouting, they are already clashing. That person just morphed his arms into massive claws. Luo Ping grits his teeth behind her. Told you it was a monster. No normal human could ever sprout a pair of deadly claws like that. Her eyes go wide as she screams in pure shock. He already killed it. And now it looks like he is actually absorbing the corpse. Suddenly raising her brows, Shiwei screams out in excitement, hold on! I can see his face now. Down on the pavement, Chen Bai stands tall over the tyrant corpse as his system interface lights up with immediate notifications. Alert, you have slain the elite tyrant zombie. An offensive and defensive reinforcement variant. Gain 2,000 experience points. Alert, consumed Tier 3 mutant elite, the all-around tyrant. Fueling the blacklight virus. All attributes boosted. Alert, acquired 800 virus points and 5,000 exclusive blacklight evolution points. Lines of data flash rapidly. Alert. Blacklight virus has unlocked a brand new form. Muscle mass. Another screen flashes right after alert. Blacklight virus has unlocked a brand new form. Shield. Chen Bai inspects the mutation rippling across his arms, murmuring in satisfaction that muscle mass boosts every body part without warping his physical shape or getting in the way like other forms. The shield form nearly doubles his baseline defense, which is seriously impressive. Meanwhile, up above, Shiwei yanks the curtains wide open in total excitement, shouting out, it is Chen Bai. That is really Chen Bai. Hearing the noise, he looks straight up and wonders, who is that? Completely puzzled, Chen Bai stares up at the silhouette standing by that high-rise window. Chen Bai looks up in confusion at all the tightly shut windows, watching someone hastily pull the curtains closed. Luo Ping claps a hand over her mouth, yanking her back and hissing, Wei Shiwei. Are you insane? How can you be so sure he is the Chen Bai you knew? What if he is just a disguised monster? Ye Shui, hiding behind the crates, pipes right up exactly. He took down the beast, trapping us way too easily. If you want to die, do not drag us down with you. But then he climbs to the window, calling out, anyone in there? Hey there, I am Chen Bai. Did someone just call out my name a second ago? Overjoyed, she shoves Luo Ping aside and dashes straight to the ledge, shouting, Chen Bai, it is me, Wei Shiwei. Recognizing her face, Chen Bai replies calmly, oh, the best friend of eldest Miss Song? Wondered who it was. Wei Shiwei immediately asks, with deep concern, Chen Bai, do you know how Songa is doing? Is she all right? Inside a certain hotel in Jiangcheng, he sits beside her, facing the group and explaining, I established a shelter at Dongshan Villas, where hundreds of survivors live right now. Songa helps me run the place, so Songa is completely safe. Hearing that, Wei Shiwei flushes with sheer relief. For real? Luo Ping frowns in total disbelief. He built a whole base housing hundreds of survivors? Jihei twitches his mouth, scoffing mockingly. The Queen of Jiangcheng is managing the base for you? Are you just bragging, bro? Chen Bai leans back, crossing his legs as he answers. Go see for yourselves and you will know. I would not tell a lie that gets exposed so easily. Suddenly, the doorknob twists open. A figure rushes inside, shouting in excitement, making Chen Bai turn his head and yell out, Kuizeng! Lin Kuizeng points right at Chen Bai, shouting, I knew I heard someone calling your name out there. Li Feng follows behind, pushing up his glasses, while Zhao Mu spots him and raises a loud commotion too. Chen Bai, it really is you. Beaming with joy, Chen Bai stands up and asks, what are you guys doing here? Kuizeng drapes an arm over his shoulder and explains on arrival day, Brother Jiang brought everyone along to help our campus beauty, Wei Shi Wei, at her part-time job. Zhao Mu laughs dryly, pointing at Li Feng behind him. We wanted to ask if you were free back then, but Li Feng insisted you were busy. Chen Bai smiles, gesturing toward the group as he asks, are there many Jiangcheng University students like you around here? If you guys want, you can all head over to my base at the Dongshan Villas. Holding a bag with a thumb raised, he adds, but there is a rule there. 1 bronze coin daily per person. Can you guys accept that? The entire group agrees without hesitation. Of course we can, absolutely. Remembering the tyrant zombie, Luo Ping shouts, if that monster had not trapped us here, we could have earned gold coins by now. But the road to the sanctuary is deadly. Is there any chance you could escort us there? Chen Bai replies, I have urgent matters to handle, but do not worry. On my way here I only ran into this single tyrant. Luo Ping rests his hand on his hip, groaning, wait, so you barely ran into any monsters? Talk about bad luck. But watch what happens next. Chen Bai waves his hand, summoning several glowing blue cards into the air. Watching the cards materialize into pieces of dropped equipment, he speaks up. Kuizeng, Zhao Mu, and you too, Wei Shui. These are low-tier gear I cannot use, so take them. Patting Luo Ping on the shoulder, he grins, I have to get moving right away. Now that you know the location of the base, I will take my leave. Luo Ping turns to him, saying thanks. Seeing him turn to go, Lin Qizhong calls after him, stay safe out there. Chen Bai. Moments later, Chen Bai leaps across rooftops when a prompt flashes. Meng Meng requests a chat, and her message screen pops open. Master, your guy Han King is complaining in the group, and I think my new ability can help him out. Dropping to one knee upon landing, Chen Bai responds, there are too many groups. Just tell me directly what happened. Hearing the news, he rubs his chin and wonders Han King. Does she mean Han Xiao? Back inside the hotel room, Zhao Mu leans against the sofa and suggests Brother Jiang, let us head to that base. Luo Ping clasps his hands together, replying having another evolved person around will make the base even safer. That matters way more to our survival. Frowning at the long journey ahead, he adds. Exactly. But we need solid preparation, because we have to cross almost all of Jiangcheng to reach Dongshan. Standing nearby, Li Feng pushes up his glasses to speak. Hold on, I think. When a sudden sound cuts him off, making Luo Ping and the others turn around. Chen Bai, why on earth are you back already? TV walks over, looking confused and asking if something happened. Climbing right through the window, Chen Bai explains that he just needs a private room to take care of business. Hearing that, Trio Mok points over to one side, telling him to just crash in the room he shares with Koi Chin. Chen Bai walks up, throwing his arms around their shoulders as he pulls them along, saying he wants to be alone. Koi Chin wraps an arm around his waist, totally down with the idea. No problem, just take my room. We can easily hang out in the living room and keep watch. Behind them, Tivai suddenly remembers something and shouts out, telling Chen Bai to hold up a second. Down the hotel hallway, she leans forward, admitting she totally forgot earlier and asking if he knows Tong Ka's evolution ID because she wants to add her as a friend. Chen Bai holds up one hand, casually dropping the number 990225. Koi Chin immediately rushes over, asking what his own number is since both he and Trio Mok want to add him too. Chen Bai calmly gives it away. 01. His face instantly freezes, brow furrowing as he stares at him in absolute silence. Right after that, Koi Chin bursts out laughing, clutching his stomach and pointing at Chen Bai, asking how everyone evolved except for his deadpan sense of humor. Pre-Apoc walks up with a dead serious face, clapping him firmly on the shoulder. Koi Chin, just send the request and see for yourself. Right then, the system screen flashes a notification. Evolver01 Bach accepted your friend request. Seeing that pop up, he instantly jumps up in pure shock, while Chen Bai just chuckles and urges him along. Koi Chin, stop zoning out and move. 10 minutes later, Koi Chin is lying back on the sofa, still marveling over whether Chen Bai's ID is actually real. That number is seriously crazy good. Pre-Apoc rests his chin on his hand, chiming right in. He said it represents the evolution order, which means he was literally the very first evolver. Then he turns his head to ask, by the way, remember what Chen Bai posted in our dorm group chat about the school moving physical fitness exams up to mid-June? Koi Chin lies completely still, replying that of course he remembers. That fake rumor had them grinding workouts like idiots for over a week straight. Hearing that, he bolts upright and yells out, wait, are you implying Chen Bai already knew the apocalypse was coming? Pre-Apoc knits his brows, putting the pieces together. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but hey, we still profited big time from all that extra training, right? Koi Chin sits straight up against the cushions, agreeing that they definitely benefited from the intel Chen Bai handed them. Pre-Apoc nods along in total agreement. Koi Chin turns toward Thivi sitting nearby, asking why the campus beauty is blushing so hard. She immediately jumps up and heads straight for the door. Nothing. I just need to get back to my room. Do not forget Chen Bai's rules. Whatever you do not enter his room. Right after that, the bedroom door slams shut behind her. Flushing bright red, Thivi clutches her chest outside, thinking of Chen Bai while staring down at her chat screen with Tongka where she introduced herself as Nui Thivai. Tongka quickly texts back, wondering how she even got her number, to which Thivi casually replies that Chen Bai gave it to her. The screen flashes with Tongka's reply, she knew it. He was definitely out there flirting around again. Thivai is taken aback, while Tongka immediately asks if she is truly her best friend. Since we are the same, right? Thivi firmly confirms that of course they are. Tongka cheerfully texts back, awesome. Once we all live together, I will not be the only one calling him daddy anymore. Shocked, Thivai texts back asking what on earth she means, now covering her burning red face as that wild message replays in her head. There is no way she means what I think she means, right? Impossible. Thivi's eyes go wide in total disbelief, picturing Chen Bai, Tongka, and everyone else all living together like that. Still completely bewildered, she catches voices coming from down the hall, where someone tells Tuang Tse this whole situation is not simple at all. Leaning against the wall, Lafong claims Chen Bai is definitely lying to them, pointing out tons of holes in his story. Crossing his arms, Labin agrees that something definitely feels fake about it. He adds with total seriousness that the whole claim about Tong Sushin managing a base for him sounds like pure bragging. Thivai freezes in place, staring at them in bewilderment. Elsewhere, a system prompt flashes, signaling entry into the dreamscape realm. Demon capital Young Master Han. Chen Bai hovers from above with wings spread, greeting everyone and explaining that he had some real-world matters to arrange, which is why he arrived a bit late. Glancing across the room, he smirks and notes that he was the last one to arrive, with Meng Meng, Onya, and Han Xiao already waiting inside. Han Xiao pulls his hood down with a grin, introducing himself as Han Xiao and saying he is glad to finally meet the Chen Bai. I always knew you were good-looking, my lord, but honestly you are way more handsome in person than I ever imagined. Standing nearby with her arms crossed, Meng Meng pouts and remarks that he sure knows how to flatter someone. He glances over and quickly denies it, saying no way, everything he just said is the honest truth. Wu Ya steps forward to introduce himself, greeting the lord and mentioning that Meng Meng said she could bring along an extra teammate. Luckily, he got the spot, and his personal talent happens to be SS rank Fear Incarnation. Hearing that, Han Xiao frowns in pure disappointment, asking if his single S rank mental control makes him the weakest one here. Chen Bai rests his chin on his hand with a smile, noting that while his talent might be lower, his luck is actually pretty solid. If you had run into this kind of trouble 2 days ago, he glances at Meng Meng beside him and adds, Meng Meng could not have helped you back then. because she was only able to pull people into her personal dream space. Chen Bai quickly breaks down the explanation. By using the dream item given to you as a core, she gained the power to let everyone visit your own place. Raising a hand toward Han Xiao and Wu Ya, he explains Meng Meng only mastered this yesterday, and she nods in agreement. Han Xiao scratches his head with a hearty laugh, admitting that his luck really is not too bad after all. Chen Bai raises his hand and calls out, saying Meng Meng can maintain the connection for the four of them. Since our time inside this dream world is pretty limited, you should quickly explain what kind of trouble you are facing. He points forward, revealing he has an exclusive quest dungeon. I will send everyone a screenshot of the quest, and since the distance is not too far, we can talk while walking. The system screen flashes with the summary of an S-rank exclusive quest called Family Mystery, found among your father's belongings. You discovered a medical record from Red Star Mental Hospital mentioning an aunt you never heard of, sparking quite a bit of curiosity. What are the symptoms of this hereditary disease, and why? My aunt was never mentioned. Could your powerful psychic talent actually be connected to this genetic illness? The key to solving this mystery seems to lie inside Red Star Mental Hospital, where blood red writing marks a stark white wall. Pointing at the spatial portal marked Red Star Mental Hospital 16, Han Xiao calls out that this is the place. By the time I tracked it down, it had already turned into a dungeon. Turning to look at Chen Bai behind him, he adds that he tried entering once before, but had to give up fast. Crossing his arms with visible worry, Han Xiao admits he could not take down nightmare difficulty monsters from level 5 to level 12, and could not afford to wait to level up. After giving up the first run, the will of the universe warned me that someone noticed my presence and might leave with everything. Smiling faintly, he reaches toward the gate and answers that he understands. Check this out. The system screen suddenly pops up, asking if the party wants to enter the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon. Yes or no? Chen Bai looks over at the other three and calls them in, instantly transporting the four of them straight into the dungeon. Wu Ya glances ahead with a cold smirk, brushing it off as just a minor mob, while Meng Meng crosses her arms, sensing something feels pretty off. Han Xiao looks over to warn them that even though we just entered, the trash mobs here are not weak, so stay on guard. Right then, a twisted monster nurse comes swaying out from the inner corridor. Wu Ya charges forward and shouts for everyone to hold back so he can test its strength, while the nurse dashes straight at him. Standing totally still, Wu Ya raises his hand and triggers his double S-rank talent, Fear Incarnation. The monster nurse collapses hard to the ground, the heart inside her chest rapidly constricting with terror. He lifts his hand and lightly snaps his fingers, activating Fear Mode Rupture. In the blink of an eye, her heart violently bursts, and the system prompts that the party defeated the crazed nurse, sharing the experience. Meng Meng rests her chin on her hand in admiration, remarking that he looks just like a villain boss. Han Xiao excitedly shouts that it was seriously impressive, while Chen Bai chuckles in agreement as a blue skill card drops into Wu Ya's hand. Piercing Mind Blast emits a psychic attack with sharp explosive bursts, inflicting mental damage across a designated area. The loud sound generated by the skill will draw the attention of nearby monsters. Looking at the description, he calls out that their luck is pretty good since this is an explosive skill. Chen Bai rests his chin on his hand and smiles, telling Han Xiao and Meng Meng to choose, since both have psychic talents. Han Xiao waves it off with a bright smile, saying he only needs the quest item and already has a fairly similar skill anyway. Meng Meng beams with a bright smile, taking the card and saying she will not hold back then, thanking him kindly. Crossing her arms over her chest, the system notification pops up in no time, announcing she has successfully learned Piercing Cry Psionic Burst. Seeing her finish absorbing it, Chen Bai tells her to give that new skill a quick test run. Hearing him say that, she looks up, pointing out that its damage radius is pretty small, but the noise travels so far it might lure out every monster hiding inside the hospital rooms. He tilts his head back, calling out that drawing in the whole mob is actually the entire point. Hunting them down one by one is way too tedious, so do not worry, nothing bad is going to happen, and Meng Meng immediately agrees. Right then, She raises both hands to unleash her newly learned piercing cry psionic burst. Waves of bright pink energy ripple out from Meng Meng, pulling every nearby monster straight toward them, while Chen Bai smirks, noting the aggro pull is seriously impressive. Watching the swarm rush in, Han Xiao cannot help complaining that this dungeon has way too many monsters crawling around. From behind them, Wu Ya quickly warns everyone to stay sharp and keep their focus locked in. Meng Meng turns back to ask Chen Bai if taking on this many monsters is really fine, and he just calmly smiles, answering that it is definitely no problem at all. Chen Bai rolls his neck with a smirk, saying they will be perfect test dummies for his freshly upgraded skill. Han Xiao immediately summons his daggers, shouting that since the team leader said so, he can finally relax. Going all out, his flying blades rip through the chests of the incoming monsters right in front of him. Beside him, Wu Ya lifts his arm as dark mist surges beneath the floor, unleashing the pure dread of darkness. Clenching his fist tight, he commands the black tentacles to wrap tightly around the beasts and crush them whole. Meanwhile, Meng Meng aims her cannon at the horde and opens fire, calmly staring at the blaze as Han Xiao and Wu Ya glance over in complete shock. Licking her lips, she aims the cannon barrel forward for another awesome blast, leaving Han Xiao with a twitching eyelid as he asks what is going on. That rocket and dream-crafting power is way too overpowered, making you wonder if she will eventually summon an entire Gundam mech next. Wu Ya nods that she definitely could, but suddenly pauses in confusion as his eyes drift over toward Chen Bai. While wiping out monsters with his dark energy, Wu Ya keeps glancing over, wondering why their leader has not made a single move yet. Over on his side, Chen Bai stares thoughtfully at his mutated hands, realizing his power has finally reached its limit. The charge up for this skill is a bit too slow to max out mid-fight, but a confident grin spreads across his face anyway. Alright, here we go. As Chen Bai slams both hands hard into the floor, sending massive black bone spikes erupting through the ground. The spikes shoot up into colossal pillars, effortlessly impaling the monsters through their bodies. Standing behind him, all three stare wide-eyed in sheer disbelief at the giant bone spikes, with Meng Meng shouting out that her master is insanely strong. Han Xiao drops his jaw in total shock, but just as Chen Bai turns around, two nurse-clad monsters creep out from behind. Spotting them, Han Xiao widens his eyes and readies his flying daggers, shouting that since two are still breathing, he will finish them off. Chen Bai instantly raises a hand to block the flying blades, telling him to hold on because he kept these two head nurse mini-bosses alive on purpose. Han Xiao turns pale, groaning in disbelief that his weapon was caught barehanded with just one grip. Wu Ya pats him on the shoulder to comfort him, while Chen Bai turns his attention to the notification panel floating before him. The system reveals his black light devour ability has evolved, letting him view any devoured target memories and offering a chance to steal their skill masteries. He extends his hands toward the heads of the two head nurses, activating the skill to read and absorb their target memories. He has not tested it since unlocking it the night before, and inside the memory, head nurse Kang is tied to a wooden cross, screaming in sheer horror. Wondering what on earth this is, the vision shifts to her trembling on the floor, frantically begging the figure not to come any closer. The hospital director, eyes glowing crimson red, snaps back fiercely. Telling head nurse Kang to shut up, her final remaining memory fades into an endless void echoing with piercing screams. The scene flashes again as the director places a hand on her head, muttering how she went mad from fear with such fragile mental fortitude. He intended to offer her to his master, but since a crazy woman is useless, she will just be next month's sacrifice instead. Next, another nurse comforts head nurse Wang, telling her not to feel down since the staff only rejected her because of what happened to head nurse Kang. She calmly replies that she understands, adding that she really liked head nurse Kang too. Recalling how head nurse Kang kept muttering the number 16 in bed, head nurse Wang wonders how such a kind and beautiful woman suddenly lost her mind. Snapping back to reality, Chen Bai furrows his brows in deep thought. 16, plus the magic circle, everything finally connects in his mind. Furrowing his brow, he thinks back to his past life as a demon hunter, remembering rumors about a mental hospital dungeon in Mo tied directly to real demons, maybe even capable of summoning one. Too bad back then, His level had already way surpassed that dungeon cap. He had only skimmed a few forum posts on the evolution board before completely brushing it off. Chen Bai walks over to warn the group. All right, let us track down Han Xiao for private quest clues. Everyone stay alert and do not split up. Glancing straight ahead, he warns them that something pretty dangerous could still be lurking inside these halls. Half an hour later, absolute dead silence completely swallows the entire hospital. Han Xiao heads up the stairs, muttering that all the monsters must have been lured out already. Not a single beast in sight, and 3 whole floors cleared with 0 clues found. Meng Meng walks out front and looks up, noticing it is not like they are totally empty-handed here. Onya hurries forward to add that the number 16 keeps popping up way too frequently around here. Looking ahead, he wonders out loud whether it is 16 or 18. Why has this dungeon boss not made a single move yet? Did the Chen Bai scare him into hiding? Suddenly, at the end of the hall, crimson bone shards gather together as an eerie voice echoes out. You seem pretty crazy, kid. Han Xiao instantly charges his skill and barks out who goes there. Show yourself! A pair of monstrous legs with razor claws drenched in fresh blood steps from the shadows. With glowing red eyes, he declares himself the director of Hong Tin Psychiatric Hospital and the chosen envoy sent by Solomon, the 16th demon god among the 72 demon pillars. Han Xiao stutters in total shock. An actual demon? Oh Na questions it too, a demon god envoy? The director glares at the 4 of them, mocking that pretending to stay calm will not help them at all. Becoming living sacrifices for my lord is your only fate. As for you, girl, if you pledge your loyalty and bear his children, he grins with sinister malice. I might just let you live. Hearing that disgusting offer, Meng Meng scowls and screams back. Keep dreaming. Why do not you go bear your master kids yourself? Chen Bai smirks with cold mockery, a low-tier demon mutated from a human. Are not you getting way too arrogant? Black mist pours from his mutated arm. If you actually have any skills, show your grandpa right now instead of spitting utter nonsense. Raising both hands, crimson blood aura swirls around the director as he snaps foolish humans who do not know your place. Let me teach you a lesson. He opens his jaws wide and thrusts his arms up, howling witness the terrifying power my master granted me. Instantly, a massive phantom of the director face surges forward, crashing straight toward all 4 of them. Eyes wide in horror, Han Xiao clutches his head and collapses to his knees, gasping at the unbearable pressure, while Meng Meng screams in terror. Master, help! Chen Bai knits his brows, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Psychic demons are the absolute worst, hitting you with endless crushing mental pressure. Even with decent willpower, he lacks actual psychic skills, and burning through his mental reserves would put him at a huge disadvantage. He accelerates and charges right at the director time to end this fight fast before things spiral. Chen Bai thrusts his sharp claws straight into him, but the director just looks down and sneers, "Come right at me." Hellish black flames instantly erupt from the director body. But Chen Bai stays silent, morphing his arm into a shield to block the blow. Grinning ear to ear, the director bellows, "You actually have some skill," managing to block that strike. Looking at him with sheer contempt, he taunts that there is no way Chen Bai can break through his hellish black flames. In the end, my crushing psychic suppression will tear you apart from the inside. Chen Bai furrows his brows, staying fully on guard as the director cackles wildly. You are completely trapped, with nowhere left to run. Just look at this madman. Struggle and scream in this death trap. Show me your sweet despair. Out of nowhere, Han Xiao touches his forehead and lets out a soft chuckle as blue energy radiates from him, sweeping away the crimson mist. Onya stares down at his hands. Shocked, is the psychic suppression actually fading away right now? Meng Meng snaps back to her senses on the floor, calling out Han Xiao, "If you had this power, why did you not use it earlier?" Han Xiao just taps his forehead again, letting out an awkward little laugh. I do not really understand it either, but it seems like releasing just a tiny bit of my psychic power easily cancels out his pressure. The director glares across at him and screams, "Han Xiao, you are a descendant of the Han family, carrying my master bloodline." Crimson light flares violently around him as he roars, "Do not think resisting mental suppression with your bloodline is enough to save you. My hellish black flames will still turn you to ash. Hearing that, Han Xiao raises his hands and calmly steps forward. Are you not just a loyal dog to your master? So why are you so eager to slaughter your master-owned descendant? Aren't you terrified the master will crush you to death? The director scowls, shouting at the top of his lungs, you're just traitors turning on the master, and killing you might actually earn me a reward, so go ahead and burn to ashes in my hellfire. He tilts his head back, building up a massive surge of roaring hellfire. Wu Ya charges straight forward in pure panic, shouting out, don't let him breathe fire, stop him right now. Suddenly, the director hunches over with a violent sneeze, making Wu Ya screech to a halt and ask old man, did you catch a cold? Han Xiao looks totally confused, asking if this is a new trick, while Chen Bai stands calmly behind them, saying it took a bit longer than expected. Turns out your constitution isn't half bad for a demon of your rank. The director coughs uncontrollably, glaring at the kid walking toward him and asking what on earth he just did. Chen Bai leans in close and casually replies, it is just a simple skill that forces enemies to sneeze endlessly. Except I recently upgraded it to another tier. His voice rings out, adding that the skill is called pulmonary flu infection, as the system interface instantly pops up before them. Skill evolution. Flu upgraded to pulmonary infection. Once unleashed on a target, Phase 1 triggers anywhere between 1 second and 10 minutes, totally depending on the physical stat gap between both sides in battle. During Phase 1, all base attributes gradually decline, while 3 to 5 random disease debuffs immediately trigger on the target. Every single charged spellcasting attempt gets interrupted by sudden sneezing fits, causing heavy inaccuracies, severe delays, or total failure. Entering Phase 2 cuts total physical stamina by over half, while the director hacks violently, screaming in denial that a high being like him could never get sick. The system prompt updates right away in Phase 2. All recovery stats drop by 90%, triggering severe loss of mental focus. 5 to 10 random disease debuffs stack up, and respiratory functions rapidly begin failing. Stumbling hard, he grabs the wall for support, muttering in panic, I am a higher life form. This is impossible. No. Then right on cue, a sudden prompt flashes Phase 3. Complete loss of breathing ability. Chen Bai looks down with a calm smile, remarking that even demons still need to breathe, and it was well worth all those virus points. Right as the director collapses, and a clear prompt rings out. System alert dungeon boss Hell Envoy Zhao Changlin, level 12, has been slain, granting 30,000 experience points based on combat contribution. When he turns around, Meng Meng and the other two are standing completely frozen, trembling from head to toe. Chen Bai raises a hand and asks what they are doing, while Han Zhao covers his mouth tightly and answers, Bro, there is a deadly virus out here. And Meng Meng also covers her face, pleading that she doesn't want to get sick. Hearing that, Chen Bai chuckles and reassures them, relax. Unless I intentionally unleash it on you, you won't catch anything. Meng Meng flops onto the ground, gasping for fresh air and praising him so insane. Emperor Bai, this skill of yours is completely broken. Opening his system window, he tells her to stop the flattery, explaining that this demon had weak constitution and plenty of monsters out there don't even need oxygen to survive. Turning toward Han Xiao, he asks about the clear notification and the dungeon guide video broadcast prompt. I got mine too. But how is your quest looking? He asks, quickly checking his own screen with a puzzled look. Why hasn't the completion notification triggered yet? He wonders, making Chen Bai laugh and realize there must still be a side quest hidden inside the dungeon. Let us go search for it, he says, glancing back to casually ask, by the way, I am planning to publish our dungeon clear video. Does anyone here want to hide their face instead of getting famous? And Wu Ya covers his face, asking the team leader to blur him out. Meng Meng hugs her knees and asks for the same, while Han Xiao cups his hands with a big smile. Keep it hidden for me too. But first, let us see what the boss dropped before helping me track down that side quest. Right after, the system interface flashes a brand new notification. Evolver Bai led his party members Meng Meng, Han King, and Wu Ya to clear the Nightmare Dungeon Red Star Mental Hospital, levels 5 to 12. The dungeon walkthrough video is officially uploaded for 5 coins per view, as Songge sits on her sofa staring at the clip on screen. Chi Zeng and his two companions are equally shocked when the video notification suddenly appears on their screens. Inside a room, Li Feng rests one hand on the floor, watching with a sly smirk as a figure appears with his face completely blurred out. Look at those arms, cold, razor-sharp claws radiating an overwhelming aura of power, instantly making both Li Feng and Luo Ping fall dead silent. Ye Shui is the very first one to speak up and break the silence. Even with his face blurred out, I clearly recognize those twin arm claws from all those previous clips of Bai Shi. This is Chen Bai without a shadow of a doubt. Full of pride, Shi Wei crosses her arms with a smirk and lets out a sarcastic remark. Go on. Why so quiet all of a sudden, when just a minute ago you two claimed fair analysis proved Chen Bai was a liar? Li Feng's expression turns sour as his doubtful eyes stay completely glued to the screen in front of him. Isn't Chen Bai supposed to still be inside that hotel room? But Li Feng quickly pulls himself together and turns right toward Luo Ping, arguing that even if this really is Chen Bai, the video only proves his raw combat power is crazy high, with zero actual proof that the sanctuary settlement he keeps talking about is real. Hearing Li Feng break it down like that, Luo Ping nods along. He pushes up out of his chair, sounding pretty anxious, saying this scenario might actually be way more terrifying. Have you guys even stopped to consider this possibility? As he speaks, twisted mental images flash through his mind of Chen Bai trapping and devouring whole crowds of survivors, making his pale face twist with even deeper dread. What if Chen Bai is just luring everyone to this stronghold so he can harvest people to fuel his own dark growth? That would be the real nightmare here. Hearing all this nonsense, Shi Wei completely loses her patience and immediately jumps up to confront them. She snaps at Li Feng, pointing out that everyone knows he has beef with Chen Bai, and he is just bitter because he was left without any gear. And as for Luo Ping, you two are still acting stubborn, right? With that, she quickly taps across her screen and boldly tells them to check out the video clip she just sent both of them. The second she finishes speaking, a grotesque sight appears across the screen, showing a massive crimson monstrosity covered in gaping mouths that continuously devours a pile of dead corpses. Ye Shui stares in horror with her jaw dropped, asking what kind of twisted monster that even is. She asks Shi Wei what sending this is supposed to mean, but Shi Wei just stands there calmly, explaining that Songge just sent it over so they could watch together. Both Li Feng and Luo Ping finish watching it, completely stunned and visibly rattled. Li Feng's voice stammers in disbelief as the screen keeps playing, broadcasting the ongoing footage labeled as the Jiangcheng Villa Sanctuary Zone. Songge pops up on screen right then and starts explaining that this fleshy living wall of bones serves as the settlement's outer defensive barrier. She adds that it only feeds on dead bodies, teasing whether Shi Wei got scared half to death by it. With a laugh, she pivots her camera around toward the actual base. The surrounding survivors happily play along, waving toward the lens as Songge speaks up, asking if she was the one who wanted to see their sanctuary base. Buying video time through the cosmic will is not cheap at all, so she could only afford 10 full minutes of broadcast. That should still be plenty to show everything from the mountain base to the peak. Wasting no time, she walks deeper into the base while breaking it down, explaining that the foot of the mountain is the most crowded spot where anyone can join for just 1 coin a day, though causing trouble will get you killed instantly. Walking past a breezy, lush neighborhood, Songge sounds pretty excited as she keeps filming. The mountainside is where many of their relatives live, with plans underway to expand lots of entertainment and recreation zones. She squats down near the ground so the camera can capture a sweeping panorama of the entire estate. Looking completely radiant and cheerful, she points out that this mountaintop villa section is where she actually lives. Now that Shi Wei knows where her house is, she notes that few people stay up here, making it completely secure. Ordinary survivors cannot just wander in here. While through the system screen, Shi Wei's group clearly sees all the impressive sights inside the base. Songge's voice continues chiming in, teasing that Shi Wei might end up living right up here once she arrives. Even though she claims Chen Bai has not laid a hand on her yet, that massive pervert will definitely make a move sooner or later. Her face flushes a bashful pink at the thought, but she quickly switches gears to say goodbye. She urges Shi Wei to hurry over since they have tons to talk about, then wraps up by heading into a dungeon instance to level up her stats. Otherwise, even several of them combined would never be able to handle Chen Bai. Ye Shui instantly latches onto the juicy detail and playfully teases Shi Wei, asking if she ever asked Song Ge just how many women Chen Bai actually has. Meanwhile, Shi Wei's face burns crimson to the point where she cannot even look up, her voice trembling slightly. Stammering that none of that matters, Zhuang Ye Shui, she covers her blushing face with a soft scoff, suddenly feeling pretty regretful. She really should have previewed the video clip herself before forwarding it to everyone. Li Feng cuts across her spiraling thoughts from across the room, pulling her back to reality by admitting there are no more doubts. Who knew Chen Bai was genuinely that capable, he mutters, trying his best to backtrack on his earlier comments. Claiming he was only tossing out theoretical possibilities for discussion, Luo Ping abruptly cuts him off with a panicked look on his face. He blurted out that Shi Wei cannot become Chen Bai's woman, which instantly rubs Shi Wei the wrong way as she sharply challenges him on that statement. What is that supposed to mean? She asks, demanding when she ever said she wanted to be his girl. Luo Ping completely misses the point and keeps rambling on about how playboy Chen Bai has countless women, so there is no way she would like that. At this point, his face flushes a bit with embarrassment as he seizes the moment to confess, saying he is not like that and only loves her. But faced with all that devotion, Shi Wei puts her hand up to block him, shutting him down with pure coldness. "Stop right there and do not come closer," she warns him sharply, her voice firm and decisive. "Jiang Luoping, whoever you want is none of my business. Whoever or however many people you chase has nothing to do with me, and I have rejected you countless times already." Her glare turns razor sharp as she tells him straight, making it clear she does not have even a single shred of feeling for him, so he needs to stop liking her. Meanwhile, right around then, inside the 4th floor of the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, Chen Bai finishes taking down the director as dark tendrils erupt from his arm, latching straight onto the corpse. Right at that exact second, a sudden system notification pings, catching him completely off guard. The interface pops up, revealing that this creature contains special bloodline atoms, giving him the option to devour or extract them. Absorbing these bloodline atoms would directly affect his blacklight virus, as well as his own physical body. Seeing the prompt, he gets pretty curious, noting how lesser demons usually pass bloodlines down to their minions. "Extract it," he commands, while his hand keeps draining power from the director, prompting the system to quickly process his choice with back-to-back alerts. "You devoured a special creature, gaining 500 evolution points specifically for the blacklight virus. Ability absorption triggered, granting him the target skill, which turns out to be the A-rank wood-fire incineration technique. The moment a red vial appears in Chen Bai's hand, the system notifies him that the extracted bloodline atoms have materialized into an item. The detailed breakdown of this new item immediately flashes across his interface screen. Item description: Weak A-rank demon bloodline essence. A consumable potion-type item condensed straight from the creature demonic bloodline. Consuming it grants a faint demon bloodline, requiring both mental power and constitution to be 20 or higher. Staring at the vial in his hand, he still finds it pretty hard to believe. Is this really the bloodline atom? He wonders, quickly shaking it off and stashing it away with a flicker of genuine intrigue in his eyes. Who knew extracting it would turn it into an actual item instead of just vanishing into thin air? Acting completely casual, Chen Bai turns around to the group behind him and asks what is going on. "Did the boss drop anything good?" he asks, as an excited Han Xiao pulls out the loot, rambling without stopping. "Tons of stuff," Han Xiao brags, including an A-rank Hell Envoy class change scroll and an A-rank Hell Darkflame skill book. Meng Meng steps up right beside him, presenting another parchment that holds an armor blueprint along with a D-rank gear piece. Drawn on that parchment is a pretty bizarre illustration alongside several specific crafting details. It is the detailed blueprint for the Hell Howl Horn of Seph the Shepherd. Materials needed for C to S rank armor: 1 pureblood demon head horn and the flames of the deep hell abyss, plus 1 dark crystal. Note that the finished item tier depends on the materials used. And once an S-rank shepherd horn is crafted, it becomes entirely unique, meaning no one else can ever craft another one again. Chen Bai rubs his chin thoughtfully while examining the paper, quietly muttering to himself that, conveniently enough, he already knows exactly where to find a pureblood demon horn. Right after that, he speaks up and starts dividing the dungeon loot among the other three. I will take the blueprint, while the class change scroll goes to Han Xiao since he has the lesser demon bloodline. The skill goes to Meng Meng, and since Wu Ya helped out during the fight, this gear belongs to him. Wu Ya and Han Xiao gladly agree, praising how fair the split is and thanking Emperor Bai for being so awesome. Seeing their reactions, Meng Meng is left speechless, while Han Xiao gets even more dramatic, rambling on and on with sheer excitement. The final step now is helping me track down the quest clue. Han Xiao theatrically bows to thank everyone for their help in advance, a ridiculous display that leaves the other three standing there in stunned silence. A short while later, Chen Bai and his party head straight for the director office. Deep inside the fourth-floor office of the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon in Demon City, Han Xiao points right at the door ahead, guessing that the clue must be inside unless the demon director had another secret room. Without hesitating for even a second, he reaches forward and pushes the door open. The second the door swings open, the sight waiting on the other side leaves Han Xiao's jaw dropping in pure disbelief. Looming right before him is a colossal figure, made even more terrifying by the bone-chilling air around it, before all four of them finally step inside the chamber. Gazing up at the massive entity before them, Meng Meng cannot help but marvel in sheer curiosity. How does this statue give off such an intimidating aura, and what kind of demon are they dealing with? Chen Bai immediately steps up to answer. This is Ki Phi, the 16th pillar god of the 72 Solomon spirits, and the master Tru Truong Lam kept talking about. He lightly brushes his fingers against the statue, his eyes lighting up with genuine intrigue. The reason it radiates this level of power is because Ki Phi somehow possessed this statue directly, which makes things pretty interesting. Chen Bai wonders whether this crazy director actually managed to figure out how to summon the demon. Right after that, a chilling story from roughly 100 years ago unfolds, when a Han family woman fell for Ki Phi on Blue Star. Ever since then, every single generation of the Han family gave birth to boy-girl twins. As time passed, the daughters were destined to spend their lives right here and become the brides of Ki Phi. Meanwhile, the sons lived completely normal lives, marrying and raising children, completely oblivious to the dark curse beneath. Back in the dreamscape at Red Star Mental Hospital in Modu, Meng Meng holds a journal on the 4th floor, reading the contents aloud to the group. Over a decade ago, Han Xiao's father somehow discovered the dark truth of their lineage, desperate to stop his baby girl from being trapped in this asylum serving an evil demon forever. According to the journal, he made the agonizing choice to kill his daughter the moment she was born. Han Xiao immediately pictures that tragic scene of a desperate father taking his own child's life, but Meng Meng's dark tale is far from over. She continues reading Tru Truong. Lam caught Han Dong in the act and reported the whole betrayal to Ki Phi. For that betrayal, Han Dong had his bloodline stripped away. According to the records, Han Xiao's baby sister was taken and raised by Ki Phi, while Tro Trong Lam received demonic blood as a reward. Finishing the entry, Meng Meng tosses the journal aside, summarizing the crazy contents with total disgust. That is basically the diary of this totally insane director. Most pages just envy the Han bloodline, while calling Han Dong an absolute fool. He basically lists his achievements, loyalty pledges, and rewards, and piecing this much together was already a stretch, she says, as Han Xiao walks closer. He walks over and says, thanks to Boss Meng Meng's reading, he just received the next quest. Seriously, thank you, Boss Meng Meng. Reading that directly would have hurt way too much. She quickly tells him not to sweat it, since digging up clues like this is her favorite thing anyway. Right around that exact moment, Meng Meng notices Chen Bai examining the statue and curiously asks her master why he started inspecting it the second they walked in. Chen Bai calmly touches a sharp edge on the statue, smiling, as he replies that of course something is up. The second his fingers make contact, a hidden mechanism triggers, swinging a secret door wide open before their eyes. Onya reacts first, stammering out in disbelief, while Han Xiao curses under his breath at the sight of a hidden secret room. Meng Meng wonders aloud if there is still something lurking inside. Chen Bai and his party step forward into the hidden room beneath the asylum. Heading down the endless staircase without seeing the end, Han Xiao asks if they have already walked all the way underground from floor 4. Based on the steps, they are at least 2 or 3 floors underground, while Chen Bai smirks calmly, telling everyone they are almost there. If his guess is right, what lies below is, right at that moment, a door finally appears ahead, spilling faint light out into the dark. Chen Bai calmly continues speaking, calling this the place where true Trong Lam summoned, contacted, or made blood sacrifices to Kiet Phi. Stepping through the doorway, the 4 of them spot massive cross pillars, wrapped entirely in heavy iron chains. In the center lies a bizarre runic symbol, marking the creation of some dark ritual array. Chen Bai walks straight into the center, crouching down to inspect an object on the floor. Onya follows behind, complaining about how sickeningly thick the stench of blood is, while Meng Meng watches Chen Bai and curiously asks what her master is looking for. He stands up and quietly tells them he shared the item info, so they can check it themselves. Detailed system data for the mysterious object immediately pops up across their screens. The Hell Teleportation Core is a special item engraved with an underworld array, used to trigger the Red Star Asylum instance and summon Kiet Phi, requiring 16 lives, souls, and blood. Right then, a system notification flashes on screen. Keep in mind, this item is one of a kind, and the summoned demon god is bound by dungeon rules. Its level caps out at level 12, and summoning it instantly ramps the dungeon difficulty straight up to hell mode. Reading this, Han Xiao cannot hide his shock and blurts out, "Wait, we can summon an actual demon god?" Standing beside him, Wu Ya is just as stunned by those level restrictions after the summon takes place. Meng Meng gets super hyped, shouting out to her master that if they summon and take down that demon god, they will hit the ultimate jackpot. Watching their excitement, Chen Bai speaks up that he is only level 8 before asking their levels, and all 3 drop painfully low numbers. Level 5 here, level 4 over there. Hearing that, he makes a throat-slitting gesture with a cold, sarcastic tone. Exactly, if you summon it right now, every single one of you dies instantly. Under level 10, no class, 0 gear. Where on earth do you find the nerve to hunt a level 12 demon god? Han Xiao just laughs awkwardly, scratching his head and saying that Chen Bai is right here with them, leaving Chen Bai totally speechless. In the end, he still has to explain that even having him around will not cut it. There is a massive gap between a true demon god and one with diluted bloodlines, which they really should know by now. Better wait until everyone hits the dungeon cap and unlocks their classes before coming back here. Hearing that, Wu Ya turns to Meng Meng, reminding the experts to make sure they bring him along next time. She winks playfully and agrees right away to give him top priority. And shortly after, all 4 head back up to the surface. Meng Meng speaks up, asking if anyone wants to do anything else now that the dungeon is officially clear. Han Xiao still seems pretty puzzled, admitting to the experts there is one thing he cannot understand. He brushes back his hair, mentioning how that demon scion still had a younger sister left behind. He wonders whether these demonic creatures just popped up out of nowhere the moment the apocalypse arrived. Chen Bai replies calmly that whether they came from the void or always existed, they are definitely real right now. Before asking why this suddenly came up, does he remember anything unusual that happened to his father right before the apocalypse came crashing down? Hearing the question, he answers without hesitation that nothing stands out, since their relationship was never really that close anyway. To him, his dad was just an ordinary man, though a faint look of sadness crosses Han Xiao's face. His father lived a completely normal life, with the only strange thing being how he turned into a totally different kind of zombie. Wu Ya quickly catches the main point, asking if his dad became some kind of crazy demonic zombie. Feeling helpless, Han Xiao quickly clarifies that it actually had nothing to do with demons at all. Old memories surface in his mind. His father had mutated into a plague zombie, covered head to toe in grotesque purple and green crusts. Seeing that gave him a pretty overwhelming sense of sheer dread. He was too terrified to touch them at all, which forced him to quickly master telekinesis just to move things around. That turned out to be his father's final lesson to him, leaving Chen Bai slightly confused as he asks for clarification. A plague zombie? Han Xiao explains right away that something was probably wrong at the chemical plant where his dad worked. His dad's co-workers in their neighborhood also had strange bruises on their bodies, words that send Chen Bai deep into thought. That chemical plant might actually tie straight into the triple S rank plague cult quest. Snapping back to focus, he turns to Han Xiao and says he is genuinely interested in that chemical facility. Once he arrives in Modu, he asks for a tour of the place, and Han Xiao agrees without a second thought. Absolutely no problem at all, he says, just as Wu Ya, quiet until now, suddenly raises his hand. He asks the Chen Bai a few questions about his abilities. Chen Bai welcomes it, telling him that if he has any questions or useful info, he should speak up so everyone can share it together. After the four wrap up their discussion, Chen Bai feels pretty satisfied with how things turned out. Not a bad haul this time, grabbing real clues about the Plague Lord quest before he heads back to his room to rest. Lying in bed, drifting off to sleep, non-stop coughing suddenly echoes right into his ears. Here in Jiangcheng, inside room 03 on the 15th floor of a hotel, several people lie sprawled out, coughing their lungs out. The sight shocks him completely as he demands to know what happened, met only by a weak voice. Helping them gently onto the sofa, he frantically asks, "What on earth went down here? Didn't I tell you not to enter the room?" he asks, since he released tons of viruses just to prevent unexpected accidents. Both of them keep coughing uncontrollably, barely managing to wheeze out that they now have over 20 disease debuffs stacked on them. Every single one of my 30 stat points dropped to 0, so damn you, Chen Bai. Do you have an antidote, or what? Hearing their panic, he calmly reassures them that he already neutralized the virus in their bodies, and their base stats will fully recover in just a bit. Rest up here while I go take care of Wait. What was his name again? Take him outside first. But right then, Shi Wei calls out loudly, warning Chen Bai that Jiang Luoping is actually trying to kill him. That definitely catches him off guard, making him ask with genuine confusion why on earth that guy would even want him dead. Looking thoughtful for a second, she explains that he and Li Feng never actually believed Chen Bai was telling the truth about the base. To prove it, she had Songge record a quick video, but things did not quite go as planned with her. Sitting down together, Shi Wei lays out the entire situation beat by beat, breaking down every ugly detail of what went down. Once she rejected him, he screamed Chen Bai's name in a blind rage, claiming every problem started the moment he arrived, and killing him would fix everything. Hearing her story leaves Chen Bai completely baffled by the sheer absurdity of it all. Is that guy an idiot, or what? Seriously, you cannot make this kind of logic up. Shi Wei snaps back immediately, calling him brain-dead and explaining how he constantly threatened any guy who even dared to talk to her. He even harassed her childhood friend into dropping out of school, and as she talks, she remembers Jiang Luoping storming off in pure fury back then. If Songge had not stepped up to protect her, he would have pulled the exact same disgusting tactics on her as other girls. Meanwhile, violent coughing fits keep echoing from deep inside the room. Continuing her thought, Shi Wei admits that without protection, her life would have been completely ruined long ago. Her expression turns chilly, weighed down by the exhausting reality of being trapped in this hotel with him for so long. Days felt like agonizing years, but luckily his innate talent was weak, so he could never overpower her, leading Shi Wei to speak her mind without hesitation. She looks at Chen Bai, telling him how ridiculously strong he has become, and how genuinely relieved she is to know Songge is alive. The moment those heartfelt words land, the entire corridor drops dead silent. After a quiet pause, both of them stand up to enter the room, though Shi Wei nervously wonders if Jiang Luoping might already be dead after being trapped so long. Chen Bai casually cuts in right away. Not quite, because while heavy common viruses drain attributes rapidly, it still takes a good while before they actually finish someone off. Hearing that, she stammers out that she has a crazy idea, instantly sparking his curiosity about what she is planning to pull off. A cold gleam flashes in Shi Wei's eyes, her voice dripping with sheer bottled-up resentment. She despises him to the bone and wants to make sure he dies with utter regret in his eyes. The door swings wide open, giving everyone inside a clear view of the doorway, and Jiang Luoping's bloodshot eyes nearly pop out as he watches Chen Bai and Shi Wei locked in a passionate kiss. Rewinding a moment back, Chen Bai was actually the one who tossed out the wild suggestion. He asked if a simple kiss would be enough to break his sanity, and Shi Wei instantly agreed. More than enough, she told him, while reminding him that it happened to be her very first kiss. Time flies fast, and 2 days later, deep in the canopy of massive trees, Chen Bai moves with ridiculous agility, leaping effortlessly from one giant branch to another. Deep in the mountainous woods outside Wushuang City, his digital interface chimes with an alert that Song Ge is requesting a private voice call. Landing steadily, Chen Bai glances down at his glowing screen and asks what is going on. Sitting cross-legged with effortless poise, Song Ge tilts her head toward the document in her hand to deliver a quick status report. Our squad already picked up Shi Wei and the others along the river route, and they are heading back right now, she explains. Chen Bai praises her good work straight from his screen back to her hilltop villa study. Tossing the paperwork onto the side table, she stares back into the display, adding that there is one more critical matter. Now, look at this development over the past few days. The Evolution Forum has been blowing up about a mysterious chat group packed with top-tier elites, with rumors claiming he is the leader. The roster apparently consists entirely of newly awakened talents who are widely known across the community as the Pioneers. Song Ge narrows her sharp gaze, pressing him with a dead-serious tone to confirm if the rumor is true. Perched high above while gazing at the sprawling city in the distance, Chen Bai calmly brings up chat group number 1. Of course it is real, asking if she already forgot the promotion post he had her put up, which instantly makes her lean forward with an excited grin. That means all those powerhouse players will basically be working under our banner moving forward. That said, she asks how they should handle the buzzing posts inside chat group 001 on the Evolution Forum. He leaps down smoothly from the tall branches, landing on his feet before telling her not to worry, saying he will make his choice once he reads the post. For now, she just needs to send him the post titles that have the highest discussion numbers. Su Xin agrees right away to Chen Bai's request, sorting it out immediately as an alert suddenly pops up with new clarified details. An old pre-apocalypse post claims that the person calling himself the Chen Bai already knew about the cosmic trial before it even began. Looking closely at the analysis breakdown, many top-tier experts actually belong to the exact same chat group. Since monsters showed up before the trial started, certain awakened humans likely evolved ahead of time. The admin of Group 002 mentions from experience that Group 001 was almost certainly created before the trial kicked off. Chen Bai goes quiet for a second, thinking to himself that it might finally be time to launch Group 001. He pulls up the virtual panel, strolling ahead while checking the screen and muttering under his breath. Running it will give him massive influence and authority, while giving every member inside a real sense of shared pride. That will make recruiting elite fighters down the road much easier. He keeps walking through the quiet woods, stepping across lush green grass. Suddenly, the surrounding ground withers away, rotting plants making Chen Bai freeze in his tracks. The whole area turns grim and eerie under a blood-red sky, revealing a creepy, twisted sight right in front of him. A crisp system chime rings out, warning him that he has stepped directly into the evil god cult village secret realm. Chen Bai stares at the floating interface, clenching his fist with a bright grin because he finally reached his destination. In his past life, he discovered this very realm for the S-rank Evil God Hunter class quest, and right on cue, the quest details appear. Quest 1 requires stopping the villagers from summoning the evil god, rated difficulty D. Every participant gets 500 experience points upon completion and can leave the realm, while Quest 2 demands wiping out all infected villagers at difficulty C. Clearing that second stage grants 1,500 experience points and allows everyone involved to exit the secret realm. Quest 3 orders them to eliminate the summoned evil god alongside all corrupted villagers, sitting at rank S difficulty. Finishing this final trial awards 5,000 experience points. It also drops a low-grade C-rank evil god bloodline vial. Just then, in the distance, Yi Kuang stands above the crowd and shouts. He tells everyone they only need to enter, finish quest number 2, and leave, while item drops will be fairly rolled through party settings. Anyone who misses out on loot will still get compensated with gold coins. Yi Kuang promises he will never let anyone get cheated, while Chen Bai slips silently into the cheering crowd below. Back in his previous life, wanting extra gold, Chen Bai fell for Brother Kuang's lies and joined his squad inside this place. Dark memories instantly flash through his mind, showing Chen Bai and the remaining fighters locked in combat with the beast. Brother Kuang intentionally missed his shot, and that deliberate screw-up allowed the villagers to complete the evil god summoning. Right after that, the guy grabbed his personal squad and pulled back outside the combat zone. His real goal was using everyone else's lives as cannon fodder to wear down the monster. In Chen Bai's memory, Yi Kuang hurls a spear toward the trapped survivors, shouting that their only way out is weakening the fiend to his liking. By the time people realized the trap, Brother Kuang had already surrounded the battlefield, ruthlessly slaughtering any awakened fighters trying to run. Nobody on the field could fight back, getting overwhelmed in moments. That scumbag recruited nearly 100 people, mostly solo survivors and small squads barely scraping by nearby. Not a single person could mount an organized counterattack in time. After the massacre, he and his cronies watched from afar with cruel delight as dozens died pointlessly against both the monster and Brother Kuang. The few desperate survivors had no choice but to turn back and clash with the beast. Knowing there was zero way out, the remaining fighters threw themselves into battle against the evil god just to survive. That tiny glimmer of hope they fought for never even existed. Once everyone dropped dead, Yi Kuang turned to his men and barked that it was finally time for them to charge. Only after the last person fell did Brother Kuang lead his team toward the exhausted fiend, unaware that Chen Bai managed to slip away. The tyrant never realized Chen Bai survived by squeezing into a tiny gap nearby and crawling deep inside. Knowing he would be silenced if caught, Chen Bai stayed dead silent during their fight, barely dragging himself to the dungeon border. Chen Bai quickly spawned outside in another safe zone. Panting heavily from exhaustion, he remembered using the completion mechanics of quests 1 and 2 back then to escape the secret realm alive. Out of nowhere, a rolling die suddenly pops up right over Chen Bai's head. Back then, right before he could leave the dungeon, those guys managed to kill the demon and started rolling for loot. The system notification flashes across the screen, announcing that the item roll has officially begun. For the level 5 Evil Hunter class change scroll, your roll result is a perfect 100. Right after that system alert pings, the item drops straight into his inventory, confirming the win. Holding the level 5 Evil Hunter class change scroll tight, he flops onto the ground, throws his arm over his face, and just laughs out loud. They use the roll system to bait cannon fodder into their trap, only to lose the greatest reward to him instead. You could really say justice finally caught up with them. Chen Bai quickly cleared out right after that to dodge the manhunt coming his way. Back then, on the outskirts of Wuchang by the village secret realm, their relentless search forced him out of the city to start over elsewhere. Remembering the past brings a smirk to his face. Too bad he never saw Brother Kuang's face back then. Still talking to himself, Chen Bai suddenly stops in his tracks and looks up at something unexpected. Right in front of him lies a horribly mangled corpse, a corrupted villager, already dead. Someone else is inside this secret realm, Chen Bai mutters, stepping forward to take a closer look. In his past life, Yi Kuang was supposed to clear this realm and kill the demon 2 months from now. He rubs the back of his neck, looking down with a shrug. No point worrying about someone jumping ahead. Even so, the confusion lingers inside him. Who on earth could have discovered this secret realm so early? Meanwhile, deep inside the central village zone, Yi Kuang and his crew are slashing through battle after battle. The system chime rings out in the air with an update. Quest 2 is complete, and the experience reward has been granted. Hearing they can now exit at the village edge, Yi Kuang turns to his crew with a grin. Nice job, boys. Brother Trong Long was dead right. Once the second quest wraps up, we can get out of here. Let us roll out and take down this boss next time, he says, before one of his men points outside and screams. Brother Kuang, someone just walked in. The guy yells as they rush toward Chen Bai. Chen Bai strolls right in and asks if they are leaving, brushing past Ni Kuang with a quiet, testing glance. "Mind if I take over this boss?" he asks. And the guy forces an awkward smile. "Go right ahead." With his mystery solved, Chen Bai smirks to himself. "So it is, Brother Kuang. Crazy to see them find this place so early." Ni Kuang brushes it off and warns him to watch out, since that thing is a level 11 demon boss. Chen Bai just waves a hand back as he walks deeper into the clearing. "Thanks for the tip. See you around," he says, as a massive beast emerges right in front of him. Looking down in disgust, the creature sneers that he is an interesting bug who apparently does not know fear. "Or maybe you just accepted your impending death," it mocks, while Chen Bai closes his eyes and chuckles with complete calm. He softly tells the demon it has just been a long time since he faced a lone hunter fiend. "When it comes to low-level demons like you, I always wipe every last one out." Ignoring his words, the monster raises its claw and roars just a puny human, "Die for me." Now watch this before it even finishes barking. He flashes through it in a blink, slicing it into ribbons, drawing on decades of demon hunting experience. The creature freezes dead in its tracks without a sound, blood gushing everywhere. Every move, every weak spot, down to the exact layout of its veins, he knows it all by heart. Energy still pulsing in his hands, Chen Bai turns his back as the butchered fiend collapses in agony. With the beast dealt with, the system chime rings out once more with clear alerts. Notice Tier 2 boss, Ale Orlandendo of the Demon Hunter clan, has been slain, gaining 135,000 EXP, and completing quest 3 rewards him with 5,000 EXP, plus a rank C low-tier demon blood potion, and Chen Bai smiles. Looking back, looks like my skills have not gotten rusty at all. Behind him, Ni Kuang's crew completely loses their minds in sheer disbelief, shouting out, "Brother Kuang, I just got the participation reward. 5,000 experience points and the bloodline item. I actually got them too." He glances at the screen, taps a button, and mutters, "Instant kill." Truong Long speaks up from behind him, asking if he is seriously about to consume that boss corpse. Ni Kuang turns his head slightly, frowning as he says, "Let us move. Let us go check it out." System notifications keep chiming in his head, pinging relentlessly one after another. Alert: you devoured a special species, gaining 350 exclusive evolution points for the Blacklight virus. System alert: gene extraction complete, yielding a standard rank A evil spirit bloodline potion. Standing in the distance, Chen Bai halts what he is doing, locking his eyes on the approaching group. He steps toward them and asks with a smirk, "What brings you guys back here? Don't tell me you came back for a cut of the loot?" Ni Kuang walks up to Chen Bai, chuckling, "Are you kidding me right now? You took down this final boss completely solo, so how could I ever have the nerve to demand a share?" Chen Bai frowns. He coldly studies every single gesture, thinking this guy is acting righteous again. But too bad his true colors are already exposed. Chen Bai deliberately pulls out the freshly gathered loot for Ni Kuang to see, remarking, "This boss dropped quite a haul, didn't it? Look here, rank B Demon Hunter Bloodline Potion, rank A Evil Spirit Bloodline, and even a Tier 5 Demon Hunter class change scroll." He deliberately dangles the bait. Chen Bai shoves the items toward him, asking, "You are really telling me you are not tempted?" Unable to resist the premium loot in front of him, Ni Kuang slowly reaches out to take the small glass vials. Truong Long stands beside him, helping hold the items while whispering, "Brother Kuang, these are all the blood vials everyone just got." He forces an awkward smile and quickly explains, "If I said I didn't want them, I would definitely be lying." But Ni Kuang still pulls out several solution vials, handing them back to Chen Bai as he speaks. "We are not unreasonable people. You finished the quest, so all the drops naturally belong to you." Chen Bai takes some items back, curling his lips into a smirk. "Sounds pretty honorable of you." But then his grip tightens. Chen Bai locks eyes with Ni Kuang and asks, "You didn't double back just to congratulate me, did you? Just say what you want." Ni Kuang quickly replies honestly, "Nothing big. I just want to be friends and ask where your territory is." Ni Kuang lowers his voice, his true motive surfacing as he slowly points out a specific location on the map. My younger brother is currently clearing the western outskirts of Wushuang, and it would be awful if he accidentally trespassed onto your turf. Instantly, the thought of Meng Meng living in that exact area flashes right through his mind. Chen Bai narrows his eyes, thinking the western outskirts. Meng Meng is staying in a residential complex right near that gym. Disgust surges inside him, but he keeps his face completely blank while secretly sizing up Yingyi Kwang. This guy puts on a polite front, but he is clearly fishing to see what I am doing on his turf. Chen Bai stays composed and gives his answer. Relax. My base is over in Zhangthan. I only happen to know about a gym on the western outskirts. Chen Bai quietly slides his hands into his pockets and watches in silence, trying to gauge their faction's strength near Meng Meng. A moment later, Yingyi Kwang gestures, tilting his head with a chilly smile. We just seized the western outskirts stadium a few days ago, and my guys are clearing the surrounding zone. With your power, you must run a massive crew in Zhangthan, so let us team up and back each other. Chen Bai doesn't flinch. Chen Bai glares straight into his eyes, already clearing the gym area. When scum like him talk about clearing an area, it is just code for brutal conquest and slaughter. Memories from his past life hit him, the raid on Meng Meng. No wonder nobody ever heard of her back then. She was probably wiped out by these very thugs. And right in this tense moment, a system chime suddenly breaks the silence. Alert! Meng Meng sent a message. Chen Bai turns his back on Yi Kwang, opening his floating panel. Hold on a second. Inside his inbox, Meng Meng has sent an urgent flurry of messages. Master, a whole mob of evolvers just swarmed into my neighborhood, and it looks like they are searching house to house for something. They will reach my place any minute now. Reading this in cold silence, Chen Bai immediately shoots a reply back. They are purging all zombies and evolvers in that sector. Do not let them inside. I am heading over right now. His expression turns pitch black as burning fury causes dark tentacles to erupt outward. The sight makes Yingyi Kwang break into a cold sweat of pure terror. What are you doing? He turns to sprint away, but Chen Bai unleashes murderous intent, firing tentacles that wrap around Yingyi Kwang. Die. Chen Bai coils his tentacles tight around Yingyi Kwang, silently reading through every memory locked inside his head. Devouring evolution activates, unlocking scattered fragments of memory. But these memories are totally fractured, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location of Jinhui International where Meng Meng lives, not to mention the exact stadium arena. Seeing this brutal scene, Yi Chang's goons scatter in pure panic, screaming, "Run for your lives!" He smirks at the fleeing thugs, quietly muttering that he still needs one survivor left to guide the way. That person who warned him about the boss clearly knows quite a lot. Meanwhile, dark, gloomy skies loom over a massive residential high-rise across town. Over in the western suburbs of Wushuang, Meng Meng stands inside her apartment, raising a wooden club defensively toward the front door. Jinhui International Community, Building 16, Room 1. Meng Meng's apartment. Heavy pounding echoes outside her door along with menacing shouts. "Is anybody in there? Open up!" A man stands outside, banging relentlessly and making threats. He yells that he is counting to 3, and if nobody answers, they are kicking the door straight in. Meng Meng trembles all over, gripping the wooden stick tightly in her hands. She forces her voice steady, warning them, "You are not welcome here. Get lost right now. If you force your way inside, do not blame me for fighting back." Hearing her voice, the scumbags outside exchange smirks and start mocking her openly. "Hey bro, looks like it is just a little girl inside." "Little girl, figured out how you are gonna fight back yet? Do not worry, sweetie. Get ready, because your big brothers are coming inside right now." Sweat dripping down her pale face, Meng Meng loses her temper and screams out, "Get lost!" The second her voice breaks out, a massive acoustic shockwave blasts outward across the entire hallway. The 3 guys outside get caught totally off guard, their ears ringing as their eyes widen in sheer terror. Inside, the wooden stick drops from her numb hands, clattering across the floor. Pushing her energy way past the limit, Meng Meng collapses exhausted onto the floor, coughing violently. Staring at the fresh blood smeared across her palm, dread sinks in. Damn it, This psychic skill still demands high physical stats, barely over 1 single second, and her voice cracked while draining nearly all her stamina. Now listen to this sudden hush. Dead silence settles outside, catching Meng Meng's attention as every trace of movement completely stops. With her level of mental force, that blast should have knocked them out cold at least. An eerie quiet hangs over the apartment, broken only by Meng Meng's ragged, continuous coughing echoing through the room. The thugs outside were badly injured by her sonic blast, but one still manages to crawl up and radio the rest of the gang gather up at the 12th floor of Building 16. There is a girl here who attacks with mental energy. Everyone in my squad is down. Get over here and capture her right now. After unleashing such a devastating mental strike, there is no way she can pull it off again anytime soon. Following that distress call from their wounded comrade, the brief moment of quiet vanishes fast. 10 minutes later, Meng Meng leans weakly against the wall while violent, thunderous kicks slam relentlessly against her apartment door. Flushing red and gasping for breath, she glances over at the shaking door frame. They are back already? Looks like she will have to fight to the bitter death. Under relentless force, the door finally splinters and gets kicked wide open. The moment the entrance gives way, the swarm waiting outside storms straight into her apartment. Nan Heng pokes his head inside and spots Meng Meng sitting there, sneering with pure amusement. Well, look at this little beauty. Why are you sweating so much? Little girl, are you feeling tired yet? A lackey trailing behind him glares at her and mocks, Hey, sweetie, why aren't you screaming at us this time? Such a gorgeous body, but that screech of yours is unbearable. Let Big Brother come rescue you. Young girls shouldn't be making all that ugly noise anyway. They swarm forward in seconds, cornering Meng Meng with nowhere left to run. Scraping together her remaining stamina and mental energy, she prepares herself. She figures she still has just enough power left to unleash one last burst of hell-black flame. Right then, Meng Meng glares at the scumbags and screams, All of you go die. A dark purple mist erupts instantly, sending the goons scrambling back in pure panic. Hell-black flame. Yet despite the devastating burst, the shadowy purple smoke begins to thin out and fade away after just a few moments. Utterly exhausted and gasping for breath, Meng Meng collapses, yet still forces herself to stay upright. Master was right. All 4 attributes must balance each other out. Maxing out one single stat ends up disastrous. Having fled into the hallway until the smoke cleared, the gang saunters back inside, laughing out loud. Boys, looks like this chick is completely done for. Hey, beauty, get on your knees and submit. Or choose death right now. Forcing herself to crawl forward, her head throbs with blinding agony as consciousness slips away. Gathering every last scrap of strength, Meng Meng drags herself toward the glass window as fast as she can. No way in hell is she letting herself fall into their filthy hands. Watching her struggle, the thugs get even more hyped up, shouting out why even bother asking. She clearly chose death already. Call the rest of the boys, and let us have some fun. Their greedy hands reach out for her all at once. Grabbing Meng Meng, he drags her back and barks at the others to hold her down while she struggles. They start making their sickening moves while she desperately fights back to no avail. But right as Meng Meng cries out for help, a silhouette appears. Chen Bai is rushing in at breakneck speed. As she screams for someone to save her, he smashes straight through the glass window, shattering it into pieces and landing inside. Without hesitation, Chen Bai unleashes a flurry of vicious kicks right into the faces of the men holding her down. He pulls Meng Meng safely into his arms, while his kicks send the rest of the thugs flying across the room. Leaning against him with an exhausted smile, she softly whispers, asking if her master has really arrived. She begins apologizing for being too weak to defend herself, but Chen Bai cuts in softly, telling her it is not her fault and asking if she wants to rest. Just leave the rest of this mess to me. His gaze turns deadly as he glares at the scumbags, coldly warning them that since they dared to touch his disciple, not one of them is making it out alive today. Chen Bai gently sets Meng Meng down on the sofa, while the goons outside the door size him up with filthy looks. One guy shouts in confusion about where this backup came from, before yelling at the rest of the gang to just slaughter him already. Now look at this, those idiots have no idea that Chen Bai is already radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. He lunges forward in a blur. Completely impervious to their attacks, Chen Bai shifts his form and effortlessly swats them away, one after another. Summoning a heavy shield, he slams one thug so hard into the wall that the entire surface caves in. Chen Bai calmly glances toward the doorway, as the entire room suddenly falls dead silent. He mutters to himself whether that was all of them, when a faint whimper from behind suddenly catches his attention. Meng Meng is writhing on the sofa, her face pale and drenched in cold sweat as she mumbles in sheer distress. Sitting beside her, Chen Bai quickly realizes that severe physical exhaustion and mental overload are causing her intense headaches and hallucinations. Grimacing in panic, she weakly cries out, asking where her master is. He gently takes her trembling hand, pressing it against his cheek while softly reassuring her that her master is right here. But right as he lets his guard down, a shadowy figure creeps up from behind. The man sneers, swinging a heavy axe straight at Chen Bai. But before he can even get close, razor-sharp spikes erupt from the floor, impaling him on the spot. Chen Bai whispers gently, telling her not to be afraid because he will always protect her. Chen Bai's arm morphs as he slams his palm into the floor, sending earthen spikes erupting through the remaining thugs so no one can ever lay a hand on her again. An hour later, Chen Bai looks down at Meng Meng sleeping peacefully on his lap, her color finally returning to normal. Corpses lie scattered all over the floor when suddenly, a hesitant hand slowly pushes the door open. On high alert, Chen Bai looks up as Zhang Long peeks inside with a nervous smile, calling out that it is just him. Chen Bai glances coldly at him before going back to gently stroking Meng Meng's hair. He calmly asks if his arrival means Chen Yichang's entire squad is dead, causing Zhang Long to instantly drop to his knees. He admits that, just as instructed, he managed to trick the entire crew into coming here to ambush Chen Bai. Every single one of Chen Yichang's trusted lackeys has been wiped out completely. Chen Bai just smirks, asking if the survivors are his relatives, and that question terrifies the guy. His face contorts in panic as his voice trembles, desperately pleading that he has no close relatives or family like that. He explains he only has a wife and child, and Chen Yichang only forced him to join by threatening them because of his rank, a true vision talent. If his ability were completely useless, his family would have been violated and slaughtered just like all of his neighbors and friends. Chen Bai nods thoughtfully, remarking that his talent is actually quite decent. Besides, he was the only person who warned him about the boss, which Chen Bai genuinely appreciates. When asked if he wants to follow him to Jiangcheng, Zhang Long hesitates, met by Chen Bai's faintly suffocating smile. Chen Bai casually adds that he is not like Boss Cheng, and he has no interest in forcing people against their will. Promising to respect his decision, Chen Bai watches as the man frantically scrambles to explain himself. He insists he is more than willing, admitting he only paused because so many innocent people in the settlement are currently enslaved just like his family. Accessing his spatial inventory, Chen Bai agrees that he can take them in as well. But moving that many people straight back to Jiangcheng is no easy task, so he proposes a different plan. Telling him to stay behind in Wushang to stabilize the situation, Chen Bai pulls out a mysterious red potion with an unreadable look. Chen Bai tosses that potion over to Truong Long, telling him to take it as a gift to boost his strength, mentioning he also sent him a friend request. You can contact me once things settle down, and then decide whether you want to build up here in Wuchang or head over to Jiangcheng together. He accepts it with both hands, looking thrilled, saying thank you so much. Once Zhang Long leaves, Meng Meng stays fast asleep on the couch, while Chen Bai pulls up his system inventory right beside her. He stares thoughtfully at the interface, wondering why this item mutated right after he handed that potion to Zhang Long. His gaze locks onto the newly mutated mask sitting before him. Resting his chin on his hand, he ponders it definitely had not changed when he stored it in the secret realm. Back then, he tossed in the class change scroll alongside those demon bloodline potions, sorting various items and vials into separate inventory slots. Chen Bai reaches out to test something, deciding to move it to another slot to see what happens. He glances back and forth between the potions and the mask, noticing that the mask's eyes are fixated straight on the demon bloodline vials. With its mouth wide open, he wonders if it actually wants to consume these potions. Pulling out a batch of potions and grabbing the mask, he figures these low-grade bloodline vials are pretty much useless to him anyway. So why not feed them to the mask? Especially since this was the exact treasure Li Du was after. Who knows, feeding it might even end up unlocking some brand new abilities that could come in handy. Just watch this. He keeps shoving vial after vial straight into the mask's open mouth, one after another, happily feeding it the whole batch. 5 minutes later, a satisfied burp echoes from the mask, leaving Chen Bai looking on in mild disbelief, asking if it is finally done. This total spendthrift devoured so many of his demon blood potions just to get a single full meal. Then again, for a special grade treasure, eating stuff like this makes total sense. A moment later, right before Chen Bai's shocked eyes, the mask spits out a rather hideous mutated item, making him grumble while grabbing some paper whether this thing eats and excretes from the exact same mouth. What did it just spit out? Is he seriously supposed to clean up its poop now? Still, the moment Chen Bai picks the item up, its stat screen pops up ordinary demon bloodline essence, an A+ rank consumable. A potent potion that condenses the physical power of demon bloodlines, refined through a unique secret method. The effects scale higher the further you exceed the base requirement, which demands a combined strength, constitution, and agility score of 75 or above. He smiles with satisfaction. Can this mask actually purify demon bloodlines like that? Combined with all the demon bloodlines from the secret realm, he now has an endless supply of high-grade demon blood essence ready to go. Reaching into his system storage, Chen Bai pulls out a red scroll. Having rushed to save Meng Meng earlier without inspecting this class change quest scroll, and its stats immediately pop up. An S-rank Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. Only the very first pureblood demon creature slain can ever drop this one-of-a-kind quest item. Completing the assigned trial turns it into an actual Demon Hunter class advancement scroll. Quest requirement: activating the scroll sends the user straight into the first floor of the abyss. Slay 100 demons and 100 fallen fiends, and boom, you clear the trial and escape the abyss. This time, he refuses to struggle through the quest and leave in a rush. Meanwhile, at Jinhui International Apartments in western Wuchang, inside Meng Meng's bedroom, Chen Bai leans back against the headboard. He dismisses the system interface, knowing the demon-infested abyss is packed with lethal danger and massive opportunity. Right as Meng Meng slowly wakes up and rubs her sleepy eyes. Lowering her hands, Meng Meng spots Chen Bai sitting there, and tears instantly well up in her eyes. Calling out to her master, she bursts into tears and throws herself into his arms, while he gently reassures her that he is here and everything is fine. All those bad guys have already been eliminated. Once Meng Meng calms down, she lowers her head, sadly admitting she is still too weak in reality and wants to double her physical training. Chen Bai pats her head, noting raw workouts do not help that much, so sticking to the routine he planned is plenty. Her main priority right now is leveling up while mastering control over her skills. Meng Meng furrows her brows, explaining that leveling takes way too much experience, and she has barely cleared out a few nearby monsters in the dream realm. Biting her lip as tears threaten to spill, she admits she cannot travel far and cannot find any dungeons. Chen Bai chuckles softly, asking how she feels now, and suggesting they head back to Jiangcheng once she rests up a bit. There will be plenty of dungeons there, which instantly gets Meng Meng excited as she scrambles out of bed, insisting she feels great and is ready to leave immediately. Heading to Jiangcheng, Chen Bai suddenly grabs her wrist. "Hold on," he says, effortlessly scooping Meng Meng up into his arms, because walking on foot would take them until next month to reach Jiangcheng. Chen Bai scoops her up and leaps smoothly out the window, telling her to hold on tight, keep her eyes shut, and tap him if the wind pressure gets too heavy. Leaping seamlessly from rooftop to rooftop across the city, the two of them eventually arrive at a deserted, eerie forest out in the outskirts. Carrying Morng Morng through the dense canopy, he bounds from branch to branch, reaching the outskirts of Frost Mist Mountain, right at the secret realm entrance. They hit the ground, surrounded by strangely withered trees and dead flowers, as a system notification confirms they have officially entered the Demon Cult Village secret realm. Stepping deeper inside, Morng Morng gasps as the scenery shifts around them in an instant, distorting their entire surroundings. Realizing what secret realms actually look like, she listens closely as Chen Bai explains the main difference between dungeons and secret realms lies in their entrance. Only cleared secret realms trigger an entry prompt. That makes wandering into an unmapped secret realm insanely risky for any evolver, and she nods back, staring at him with absolute admiration in her eyes. She asks if she should lure the mobs next, praising his deep knowledge. But Chen Bai stops and turns back toward her. He warns her that this is not a dream world. Every skill use matters. So staying near the entrance is safer, telling her to wait right there. Before the words even settle, Chen Bai darts across the jagged boulders, taking down the swarm of demon cultists with effortless precision. Quest 3 suddenly updates no longer just slaying demons, but wiping out every single demon guard and the dark priest. Noticing bloodline potions are missing from the quest rewards, he wonders if extracting them is impossible, yet keeps charging forward with his mutation powers, dropping cultist after cultist in mere seconds. Either way, taking down the boss comes first as he pushes into the central plaza of the village secret realm. Chen Bai perches on a wall, watching a strange crowd gathering down below, seemingly in the middle of conducting some dark, sacrificial ritual. Tring Triert spots him immediately and shrieks to the rest, "Intruder alert!" Gripping his weapon tight, the priest lets out a wicked sneer, declaring this intruder will become fresh sacrifice for the demon. Watch how fast this turns. Chen Bai vanishes from the wall, catching Trin Triert completely off guard before reappearing behind him, wrapping evolutionary tendrils right around the priest body. Tring Triert scrambles to resist, but it proves completely useless. The remaining guards draw their blades and surround him, but as their swords slice down, he morphs a sturdy shield and blocks every single strike cleanly. The system chime rings out, confirming the level 15 dungeon boss, the Dark Priest, is dead, granting 45,000 experience points. The target contains special blood factors, giving him the option to absorb or excrete them. Absorbing these blood elements might alter the blacklight virus and his core body, making Chen Bai grin with genuine excitement as he checks the stats. Realizing he can still harvest demon bloodlines through Devour Evolution, he decides not to hold back in the slightest. Slamming his palm against the ground, massive spikes erupt outward, instantly impaling the demons. Gathering up all those defeated corpses, a prompt confirms a rank C demon bloodline potion has been extracted, proving mini-bosses can definitely drop bloodline serums equal to the main boss. Glancing down at the two bodies in his grip, he analyzes them carefully. Elite mobs drop bloodline potions while ordinary trash monsters do not, which honestly makes total sense for game balance. Back at the secret realm entrance on Frost Mist Mountain, Morng Morng sits slumped on a rock staring inside, knowing her master has already wiped out the boss, mini-bosses, and elite mobs. Pouting with her chin on her hand, she worries he forgot all about her, wishing he would at least bring her along to tag the boss for free experience. Suddenly, Chen Bai's loud shout snaps Morng Morng right out of her daze. "Morng Morng, prep your skill now." Sprinting full speed, he orders her to unleash her widest destructive area of effect attack, reassuring her that these monsters are barely clinging to life, so her spirit power can easily finish the job. Even without fully grasping the situation, she reacts instantly, opening her mouth wide to fire a massive sound wave directly at the swarm of flying bodies coming her way. System alerts flash non-stop, granting 250 experience for slaying a level 10 infected villager and 400 experience for a level 12 infected peasant. Another notification adds 300 experience for killing a level 1 infected traveler. Look at those numbers. Rack up 500 experience for a level 14 butcher, plus 300 for a level 10 farmer, leaving her eyes completely glued to the stats in absolute awe. Level up confirmed. Earning 2 free attribute points, the system confirms all quest objectives are complete with every monster eliminated, allowing them to exit whenever they want. Morng Morng turns to Chen Bai beaming with joy, cheering that she just reached level 6.5 from all that experience. He smirks, noting he reached level 9 too, as she leaps down from the rock and throws her arms around him, thanking him endlessly. She happily thanks her master for power leveling her, saying she loves him when an urgent system ringtone suddenly sounds off for a private video call from Tu Queen. Chen Bai pauses in surprise for a second before accepting the call, his face turning dead serious as he looks into the screen and asks what happened. Her expression looks pretty grim on the display. On the other end, Tu Quinn rests her arms on the desk, furrowing her brow as she pleads that they desperately need his help right away. A goblin calling himself the god of trading appears in the settlement, and as Chen Bai pauses in thought, a familiar face slowly comes to mind. The god of trading. Chen Bai recalls with a sudden flash of surprise, Leguo. Why on earth did that guy show up here? Songa swallows hard, asking him in utter disbelief, wait, you actually know that guy? Over gloomy purple soil and bare, leafless branches outside the village secret realm in suburban Wuchang, Songa pops up on screen, saying it is a long story, but she will keep it short. After spending a single day at the settlement, that guy Leguo came straight to find me. He wants to offer an A-rank Silver City creation token as an investment. She goes on to explain that his condition requires setting up the Goblin Chamber of Commerce in the city's prime spot once built, plus lifetime tax exemption. Chen Bai rests his hand on his chin. In deep thought, high-tier city tokens are extremely rare, and any settlement recognized by the Universal will unlock massive perks. For us, this investment brings nothing but massive benefits with zero real downsides. Hearing his take, she nods in full agreement, saying that is fantastic since she felt the exact same way. But there is still another issue. This city creation token cannot just be activated whenever we want, and in fact, it must be used right away. Chen Bai addresses the problem she just brought up, noting that an A-rank city building quest will trigger a massive monster siege. Honestly, with the settlement's current strength, holding off an assault like that is nearly impossible. But Chen Bai tells her not to worry, promising he will return within a single day. Surprised, Songa asks if she should stall for a day so he can accept the investment personally. Chen Bai thoughtfully turns down the idea, reminding her that Leguo offered the investment to her directly, plus he has already accepted other investments in the past anyway. He adds that she should flatter Leguo a bit more and casually drop Chen Bai's name. She happily agrees, telling him she understands, and he has nothing to worry about. He summons floating item cards and calls out for Meng Meng to come over, while she playfully replies that she is on her way, master. Stored inside those cards is gear he prepared, as he tells her this is all the equipment he has to boost her physical stats. Take whatever you can equip to boost your stamina and physical power as high as possible. Slightly surprised, she politely replies, yes, master, before wondering to herself what pieces she should choose first. Chen Bai glances at her with a knowing smile, explaining that an emergency popped up at the base and she will lag behind if he runs at full speed. Meng Meng catches on and nods right away. She happily puts on every single piece of equipment, turning to tell her master that she is fully geared up. Her constitution is now past 30 points, and her defensive stats gained huge bonuses. Chen Bai gives a thumbs up of approval. While back at the settlement, an elegant Songa steps inside the room, apologizing for the wait. She informs Mr. Leguo that they have decided to accept his investment, speaking to an elderly figure sitting inside a spacious villa belonging to Song Zijing within Dongshan settlement. Sitting leisurely with his legs crossed in the living room, Leguo praises her as a truly capable and decisive woman. It is honestly no surprise that she managed to build such a massive settlement during the apocalypse. What is even rarer is keeping thousands of awakened evolvers in total, disciplined order. She humbly replies that he is being too generous, since her business and management skills pale in comparison to even a fraction of his. Calling him the god of trading, she says having him invest here honors the entire settlement, while the sly-eyed merchant looks back at her with open praise. He calls her wonderfully modest, adding he is increasingly certain she can turn this territory into the absolute finest haven for evolvers. Leguo then requests that when that time comes, she will take extra good care of their Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Songa happily agrees, assuring him that taking care of his guild goes without saying. Crossing her legs, she speaks with firm confidence, admitting that the true leader of their settlement has admired him for a very long time. The moment he learned a Goblin Chamber of Commerce was coming to the city, he dropped everything outside and immediately rushed back here at full speed. Surprised, the old merchant asks who this person could be, since hardly any evolvers know about him or the Goblin Chamber of Commerce yet. Without hesitation, Songa introduces him, saying he definitely knows the man in question. His name is Chen Bai, and he already approved your investment hearing. That name instantly makes Leguo widen his eyes in absolute shock and panic. Staring at the red cards, he frantically stammers, "Wait. It is actually that terrifying monster? No way, this investment will not work." Dismayed, Songa asks if the deal is off, but Leguo excitedly shouts back, "No, no. He just never imagined that Crazy Brat was actually the one running this settlement. With that kid around, this one fits far better," leaving Songa staring wide-eyed at the glowing red card in total shock at a gold-grade token. Tossing the glowing card straight towards Songa, he announces, "That is right. This is an S-rank Gold City creation token. An A-rank city trial would be way too easy for a monster like him anyway." Le seriously points out that if he gets back in time, everyone might actually have a shot at securing an S-rank siege monster. A system prompt pops up, showing that Lei sent over an investment quest for an S-rank Golden City token. She reads the glowing text, hesitantly murmuring, "What is this?" A massive system prompt unfolds, detailing the S-rank Golden City token quest right after a single day of preparation. Right at the center where the city token activates, every surrounding monster gets heavily buffed, launching relentless, non-stop assault waves straight at the stronghold. Survive the total siege for 5 straight days, and the quest is officially cleared. As for the reward, a massive 10,000-meter radius around the token becomes officially recognized by Cosmic Will, granting Golden Tier City status. Accept or decline. Sushin picks up the token and inspects it closely, noting the territory is way larger than an A rank. Ledo's eyes light up with a sharp gleam as he reminds her that greater rewards mean far deadlier risks. He asks if she dares take this investment, and she just stares back with pure confidence, saying with the Chen Bai here, "There is nothing to fear." One day later, Su Xin spots a lone figure rapidly leaping across the treetops in the distance. Up on the grand villa rooftop at Dongshan's settlement, Chen Bai carries Meng Meng in his arms, admitting the trip back took longer than expected. Monsters were already swarming, so he had to carve out a clean path. Seeing him, she rushes over with pure relief. She says it is wonderful he made it back, while he glances at Meng Meng, noting he has to take her to bed first. He asks for a quick briefing on the defense, so Sushin walks beside Chen Bai, breaking down their current setup. She explains that the siege begins in less than 20 minutes, and 3-layered defense lines are already set up across the surrounding terrain. The sector facing Jiang City is their main defensive focus, backed by several contingency plans to keep the stronghold completely secure. Inside the elegant villa bedroom at Dongshan, she looks over at the sleeping girl, explaining that this is everything they could prepare for now. He praises her warmly, telling her she did an excellent job. Su Xin hands him a sleek black briefcase, mentioning that while clearing out the sewer dungeon these past few days, they finally tracked down every remaining piece of plague equipment. Chen Bai gently slides an arm around her waist, softly thanking her for everything. He adds that choosing her was easily one of the best decisions he ever made. Su Xin sits on his lap, teasingly replying that being chosen by him is the greatest blessing of her life before opening up. She confesses she was terrified, but seeing him calmly carry a girl home helped put her mind completely at ease. He calmly clarifies that she is not just some random girl, but his personal disciple with a talent that rivals his own. Resting a hand on her back, Chen Bai gently instructs her to have Tong Ka look after the girl shortly. He asks to be notified the second she wakes up, emphasizing that Meng Meng is the ultimate key to protecting their settlement. They cannot afford to neglect her for even a moment, and Su Xin obediently nods in agreement. Picking up the briefcase, Chen Bai heads out, announcing it is time to face the incoming monster siege head-on. She follows right behind him as a massive red wave of monsters of every shape and size gathers outside the woods. Down at the base of Mount Dongshan, heavy fortress walls stand ready. Chen Bai glares down solemnly, recognizing the true ferocity of an S-rank city establishment siege. In his past life, his Chen Bai stronghold was only B rank. Looking at the endless sea of black fiends below, the numbers are night and day. Now look at him, not a shred of fear in his eyes, just a grin, knowing the gap between then and now is massive. Just 3 minutes before the siege kicks off, figures overlook the gathering horde from high, atop the Mount Dongshan fortress walls. Su Xin holds a child close, whispering softly. She addresses the entire Mount Dongshan settlement, stating they face a 5-day siege, but there is no reason to panic. Calling out to everyone gathered across Mount Dongshan, she reminds them of the grueling 5-day trial ahead. But she raises her voice, reassuring the crowd completely. They hold the sturdiest fortress walls on Earth, backed by unmatched supplies and the most dependable reinforcements available. Su Xin declares to the crowd, they have over 100 allies with B-rank talents, nearly 10 elite masters with A-rank and S-rank gifts, and most importantly, 2 supreme powerhouses holding legendary triple S talents. Su Xin reinforces that failure is impossible, because in 5 days, they will claim the single greatest and largest territory on Earth. Every defender here will gain full access to premier settlement perks and discounted infrastructure benefits forever. Hearing her words, the crowd roars with excitement. She calls out once more to rally everyone. Only 1 minute left. Is everyone ready to start farming cash and experience points? Only 1 minute remains. Are you all prepared to reap experience and gold? The entire crowd roars back together in pure excitement, ready. Chen Bai glances at her and says her speech was great and full of spirit, while Songge gently replies that having him and the girl he brought back gives her immense confidence. Turning around to look at the young girl, he issues an order. He notes that her sound amplification talent is pretty solid, telling them to move her to safety, before turning toward Lu Li to ask how the live stream setup is coming along. She cheerfully replies that following his instructions, she picked the highest grade controllable stream camera provided by the Universal Will itself. Turning toward the oncoming monster swarm, Chen Bai tells her to go ahead and start the stream. Lu Li gives a crisp, short reply on it. A flood of lively comments suddenly pops up with just 1 minute left until the siege. As the Evolver Forum streams a live city defense using an S-rank gold creation order in Jiangcheng. Viewers wonder if this is pure clickbait, especially since it costs 1 whole gold coin just to watch. Others agree, claiming the boss their entire settlement took down together only dropped a low-tier D-rank token. But some insist it is totally real, freaking out over the massive zombie horde while asking where this is, swearing to move there if they successfully defend the city. Wondering why the streamer is an Easterner, he begins the final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, almost time. As the final seconds tick down, the moment arrives. 1. The preparation phase for city defense is officially over. Now look at this madness. The monsters suddenly shift color and turn vicious as the system notification announces the siege has begun. Lung Shuang tells her with regret that the monsters are actually buffed, wishing they had moved earlier to clear out some of the regular unbuffed zombies. Songge calmly explains that he knew about the monster buff all along, since buffed zombies drop far more gold and experience points. Without hesitation, Chen Bai leaps right into the thick of the surrounding monster swarm. Flying down, he calculates that while the zombies have triple their normal stats, the gold and experience payouts are also 3 times higher. Chen Bai grabs a beast by the head and unleashes his raw power. Activating Plague Infection, his system screen displays a plague combo of 5 out of 5, granting plus 15 to all stats while inflicting a debuff on contact. With a single swing of his arm, 3 monsters go flying as the Plague Infection trigger goes on a 5-hour cooldown. The mob gets completely shredded as the plague spreads at blinding speed to an enemy, dealing lasting corrosive damage and draining their attributes. Chen Bai observes the unfolding battlefield while fighting, praising the results. The skill works wonders, because even if the raw damage seems modest, the rapid spread combined with attribute reduction makes defending the city far easier. Looking at the infected pack, he wonders where that strange mental shockwave came from. The contaminated zombies pile up while the rest of the undead actively steer clear of them. Chen Bai instantly pieces it together. There has to be a lord among this zombie horde commanding their movements. No wonder these zombies advance in neat formation instead of trampling each other. So he rushes into the fray to hunt down the lord. Uncontrolled zombies are much easier to handle, but locating this hidden leader might take quite a bit of precious time. Glancing back at the city walls, Chen Bai weighs his options. If he leaves to hunt the lord right now, the enemy leader will unleash the full zombie tide against the wall, causing heavy casualties among the defenders. Gritting his teeth, he carefully works through the calculations in his head. Yet if he fails to hunt down the lord quickly, and other zombies threaten the settlement later, his forces will get scattered, leaving him completely trapped here. Slashing down monsters without pause, he realizes that resolving this tricky situation cleanly will definitely require Meng Meng's special assistance. Chen Bai blocks incoming toxic spit with his shield, silently urging her to wake up. Meng Meng slowly opens her eyes, a trace of tears lingering in her gaze. Songge looks over happily, asking if she is finally awake, while Meng Meng nervously questions her with a blushing, fearful expression. She asks who Songge is, where they are, and where her master went. Right as a notification flashes saying Meng Meng is awake, Songge messages Chen Bai that she is explaining the situation to the girl, prompting a relieved reply from him before Meng Meng texts him directly. She apologizes to her master, explaining she could not withstand the wind pressure at his full speed, completely passing out from exhaustion. Having caught up on the crisis through Songge, she offers to enter the dreamscape immediately to slay monsters for him, but Chen Bai quickly replies. He tells her not to rush, offering to describe a specific zombie so she can use her dreamwalk ability to track it down. She carefully reads through each line of his incoming message. It describes a standard human build with shoulder pad-like growths, an oversized skull wrapped in intricate mesh over bone, tentacles stretching from both shoulders, and immense psychic power. Meng Meng turns to Songge and tells him she needs to enter the dream realm, so keep everyone away from her. Thanks. He asks in surprise, how can you fall asleep that fast? Shifting into the dream space, Meng Meng gasps so many zombies gathered at East Mountain and the wall below. She raises both hands to manifest dream energy, lifting massive boulders. In an instant, they crash down and crush the horde below, delighting Meng Meng. The dream realm really is top tier. She stretches with relief. All right. Time to find the zombie Lord Master mentioned. Meng Meng launches herself upward, eager not to delay her master's mission. Meanwhile, late afternoon on the first day of city defense, Chen Bai drops down to the perimeter. He asks Songge for the exact report on member casualties and overall damage to the city walls. Songge hands over a water bottle and a towel, reporting that thanks to his slaughter on the front lines, 0 lives were lost. Plus, while the monsters thinned out below the wall, we launched several counterattacks with only a few members injured. She waves her hand, noting wall damage is practically 0. I think you can rest easy and let others take over garrison duty. Chen Bai rejects the idea, warning the current situation is far from optimistic. Songge suddenly gasps in complete shock, stammering with a hint of fear about a lord. Turns out, this kind of zombie actually exists. He points out only enhanced common zombies appeared today, while special mutant zombies were barely seen at all. Chen Bai's gaze turns ice cold. I've got a feeling this lord is building up strength to wipe us out in one shot. Songge walks over calling Chen Bai, while Meng Meng sprints ahead. Master, she calls out, while he tells her to take it easy as she keeps running. Master. He glances toward the two of them. Meng Meng, bro. Chen Bai instructs Lu Li not to live stream this area, and she instantly obeys. Understood. Songge adds that by Dai, Lu Li has redirected every cosmic will live stream drone away. He replies softly, yeah. Meng Meng's ability is unique, so we can't let outsiders see it. She acknowledges the order. Chen Bai pats Meng Meng on the back. Why so flustered? Did you find the Lord? She bends over, catching her breath, barely able to speak. Not yet. Meng Meng looks up, saying that although she sensed spiritual fluctuations a few times, each was brief, only confirming a rough direction. I still haven't locked onto its tracking signal. Sorry, Master. He calms Meng Meng's worries, telling her to stop constantly apologizing. I know you did your absolute best to search. She wipes sweat from her chin, but it's not like I found nothing. Where's the map? Songge hands over the scroll. Right here. Meng Meng explains that while she couldn't pinpoint the Lord, she spotted several suspicious gathering zones of special mutant zombies, each packing several hundred. She points at the map like here. Near Jiang City Produce Market, there are 200 to 300 fat, red-eyed giants over 2 meters tall. Meng Meng is breaking down the entire situation like a field reporter. East Jiang Square is packed with bizarre zombies that have no arms or jaws. On the Riverside TV tower, a swarm of crawler zombies clings tightly, all moving at blazing speed. Meanwhile, all along Ronghua Commercial Street, muscular zombies with dense limbs are lurking. Chen Bai rests his chin in thought-bloated ones. Tanks, hunters, and screamers. Those are all Stage 2 evolved zombies. Songge agrees. You're right. They really do intend to finish us off. She asks Bai Di, in your view, how strong are Stage 2 evolved zombies? He explains Stage 2 evolvers sit at least at level 10, and judging by what Meng Meng described, they have gathered well over 1,000. Chen Bai smirks with these numbers. If it were just me alone, victory would still be entirely possible, but his voice turns cold. Under the Lord's command, they won't mob me. They'll throw everything into breaching the walls and slaughtering the citizens, turning this into a race of who kills faster. Our city's survivor rate will struggle to cross 10%. Hearing that, Songge turns away, firmly declaring we must eliminate this lord first. She will immediately search the city to see if any evolver possesses psychic tracking talents to hunt monsters. Chen Bai stops her. Hold on. I just remembered I have the perfect candidate. Chen Bai fires off a message. Do you have the ability to trace the origin of mental fluctuations? Han Xiao texts back, are you kidding, Bai Dai? My innate talent is psychic mastery, so of course I'm extremely sensitive to mental energy ripples. He replies, great. Help me with this. Han Xiao asks, is this about the Lord you mentioned on stream? Chen Bai confirms, that's right. Let me explain the situation and plan first. Time slips away to the afternoon of the second defense prep. Right now, at the Villa District, inside the Dream Realm at Mount Dongshan Base, Han Xiao looks around curiously, wondering if this whole place really belongs to the Chen Bai. On stream, he only saw the fortress walls, never expecting such a massive villa complex. He teases Chen Bai, if I move here, do I get a villa too? Chen Bai agrees without a second thought. Of course you do. There are plenty of empty villas on the peak, so take your pick. Han Xiao blushes with pure excitement, saying since Brother Bai treats him so well, he is going all out today. Meng Meng chimes in, saying she is fully ready to roll and asking if they should head out immediately. Master, which special infected are we hunting first? She asks, looking up toward the Riverside TV tower as the scene shifts to the East City Tower. Over in Jiang City, countless zombies swarm up the tower walls, letting out endless, skin-crawling shrieks. Chen Bai explains that these stalkers are the only ones capable of ignoring the base perimeter walls, making them the absolute biggest threat to the settlement. He figures the zombie lord definitely will not just sit back and let them wipe out all these elite predators. That means we will be counting on you, Chen Bai tells Han Xiao, who confidently promises to step up. Leave it to me, he says as Chen Bai leaps forward. Let us move. Meng Meng. Meng Meng flies right after him. Han Xiao scratches his cheek in total bewilderment, wondering if he should also practice using telekinesis to fly like that. Right then, she unleashes a massive sonic shockwave piercing screech. Meng Meng chuckles, noting she is still super strong in the dream world. But right at that moment, the entire zombie horde lunges straight at her, wiping the smile off her face in complete shock. Now look at this mess treating Meng Meng like a juicy snack. They swarm in too fast for her to dodge. In the nick of time, Chen Bai bursts into view from a distance, yelling out, Meng Meng, stay still. He throws up an energy barrier directly in front of Meng Meng. The system flashes rank A Hellfire Cloak, enveloping his body in infernal flames that steadily drain mental energy while dealing double-layered burns to the enemy physical body and soul upon contact. Massive spikes erupt and impale the entire pack as she coordinates with Chen Bai, to wipe out the remaining vicious beasts. He places his hand over the head of the final zombie to trigger evolutionary devour. The system announces successful devouring of a Stage 3 speed-type elite mutant, granting 200 virus points and 50 ultraviolet evolution points, with repeated devours reducing gains by 60%. Meng Meng points out that day 297 is only the second day of the siege. To have this many elite variants gathering already is wild, though Chen Bai notes speed types naturally assemble much faster. This is likely every zombie from Jiang City, and possibly even the neighboring regions as well. He glances sideways, noting more stragglers will arrive later. But by then, the zombie lord will already be dead. Without a lord directing them, scattered attacks are hardly worth worrying about, prompting her to ask a quick question. So, do we need to pick a settlement to sweep through next? Out of nowhere, Chen Bai spots something incoming. Swiftly snatching a flying dagger out of the air, looks like that will not be necessary. Unrolling the message, he finds it. Chen Bai grins. It is intel from Han Xiao, who successfully locked down the exact location of the Lord. The two quickly head to the northeastern mountains outside the Jiang City settlement, where inside the dream space, Han Xiao points ahead toward a deep ravine where psychic fluctuations are surging. Chen Bai is slightly surprised to realize the boss was hiding right behind them the whole time. Looks like this monster is pretty clever. Han Xiao laughs excitedly. Chen Bai, are we taking the boss down now? I cannot wait. Chen Bai explains they need to wake up and return to the real world before fighting this boss, which totally confuses Han Xiao. Huh? Why is that? Chen Bai points out they have to stream it. Taking down this lord is the perfect stepping stone to boost their reputation. Chen Bai pats his back, saying he did a massive favor today, and if any gear drops that fits his build, it is all his. Han Xiao smiles and says thanks, Chen Bai, while Chen Bai turns his attention back to Meng Meng. It is time to wake up, and Meng Meng can take Han Xiao along to hunt down some Stage 2 elite zombies. She asks which specific type. Chen Bai tells her straight up. The Screamers, these mutants, evolved purely through mental energy, so the two of them can shut them down easily. And while they lack melee power, their screeching poses massive danger. For strengthened zombies, they serve as huge force multipliers. Meng Meng instantly agrees, understood. Master. Han Xiao accepts the order too, promising complete success. Shifting to the northeastern mountain valley near Jiang City, Chen Bai peers down into a massive crater. This is the spot. His eyes narrow, looking dead serious as he assesses the surrounding terrain. It is extremely close, and even without dedicated scanning abilities, he can distinctly feel the aura of a high-tier evolved virus. Just as Chen Bai is lost in thought, a zombie creeps up from behind to ambush him, unleashing a ferocious slash that he cleanly dodges with lightning speed. Chen Bai is slightly startled. A high-tier evolved speed-type hunter, a variant far superior to regular stalkers. He figures there is a pretty high chance these things are bodyguards flanking the zombie lord. These zombies thrive in close combat, matching his speed almost step for step. Right now, Chen Bai is barely holding his ground against the creature's heavy assault. He knows he has to play weak and leave an opening, baiting them straight into attacking him. The zombie shudders violently, because getting dragged into an extended melee right now would stall him out for way too long. Letting the lord slip away is not an option. And watch this. Another creature creeps up from behind as Chen Bai smirks. Right on cue. Chen Bai strikes hard, wiping out the first threat while the two-headed zombie gets lifted into the air in total confusion. In a flash, he cleanly slashes through both necks, ending that two-headed monstrosity on the spot. Devour evolution activated. The system chimes in devoured elite mutant, Stage 4 speed-type hunter zombie. Ultraviolet virus abilities boosted across the board. Gained 1,000 virus points, plus 750 ultraviolet evolution points. Devoured elite mutant prompt confirms 900 virus points acquired, with repeat devour yields adjusted by -10%. Chen Bai raises his hands as a new alert pops up. Ultraviolet virus has unlocked a brand new razor blade form. His entire body suddenly shudders, catching Chen Bai off guard. A massive psychic shockwave hits him, and he glares up at the dark figure perched mockingly on a high branch. The shadow sneers, I thought you would run for your life earlier. Or do you actually think you can kill me? Right then, the zombie lord reveals itself above, and Chen Bai leaps straight up, snapping back, you could not be more wrong. Without hesitation, he slices through its tentacle, dropping down right where the zombie lord crashes. Honestly, this boss feels pretty weak. Just then, a voice calls out as Songa rushes over and hugs him tightly, thanking the Chen Bai for taking down the lord. Without a commander leading them, the upcoming assault will be so much easier to deal with. Songa and the girls gather around with praises, teasing their little troublemaker, while Luli winks and tells him he is totally dependable. Ling Yu softly whispers master as they all crowd around Chen Bai, heating him up completely since they know his exact tastes and weaknesses. Chen Bai suddenly wipes the smile off his face. An illusion suddenly takes over, but he instantly snaps out of it, thinking a low-level mirage like this is barely worth showing off. Turning toward the zombie lord with a smirk, he taunts that creating an illusion still is not enough to mess with his basic judgment. That means your spiritual power is way lower than mine. The beast screeches in agonizing pain, its body trembling without stopping. He mocks the lord while chat buzzes over the illusion alert, realizing he slashed the air twice, though the stream never shows mental illusions. Viewers assumed an invisible monster appeared, joking that this high-tier zombie seems pretty weak. Not strong? Go try taking one out yourself then. Echeng had a mantis zombie killed yesterday by an elite all-A-rank squad, with locals in chat confirming that was literally their strongest team. Now he claims a psychic evolved mutant has weaker mental stats than him, leaving viewers questioning if their ears are playing tricks on them. Others call it ridiculous, spamming toxic comments claiming this entire siege defense is just an elaborate stage setup. Clowns will always deny reality. But pay attention here. Everyone is switching over to Stream Room 3 for the massive incoming raid. Over at Jiangcheng's defensive perimeter, Stage 2 Strength-type evolved zombies, the Berserk Giants, are moving in. System alerts warn everyone to stay sharp and eliminate the zombies getting thrown onto the ramparts. The B-rank talent Throwing Mastery gives quite a boost to throwing range, landing accuracy, and overall impact damage. Meanwhile, C-rank Arrow Redirection alters arrow trajectories mid-flight, while another C-rank talent, Invisible Drag, ramps up air resistance across targeted zones. The giant zombie slams violently onto the ground, sending shockwaves through the air that force everyone to clutch their heads. Panic breaks out as defenders scatter with terrified screams. Wall Section 4 is breached as zombies rain down, prompting Songa to fling her darts while shouting for everyone to hold the line. Instantly, her purple crystal blades unleash consecutive fatal slashes, leaving the mangled zombies howling in pure agony. Grunting in annoyance, she snaps her fingers, firing a piercing purple crystal spike straight into the remaining monster. As the chaos briefly settles, Songa rallies the troops, reassuring them that the Chen Bai will soon eliminate their commander. Push through this wave and victory is ours, triggering a resounding war cry from the entire squad kill. The live stream explodes with simp comments praising her insane strength, debating between the badass queen and the lethal assassin standing right behind her. Others shut down the fanboys, reminding everyone she belongs to the Chen Bai before urging everyone to switch back to his stream immediately. Nobody expected this many elite zombies out in the northeastern mountains of the Jiangcheng base. Questions explode across the chat. What kind of zombie is this? A strength-type evolved mutant tyrant known as a stalker. Someone asks if the guy has seen one before, and the veteran replies that the Chen Bai named them. A blast detonates instantly, sending a thick cloud of dust right into Chen Bai's face. The heretic smirks mockingly. Word to the newcomers, the Chen Bai always waits for the boss to summon backup before making his real move. People call him arrogant and claim he will pay for it. But honestly, haters just cannot stand greatness. Let me break it down. This is the Phosphor Heretic, equal rank to the boss and clearly a psychic mutant. An offensive type? It keeps attacking Chen Bai, so why ignore it? Obviously, taking down the Lord comes first. Exactly. Getting caught in an illusion during this chaotic brawl would mean instant game over. Here comes the Lord's final reinforcement, a massive strength mutant known as the Meat Mountain, though some claim they have seen bigger. For real though, that entire city of Quancheng was swallowed whole by one. Even from far away you could see it. Chen Bai crouches low, gathering infernal flames right into his clenched fists. You think that is enough to block me? In a flash, his devastating strike slams dead center into the zombie. Pure shock hits the zombie lord. It tries to turn and run, but Chen Bai cuts it off too late to flee. Is the lord dead already? Some spectators rush to the battlefield while others stay back, waiting for updates. Total chaos breaks out on the front line as zombies start trampling each other, completely directionless without their fallen master. Turns out this zombie lord really was a catastrophic threat. Out of nowhere, a colossal hand plunges down from above as the mutant tyrant drives a crushing palm straight toward Chen Bai. Thick smoke rolls across the ground as the tyrant's massive frame looms into view. But that crushing grab did not catch Chen Bai at all. It seized the zombie lord instead. Chen Bai stomps down on the tyrant's trembling hand with freezing cold eyes. Who gave you permission to eat my loot? With one clean slash, Chen Bai slices the mutant tyrant in two. Wait, cannot Chen Bai absorb monsters? So why is he passing on these guys? Maybe it is tough during active combat, even though he absorbed whatever he wanted back during the zombie tide. Small fry cannot compare to heavy hitters like this. Refusing to stay down, the tyrant lashes out with a horizontal whip strike, but Chen Bai effortlessly cuts right through it. Chen Bai gives a dry laugh. Its power is dropping, so the plague debuff is actually doing its job. He sweeps his arm out, releasing a devastating wave of energy straight at the tyrant. Chen Bai cleaves right through the beast's arm with a cold taunt. Your resistance against that heretic soulfire is pretty impressive. Mind if I borrow it? With a final lethal strike, he blasts the tyrant backward while splitting the heretic clean in half. It is done. Drops float into view tyrant bone, the heretic heart, and the brain of the zombie lord. Chen Bai scoops up the loot, pleased that his luck is holding up nicely. He honestly never expected all the crafting materials he had been hunting for to come together this smoothly. Biochemical calamity, rank C blueprint. Required components, mutant zombie claws, flesh mountain tendon, tyrant bone, heretic heart, and the lord's brain. Every single item here is peak quality, surpassing the blueprint's base requirements by an entire tier. Now watch this. He knows he is about to forge something truly ridiculous as the claw stats pop up. Rank E, adding 10 agility and 8 strength with life drain on hit, plus a shadow claw skill granting 10% agility and 20% attack speed. Requiring over 25 agility and level 2 evolution status, the crowd immediately bursts into wild chatter. People cannot believe their eyes seeing these rare monster drops meant for high-grade gear crafting. Honestly, it blows everyone away completely. Chat begs the Chen Bai to showcase the fused item stats, but others fire back that he would never reveal something that valuable to outsiders. Chen Bai frowns slightly. Rank C. The system panel displays the gauntlets under biochemical calamity. Rank C. Boosting all stats by 35. Look, he is checking the stats, and everyone is dying to see. His expression looks pretty disappointed, which probably means the roll did not turn out great. Only rank C. Clearly, he is unhappy with the tier, and viewers agree these elite bosses deserved a much higher grade drop. High-grade Spirit Lord Brain active skill. It permanently controls 3 creatures with lower spirit stats, while the Tyrant Bone boosts agility and strength by 30% with a decaying 50% attack speed surge. Lasting 50 minutes with a 3-hour cooldown, the Flesh Mountain Tendon active skill delivers overwhelming raw power. Slaying an enemy triggers a pretty solid recovery state right away. It restores special energy, mental focus, open wounds, and overall physical stamina. Each kill adds +1 to all base attributes except spirit power, non-stackable, with an active duration of 20 minutes. Phosphor Heretic Heart unleashes a dual-purpose mental field for offense and defense, actively deflecting psychic attacks while projecting heavy mental suppression. This gear triggers a rare crafting effect, granting the special ability called Catastrophe Evolution. Once this biochemical catastrophe gear slays 100,000 mutant enemy targets, along with 100 high-tier mutants, It will fully evolve into a mature Horcrux. Chen Bai examines it closely. A mature Horcrux? He glances upward, looking at the remnants. Even though these creatures were already stripped of crucial body parts for raw materials, the leftover remains still carry a pretty high absorption value. He wonders if these leftovers can evolve his blacklight virus even further. Let us see how much it gives him. System alerts pop up. Devouring the special Stage 4 speed-type Tyrant Tracker mutant yields 1,200 virus points. Devouring the elite Stage 4 Spirit-type Lord mutant grants another 1,500 virus points. Devouring the Stage 4 Strength-type Flesh Mountain Giant mutant yields 1,200 points, while the Stage 4 Spirit-type Phosphor Heretic grants 1,300 points. Notification confirms a new Blacklight virus ability unlocked. The Whip Hand. Blacklight virus unlocks thermal tracking, followed by another brand new ability, viral tracking. Unlocked new heavy hammer morphology called Earthshaker Slam. Base Blacklight virus awakening progress has officially hit 30%. The advanced skill tree unlocks, and dark viral strands suddenly begin coiling across Chen Bai's hand. Examining this new form, he pulls up his Blacklight virus awakening screen and skill panel, displaying every single slot clearly. Chen Bai swipes through the attribute grids, deciding to dump all converted evolution points straight into his Blacklight virus first. Chen Bai clenches both fists. All set. If this treasure truly evolves into a mature Horcrux, it is bound to gain even more insane capabilities down the line. Right now, he is genuinely itching to test out just how effective it really is. System prompts aerial dash consumes physical stamina to glide or shift directions mid-air, with stamina cost increasing upon consecutive uses. Cut to a villa room in Zhangcheng, where Lu Li is buried in a wall of monitors. Sister Songge, Chen Bai's battle is completely over, and he is rushing toward the city walls right now. I am tuning all universal live stream feeds straight to the front lines of the battlefield. Meanwhile, inside the Zhangcheng base medical tent, Songge is receiving treatment as she speaks up in response. Got it, Lu Li. She pulls her sleeve down and turns Su Xin. Thank you for your hard work. You have not rested once since this siege began. So once this wave ends, you need to get some sleep. Su Xin giggles softly. I can still keep going. So many got wounded in that last assault, so I cannot leave them. Songge stands up, turning around to firmly insist you are resting. No excuses. You are not the only healer here, and Chen Bai would hate seeing you completely exhausted like this. Plus, she lowers her voice. Without your recovery talent for our private celebration after the defense, we sisters will be completely wrecked. She blushes blankly, but right then Ling Yu rushes inside to interrupt them. Songge, our current situation out there is looking pretty rough. She reports that although the Lord's death canceled the full assault order, stopping distant zombies from sprinting toward the city walls, the infected within 1 kilometer still hold pure aggro toward our settlement, recklessly swarming the perimeter right now. Ling Yu looks dead serious. Worst part is, the high-tier mutant zombies gathered by the Lord's lost leadership, yet they are all lumped together in one massive pack. Based on Shiwei's global scan, 3 sections of our defensive walls have already been breached. The deadliest zone spans West Section 6 to West Section 8, where our tank barricades cannot hold the line at all. Back at the Zhangcheng observation post, Songge calls in Shiwei. What is your current status over there? Shiwei answers Section 6 on the western wall will collapse within 3 minutes based on my calculations. Backup is needed immediately. The flesh and blood barrier is being devoured way faster than it can consume and regenerate itself. It cannot hold much longer, and right then, blood drips from her eyes as new alerts flash. An A-rank talent, Lin Wuyu. Her vision has 0 blind spots. Any target within sight can be marked and zoomed in on, spending 6 points of mental energy to rapidly process all visual data. Ling Yu notes that since the all-out assault began, she has used her power non-stop to watch the entire battlefield and coordinate commands. Her current condition is pretty rough. Songge smiles faintly, thinking of Songge. The kid really knows how to read people. With her mind made up, Songge turns to give orders. I am heading out to support the front lines right now. She instructs everyone to look after Wu Yu and make her rest. The order is quickly acknowledged. Understood. Over at Jiangcheng, right along the settlement wall, Chaos unfolds. Songa shouts out Sister Long Shuang. I brought reinforcements to back you up. Long Shuang yells back urgently, do not come over. Their speed is way too fast for you to help. Songa calls out Sister Leng Shuang. She immediately turns to her squad. Everyone, charge in with me. Chen Bai speaks up, reminding her that Leng Shuang told her not to get involved. Why cause more trouble? Songa freezes. Chen Bai tells her, give the order and pull your people back. The Lord is dead, so leave the rest of this to me. She is completely stunned. The Lord is dead? The Chen Bai is back. Chen Bai delivers a strike packed with internal energy, leaving Songa thrilled victory is already decided. He sweeps his arm out, unleashing a whip-shaped energy attack. Songa roars alongside the fighters to wipe out the remaining hostiles. The Lord has fallen. The Chen Bai returns, dropping down through the smoke with heat-tracking virus strikes. Victory is sealed. Chen Bai lands a crushing blow to take down high-tier earth lizards, while Songa swings her purple crystal mace into the fray. Meng Meng refuses to fall behind and strikes hard too. Fast forward 4 days, and white smoke hangs thick across the ruined battlefield. Chen Bai looks around, noting that our casualties defending this city were far heavier than I imagined. Songa agrees, yeah. The defensive wall is almost completely destroyed. This brutal battle dragged on for 5 long days. She remarks we definitely overestimated our own stamina and underestimated the intensity of this fight. Without you and Meng Meng, there is no way we could have held out. A slight smirk forms on Li Du's face. I think you folks ought to be a bit happier. He chuckles softly, sure. The battlefield looks pretty tragic, but the death toll is actually lower than what I expected. Congratulations on completing the mission in such flawless style. Li Du adds, now it is officially time to build your city-state. This was the trial after the descent of the first city-state. Outside the ruined walls of Jiangcheng, the Universal will confirms the S-rank Golden City Token investment mission is complete, distributing the quest rewards. Songa wonders, wait, so the construction is already finished? Nothing else left? Chen Bai shakes his head, of course not. He turns and takes her hand. Let us head to the place where we activate the token. Over at the foot of Dongshan Mountain in Jiangcheng, confused voices start ringing out, what is this thing? I have no idea. It just appeared out of nowhere. Stay alert, everyone. The system alerts. Exclusive City Heart. Only the female evolver and those authorized by her may use it to establish a city-state. Everyone stares in disbelief. It is the City Heart. The City Heart belongs to Lady Song-ge. The Chen Bai and Queen Song are here. Chen Bai walks up, letting out a soft sigh of interest. We use it here? Songa replies before using it. I specifically consulted a professional planner. The location here fits perfectly. She explains that this area includes mountainous terrain and flat plains, sheltered by the peaks. Important structures and resources can stay safely right here. Plus, Jiangcheng's large open plain and the waterway running through the base will make transport super easy. He looks down with a quiet laugh as expected of you, thinking through every single detail. Let us go establish our city-state. Songa casts a glance behind them. Hold on. There is something I need to ask, Mr. Li Du. She speaks up, pardon me. Respected Mr. Li Du, even though this was your investment in me, I want Bai to be our city lord. Li Du pulls his hat down low. No need to ask me. The city heart is already yours. So just keep your word about setting up the Goblin Commerce Guild in the Central District. Songa gives Chen Bai a pat on the back. Go on. I already handed full authorization over to you. The Universal will alerts with a system prompt authorization confirmed. Do you wish to activate the City Heart? Chen Bai agrees without a second of hesitation. The Universal will prompts please name city-state number S001. That notification gives Chen Bai a brief pause. But it is finally time to settle some old debts. He declares the name Chen Bai City. The Universal will confirms the naming, unlocking the city management panel as a stream of notifications pops up. The Universal will announces that with an S-rank City Heart, the owner serving as City Lord gains a 20% boost to experience and leveling speed within Chen Bai City. All attributes increase by 100%, with a toggle available to activate. All enemies inside Chen Bai City have their stats slashed by 50%. The cosmic will announces that you have been granted top-tier administrative authority by the city lord. Every single stat inside Chen Bai City increases by 80%. The cosmic will broadcasts this alert to all evolvers across the territory. The evolver Chen Bai establishes the guild Chen Bai City under serial number S001, earning 10 prestige points. Shouts erupt everywhere, 3 free stat points. Damn it! I only got 2. If I had known, I would have risked my life to take down a few more. Long live the Chen Bai. Long live the Queen. The cosmic will chimes in the city defense quest you joined is officially complete. You gain 100% bonus experience, plus 3 free attribute points based on your contribution. Ledoux claps his hands with a hearty laugh, calling out that it was well done. Su Xin looks over, puzzled, asking Mr. Ledoux if something great just happened. He explains that Chen Bai becoming city lord grants him peak authority and the ultimate backing. Everything aligns with his wishes, a completely flawless deal. Everyone walks away with what they wanted. Ledoux smirks, noting that this investment has wrapped up and he is thoroughly pleased with the outcome. He adds that it is time to move on, reminding Chen Bai to hurry up and finish the assigned investment quest. Chen Bai raises a hand, retorting back, does he have any idea just how brutal that investment quest actually is? Ledoux pulls down his hood, laughing out loud that he has full faith in the young man, before Chen Bai hands the scroll over to Su Xin. This is the gold-tier city development reward he just drew. He asks if she had not already laid out the preliminary blueprint anyway. He tells her to set it up in a prime location. The system screen reveals a galaxy-tier supercomputing core. Built with the highest-tier cosmic technology, it designs mechanical blueprints for trials and carries massive growth potential. The default operating interface only offers basic functions, but use it regularly, and its true output will easily blow past your wildest expectations. She is completely stunned. It is an integrated automated production line that syncs with the supercomputing core, churning out finished gear the second you feed raw materials into the machine. Chen Bai explains that every vehicle and machine crafted by this unit can be directly deployed in trials. With these in hand, their stronghold is about to skyrocket. Su Xin looks worried, arguing that times have changed and firearms might be useless, but he cuts her off. The weaponry forged here is nothing like standard pre-apocalypse gear. They carry real combat stats. She needs to drop those old pre-apocalyptic assumptions. Right now, the guild management system might look empty and unimpressive. Chen Bai turns serious, warning her that once exclusive guild blueprints start rolling in, she will barely keep up. Take an S-tier structure like the biological backup center, it can clone your body, granting you a literal second life. An S-tier anti-gravity foundation could even let them construct a city floating in the sky. Blueprints like these belong strictly to an S-rank guild. Hearing that, a wave of excitement washes over her. She nods, declaring that their guild will undoubtedly reign as the strongest force in the future. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes out. Calling for Master, Meng Meng waves excitedly, grinding mobs inside the dream realm was incredible, unlocking 3 whole new skills for him to see. The system alerts that Meng Meng is sharing skill details. Dream Totem Enhancement. White Noise. The totem emits varied frequencies, lulling targets straight into sleep. Dream Totem Enhancement, Surging Drowsiness. The hypnotic power of the Dream Totem is drastically boosted, layering psychological suggestion that forces targets to drop their guard and lose focus. Chen Bai praises her choice. Now the Dream Totem drags enemies into sleep without them even having to stare directly at it. Combined with Surging Drowsiness, this will be devastating even in real-world combat. She beams happily, saying he is too kind. Wasn't this the exact synergy he recommended after checking her skill tree? Stepping closer, she urges him to check the 3rd skill, a brand new unlocked branch she picked entirely on her own. The system screen displays Dream Entry Enhancement Astral Dream. Dream Visitor allows returning to reality from any active dream totem, or pulling those caught in the dream back to reality through any functioning totem. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow. This is a full-blown teleportation ability. She smiles brightly, explaining that if she pulls Han Xiao into a dream realm, she can instantly warp right next to him via the totem. Better yet, She could stay behind and warp her master straight to him instead. He nods, remarking that while her skill selection is solid, other areas still need work. Meng Meng asks if he has some free time. She wants to test out her new abilities right away. Chen Bai readily agrees, telling her to head to the hillside training grounds first. Excitedly chiming yes, she darts off immediately. Chen Bai turns back to Su Xin. Su Xin, gather a few of our people with varying mental power tiers. Time to run a live combat test on Meng Meng's new skill set. She agrees without any trouble. Once I track everyone down, I will have them assemble at the hillside training area. Song Ge hugs him tightly, warning him not to train too late since everything is already prepared and waiting for him. Tonight is your grand reward, City Lord. Chen Bai chuckles and nods, while she lowers her voice, adding that Xiao Ge even prepared a surprise gift for him. Scene shifts to Song Ge's villa, where everyone gathers in Jiang City, with Song Ge relaxing by the TV. That is great. Let us pick this outfit. She turns around, calling out to ask if the girls are confident they can make Chen Bai submit tonight. Everyone fires back that they are confident, teasing Xiao Jie not to pass out instantly like she did before things even got started. Song Ge blushes hard, shouting that there is no way that happens again. All her free stat points from leveling up can go straight into physical stamina. Chen Bai crosses his arms behind his head, asking what Meng Meng wanted. Song Ge replies that she asked about nearby dungeons to grind experience points. He nods, telling her to have Meng Meng come see him right after the run. I need her help with something. She leans on Chen Bai's shoulder, smiling as she confirms she already let her know. Song Ge looks up at him, mentioning that the Chen Bai should really give everyone some direct advice on combat tricks and skill tree choices. Suddenly, Song Ge crawls right out from under the blanket, agreeing completely. Chen Bai pinches her cheek, teasing that her C-tier talent skill tree is so basic, you can see it all in one glance, barely even having branches, yet she still wants tips. Song Ge immediately says she wants it. He smiles and tells both of them to screenshot their trees and send them over, leaving everyone totally thrilled. Chen Bai rests his chin in his hand, noting her S-rank amethyst pupil has plenty of evolution paths across 3 full branches. Song Ge asks what he thinks, feeling that the amethyst evolution route seems pretty useful overall. He hesitates, pointing out she is a queen, not a frontline fighter. Her level-up priority should mainly focus on evolving the purple eye while stacking on extra mental enhancement. Chen Bai explains that mind-seeing pupil, boundless depth, and noble eye help her read opponents while adding crowd control, fitting her queen role best. She realizes mind-seeing pupil sees right through stats, and against weaker minds, boundless depth can even read their thoughts directly. Song Ge ponders this, noting that anyone meeting her gaze will enter a dazed state and lose all spatial awareness under noble eye. Chen Bai glances toward Shi Wei to review her A-tier skills, while she shyly admits she only possesses 2 skill trees. He turns to the system screen, saying having fewer branches is totally fine, telling her to pick this specific skill first. Visual threat under marked vision can intimidate targets, and right after that, she should pick up See What I See. This skill shares marked vision with all her allies, turning her into an indispensable god-tier support, so Shi Wei eagerly promises to unlock both skills immediately. Chen Bai encourages her, reassuring her that the core foundation of her skill set is already quite formidable. He turns to Lu Li, telling her that her B-rank illusory phantasm actually has 1 skill capable of creating miracles, leaving her totally stunned. Me, she wonders, since she already examined her skills thoroughly and found 0 offensive damage output. Chen Bai disagrees, pointing directly to turn illusion to reality. This skill has a bizarre effect where if enemies cannot see through the illusion, it becomes absolute reality to them. If the enemy genuinely believes a nuclear bomb in the illusion is real, then he gets blown to pieces by it. A smirk forms on his lips, explaining this is why the skill has no damage description, because literally anything is possible. Song Ge looks puzzled. Lu Li's ability sounds way too broken for a B-rank talent. But Chen Bai sits up, explaining that her talent cannot fake energy fluctuations or raw aura. Pure illusions are easily exposed, so everything depends on Lu Li's deceptive technique. before he turns his attention towards Su Xin. Now for Su Xin, it is time to check your B-rank high-speed recovery. Chen Bai determines she can perfectly balance her upgrades across stamina, physical flesh, and mental recovery, especially since her skills apply to herself first before being actively activated to heal her teammates. He speaks softly, noting her power is simple yet very practical. So far, he has not seen any healing talent better than hers, right when Songge hugs Chen Bai, asking if Su Xin is finished. "Is it finally my turn?" she asks. But he looks over at Ling Yu, the C-rank gamer, stating that Ling Yu's B-rank intense focus comes next. "Thank you, Master." Chen Bai explains her power looks like just fast thinking, but it is a god-tier dueling talent that locks complete focus onto a chosen target. He adds that it accelerates thought processing speed, while tossing out all irrelevant noise, meaning she must pick skills that help her assess combat situations and constantly practice one-on-one duels against enemies with different talents. She bows low and murmurs, thanking Master, and offering to express her gratitude for his guidance through direct action. Songge grumbles that this girl is definitely hyper-focused on him, claiming even if she stabbed her right now, she would not feel a thing. Chen Bai pauses in deep thought. Realizing this simply will not do. He flicks Ling Yu on the forehead, making her yelp, and warns her that she must control who she targets and how long she stays hyper-focused. If she cannot, this innate talent turns completely counterproductive. She nods, promising she will train her control, right as Songge pops her head out, claiming it is finally her turn. She props herself on the bed, swinging her legs back and forth, showing off her C-rank intelligence that boosts both experience and skill mastery. "Good," Chen Bai tells her, reminding her never to overlook any usable skill. Once she maxes out all her points, she gains 10 times the comprehension, along with 10 times the learning speed and pure skill proficiency. Songge murmurs softly. With 10 times the growth rate of an ordinary person, she can master every combat stance, hone every fight mechanic, and perfect every battle strategy. He teases her that while her physical stamina will never surpass his, refined technique might actually give her a real shot at taking him down. Pouting, she snaps back that he is a total jerk who only knows how to bully her, threatening to bite him. Songge chimes in, pointing out that the Chen Bai has laid out clear development paths for everyone now. Ling Yu steps up, urging everyone to grind hard so future Chen Bai Palace members will not look down on them or disgrace their leader. Outside, Long Shuang hears the lively buzz and murmurs that they will definitely give it everything they have got. She sighs with envy, wishing she had skill guidance from the Chen Bai too, as some time passes before Han Xiao snaps his eyes open. Over at Han Xiao's place in the Magic City, he throws off his blanket and bolts straight up. Meng Meng's skill is utterly insane, actually teleporting the group leader over, though she quickly messages him that the long-distance warp made her terribly dizzy. Chen Bai replies that the sudden spike in mental drain exhausted her, telling her to go rest immediately. Han Xiao asks how Chen Bai City is holding up, and Chen Bai assures him all the major plans are fully set. Right now, everyone is working hard to build a flawless Chen Bai City. Chen Bai then asks how many attribute points he earned from city-building rewards after slaying those special Dream World zombies, making Han Xiao shiver and stammer out that he only got 1. An accident happened while he and Meng Meng were clearing out screaming zombies inside the dream space. The monsters shrieked together in unison. The psychic blast was overwhelming, and while levitating mid-air with telekinesis, he got stunned, plummeted down, and fell to his death. Han Xiao finishes, plunging the room into dead silence before Chen Bai turns away helplessly, telling him never to claim he is part of their chat group because the embarrassment is simply too much. Han Xiao wails out, pleading that only the Chen Bai and Meng Meng know, so it is not humiliating. To make up for it, he promises to guide him straight to that lucrative chemical plant right away. Chuckling, Chen Bai admits he was just teasing and tells him to get ready to move, sparking sheer excitement from him. "Awesome," he cheers, right as Chen Bai's hand glows bright with fresh thoughts flashing through his mind. Ever since the teleportation, the Triple S quest plague mark has been pulsing with strange warning vibrations. Turns out what Han Xiao said about the chemical plant and its plagued zombies is completely connected, as he gestures toward the window, inviting the Chen Bai to take flight. You have got to wonder what kind of insane rewards a Triple S quest drops, especially with Chen Bai City finally back in order. Thoughts rush through his mind. Back in Zheng City, he never dared inspect this mask, for fear that Lei Da might discover he had hidden it away. The system displays an S-rank advanced demon bloodline essence, classified as a consumable item potion. Demon blood refined through a unique method creates a far purer and more potent power, with zero usage requirements, which genuinely surprises Chen Bai. He never imagined those bloodline potions could be refined into such an elite S-rank essence. Having zero equip requirements makes it invaluable, just as Han Xiao points ahead toward that eerie green mist. They pick up the pace as Chen Bai asks how familiar he is with the factory layout. He explains he looked into it before the apocalypse, earning Chen Bai's praise as they prepare to move in. Han Xiao panics, asking if he has to go inside too since that green mist and fungal spreads scream danger. Chen Bai reassures him that staying within 10 meters guarantees his safety. Plus, visiting his father's workplace might even trigger his personal quest. Slipping on a goofy comedic mask, he agrees. Chen Bai's hand glows again as the system announces the Plague Sigil has activated, unlocking the next Plague Cult questline. Look at that A-rank Kopam plague plant, where a bizarre mutation turned the entire facility into viral heaven. Objective: reach the mutation source for 10,000 experience points and an A-rank bacterial culture skill tree. As his gaze turns cold, it begins. Almost instantly, the deadly virus starts absorbing right into Chen Bai. He thinks to himself hitting level 10 definitely boosted his innate talent. Even without a written description, his viral control has leveled up considerably. Chen Bai grins to himself. Every microbe and virus within 10 meters is completely under his command now. Han Xiao stammers in pure terror. How can you actually enjoy a nightmare zone like this? You are wild. Chen Bai asks, you mean freak, right? He mumbles, yes. Then Han Xiao suddenly points up at something hovering overhead. Chen Bai, look, there is a monster up there. Chen Bai's hand ripples, morphing straight into a deadly blade as he chuckles. Just a mosquito? Before his companion even blinks, he launches straight up into the air, slicing right through the beast. Chen Bai lands smoothly, muttering, I hate mosquitoes. Han Xiao calls out to Chen Bai that Plague Mosquito was guarding these weird mushrooms. Maybe they are dungeon materials. Chen Bai warns him, do not touch them, though one sniff is enough if you want a quick death. Lungs rotting away hurts a whole lot less than your arms dissolving first. Terrified, Han Xiao jumps back immediately. Picking up a mushroom, Chen Bai explains it is a fused mix of plague virus and toxic bacteria. Without hesitating, he takes a giant bite. Leaving Han Xiao horrified, he actually ate it. Chen Bai, please be careful. Chen Bai shrugs, relaxed. No worries, I am completely immune. Then the system chimes in. Alert. Absorbed fatal viral fungus cluster. Gaining 150 virus points. He finishes the rest, even praising the flavor. Not bad at all. This single bite yields as much as several elite zombies. Once again, the system notification pops up. Gained 350 virus points. Chen Bai turns around and walks away. Let us head to your father's old workshop and break room first. Han Xiao nods blankly, following Chen Bai toward the plague plant worker quarters in Modu. Han Xiao points ahead. I already searched my father's workplace, and nothing really stood out. Chances are the next quest clue is not here at all. Chen Bai steps inside and tells him, then come track the plague source with me. But if I say run, you bolt instantly. He agrees on the spot, promising zero hesitation and no dead weight. Chen Bai points upward. That section over there has the highest virus concentration. Do you know what area that is? Han Xiao replies, that must be the sewage treatment tank. All toxic waste from the chemical plants pools there. Han Xiao's face tightens with worry. There are 2 massive deep reservoirs inside. I went in once, and just breathing, the air made me dizzy. Right now, toxic shrooms release fumes that draw swarms of bugs. Entering the Modu wastewater facility, Han Xiao begins to feel pure dread. Chen Bai warns him, Han Xiao, wrap yourself in mental power so the infection cannot breach you when you are too far. He obeys, instantly understood. Suddenly a booming voice echoes children of the plague. Servants of the virus! Raising both arms high, a man shouts, flock of the cult! Chen Bai kicks off the ground, rocketing straight up to strike the cultist head-on. His eyes widen in genuine shock. Zero damage blade form is his strongest attack mode. How does an A-rank difficulty boss have such absurdly tough defense? Instead, Fukasumi drops straight to his knees, softly offering his highest respect and most devout prayers to their destined deity, praying that their destined god will soon kindle the divine flame, spreading the blessings of the plague across the entire world. Han Shao stutters, Chen Bai. Is he seriously bowing down to you? Chen Bai ponders. Unsure, looks like it. Placing a hand over his chest, the cultist proclaims, of course, destined and glorious God. Fukasumi is ready to offer everything to you, life and soul alike. Chen Bai is genuinely caught off guard. A level 71 third-tier saint back in his past life, Chen Bai only peaked at level 79. Why is a powerhouse like this appearing so early? Yet with his low D-rank mental sense, picking up the saint's name and tier across such a massive level gap feels unreal. It is wild. This guy clearly has dropped his guard completely against him. He asks aloud, "Am I really your destined god?" Fukasumi replies, "Indeed, our high priest sacrificed his very life force to foretell your arrival to the order. You bore the plague imprint right from the trial's start, proving beyond doubt that you are our destined divine lord." Chen Bai smirks past life rumors, said every high-tier talent carried unique hidden opportunities, the rarest treasures of all. This must be the Virus Monarch's exclusive legacy. Plague God feels way more overpowered than Han Shao's demonic bloodline from the original lore. He asks, "So what exactly can you do for me?" He bursts into wild laughter, saying they paid an enormous price to enter this trial early just to aid him. Fukasumi murmurs softly about how incredibly lucky he is to meet his lord this early. Still kneeling, he explains each plague cult member who arrived can offer a sacred treasure tied to their specific power. Apologizing, he admits they cannot hand over everything directly without the cosmic will noticing and interfering. Chen Bai says it is fine, so Fukasumi thanks him and asks what kind of treasure their destined deity requires. Cutting straight to the point, he asks for a class change scroll, catching the cultist off guard. Lowering his staff, he replies that, of course, they possess class change scrolls. Fukasumi presents an S-rank Plague Knight and S-rank Insect Master scroll, chuckling as he unveils their cult's most prized SS-rank Child of Calamity scroll. Han Shao gasps in pure shock at double S rank, while Chen Bai just sighs and asks for triple S. Fukasumi explains that starting off with a triple S rank class right from the beginning is practically impossible. Even mighty gods started from S or B rank before ascending, but Chen Bai firmly repeats that he only wants triple S rank. Tears suddenly stream down the follower's cheeks at such unfathomable ambition. Spreading his arms wide, Fukasumi shouts that this is their true future god, the sole hope to revive the plague cult. Chen Bai scratches his brow, ready to browse other items, but the cultist hurriedly insists there is still one way. Feeling intrigued, he listens closely as Fukasumi admits it is not guaranteed and requires claiming it in person. Laying out the method, he offers to open a special secret realm leading to the greatest plague in Blue Star history. He must venture inside to personally harvest the ancient plague seeds etched into history. Condensing those seeds together forms a class scroll, with a real chance of producing a triple S rank. Gripping his staff tightly, Fukasumi decides that with even a slim opportunity, it must be attempted. Raising his staff high, he proclaims he will sacrifice his life, power, and soul to pave the divine path of plague. Looking utterly ferocious, he roars for the gate to open as dense energy erupts and his staff crashes down hard. The system prompts whether he wants to enter the private secret dungeon, titled The Whales of 80 Million Souls. The countdown shows 2 minutes 56 seconds remaining to enter. Chen Bai chuckles, telling his companion that this isolated dungeon is one he cannot bring him into. Han Shao rubs his neck in total bewilderment, admitting that after watching a powerhouse boss sacrifice everything to open it, he would not dare step inside anyway. Looking up, he notes the portal has a strict time limit and escorts him out first, since wandering alone means getting butchered by insects or infected by disease. The scene shifts over near the ruins of the plague factory. Staring blankly at the surrounding wreckage, he wonders what kind of madness he just experienced as his chat handle lights up. Posting in chat, he boasts that he just parted ways with the Chen Bai and nobody could ever fathom what went down, making Ye-Zi immediately ask for news. A user named Not Really Sword Immortal chimes in, asking when the Chen Bai and Meng Meng will be free to help carry another dungeon. Han Xiao shoots back that Sword Immortal better keep waiting, because the Chen Bai definitely has zero free time for that. Overlord threatens to leave a few holes in him if he keeps hiding the truth, making Han Xiao hastily beg him to put the spear away. Spilling the tea, he reveals an insanely overpowered NPC dropped to his knees offering class scrolls to the Chen Bai, who was not even satisfied. Overlord asks just how powerful, so he explains the NPC wore plain cloth yet tanked the Chen Bai's heavy strikes without taking a scratch. Overlord finds that impossible to believe, while Crow chimes in asking what kind of scrolls they were. He lists 2 S-rank scrolls and 1 double S-rank, leaving Crow and Shuichuan stunned that the Chen Bai still turned them down. Han Xiao tells the group that the Chen Bai flat-out refused to settle for anything below triple S rank. And then, that devoted NPC literally sacrificed his own existence just to open a secret dungeon so he could hunt down a triple S class. Ye-Zi realizes the massive gulf between the Chen Bai and top-tier evolvers is wider than the gap between them and ordinary people. Overlord admits every time he dominates a battlefield, hearing news about the Chen Bai instantly destroys whatever pride he had left. Han Xiao advises everyone to stop giving themselves unnecessary headaches. Instead of comparing strength against the Chen Bai, they should just use his legendary status for ultimate bragging rights. He points out that sharing group chat 001 with the Chen Bai is pure clout, though Ye-Zi insists on carving out his own legacy instead. Chen Bai stares with deep curiosity at an hourglass bracelet that suddenly materializes right before his eyes. Why did an hourglass suddenly show up? Tucking it into his shirt, Chen Bai looks up, completely puzzled by where he just landed. Roman stone gates, could this secret realm really be Florence? He glances around the quiet area. This has to be medieval Florence, the world capital of art. But looking around at the completely deserted ruins, Chen Bai scratches his head. Why is the place completely empty? After scouting around, he spots someone curled up in a corner, hacking up painful dry coughs. Chen Bai stays alert. There is someone here. As he steps closer, the person panics and tells him to stay back, calling herself a filthy sinner punished by God with this plague. Placing his hand on her head, Chen Bai begins draining the virus, asking the poor girl if she wants to live. The system alerts him that he just absorbed the Black Death plague virus, adding 3 virus points as he inspects his palm. Touching the Black Death immediately unlocks an exclusive Plague Sect quest on his system interface. It is a hidden quest called Plague Seeds, the wails of 80 million souls, noting the Black Death wiped out over 80 million people. With sickness ravaging the land, the Plague Sect holds the sole duty and power to harvest these deadly plague seeds. Mission objective: collect the scattered plague seeds. As for the reward, every collected seed will convert into a special plague class change scroll once finished. Chen Bai wonders what these seeds actually are and how to gather them, knowing he needs answers fast. Suddenly, the girl pulls back her hood and wakes up fully cured, crossing herself with a radiant, stunned smile. She thanks the divine messenger for driving away her illness, swearing to follow and serve him for the rest of her life. Grabbing his plague doctor mask with a faint grin, Chen Bai realizes having devoted followers and fame will make things way easier. Gathering info and tracking down items will go much smoother this way. So he slips the mask on. He tells her to stop crossing herself since he is no divine messenger, leaving her confused as she asks which god sent him instead. He boldly declares he is no messenger, but the god of plagues himself, ordering her to tell everyone to meet him at the Lord's Square. Elena immediately runs through the streets, shouting to all those suffering from the plague. She tells them to listen closely, because the god of plagues has descended, and is waiting at the Lord's Square right now. Waving her arms frantically, she urges everyone to gather at the square so the plague god can cleanse their illness. With frightened locals peeking out from behind shut doors, she keeps marching through the alleys, calling out to every sick soul. She keeps pleading with them to head to the square, as cautious faces peer out into the street. She tells them to look at her if they doubt it, while bewildered residents inside whisper about who is screaming outside. One woman sighs that it is just poor Elena, probably driven completely insane by the sickness. Outside, completely ignoring the skeptical stares from every window, Elena raises her voice even louder. She announces she is Henry's daughter Elena, whose family gave their fortune to the church only to still perish from the plague. She proves she is fully healed, prompting an old woman to crack open her door and ask if she is truly cured. She cheerfully points out that she has been yelling all morning without a single cough, showing everyone the god of plagues cured her. No need for bloodletting, donations, or empty prayers. They only need to walk over to the Lord's Square. Touching Elena's forehead, a woman breaks down in tears in utter shock that the fever and cough are truly gone. Holding her face in disbelief, she stammers out whether this means her children can finally be saved. Over at Florence's Lord's Square in medieval Europe, Chen Bai quietly takes in his surroundings. Judging by the city, this is the 14th century, where treating the Black Death relies solely on blind faith and primitive bloodletting. During the 14th century, the Black Death claimed around 25 million lives in Europe alone, while wiping out over 80 million people across the entire globe. Looking up at the sky, he wonders if he really has to travel across the entire world if the plague source is not here. A shout rings out from behind as Elena drops to her knees, hailing the great god of plagues. She begs forgiveness for not knowing proper etiquette, explaining that she brought all these desperate people just as he instructed. Chen Bai turns around and warmly tells the frightened parents to bring their poor children closer without fear. He swiftly draws the dark virus into his hands, freeing the infected townsfolk from the deadly plague. As dark streams of virus get sucked away, the children who were just gasping for air instantly settle down, breathing easy. Chen Bai hovers in midair, drawing in the massive cloud of sickness while the stunned crowd watches in dead silence. Children rush to hug their crying parents, comforting them that the pain is completely gone and asking why they are still crying. The mother breaks down in tears, saying she feels completely fine now. Everyone gasps in pure disbelief. It is truly a miracle. People cheer that their fever and cough vanished, their strength finally returning. This really is an undeniable miracle unfolding before them. Someone praises the Church of Light, but another snaps back, calling them a fool for disrespecting the great plague god. A man drops to his knees weeping, thanking the great deity for saving them from the plague and pledging his eternal devotion. The plague god. Chen Bai speaks up, telling him to stand. He explains that any lingering discomfort is just the natural damage the plague previously inflicted upon their bodies. He urges them to head home and rest, to fully recover, telling them to hurry so he can treat the sick children waiting behind them. Chen Bai turns around, stating firmly that their blind worship is not what he seeks. All he wants is an end to their suffering, leaving Xunyan trembling as she weeps. She cries out in awe, asking how sinners like them could ever properly praise a God who cares so deeply for their lives. Elena raises her hand high, shouting for everyone to stop disturbing the holy God during his healing. She calls on the recovered citizens to follow her off the Arno Bridge and spread the deity benevolence across all of Florence. Heavy, imposing footsteps suddenly echo nearby. The crowd joy instantly evaporates into pure panic as tension grips the entire bridge. Church knights arrive as a commander bellows that someone reported a fake deity spreading heresy right out in the open. He orders bystanders to clear out, pointing his finger straight at Chen Bai. He demands to know if Chen Bai is the heretic claiming to be the plague god. Drawing his steel, the knight charges forward, declaring that plague is divine punishment and calling them foolish heretics. Now watch this. Chen Bai just smirks as their blades thrust straight through his body, a chance to cement his godhood. Meanwhile, the captain raises his hand, declaring victory. He shouts that the heresy is crushed, demanding these sinners drop to their knees and repent, claiming demonic deception is why they caught the plague. Suddenly, a knight stammers, "Captain, Look at him. Shock sweeps through them, seeing Chen Bai completely unharmed. Elena grabs a stone, furiously yelling, "How dare they strike him?" Chen Bai stops her, telling Elena he is not injured at all. She realizes mortal steel cannot hurt a god, yet seethes that they dared to raise weapons against him. Gritting her teeth, Elena insists he must unleash divine retribution upon these arrogant, ignorant knights from the Church of Light. Her fierce words leave the captain and his men standing there utterly stunned. Chen Bai calmly replies that she is mistaken since they cannot harm him. He holds no grudge and will not punish them. No matter how many blades pierce him today, he will keep freeing the people from this plague. The crowd raises their hands, chanting together that this is a truly benevolent deity. They pledge lifelong devotion to the merciful plague god, leaving the knights wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. Over at the Grand Cathedral, Archbishop Haken puts his hands on his hips, fuming that in just 3 days, that heretic converted 90% of the entire city. On a Sunday, merely 7 people showed up to worship at the cathedral. He snarls at Bishop John, blaming him for stopping the knights from executing that heretic back at the Lord Plaza. Now their followers have defected, leaving only 5 knights behind, not even enough to guard the cathedral properly. John stands firm, stating he still maintains his judgment. He reminds Archbishop Haken that he saw firsthand what happened over those 3 days. He explains that Chen Bai appeared suddenly with undeniable cleansing powers, roaming the whole city in 3 days to cure everyone. John continues, explaining how Chen Bai taught followers disease prevention and hygiene while organizing care for those still recovering from the illness. His brow furrows tightly. Even though the young man's teachings sound rather unfamiliar, filled with bizarre concepts like microscopic creatures, hygiene, and germs, none of his rules demand wealth or tithes from the believers. He even taught the crowd that a truly benevolent God never wants good people fighting over different faiths. Had we struck him down that day, the public would easily see who the true demon was. Haken scoffs that John sounds like a plague cultist, gritting his teeth and asking if he even cares about the Holy See or their divine Lord. John bluntly responds that their Lord is the supreme true God, so they have no need to worry about him. We need to worry about ourselves first. I already wrote a report about what happened here to the Pope. Chen Bai raises his hand, staring right at the swirling virus. The plague seed. Inside a noble private chamber, he realizes gathering the virus across Florence condensed everything into 8 full clusters. Figuring out how to form the plague seed is great news, but barely moving the needle across all of Florence? Definitely bad news. System alert. Black Death plague seed condensation progress reaches 0.001%, unlocking the plague pillar ability to erect a beacon. Anyone who prays before this pillar and receives baptism can transfer their sickness directly inside. The contained disease then transforms straight into fresh plague seeds. Chen Bai falls deep into thought, realizing he will have to scour the entire world to complete it. When Elena steps in and interrupts him, "My lord, your most devoted believers are waiting for you outside." He nods, acknowledging her, then calmly walks out the door. Everyone stares at him with pure, reverent awe, bowing down low while chanting that all things decay, yet all living souls endure. Chen Bai smiles faintly, announcing the plague in Florence is gone and that he must travel to other lands. Before leaving, he promises to leave them a gift, raising his hand toward the viral structure, the plague pillar, praying and getting baptized before this pillar cleanses every sickness. Overjoyed, the crowd cries out in gratitude to their great deity for granting this miracle. Chen Bai warns them not to rely on it too heavily. "Once I take this plague away and leave this world, it will lose its power, so you must remember the origins, prevention, and cures I taught you." His lips curl into a slight smirk. "Do not fear, my people. You can coexist in this world, and if used properly, these forces will aid you. Never forget the core doctrine of our plague sect," and Elena firmly vows they will memorize every single lesson he bestowed upon them. "We will build our church right here, spreading your divine teachings across the entire land." Patting her head, he smiles. "Thanks. I am counting on you from now on." Chen Bai speaks softly, wishing them freedom from suffering before saying farewell, as the crowd passionate cheers echo into the sky. All things decay. All beings endure. He turns his head back, watching them repeat the creed. Even after traveling so far out, he can still hear the entire city chanting his doctrine at full volume. The sheer fanaticism of this era blows past expectations. But his eyes turn cold. This is exactly what he wanted. This fanatical devotion gives him a massive boost in collecting the plague seeds. A divine reputation will naturally draw people together, saving him an enormous amount of effort along this harvest path. Without playing the God card, it would probably take him at least 10 whole years to fully condense the plague seed. Now things become way easier, so he decides to just clear this entire dungeon under the guise of a living god. A few days pass. Inside St. Peter Basilica at the Vatican, a man drops to one knee to give his report. "Your Holiness, may the Lord bless you. Why have you summoned me here today?" The man on the throne speaks in a heavy voice. "Our failed Eastern Crusade has greatly disappointed God. Demons took advantage of our weakness to spread plague everywhere. This man right here, the Pope himself. He claims a heretic is exploiting the plague to steal believers away from their radiant church, sparking confusion in the kneeling night. Are you referring to the self-proclaimed plague god who claims he can cure the disease? Meet Paladin Captain Seon. He scoffs those weak-minded fools have no sense at all, actually falling for such a blatant trick. The Pope pushes himself up. No, that boy traveled all the way here, actually driving back the entire plague. Seon freezes in disbelief. He can really eradicate the plague. Could he actually be something more? The Pope cuts him off. No, Seon, the very fact that he can cure it proves he is a devil. The devil unleashed the plague only to reel it back in, faking miracles to deceive our church flock and drag their souls down to hell. He roars in fury, that cunning demon, resorting to such foul schemes. The Pope continues that heretic has arrived at the Vatican, and I already lured him and gathered the public at the plaza. Gesturing forward, the Pope urges him on. Saun, take the spear of Longinus, execute that devil before the crowd, and exalt the glory of God to purge all evil from this earth. Saun presses his hand against his chest, praying for divine protection to slay the demon and expose the truth to the world. Shifting scenes over to the massive plaza, Qingjiang explains, this is actually the grandest square in all of Vatican. The kid lights up, shouting for him to wait right here while he runs to tell everyone he has arrived. Everyone has already heard his legendary deeds and cannot wait to meet him. Chen Bai thanks the kid, telling him to hurry along while he waits right here. Arms crossed, Chen Bai smirks. Ever since leaving Florence, the Holy Church of Light across every other city had either blocked him outside their gates or barred their doors shut, while branding him as a demon. Yet arriving here, a completely healthy person comes out to greet him instead. He scoffs out loud. What a cheap trick, staring right at the Holy Church emblem carved into the statue. Chen Bai figures they finally lost their patience, dead set on wiping him out once and for all right here at their headquarters. Looking up, he knows this is the exact chance he has been waiting for to crush this annoying church for good. Bring it on. Let us see what kind of dirty tricks they have ready. A man yells out to the crowd, shouting that the Holy See is about to judge the heretic who cured the plague. He points right at Chen Bai, questioning if the guy can really cure the plague. People claim it must be fake, otherwise why would the church condemn him? The Pope speaks up, declaring that the Divine Lord has commanded him to destroy this foul demon. Saun backs him up, warning that with the spear of Longinus here, this vile beast cannot escape. Glancing at their robes, Chen Bai figures it is the Pope and his holy knights. How thoughtful of them. They even prepared the whole stage in advance. Chen Bai raises his voice. Calling out to the servants of the radiant God, he asks why they dare slander him as a demon in God name when he came only to purge the plague. Pointing his finger, the old man declares it is all lies. The Lord told him clearly that Chen Bai is an abyss demon, using wicked schemes to shatter everyone's faith in God. A sinister gleam fills the Pope's eyes. He claims the guy released the plague first to torment living souls, then healed them just to deceive the ignorant into abandoning their faith in the Lord. Panic ripples through the crowd over whether he truly cured the plague. Someone mutters that they actually saw him do it with their own eyes on the road to Florence. A woman weeps, crying out why the church could not just let him heal the sick first before punishing him. Her dying son has no time left. The Pope realizes that the sheer terror of this plague is already shaking the people's faith. The Pope speaks out once more. He claims God would have shown mercy had he simply purged the illness, but his real sin was secretly cursing every soul he touched. Brow furrowed in venomous rage, he shouts that their souls are doomed to rot in hell forever, instantly manipulating the entire panicked crowd. The crowd buys it, shouting that he is a vile monster, screaming for blood, demanding he be judged and slaughtered on the spot. San charges in with his spear as the believers roar for the demon to die. But Chen Bai raises a single finger, stopping the razor-sharp spear dead in its tracks, leaving San trembling in disbelief. He warns him to give up, since this spear already committed the grave sin of piercing the Son of God. It refuses to do so a second time, so he should not force it. The knight freezes in pure shock, wondering how this is even possible. Chen Bai says that all the way from Florence, he kept wondering why the Holy Church repeatedly tried to stop him from curing the sick. His lips curl with undisguised contempt. Seeing this demon masquerading as the Pope, he finally gets the whole picture. The Pope bursts out laughing, mocking him for calling the holy leader a demon. Everyone laughs along. How could the Pope ever be a demon? Chen Bai steps in with a clenched fist, telling him everyone will find out soon enough before smashing a strike straight into the old man's neck. The guards panic in horror, screaming that he killed the Pope and shouting for everyone to save him. Saon thrusts his spear again, cursing that he was bewitched and distracted by the guy, words, swearing he truly is a demon. Chen Bai calmly tells the true devil, hiding behind the papal throne, to reveal itself, leaving the knight totally stunned. Out of nowhere, wicked horns sprout from the old Pope head as his teeth turn razor-sharp. Terror grips the crowd at the sight of demonic horns, wondering what happened to the Pope as the beast growls that it will slaughter him. Chen Bai smirks. That is exactly what he planned all along. He knows his reality filter power would look terrifying to people of this era, and using it directly might only make them believe the Pope lies. Chen Bai realized arguing was useless, and even unleashing a virus to kill the old man would not fully convince the public. Luckily, he still has that rank A demon blood essence gathered back when he went to pick up Meng Meng. He recalled crushing that essence right into the Pope body, while injecting a dose of zombie virus just to make doubly sure. System notification announces the item has used A+ rank demon bloodline essence. Whichever effect triggers, the Pope will face total suspicion from his flock and be viewed as a monster. Right then, the Pope opens his mouth wide, gathering a massive fireball ready to blast out. Everyone screams in absolute panic to run from the demon, while Chen Bai crouches low, locking into an attack stance. Demon horns and hellfire were strictly side effects of the bloodline essence. The outcome was already settled, since a rank demon bloodlines carry brutal requirements. Sauron is utterly stunned that the Pope really turned out to be a demon. He knows the Pope's body will completely collapse soon, unable to handle that demonic power. Chen Bai spreads his arms wide and shouts, "Demons from hell have possessed the Pope, twisted sacred scripture, and harmed the faithful. And yet now you dare try to stop me from wiping out this plague and healing living beings? Completely unforgivable." He points straight ahead, declaring divine punishment upon him today, before Chen Bai drops his strike to pronounce his death. Shocked voices ring out as he slays the demon, while Knight Commander Sauron of the Holy City drops to his knees before him. He begs to repent, admitting demons blinded his mind into committing the sin of obstructing him, and that Sauron stands ready to accept punishment. Chen Bai reaches out to help him up, telling him he deeply values his courage and faith. But he wants him to know God does not punish humanity, nor does God care about that. He came here for just one sole purpose, to carry away the plague. Sauron beams with joy, saying he understands. Great and merciful God of plague, he vows to immediately bring every sick person in the entire city before him. Ever since the demons fell in the Vatican, the Holy See collapsed rapidly, while the plague sect rose up with incredible speed. Nothing stands in his way across Europe anymore. Word of the plague god spreads everywhere, with plague-ridden cities eagerly preparing for his arrival. Seeds of the plague had already swept through every single city and village across Europe. But condensing the true plague seeds is far from over. Watch how wide this journey gets. He presses forward across Africa, Asia, and Oceania, witnessing countless races, religions, and rising dynasties along the way. Chen Bai lets out a quiet laugh after 1 year, several months, and 12 days. He finally pulled it off. All that remains is reclaiming the plague roots. Even without overpowered bosses, this dungeon turned out ridiculously grueling. Chen Bai looks off into the distance, thinking that if he had known how long this would take, he would have never stepped foot into this dungeon at all. After all, a year and a half before the apocalypse is insanely precious time. The system asks whether to retrieve all plague seeds from the plague pillar. Chen Bai confirms yes. In a medieval courtyard in Florence housing the plague pillar, a woman kneels down in deep prayer. Great God of plague. She prays his journey goes smoothly, so his grand design reaches completion soon. By the Florence plague pillar, Elena suddenly freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock. The man beside her asks what happened, wondering why the holy pillar is reacting. And High Priestess Elena answers that their god completed his journey and now returns to his divine realm. Elena urges everyone to chant the holy doctrines bestowed upon them, so their god knows they keep it carved into their hearts. The Knight Commander obeys, while she breaks down in tears of overwhelming joy. We call ourselves the Plague Sect, not because we worship calamity and destruction, nor is it because we praise decay and death, as medieval crowds across the streets of Florence raise their voices in prayer, but rather because we long for peace and beauty in the world, where all people live healthy and happy. A surging aura completely blankets the plague pillar, as onlookers murmur in awe. That is why we study the plague so it can never harm us again. And Elena adds that mastering the pestilence will let them use it to crush evil. In our past ignorance, we slaughtered each other. Knowing the plague keeps us from encroaching on one another, and once controlled, we stand shoulder to shoulder as it transforms into our ultimate weapon. They view this as a sacred combat rite to protect all living beings, striking terror into demons that plague mankind. It will make brutal, bloodthirsty fiends cower in awe and bring total doom to every enemy of life. All worldly things eventually crumble into decay, yet billions of living beings will unite side by side, thriving endlessly without ever fading away. Chen Bai ponders all things decay, yet life remains eternal. He hears their distant voices clearly, praying for the glory of their Lord to illuminate the world forever. He opens his eyes, marveling at their devout prayers. As the system announces the quest is complete and transports him out to the plague workshop in Mu. Quest rewards begin generating as an ancient scroll materializes, with the system announcing, the S Life and Death Calamity Class Change Scroll reveals that creation brings limitless possibilities, while every new contact brings infinite surprises. Conflict among all living things breeds endless disaster, while their destruction gives birth to boundless new life. Do not fear, because you are already a part of the calamity itself. The calamity is actually your inherent power, strictly requiring the S talent VIRUS MONARCH. Chen Bai weighs his options, realizing the system cannot even identify its exact ability, making him want to change classes immediately to see. But the etiquette quest demands seeing 2 actual scrolls, not just holding 2 S rank classes. Striding forward, he thinks to himself that with 1 S class scroll in hand, it is time to prep for the second. From what he knows, another S class change scroll rests deep within the abyss. Out of nowhere, the system announces the Plague Workshop quest has failed, leaving Chen Bai completely stunned. What just happened? Did he not already locate the Plague Workshop source? He shakes his head no. Finding Pukasumi never triggered any quest completion alert. Turns out, the actual plague source he had to find was something mutated by that guy's very existence. Once he died from the sacrifice, the source likely vanished after losing its supply of power, which explains why the quest failed. Glancing toward the strange mushrooms, he figures these were probably it. Chen Bai wonders how Chen Bai City is doing right now, alongside everyone in the group chat, as the screen opens up. Chen Bai asks Ziqing about Chen Bai City and everyone's combat power, while Songge replies that reconstruction has officially begun. She adds that she already picked the spot for the supercomputing center and production lines. Songge notes that ever since he guided everyone a few days back, they all found their clear goals. But Songge mentions it has only been 4.5 days, with everyone busy building Chen Bai City, so power levels have barely shifted. His eyes widen in shock. 4.5 days. He clearly spent a year and a half inside the dungeon. Chen Bai glances down at his necklace, suspecting the hourglass of time. Once bound, it fully fused with his body, only surfacing or vanishing whenever his consciousness commanded it. Clenching his fist, he realizes it manifested on its own in the dungeon, and only this relic could warp a whole year into a single day. The system pops up a message from your Han King saying, "Brother, I just got an alert that our Plague Workshop quest with Chen Bai failed." The crow gasps in disbelief. Ye asks where Chen Bai went, and Shuichuan wonders what happened to the S scroll. Overlord jumps in, saying to forget the class change scroll, since nobody even knows whether Chen Bai is still alive. Lu Huai tells everyone not to panic, since failing one quest does not mean disaster, making Chen Bai chuckle softly. Turns out Han Xiao received the quest too, though his version was definitely different, considering Chen Bai possesses the Plague Seal. Feeling helpless, he checks past chat logs before Chen Bai sends a text, admitting the Plague Workshop quest indeed failed. Yizi asks if Lord Chen Bai feels down and offers a warm hug, while Liu Wei jokes about taking in the heartbroken ruler. She adds she can offer plenty of warm spots beyond just hugs, prompting Ye to challenge Sister Lu Wei to a duel. The crow screams in shock over the failed quest, while Shui Chuan reassures their leader that he remains the absolute strongest person ever. Overlord declares that real men never fear failure, feeling bad only about losing out on that S class. Your Han King points out that a level 70+ boss sacrificed himself to open this dungeon, so failing is completely normal. Apanel pops up. Now look at this. The S Life and Death Calamity class change scroll reveals all creation breeds, endless possibilities, all interactions spark endless surprises, all struggles unleash endless calamity, and all extinction births boundless new life. Do not fear. You are an inseparable part of this calamity, which is your true inherent power, strictly requiring the S Virus Monarch talent to wield. Chen Bai texts back that the dungeon for the S class scroll never failed in the first place. Chen Bai explains that because the key NPC sacrificed himself to unlock the dungeon, the target vanished, failing only the workshop quest. Yizi, Lu Huai, and the crow are left speechless, while Shui Chuan sends congratulations and Overlord screams over the S class. Han Xiao asks Chen Bai if they should upgrade the chat group into an alliance, leaving Overlord confused whether he means Superhero League. Yizi explains that after upgrading, whenever members speak or make announcements, the official alliance name will appear beside them. Lu Huai mentions she is reading the upgrade guide, noting plenty of perks despite the steep upgrade cost. Chen Bai shares that he wanted this for a while, but was unsure if all the group members would agree. Chen Bai adds that an alliance unites everyone. When one prospers, everyone prospers, giving the whole group far more collective resources. Leader Bai sets up a vote asking whether to upgrade the chat group into an official alliance. Chen Bai tells them to take their time, upgrading only if over 2/3 agree, which your Han King readily acknowledges. Your Han King teasingly asks if Big Bai wants to come rest at his place since the bed is already warmed up. Chen Bai laughs. Who wants to share your bed? Just point me to a villa in Mo, so I can clean out a room and crash. Han Xiao agrees without hesitation. Cut to the luxury villa district in Mo, where Chen Bai nods in approval at the incredible setup Han Xiao recommended. Checking his surroundings with thermal tracking and virus scans, he finds zero signs of life. Looks completely safe. Down in the basement, Yan Shui stammers in fear. "Big sister, someone just came inside. I am terrified." Yan Qi calms her down. "Do not worry, I will take him out." But her sister holds her back, pleading not to kill him, just drive him away. Upstairs, Chen Bai kicks back with his legs crossed, taking it easy. Spreading a little virus makes relaxing so effortless. He decides to test the herbal pillow crafted back inside the dungeon. Pulling out the item inside the villa bedroom, he notices that resting against it genuinely improves his sleep. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow. The system flags it as Ancient Dragon Country Medicinal Agarwood, a D-rank daily item crafted from a secret calming recipe. Long-term use improves sleep quality, while offering minor defense against mental intrusion. It soothes the soul and boosts longevity, gradually strengthening and expanding mental energy over time. He shoots upright in shock. How did this become an item? Inside the dungeon, it was just a plain herbal pillow. Chen Bai is completely bewildered. What on earth happened inside his inventory? Next up, a C-rank dragon vase, listed as a city exhibition item and a master craftsman masterpiece. Displaying it in the city architecture, museum grants functional bonuses to city facilities. Then there is a C-rank living Buddha Sarira, rare material forged under intense heat and pressure. Carrying it adds +1 luck and +5 defense against evil aura. Beside that lies a D-rank Murabit gold coin, an ancient relic for city museum exhibition. It boosts city facility income right alongside a C-rank Eye of Horus golden ring accessory. Bearing the Eye of Horus emblem, it grants +5% recovery and can trigger an active shield. And get this, the shield recharges under moonlight. Chen Bai is stunned. Did more than half of his dungeon loot literally transform into system items? He has never heard of regular dungeon objects mutating like this. Then a thought hits him right. He also brought back the Spear of Longinus from that run. In his past life, a top-tier emperor wielded an SS-rank Spear of Longinus, which was why he paid close attention to it. He reaches out to grab the weapon. Paladin Commander San saw he liked the Spear of Longinus, so he gifted it to him before leaving the Vatican. Sure enough, it transformed into a game item too. The system displays the unawakened Spear of Longinus, an F-rank special polearm boosting all attributes by +3. It repels evil creatures, dealing 200% bonus damage against the dark, fallen, abyssal, and defiled. Slaying evil entities will steadily break the seal and awaken the spear. The initial kill count to awaken it sits at 0 out of 10. His eyes narrow in deep thought. Weapons like this spear already existed on Blue Star, but once the cosmic will descended, they turned into unique items with hidden attributes. Chen Bai wonders the only Spear of Longinus is in his hands right now. Without it, can that man still rise as a powerhouse emperor? Talking about Mr. Luca, of course. Suddenly, an intense burning sensation stings his palm like thousands of biting ants. Feeling a sharp pain, Chen Bai flips his palm open. His entire hand is burning red. Is the spear actually rejecting him? He realizes that under its judgment, he counts as one of the dark, fallen, abyssal, or defiled creatures. Chen Bai knows he cannot wield this. It is only F rank, yet it already burns his skin. If it reaches S rank, it would probably melt him completely. A total natural counter. He stows the spear away to gather dust in his inventory. That eliminates one major threat from ever touching him. Out of nowhere, the bedroom door swings open on its own. Strange, he locked it from the inside. A sharp blade suddenly flies straight at him, but he catches it clean between 2 fingers. His eyes turn cold. Thermal tracking and virus senses detected nothing. That means a psychic spirit is manipulating the blade. Since it can only levitate small objects, its level must be pretty low. Lowering the blade, he knows his Hellfire Immolation skill could wipe it out instantly, but that would also wreck the entire room. He tosses the knife aside. What a massive headache, nearly 300 spirit attribute points, yet only one single skill capable of damaging ethereal spirits. Glancing down at the system screen, he checks the virus points earned from defending the base and clearing dungeons, looking for a skill that gives the most bang for his buck. Turns out, the Blacklight virus barely does anything to boost psychic power. What about psychic virus strains? Chen Bai stands up slowly without a base pathogen. Is unlocking that whole skill tree totally out of reach? Time to check his inventory and see if any current virus can evolve psychic power. He spots one fast. Perfect. His points are high enough to cover the cost. And the system chimes in. Enhancement complete. The zombie virus evolves into the progenitor virus, then shifts straight into the T-virus, before finally upgrading into the psychic enhanced T-virus strain. Glancing at the knife on the floor, Chen Bai asks coldly why she stopped swinging at him. Did she run off? Time to see what kind of spirit entity this is, as the system interface flashes. Special skill for the psychic T-virus unlocked, Telepathy Mastery, is now active and ready to go. Another special skill unlocked, Telepathic Perception, is fully online. completing the entire virus upgrade. With the telepathic vision sub-skill now unlocked, his mind instantly locks into absolute focus. Right then, Ngon Tuyet grabs Ngon Kai tight, begging her sister to stop and just run away. Non Kai screams back with pure fury. She is going to slaughter this creep who broke into their home. Chen Bai ponders an intact spirit, like this clearly possesses decent intelligence and is not low tier. So why on earth is she only attacking with a kitchen knife? Watching them calmly, he realizes he can lock them down with telekinesis and scan them with psychic perception. Nyon Kai stays determined to kill intruders and protect her sister, while system data reveals an evolver with Tier 5 evil spirit talent at level 2. Mental stat 15. Talent abilities include object manipulation and negative tier malice invasion. Ngon Tuyet tries talking her down, insisting he means no harm and begging her sister to calm down. The screen updates for Ngon Tuyet Evolver. Level 2 with a Tier 5 twin benevolent spirit talent. Mental stat 15. Capable of object manipulation, pure-hearted soothing, and nurturing energy. Crossing his arms, he thinks it over. Both of them are evolvers whose physical forms shifted purely from innate talent, something you rarely ever run into. Non Ki lunges forward, swinging the knife, but Chen Bai flares his telekinesis to instantly grab her wrist, calmly asking if her name is Non Ki. Tell her to chill out, he is not going to hurt them. And she should already sense the massive power gap between them. His psychic power is 20 times stronger than hers, so this is her one final warning. If she keeps acting up, he will eliminate both her and her sister. Ngon Ki snarls, while Ngon Tuyet desperately begs him not to hurt her older sister. He sets his terms straight. He will spare them, but only if they obey every single word he says. She snaps back in outrage, calling him a total pervert who has no right acting like an older brother, shouting at him to target her instead of her sister. Chen Bai just chuckles, asking what perverted thoughts he could possibly have, or if she is the one with the dirty mind here. Ngon Kai fumes with pure rage, but he raises a hand, ordering them both to stay put and answer some questions. Do they even understand what happened to the world? And do they know how to operate the Evolver mask? She replies softly that they know what happened, understand how to use the Evolver mask, and regularly check the Evolver forums too. Ngon Kai scowls with undisguised hatred, spitting that of course they know tons of people died, calling them bugs who deserved it. Chen Bai wonders aloud why they are only at level 2, asking if they are too terrified to hunt monsters for experience. Ngon Tuyet speaks up nervously. Stammering, she admits she held her sister back because those monsters used to be human, and she could never bear hurting them since they cannot harm the sisters anyway. Chen Bai's tone turns cold as he calls her foolish beings capable of hurting them will show up sooner or later, and how will their level 2 power save them then? He warns that their talents are dangerous because their power is directly chained to raw emotion. He drills into them never to let emotions control their power, or they will end up as either brainless, bleeding hearts or weak, hysterical maniacs. Chen Bai begins instructing them. Close your eyes, feel your inner strength, take full control, and then use pure logic to figure out what you actually need to do next. A sudden shockwave rips through the air, making Ngon Tuyet cry out in panic. Ngon Tuyet stammers about helping others and being a good person, while Ngon Kai screams at the top of her lungs to slaughter every dog in this trash world. Anyone who bullies her sister must die, and anyone who might even think about bullying her sister dies too. Watching both girls tremble as pure instinct takes over, he realizes their sanity has already been seriously eroded. Chen Bai warns that without serious training, they will quickly degrade into low-level spirits driven solely by raw instinct, becoming nothing more than pure monsters. To train spirit entities warped by emotional power, he knows his first priority is dampening the energy overload hitting their minds. Chen Bai reaches his hand out. He figured messing with them using telepathy would work out just fine, plus it trains his mental control. Dropping his hand, he tries a full suppression, blasting both girls upward as they scream out asking what he wants. Chen Bai chuckles, telling them to resist with everything they have until their energy completely runs dry. In his head, he considers experimenting with shaping and refining his telepathic control even further. Back in his past life, He was never a mental arts specialist, so this skill was not very strong. Watching the two girls tremble violently, Chen Bai pulls his hand back. Controlling two spirits at once gave him the rough shape, but he still missed quite a few fine details. On top of that, because they keep resisting, their movements look totally bizarre as they freeze up without struggling. Chen Bai watches closely. They stopped resisting. They clearly still have energy left. Their sanity just kicked back in, making them think he would not actually hurt them. Stepping forward, he warns that they clearly misunderstand the stakes. If they do not learn to control their emotional energy, they will turn into mindless monsters sooner or later. Chen Bai calls out, saying it would be better to just kill them right now. Instantly, both girls have their clothes ripped apart as soft whimpers echo across the entire room. The two girls huddle together under the blanket. Sitting right beside them, Chen Bai asks what they would do if they ran into a monster attacking an innocent human. Yan Shui answers that she would save the person and slay the monster, knowing she must act within her own limits. If it is within her power, taking down the beast comes first. He praises them for regaining their sanity. Even with good and evil divided, they are no longer pushed to extremes by wild energy. One whispers a quiet thank you to her big brother, while the other huffs, swearing he will eventually taste the rough treatment he gave them. Chen Bai slowly gets to his feet. He explains that despite not knowing how to control energy, their special yin and yang talent still lets them absorb power automatically. Now that they are restarting from scratch, he offers to teach them a simple foundational skill. Raising his hand, he tells them to release their stored energy outward and manifest it as clothing, leaving both girls completely stunned as they look over their gear. Turning around, Chen Bai points out that the energy kept inside must always match their personal limits. Once they master this, he plans to use his days off to power level them a few tiers. Now check out this dungeon run. Cut to the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital in the Demon Capital, where Yan Shui strikes with her spirit fist. Yan Qi follows right behind her, weaving malice and benevolence together as both girls sync their contrasting powers in perfect harmony. The system announces the head nurse mini-boss has fallen. Clinging to his arm, she asks how they performed. Chen Bai reminds her not to secretly pump malicious thoughts into him, because it will not work. Caught red-handed, Yan Qi turns away, muttering that his dark thoughts only fail because he is already pure evil inside. A sudden system notification grabs his attention, a direct message popping up from Meng Meng. Meng Meng writes that Sword Immortal wants their help clearing a Nightmare-tier secret realm dungeon. The user named I am really not a Sword Immortal begs Master Bai to lend a hand if he has time. Chen Bai asks for the dungeon details via private message. Right away, Ye Zi chimes in, asking what they should do about the final team slot. Asking if the spot can go to her sister, she shares the Nightmare tier intro for the rugged Mount Shu mountain path. Harder to scale than the open sky, this ancient immortal mountain holds no immortals, only the echo of clashing swords in the air. On this endless winding path, dense mist blankets the summit, burying long-forgotten karmic ties deep in the clouds. Every stone step is a deadly trial. Without the immortal blessing, trespassers plummet straight into the bottomless abyss. Then come the dungeon entry requirements. Only Evolver 098 can lead the squad inside, with a strict cap of 4 players and a maximum level limit of 10. Here is the catch. Chen Bai chuckles to himself, realizing this strict level cap is why they are panicking so much. Thinking back, he never heard of this Sword Immortal in his past life, likely because the guy failed to find reliable allies and died right here. The reply comes in saying Chen Bai arrived just in time since the leader has not changed classes yet and sits capped at level 10. They form the party while Overlord demands a fair roll for the last spot, right as Lu Huai jumps in. It is totally legit since Sword Immortal already posted in global chat, announcing he is joining the run and apologizing to the rest. Han Wang calls foul on the backdoor deal, joking whether the old Taoist sold out to Sword Immortal to get that slot. How much did Overlord put down? I will double it. Skip the chrysanthemums, though. Yi Zi is playing favorites. I am not a Sword Immortal, so do not get mad, everyone. This dungeon ties into our traditional cultivation, which is why I decided to bring my buddy Zheng Su along for the ride. Next time an instance opens, You guys get first pick, he promises. All right, we call it a day here and head home. Yan Qi looks surprised, not keeping going. I can still fight more monsters. Chen Bai tells her straight, the monsters ahead are out of your league. The boss attacks mentally, so pushing forward now is just giving away free kills. She lets out a soft huff, while Yan Shui happily accepts the order. Whatever you say, boss. Meanwhile, inside the Shushan mountain range dungeon by the thatched hut at the base, Meng Meng spots him arriving and calls out, Master, this person right here is Zhengsu Bushu. He steps forward and introduces himself, Senior Bai. Please, just call me Zhengsu and we are good. All of a sudden, another guy appears right behind Zhengsu. Zisun claps a hand on his shoulder. Chen Bai. Finally get to meet you in person. He introduces himself, my name is Chu Zixin. Though I am really not some legendary sword immortal. Chu Zixin. Chen Bai waves hello greetings everyone. Zhengsu. Zishun. Then a sudden realization hits him. Zishun. You carry so many blades, are you gifted with weapon talents? Zishun answers spot on. Check this out. The system shows equipping swords can actually trigger sword chi. The power of the sword chi scales off my own spirit power, allowing me to create custom sword skills. Every single time a new sword skill gets created, all base stats receive a permanent boost. The stat increase depends strictly on the grade of that sword skill. Chen Bai praises him, not a bad talent at all. Zishun laughs bashfully, just average. Chen Bai is being too kind. Chen Bai turns around, if everyone is here, let us head out. And we move. Cut to inside the dungeon trail amidst the Shushan peaks. Where Zishun speaks up, everyone got the quest notification by now, right? Climbing straight from this point up to the summit clears the Shushan mountain path. Meng Meng points out that with such a brief briefing, this mountain trail is definitely no walk in the park. Chen Bai chimes in, I am actually looking forward to whatever surprises pop up along this climb. So let us move. The whole party advances in tight formation. Zhengsu notices the heavy fog rolling in, while Chen Bai warns everyone to keep close, watch under their feet. Looks like the first real trial is upon us. Out of nowhere, an old man above grumbles, mountain roads are treacherous. Mountain paths are hard. Chen Bai rushes forward, calling out greetings, old sir, before his feet skid to a sudden halt in complete confusion. I just sprinted at full throttle, yet could not close the distance to him at all. Could this be? He spreads both hands to channel an energy strand, coiling it right toward the old man, who keeps chanting mountain roads are hard, the 5 elements block all passage. Almost instantly the figure recovers and walks on like nothing happened. Chen Bai figures out this is definitely an illusion. Zishun asks what is going on with that elder. Chen Bai suspects it is a guiding phantom, telling everyone to memorize the exact words being sung. He points ahead with a chuckle, heard it loud and clear. The world 5 elements are impassable, and he sang it pretty slowly too. Zhengsu rests a hand on his chin in thought this mist can count as water among the 5 elements. Could navigating with this kind of blocked vision be the first trial itself? The phantom continues, chanting water rises into blinding mist. Flowers seen in haze bring no return. He thinks to himself something is off, real danger is near. The system announces the biochemical hazard gloves are equipped. Chen Bai shifts into full guard, when suddenly an overwhelming incoming force catches him completely off guard. A speeding projectile rips straight toward him, and he snaps his shield up just in time to intercept it. This sword strike packs unbelievable power. Even with his raw physical stats stacked on top of the shield defense, it still manages to pierce through. The blade pulls back immediately as the shield shatters into nothing. Meng Meng asks in panic, Master, did you get hurt? Zishun glances all around and shouts, Stay sharp, everyone. My sensory abilities cannot detect its sword intent at all. Zhengsu turns around, fellow Taoist Chu. Trigger the talisman I gave you right now. My mental power cannot pinpoint its location either. He raises the talisman high as a golden light defensive barrier expands outward to protect them all. Zhengsu spots it incoming from due east and channels his lightning art, just as a flying blade slams straight into the barrier above Chen Bai. He inspects it and notes what a truly fine sword it is. Zhengsu shouts, Chen Bai, watch out. The golden light shield cannot hold much longer. The barrier shatters to pieces, and he grabs the flying blade, no worries. I have already tamed it. Meng Meng cheers that her master is amazing, while Zhengsu stands there completely dumbfounded. When on earth did he manage to tame that thing? Zisun is just as stunned. Could this flying sword actually possess sentience? Because why is it showing zero resistance right now? Chen Bai chuckles softly. Let me show you all just how insane this blade really is. The system displays the 5 elements Water Sword Spirit Jade Wanderer at level 12, Strength 60, Speed 120, Constitution 60, Spirit 60. Gaining extra power the denser the moisture gets. When submerged in water, all attributes get a +10 boost alongside 10 armor penetration. Without water, every stat drops to 1/10 of its base value. Due to the 5 elements cycle, fighting a metal sword spirit grants extra metal attributes. Level 12 Water Element Green Roaming Sword Spirit boasts 60 Strength, 120 Speed, 60 Constitution, and 60 Spirit. As the Jade Water Swimming Dragon, more moisture means greater power. While in water, every attribute gains 10 extra points, along with 10 armor penetration. Out of the water, all stats plummet down to just 1/10 of their original values. Through elemental synergy, battling a metal attribute sword spirit allows it to absorb extra metal sword spirit properties. But when clashing against an earth attribute sword spirit, all of its stats take a heavy reduction. Once all 5 elements are gathered, every attribute doubles upon sword infusion. It can bond with various blades, boosting weapon skills and delivering massive stat bonuses. Chan Hu scratches his head in disbelief. More water vapor means more power. No wonder his golden light barrier could not hold out for even half a second. In dense water mist like this, its total attack power can easily surge by 3 to 5 times over. Tu Tuan expresses deep gratitude, admiring both the fine blade and its spirit. Chen Bai notes that if this spirit stays in Tu Tuan's hands, it would yield far greater results. But since he controls it through a special method, he cannot simply hand it over to him. Tu Tuan waves his hands in refusal. No need. He says he will nurture his own sword spirit so they can form a genuine bond. Meng Meng asks her master whether this tough mountain path, guarded by the 5 elements, holds all 5 varieties of sword spirits. Chen Bai speaks up quietly. Unfortunately, no. He can only control 3 right now, though he plans to return for all 5 sword spirits later. The system prompt displays his biochemical disaster skill, High Lord Brain, allows him to permanently dominate 3 creatures whose mental power does not exceed his own. Turning around, he tells them the danger is gone and it is time to move forward. Tu Tuan follows right behind. Senior Emperor Bai is truly powerful and all-around skilled, making this dungeon feel like an easy stroll to the Taoist. Now he sees why Crow handed over gear and skill books just to secure a party slot. 10 minutes later, the party gathers around together. Chen Bai announces that the mist has cleared, signaling that the very first trial is officially over. Chen Bai announces that the mist has cleared, signaling that the very first trial is officially over. Meng Meng raises her hand, remarking that this mountain pass is terribly long. If the 5 elements guard the road, have they only completed 1/5 of the journey? Tu Tuan points ahead and shouts for everyone to look, spotting what appears to be a lone woodcutter. He shifts his gaze in the direction Tu Tuan is pointing. The man chants again, the road to Shu is perilous. The 5 elements are tough to cross. Monsters lurk in the forest, and grass turns into soldiers. Pure terror. Chen Bai leans forward, chuckling that an all-out chaotic brawl is coming up. Not bad at all. Swarms of monsters materialize right before them. He grins wickedly, because this kind of mayhem happens to be his absolute favorite. Chan Hu observes carefully, guessing from the chant that many monsters and perhaps the hidden sword spirit itself lurk inside the tall grass. Tu Tuan says there is no need to overthink the woodcutter's song. Then he freezes in shock. It is already over. In that split second, Chen Bai wipes out the entire monster horde. The system reveals the level 12 wood element hidden water sword spirit with 50 strength, 120 speed, 70 constitution, and 60 spirit. Wherever vegetation thrives, its power surges with up to a 5-fold boost to all attributes. allowing it to hide within greenery or wood to build up energy. Once charged, it unleashes an attack with 10 times the normal power and penetration. 5 elements, sword infusion active. He praises it, water nourishes wood, perfectly blending into foliage with an ambush capability that is seriously impressive. Meng Meng waves her hand, urging them not to space out and keep moving. Tu Tuan scratches his cheek in pure confusion, wondering what his role here even is. The man keeps chanting endlessly that the road into Shu is rugged and treacherous. The 5 elements form grueling trials. The path is full of jagged cliffs, and a single fall into the abyss means shattered bones. Suddenly, a fierce shockwave hammers down from above. All 4 brace themselves with their arms, and Chan Hu grits his teeth, completely unable to step forward. As he prepares his golden light guard talisman, Meng Meng stops him. Wait. She pulls out eye coverings, telling him his talisman is hard to craft, so use these instead. He puts them on and lets out a gasp, impressed by how well-equipped boss Meng Meng really is. Meng Meng explains she just crafted them with dream creation. Chen Bai compliments her, noting that at least they do not have to shield their eyes. He thinks to himself that while flying sand cannot hurt his eyes, howling dust is still pretty annoying. Right then, another violent tremor erupts. The ground beneath them explodes, blasting Tu Tuan and Chen Bai straight into the distance. Chan Hu and Meng Meng scream out for fellow Taoist Chu, Senior Bai, and Master, panicking over what to do next. He shouts that the blinding sandstorm makes it impossible to see where they landed. She stammers back that it is fine, she will go search for them. A whirling sand vortex rises up, and Meng Meng drops down searching. Chan Hu sprints over yelling for Master. Tu Tuan coughs and wails about swallowing dirt, panting hard as he gives everyone a warning. Flight is restricted in this dungeon, and air dashes drain crazy stamina. Using it just a few times leaves him dripping sweat. Jumping down right now would bring serious trouble and drain you dry. Chan Hu crosses his arms and suggests they figure out how to keep the cliff-severing sword from knocking them off. He looks up, noting the blowing sand blocks spiritual senses, making it impossible to predict the next strike. Chen Bai calmly replies that half a second before the wall strikes, it vibrates. Feel it directly instead of letting the storm distract you. The second you sense that tremor, dodge instantly. Tu Tuan praises Senior Bach for cracking the pattern on his very first try. Chen Bai turns around and tells everyone to wait for the next strike, advising anyone too slow to stick right beside him. Meng Meng agrees. They all nod in agreement. Suddenly another shockwave rips through the ground, sending everyone scrambling upward to safety. He chuckles, noting they finally solved how to dodge the cliff-severing sword. So now it is time to clear the stage fast. Meng Meng asks if this trial holds the Earth Spirit Sword. Don't you want it? Chen Bai shakes his head, no need. Chan Hu explains that an Earth Spirit Sword clashes with Senior Bach's water and wood elements, directly countering his water sword. Glancing back, he agrees that since he can only control 3, his final pick must be metal or fire. After a while, Tu Fai appears again, chanting about the grueling road through the 5 elemental trials, where blistering heat scorches down without mercy, leaving vision blurry, speech slurred, and Chan Hu gasping desperately for breath. This is bad. I am getting baked alive and stopped sweating completely. Totally dehydrated. Tu Tuan wipes his brow, complaining that the fire spirit sword wants to cook them alive. Calling it the sneakiest sword spirit yet, Meng Meng steams from the heat, watching summoned water instantly vaporize while an umbrella does nothing. Master, your disciple is turning into jerky out here. Chen Bai warns her to stay calm because it is coming, reminding her that raw explosion is not fire's only form. His voice turns calm, smoldering low and biding time, until wind and fuel ignite into a roaring inferno is also fire. Tu Tuan chimes in, asking if Boss Bach has already figured out exactly when the fire sword spirit will strike. Chen Bai replies that Tu Fai's song made it obvious it strikes right when everyone goes dizzy and speechless. Watch Chan Hu right here blinded and staggering. He mumbles incoherently as a blazing blade thrusts toward his face and freezes mid-air. Chen Bai snatches the blade instantly, smirking caught you. The system displays the level 12 Fire Spirit Sword, with 70 strength, 100 speed, 70 constitution, and 60 spirit power, growing stronger as temperatures rise. Once heat passes 100 degrees, all of its stats shoot up 10 times. It cloaks within sunlight and effortlessly vaporizes every trace of water in a designated area. With the fire spirit sword secured, Chen Bai urges them to finish the trail and rehydrate, leaving everyone sighing in pure relief. Right on cue, Tu Fai chimes in again about the grueling road ahead. Hearing the riddle about splitting paths, Chen Bai figures the metal spirit sword is a straight-up combat trial, which is perfect since the scorching heat already pissed him off. Having already captured the fire sword, he mutters that this metal spirit sword drew the short straw. Tu Tuan points out that the zone directly ahead belongs to the metal spirit sword. Meng Meng notes, this looks like a straightforward combat stage, eyeing the blade with genuine curiosity. When asked if this blade is unrefined, Chan Hu confirms it is unpolished, though a sudden golden flash hints at something far more dangerous. Chen Bai agrees no point wasting time overthinking it. He lunges forward to test it out, but the sheer impact flings Chen Bai back as sword fragments shatter like striking solid concrete. Yet in seconds, the blade reconstructs itself completely. Smirking, Chen Bai crouches down, realizing the blade possesses the power to boost its own stats every time it takes damage. Dropping into stance, he scoffs that no matter what fancy tempering ability this blade claims to have, it does not matter. A wicked smirk creeps across his face. Let us see how tough you really are. Chen Bai leaps high into the air, cocking his fist with internal power, before slamming down a devastating punch that blows everything to pieces. Chan Hu asks if they heard Senior Bok, and Tu Tuan nods, wondering out loud whether that sword can actually level up without limits. He is stunned, which Chen Bai was expecting too. Once the dust settles, the blade emerges, gleaming brightly like it had just been pulled from water. Chen Bai raises the trembling sword in his hand, wondering if this really is the golden glow. It is thin as a cicada wing, yet its resistance is immense. He smirks, estimating its power is nearly 200. Dropping stamina must have boosted its raw power and speed. After all, the combined total stats of other swords were 300. Instead, your physical defense got converted straight into strength and speed. Chen Bai grips the blade tight. So how much constitution do you even have left? Without hesitating, he snaps it in half. The system alerts that he defeated the 100 refined gold spirit sword, granting 250 combat contribution experience points. He feels a bit let down, rating it barely a 10. Luckily, he skipped the gold spirit sword, hating the idea of getting beaten just to gamble everything on a final strike. Besides, this thing died way too easily. Meng Meng speaks up the woodcutter is heading out. The woodcutter calls out, saying Mount Shu is treacherous, and the 5 elements are impossible to cross. Passing him by, the old man warns that the elements cover the entire mountain. The endless path ahead is brutal, so turn back before an unyielding heart leads you to ruin. The woodcutter steps inside, muttering that it is better to turn back than to seek immortality. She panics, asking her master what they should do after hearing that. Chen Bai knows this looks bad. He instructs So Tu Tuan that from now on they have a long trek ahead, so he must lead. Chan Hu speaks up, realizing that on this endless road, an unsteady Dao heart blocks the way. And since this dungeon belongs to him, he is the only one who truly seeks the Dao. Chen Bai praises his sharp intuition, then asks him what he thinks the woodcutter going down the mountain actually means. He chuckles, saying he cannot say for sure. His voice drops, guessing it might be a trick designed to deceive anyone looking for a shortcut. Now look closely. After that long trek, the real path actually lies waiting down below. Chen Bai narrows his eyes, noting that when the old woodcutter walked past, chills ran down his spine. That man could easily slaughter anyone trying to descend the mountain. So Tu Tuan scratches his head in utter confusion. He worries he is not qualified to clear this stage. But having a resolute heart to seek the Tao is all that truly matters here. Come on. Of course he has that heart. And his resolve is completely rock solid. 4 hours tick by before the system finally announces that the Mount Shu Mountain Road secret realm is cleared. Brilliant streaks of light suddenly flare up like divine dragons soaring down, landing straight into everyone's open hands. Those who cleared the stage receive a special Mount Shu token reward as a treasure chest appears before them. The rewards are distributed, allowing the team to leave the dungeon whenever they want. This secret realm cannot be entered again, transforming into a regular one-time dungeon available for all other evolvers to use. The Mount Shu token is a special item granting the Mount Shu Disciple title, which unlocks access to the exclusive Mount Shu map. Ranging from level 10 to 89, the token is soulbound and cannot be traded, gifted, or loaned. Chen Bai looks at the 10 to 89 level requirement, impressed by how insane Mount Shu truly is. He figures his top priority right now is quickly collecting the second SSS rank scroll, completing the ritual to finally change his class. Without finishing the class change quest, he will stay completely stuck at level 10. He decides to visit Mount Shu right after advancing. So Tutuan tells Boss Bak to pick his clear rewards first. Chen Bai casually thanks him while he cheerfully declares Boss Bak picks first and Boss Meng second. Chan Hu insists they do not need to save anything for him, already feeling deeply grateful just getting the token. Back at the villa, Chen Bai rests on his bed staring at the ceiling when Nong Tuyet walks in, asking if he is awake. She adds that Ngon Kai claims sleeping in broad daylight is a dead giveaway of having a weak body. He sits up with a smirk, asking how she expects to beat him when her spirit body cannot even touch physical matter at full power. She immediately shoots back. She mocks him for bragging, daring him to test it, claiming she could take him down in 3 seconds flat. Chen Bai plants his feet on the ground, mentioning he just picked up a skill book in the secret realm perfect for her, winking to take him down. If she does, the skill belongs to them. Nonki floats in midair, screaming in panic that she is about to dissipate. Ngon Tuyet beside her also cries out in distress, while Chen Bai sits back on the bed smiling, asking if they finally see the massive gap. And he did not even fight back at all. Non Kai tilts her head, asking if he actually likes any girl, wondering if he has to tread lightly whenever he interacts with others. Chen Bai pulls out a skill book, saying his high constitution comes with flawless force control, handing it over as a reward for their hard work. Right after, he tosses the skill book straight over to her. Non Kai reaches out to catch it, but the book phases straight through her hands, hitting the floor. Chen Bai stares in complete silence as his eye twitches. Crossing her arms, Ngon Ki laughs, "We will just learn it once we recover. That skill book is not going anywhere anyway." Standing up immediately, he tells them, "Learn whenever you want. It is time for me to handle my own business." Ngon Tuyet's eyes go wide as she asks, "Brother, you are leaving? Did you not promise to take us to Jiang City?" Pulling out a quest scroll, Chen Bai gives his answer. "This matter is pretty important, so wait until I get back." Beaming with a bright smile, she cheers, "Then we will wait for you." The system screen lights up with an alert Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. He stares at it in deep thought. The level cap prompt is maxed out, so it is finally time to claim that SSS rank scroll in the abyss. Chen Bai turns it over in his head. Without clearing this trial quest, he will stay stuck at level 10. Right on cue, a selection panel pops up. An S-rank Demon Hunter quest scroll only drops when the very first pureblood demon creature is slain. But clearing this one-of-a-kind special quest scroll can transform it into an ultimate Demon Hunter scroll. Accept or decline. He glares at the prompt, calculating his odds. Back when he first obtained this scroll, taking on that trial seemed out of the question. After all, legends say even the gods could never conquer it. Chen Bai reaches out and hits accept. With 0 other leads on that SSS scroll, testing his luck is the only move left. Instantly, his body teleports straight onto the first floor of the abyss, sending the surrounding demons into an uproar. "A human? Let us eat his flesh." Listening to their shrieks, a slight smirk creeps onto Chen Bai's lips. In his past life, becoming a demon hunter meant constant trips down here. Surprisingly, being back almost feels like coming home. He tightens his gloves. Just like that, 3 demons drop dead without a fight. A chime echoes as his fallen demon kill count hits 3 out of 100. Then the system flashes the scroll terms. Slay 100 hunter demons, and 100 fallen demons to complete the quest and exit the abyss. Seeing the conditions, Chen Bai realizes finishing the mission kicks him out immediately. He needs to hold back. He used this scroll strictly as an entry ticket. His real target is the trial waiting at the abyssal well. One day later, Chen Bai leaps high into the air to dodge the horde below. What a pain, not being allowed to finish this quest. The first floor crawls with endless fallen demons and hunter demons, brainless pests that never stop chasing. Dashing ahead, he knows even if he shakes this pack, the next swarm will surround him the second he slows down. Look at what is waiting ahead. Chen Bai looks up to see roaring lava erupting from the abyssal well. It is erupting. Frowning, he stops in his tracks. Bad luck while the eruption does not block the trial. It floods the abyss with raw energy. Every single creature carrying demon blood gets a massive stat buff. Glancing at the jagged rocks and the horde behind him, he knows the magma spews, demon blood eggs, spawning endless new monsters. Tens of thousands of fiends are raining down from above. Stopping now means getting surrounded instantly. Racing forward, his real worry is accidentally completing the kill quest during the breakout and getting warped out. Out of nowhere, a heavy blade hurtles straight at Chen Bai from behind. He leaps into the air to dodge, letting the blade pierce the earth. Level 16 Demon Warrior Fergus lands on the hilt, barking loudly. "Look what I found! A 5-star dinner!" Speaking in demonic tongue, he snarls human. "You better kneel and thank me for letting you fill Lord Fergus's stomach." Chen Bai replies right back in fluent demonic. A pureblood demon warrior on the first floor is quite rare. "You came up from the deep floors, did you not?" Fergus grins with arrogant pride. "That is right. A coward who only runs actually knows quite a bit about demons, even our tongue. But a meal understanding its master changes absolutely nothing." Chen Bai just lets out a cold sneer. "Only running? Do you even know why only low-tier fallen and hunter demons are tailing me?" Gripping his blade, the demon lunges straight at Chen Bai with bloodthirsty excitement. "I do not know, but I will make you talk before you die. Starting with your head." Chen Bai just sighs with dead calm. "Let me just tell you right now." Chen Bai cleanly cleaves right through Fergus, leaving the demon screaming in disbelief. "Impossible!" The demon's sliced corpse crashes hard against the dirt as a cold smirk forms on Chen Bai's face. "Because every single other demon species behind me has already been wiped out." He looks back at the fresh monsters crawling from the stone. "Got to hurry, or I will get surrounded in no time." 6 days later, standing before the abyss well, Chen Bai gazes ahead with deep emotion. Finally made it. Though looking deceptively close, this place is actually far. He leans his back against a boulder, letting out a quiet sigh. In his past life during his hunter class change, demons actually fled around this exact spot to take refuge. Most Floor 1 demons dare not approach this place, making it the perfect spot to rest before starting the real challenge. Chen Bai pulls open his system screen, ready to feed his mask all the demon bloodline potions collected over the past few days. His backpack and secret storage are completely packed. Wonder what tier of bloodline essence these tens of thousands of rank B to D potions will make. Du strolls over from the distance, spotting him and sneering that finding a real human here is quite interesting. Hearing that voice, Chen Bai immediately sits straight up to look over. The monster opens its wide mouth, showing off razor-sharp teeth. It barks that a servant reported a lone human heading straight toward the abyss, well, without stopping. "Check this out, this level 18. Kowtow Fish Demon, Stalker Du, thrusts its trident forward. Having slaughtered nearly every other demon race except the demon hunters and fallen demons. Bursting with pure excitement, it roars out that it seems this human is indeed the one. Chen Bai stares back thoughtfully, realizing a Kowtow Fish Demon definitely should not exist on Floor 1. Standing up, he calmly asks what the deal is. "Do you demons really enjoy taking strolls around here whenever the abyss well erupts?" Hearing this, Du accelerates forward, screaming that a demon prince like him came specifically to execute this puny human acting arrogant in the abyss. Du swings his trident, unleashing Waterblade Strike into surging torrents. Across from him, Chen Bai ignites with flames, watching the deluge crash forward. He activates body-burning refined fire to clash head-on against the incoming torrents. Seeing his own flames extinguished by the water blast, Chen Bai questions if it is truly a demon prince. Which floor lord are you descended from? Du instantly opens his mouth, proudly howling that his royal father rules as the lord of floor 17. It thrusts its trident wildly ahead, but Chen Bai tilts sideways to dodge, while the demon mocks him as a trash hellfire user shaking in fear. Reaching out his arm, Chen Bai swiftly reinforces his muscles with a quiet chuckle. Chen Bai drives his bare palm straight toward Du. With effortless force, he slams its entire face into the ground, shattering the stone beneath them into pieces. Standing tall as spectral blades materialize around him, Chen Bai mutters how he was about to enjoy a fine meal before this rude interruption. That entity residing inside my inventory is pretty displeased about this whole situation. He watches calmly as blades pierce into various parts of Du, declaring with a chilling tone that, to atone, its blood will serve as an appetizer. Bloodline potion vials rapidly stream out from its gaping mouth, and he watches in awe as they get vacuumed straight into his backpack. Tens of thousands of bloodline vials now pack his bag in storage, leaving him wondering what kind of godly item will fuse out of them. Moments later, the system screen flashes a notification for a rank C Blackwater Trident, a polearm granting plus 25 strength and plus 25 agility. Wielding this weapon grants the user underwater breathing, along with full dark vision capabilities. Level 1 Wave Tread unleashes the power of water for a heavy strike, requiring 60 strength and level 15. A smirk curls on Chen Bai's lips. Underwater breathing? Pretty decent, though who knows when an ability like that comes in handy. Noting the magma has stopped erupting, he whispers that the nuisance is cleared and it is time to begin. Chen Bai stands motionless beside the chasm, casting his gaze deep into the abyss below. After a moment, he cannot help but reflect on focusing into the abyss, fully understanding the warning as purple light and crimson text flicker into view. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. His eyes glow with a red hue, knowing the moment has arrived. The system screen flashes crimson text, declaring that it has recognized you as an intelligent being. Chen Bai trembles from head to toe, looking downward, a creeping sense of panic gripping his heart. You can feel the sheer terror here. Is this dread inevitable when staring into the chasm? He reminds himself there is no retreating, or he gets left behind forever. Losing this chance means no future at all. The system screen flashes again, stating it has seen your level is 10. Chen Bai reaches over with his left hand, tightly clamping down on his trembling right arm. In his past life, countless top-tier prodigies and peerless disciples halted here, with barely 1 in 10,000 ever escaping this abyssal gaze. Ultimately, not a single one returned alive. Line after line of blood-red text continues to flash. It has seen you have not changed classes. It has seen you possess no inherited bloodline. Chen Bai stands dead still, forcing himself to confront the text. It has seen you have no rank S or higher gear, and no temporary external buffs boosting you. It has seen everything you own was seized by your own hands. It has seen your raw power belongs entirely to you. It saw you had the power to control yourself. It saw you had no idea what was coming next. It saw your name. It saw your fear and your hatred. It saw you carried no strange shield. It witnessed everything. He stared back in absolute silence, chest heaving with heavy breaths, refusing to take even one step back. A moment later, glowing text flashes in the air, declaring him fully qualified and unlocking the path to the Abyss trial. Chen Bai jolts, lifting his head toward the light. Hands on his knees, he watches the prompts flash. Clear the Abyss trial, and you will claim the triple S rank Abyss Overlord class change scroll. This scroll binds directly to whoever clears the trial. Chen Bai grins with pure excitement, thinking, it actually worked. Next comes the instruction leap into the abyss to start the trial. Retreating counts as a permanent forfeit. Pushing off his knees, he leaps up, shouting out, "Here I come." Dust billows high as Chen Bai vanishes from sight. An interface pops up immediately, laying out the mission: defeat the phantom avatar of a level 10 demon lord. Each floor comes with special conditions, and every clear grants a rest window anywhere from 1 minute to 1 hour. If a floor lacks a native lord, the system pulls an image from the previous floor instead. The system chime rings in his ears. Every single status of the challenger will be restored to full capacity. All item and skill cooldowns reset to 0, and every piece of damaged equipment will be fully repaired. Once prepared, the trial officially begins. Chen Bai gets hyped, thinking full cooldown reset, even for the 70-year hourglass? But right then, red text pops up: error detected. Unable to restore the challenger to their peak state. Seeing that, he lets out a quiet curse. Caught completely off guard by this sudden glitch, the system interface flashes a prompt: active skill, past reversal. You can travel back to any chosen point in time, erasing everything gained within the lost timeline. Cooldown remaining 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. This skill cannot be reduced by any gear or effect. Chen Bai stares at the hourglass in disbelief. If the abyss cannot reset this skill, what is he supposed to do? Error alerts flash repeatedly around him until a brand new system window suddenly forces its way open. Active skill. Past reversal. You can jump back to any point across time. Anything gained along the erased timeline will be permanently wiped clean. Skill restriction. You cannot travel prior to entering the abyss pit. Cooldown is 0, and as Chen Bai lands, his status fully restores. The trial begins. Watching the hourglass fade away, he breathes a sigh of relief, thankfully. Nothing went sideways. With the hourglass cooldown wiped out completely, clearing this trial should be smooth sailing. Then, the next alert chimes. Floor 1. Low-tier Lord Level 10 Demon Warrior ban, with 0 special conditions applied. Staring down his opponent, he thinks a low-tier demon is 0 threat to me. In the blink of an eye, Chen Bai crushes ban. Floor 1 cleared. Please select your recovery time. He tears right through the next demon just as fast. Floor 2 cleared. Please select your recovery time. Chen Bai clenches his bloody fist over yet another demon corpse. Floor 5 cleared. Select your recovery time. Watching another demon blast backward through the air, the voice echoes: Floor 17 cleared. Select your recovery time. Floor 26 cleared. Select your recovery time. Chen Bai just keeps carving through these demons with total ease. Floor 34 cleared. Select your recovery time. The clear notifications just keep piling up. Floor 41 cleared. Select your recovery time. Floor 59 cleared. Select your recovery time. Now look at Floor 66, Blood Armor Demon Lord. Level 10 Sword Attendant Demon Ow. Special condition. Fatal strikes must hit weak points. Normal strikes deal 0 damage. Raising its blade, the monster lunges straight at him, roaring, "Accept your death, human. Your journey ends here." Chen Bai grinds his teeth and leaps backward, reading the battlefield. With these restrictions past Floor 50, his raw stat edge is fading, and 2 lifetimes of combat experience barely match a demon forged in war. On top of these absurd rules, blood sprays everywhere as he thrusts his blade right through its neck. Face caked in soot and dust, Chen Bai thinks if stats and technique give no edge, hunting for that weak spot means taking hits. Awe swings his heavy blade, knocking Chen Bai back, but he recovers instantly and vaults across the floor. Suddenly, the demon hurls its sword straight at Chen Bai, snarling, "Your struggle is pointless. Die." His eyes snap wide open in shock as he stares straight ahead. That blade impales Chen Bai right through the gut, sending him flying before Ao steps up to violently rip it out. Flicking the blood off his weapon, the demon sneers that while his recovery is impressive, humans remain completely foolish. The monster brags that abyss rules make him unbeatable, while Chen Bai lies still on the ground, instantly triggering poison state. Frowning right at the demon, he calls out that it's celebrated way too early. Ao grits his teeth and turns around in shock, but Chen Bai already slashes hard across his waist, shattering the demon to pieces. As the monster gasps in disbelief, the system announces Floor 66 cleared, asking him to select recovery time. Staring down at the remains, Chen Bai remarks that the real idiot was him, calmly raising a hand to count his mistakes. Never dodging before a weak point gets hit, and boasting before the fight is settled, just like Cao Trine. "Thanks to your stupidity, I cleared this fast," he notes, before finally arriving at Abyss Floor 100. A boss prompt pops up for Floor 100. Level 10 Fallen Demon Swordsman Mouse. With 0 special conditions. Chen Bai scratches his head in confusion, wondering why the weakest demon type has no trial restrictions as he looks around. Why has it not spawned yet? Is it hiding? He wonders, rubbing his chin. Abyss hierarchies are complicated, with races, temperaments, and raw strength wildly uneven across every single floor. A low-ranking fallen demon rising to floor lord through weird circumstances is definitely not out of the question. Looking around, he thinks this floor is just hide and seek. When Ban suddenly raises a blade from behind to strike without warning. Sensing lethal danger, he spins around with a frown, but he is too late as the blade swings down, dropping him. Back on Abyss Floor 1, he watches the hourglass vanish from his neck while gasping for air. Stunned that he got instantly killed twice, even after triggering poison state right as his neck was severed. Floor 1 boss, level 10 Demon Hunter Warrior Ban, steps into view. With no special restrictions, the boss charges while screaming for the lowly human to die, but Chen Bai effortlessly swats him down. Without using his lingering consciousness to trigger time reversal, he would have been dead for real. Watching Ban collapse, he wonders what that floor 100 fallen demon really is, asking if the dying boss knows anything about it. Coughing blood, Ban snaps back that he would never talk, right before the system interface chimes in. Floor 1 cleared. Select recovery time. The prompt states as Chen Bai turns around, deep in thought. Since these demons know they are mere illusions and fear neither death nor pain, he must change tactics to pry out intel on floor 100. On Abyss Floor 72, the burning plains, he stands motionless, glaring at the demon before him. A fallen demon, the absolute lowest demon caste with base stats inferior, even to common human gear, claiming lordship over Floor 72 through sheer luck. Hearing that, the monster coughs and snarls that the human will pay for his arrogance and die by a fallen demon hand. With hands on his hips, Chen Bai looks down mockingly, asking if there are actually fallen demon lords deeper down. The demon instantly barks back that Lord Rupert on Floor 100, the legendary Shadowblade demon, was forged from a fallen demon body. That esteemed Lord Shadowblade once even assassinated a demon Grand Duke. Even with its head getting crushed, it screams that he will perish, while Chen Bai grins brightly and thanks him for the intel. A chime rings out announcing Floor 72 cleared, prompting him to select recovery time. Back on Abyss Floor 100, Chen Bai stands quietly, breaking down the situation. Shadowblade Demon is an S-tier class, unlocked only by 3rd Advancement Knight Assassins, boasting one-hit kill strikes launched directly from the shadows. He looks down at his own hand in deep thought. Against a shadow assassin he has 0 advantage, but against a fallen demon his stats dominate. So he sprints forward while staying alert around shadows, avoiding dark-shaded spots, moving constantly while spreading his toxic virus. If that stalker keeps trailing him waiting for an opening, the green mist seeping from his hand will definitely infect him. After quite a while, Chen Bai halts, hunching over as constant vigilance drains his mental energy, realizing he must use poison state to restore stamina before losing focus. Suddenly he freezes, snapping his head up to scan the surroundings warily. Sensing a blade thrusting straight toward him, he wonders if this blinding light is its trick. Right after that, he grits his teeth hard. As realization hits him fast, something feels wrong. Chen Bai instantly summons his blade to parry the monster incoming strike. Chen Bai quickly leaps backward, creating some much-needed distance on the 100th floor. The dual-wielding fallen swordsman Rupert lowers his blades, staring right at him and calling out, "Put your sharp weapon away, human, you have already won." Coughing heavily, he admits the trial restrictions kept him from unleashing his full might, while Chen Bai virus had already infected him, turning that previous attack into his final all-out strike. Chen Bai raises his mutated arm with a smirk, asking back in response, "Is that so?" As the swordsman form fades away, he warns, "Stay cautious, human. If you actually clear this trial, you are welcome to visit the 100th floor of the Abyss to duel me once more. Even though your current power is still not enough to clear it, I truly hope you manage to pull it off." The system screen pops up, confirming floor 100 cleared and prompting a recovery period. Chen Bai smirks, shouting out that he will definitely succeed. Rupert. Watching the vanishing silhouette fade away, he adds, next time we meet, I will definitely test your swordsmanship again. Up on floor 200 of the abyss inside a magnificent palace, Chen Bai looks directly at her, calling out greetings to the ruler of floor 200, the fallen angel, Lady Elmia. Chen Bai scans his surroundings cautiously, asking if summoning him here means she wants to start the combat trial right away, just as a prompt pops up on the system screen. Floor 200. Lord of the Fallen Angels, the six-winged fallen angel, level 10 Elmia, with 0 special conditions for this floor. Leaning back onto her sofa, she scoffs, why would I fight? Cleaning up this palace is way too much trouble. Elmia glances over with a sly smile, noting she honestly wants to let him pass, but she is just a bit curious first. Pointing forward, she casually invites him to come sit down, and in an instant, a table and chair materialize right before him, holding 2 crystal glasses and a bottle of fine wine. Chen Bai pulls up a seat right away, asking what she could possibly be curious about. Lady Elmia, covering her mouth with a light chuckle, she wonders how someone with his level of strength could possibly climb all the way to floor 200. Even if he got lucky against that irritating guy Rupert, someone who only ever does endless training and sneaky ambush attacks. Elmia raises a hand, asking what came next, because the monsters waiting after him were far nastier to deal with. Chen Bai rests his arm on the backrest, smiling back that his secret trump card for winning cannot be shared with Lady Elmia. Hearing this, she rests her chin on her hand, replying she does not care to pry too deeply, but lounging around today is just plain boring. So how about having a drink with her, telling how he cleared those floors, and then she will let him leave peacefully. Grabbing the bottle, he pours a glass and asks what she wants to hear. Lady Elmia touches her chin, tilting her head up thoughtfully as she says what she wants to know first. Leaning back, Elmia asks about that disgusting slime monster on floor 105, immediately reminding Chen Bai of the demon insect lord, level 10 flesh amalgam cerubus, ruler of the 105th floor. The swamp. Looking at her, he calmly explains that the monster was like a carpet of minced flesh covering the ground, devouring anything instantly on contact at a speed far faster than his own. The moment Chen Bai made contact, half his body got eaten up, vivid flashbacks of getting devoured flooding his mind. Elmia leans into her sofa, asking with a toast, so how did you even manage to win? With total composure, he says if that thing loved eating so much, he just let it gorge, since he is hardly easy to digest anyway. Chen Bai raises his right arm high, explaining he likely fed it hundreds of severed limbs, ultimately giving the beast severe food poisoning until it completely melted into sludge. Holding her wine glass while lounging back, she laughs. How fascinating. She never expected him to deal with that hideous creature so effortlessly. Gently flexing his regenerated arm, he points out it was not easy at all, since tearing an arm off your own body hurts like hell, bringing a smirk to Elmia lips. What about that foul-smelling old guy named Fingu, who probably hid deep under the sea and refused to come out? Chen Bai immediately recalls the scene on floor 136, the subdemon lord level 10 pirate king Fingu. Raising 3 fingers, he replies that the old man can only blame his own grandson for gifting him such overpowered gear. She bursts out laughing at his opportunism, but notes the girl on floor 153 had 0 weaknesses to exploit. Next, Chen Bai immediately remembers the mutant lord of floor 153. She was the level 10 flame spirit Harley at the mountainside lava lake, and swirling his glass, he admits she was absurdly powerful. She killed me 15 straight times in a row. Lowering his head, Chen Bai quietly explains her extreme heat did nothing against his virus, though her blazing magma body made landing a physical attack nearly impossible. Staring at the churning lava before him, he cursed under his breath. She hid again, retreating deep into the magma whenever injured to rapidly regenerate. Remembering that battle, Chen Bai lets out a heavy sigh. It took him and her 5 full days to flatten that lava lake just to burn out all her relentless enthusiasm. Looking back on it, he mutters that she was hands down the toughest opponent he had faced across these 200 floors. Elmia sits up and calls out that if he wants to talk about annoying, the creature on floor 186 is just as bad. Crossing his legs, Chen Bai tells her not to ruin a pleasant chat by bringing that monster up, picturing her nasty form in his mind. Floor 186, a rotting pile of flesh, rank 10 mutated demon lord, the filthy queen Omandani. Chen Bai rests his chin on his hand and smirks, adding that in the entire abyss, nothing beats her sheer filth. Sitting comfortably inside a massive pit full of rotting corpses and dung was her everyday routine. He covers his nose and calmly adds that it took him forever to shake off that floor's awful stench, so mentioning it makes this wine completely undrinkable. Elmia hugs her knees with a knowing smile, replying that while her raw power was mediocre, no demon ever wanted to contest or claim her disgusting territory. Glancing toward the wine glass on the table, she asks if he had even taken a single sip before she brought her up. A faint smirk touches Chen Bai's lips as he replies, "Fair enough, because I wouldn't dare drink wine brewed from the mental power of a fallen angel lord, since drinking that means instant death." Remembering what happened before, he thinks to himself that having died once from poison wine, there is no way he would fall for it again. Elmia scowls and grinds her teeth, snapping that she got caught, because if he had taken one sip, a single thought from her would rip him to pieces. What a shame that she missed her chance to take him out while lying down. Chen Bai stands up and asks if they should settle this with a fight, but she slumps back on the couch, too lazy to move. His mouth twitches as he freezes in place, completely stunned by this woman's unreal laziness. Looking totally unbothered, Elmia tells him to get lost and let her sleep since maintaining these projections drains so much stamina. Her expression suddenly darkens, twisting into a mysterious, knowing grin. After all, plenty of terrifying powerhouses await him ahead, including 6 who carry the title of gods, so she does not even need to lift a finger. A system prompt flashes, announcing floor 200 is cleared and asking him to choose recovery time, while Chen Bai frowns and asks if those 6 are true gods. The chime confirms a 1-hour rest period has been selected, and without wasting a single second, he turns on his heel and leaves. Against ordinary abyss lords, he could rely on the hourglass for endless retries. But facing 6 genuine gods is a completely different story. The system screen lights up, confirming entry into the safe resting space. As the countdown ticks, Chen Bai sits quietly on the bed, deep in thought, knowing every god commands absolute domain over reality rules. Biting his lip in quiet reflection, he can only hope these upcoming divine beings lack the ability to instantly obliterate his soul and erase him from reality. Chen Bai extends his open hand, staring intently at the hourglass and figuring that as long as he can rewind time, no matter how divine the opponent is, he will inevitably find a way to slay them. Moments later, Chen Bai materializes right onto the desolate expanse of floor 235. Floor 235 features rank 10 mutant demon lord Salisbury of the Abyss Eye, whose body constantly radiates special hypnotic energy. It attempts to hypnotize him, commanding the fragile human to sleep forever inside an endless illusion. Chen Bai's eyes widen before curving into a confident grin, while the monster laughs out loud, wondering what sweet dream the mortal is trapped in. Inside the illusion, Herose is prostrated flat on the ground, desperately pleading for God Lord Chen Bai to accept her heartfelt devotion. Sitting atop his grand throne in Chen Bai's mental world, surrounded by Songge's crew, he looks down on her. Herose presses a trembling hand against her chest with deep sincerity, crying out, she is willing to surrender everything to serve him, whether as a humble servant, a slave, a tool, or even his plaything, calling it an infinite honor. Chen Bai smirks lightly and asks what happens if he demands her divine power and tells her to die. Her eyes glaze over in shock as fresh tears stream down her face, frowning while softly begging her God Lord to believe that her loyalty to him is genuine. The corner of his mouth twitches, breaking into a mocking grin as he tells her to quit acting, because he knows she only wants to survive. Her raw ambition would never allow true loyalty to exist anywhere in her soul. Yet lifting her chin with his hand, Chen Bai offers to spare her life under one condition. Overwhelmed with excitement, Herose cries out in gratitude, swearing she will do anything in exchange for her life. He immediately pulls out an iron collar chained to a heavy leash, telling her to strap it on, tie herself by the gate, and become his loyal watchdog. Herose bites her lip and glares at the chain, remaining frozen on the ground in dead silence without moving an inch. Chen Bai rests his chin on his hand, asking what is wrong. Do they not want it? Hero smiles faintly, putting on the collar and shouting that being a loyal dog for the Divine Master is their eternal honor. Down on floor 235 of the abyss, he leans against a rock and laughs, asking if she is finally speaking, since that sounds like real game dialogue. Hearing that, Salisbury clicks its tongue in annoyance, amazed by how irritating this human truly is. It reaches both hands out toward Chen Bai and shouts, "Do not fear. Once I absorb your soul, you will live inside me and enjoy a beautiful dream forever." Right after, 3 swords instantly materialize from behind him. Together, they thrust straight forward into the NPC with brutal force. The system chime rings out, announcing this floor requires breaking through Salisbury illusion. Chen Bai immediately sits upright and speaks his mind. Sure, the dream was pretty sweet, but it is still not reality. Dreaming forever sounds completely boring. Salisbury touches the bandages across its body, demanding to know exactly when he saw right through the illusion. To break free without getting noticed is crazy, but he just grins back, telling the beast that seeing through it was actually pretty easy. You failed to copy divine pressure, maybe your true self could do it. But inside this trial, you are stuck at rank M. Chen Bai recalls his blade with a raised hand, pacing slowly toward the creature. Escaping was even simpler, because sword spirits cannot be trapped in your illusions, they possess independent minds of their own. Something creeps up behind him out of nowhere, catching Chen Bai off guard as he spins around. Baphomet suddenly emerges, swinging a massive arm downward in a heavy smash. He rapidly deflects the blow and creates distance. Right after, Chen Bai's arm morphs into a completely different shape. He whips his transformed arm backward, slamming it straight into Baphomet's jaw and sending the beast crashing onto the ground. Chen Bai cautiously steps closer to check if it is really dead. Suddenly his eyes widen as he spots something wrong. The corpse is sinking into the floor. Gathering his full strength, Chen Bai lunges forward and hammers his fist hard against the ground below. Chen Bai looks down in total confusion. Did it really just dissolve into a pool of blood and vanish? Could this be the built-in mechanism to prevent an invader blood clones? Everything he knows about monster monarchs comes from scattered rumors, so he will have to figure this out step by step. As time passes, something flickers behind the wall. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai flashes an excited grin. Here it comes again. He fights with total ease now, sensing his strength is far greater than before. The monster status window pops up. Level 2 Baphomet. Strength 150. Agility 25. Constitution 175. Spirit 150. And the innate ability called Gladiator War Hormone. The greater your battle thirst, the higher your strength and agility scale up. The more you enjoy combat, the more your constitution and spirit rise, capping at a 5 times boost. Chen Bai steps back in sheer disbelief. Level 2 already? That innate ability is straight up broken. Turning savage, the beast continues its aggressive assault. Looking over the battlefield layout, he puts the pieces together fast. When he first entered the maze, it was only a level 1 Baphomet. Yet before long it quickly leveled up into a level 3 Baphomet. Facing it now, Chen Bai finally figures out what is going on. Level 4 Baphomet. The deeper he goes, the higher its level climbs. The system reveals the fallen creature stats on the floor. Level 5. Baphomet Strength, 450. Agility, 375. Constitution, 550. Spirit, 450. Innate Talent. Panting heavily for breath, serious tension sets in. It looks like he must fight 10 of these Baphomets, but this level 5 already matches his own stats. Chen Bai lowers his head. He reminds himself that even if it hits rank M, this is no time to panic. He just has to keep pushing forward. Standing in place, sheer exhaustion hits him. 30 minutes later, every single level jump makes it grow way bigger than he ever imagined. Before he can even analyze it, the beast charges forward. Level 7 Baphomet. Chen Bai notices the brutal gap right away because his spiritual power clearly falls behind. He can no longer read any of its exact attributes through his mental sense alone. But right in the middle of combat, He can clearly feel its stats are 1.5 times higher, almost double his own. It slams violently into the stone wall. Chen Bai racks his brain for a viable plan, knowing that against overwhelming stats, using a virus to weaken it is key. But that takes way too much time. So what is the play here? Sticking close to the wall, he stays completely on guard. He needs a lot more intel to figure out a real way to take down this Baphomet. Now Chen Bai resets back at the maze entrance with pure resolve. His brows furrow tightly, locking in his fierce determination. This time he wants to see what happens if he leaves the low-level Baphomet alive. Darting swiftly forward, he exhales a quiet breath of relief. Level 1 Baphomet slipped right past. Looking ahead, Chen Bai instantly spots the exact zone where the level 2 monster is supposed to spawn. Stopping to scan around, he shakes his head and wonders if it really will not spawn. Could it be? Chen Bai sprints forward at full throttle, finally breaking into the territory of the level 7 Baphomet. This is completely uncharted ground for him. Frowning, he stays on high alert. If he just avoids killing the level 1 beast, can he simply slip past this easily? Why does this feel way too easy though? But the second Chen Bai lets his guard down, Baphomet lunges from behind. His eyes widen in pure shock as he turns, blood instantly splattering across the floor. Chen Bai stares down at his trembling palms, gasping for breath. That was razor close. He nearly lost the chance to even trigger his revival skill. Its raw speed blew past his reaction limits entirely. A wave of shock and pure confusion hits him hard. That monster had to be level 8 or higher, no doubt. But why on earth is he running into such a high-tier Baphomet right off the bat? The lower-tier versions never showed up earlier. But after piecing things together, Chen Bai finally spots the hidden trick at play. He realizes there is only one Baphomet inside this entire maze, and the beast has been hunting him down the entire time. Watching closely, he runs the numbers. If he slays it at a lower level, it respawns deeper in the maze with a massive rank boost. But if he leaves it alive, it simply stalks him forever. Looking back, Chen Bai is certain that when he first entered, its level was pathetic and its raw stats were absolute garbage. Escaping back then was light work, but venturing deeper into the dungeon continuously forces the beast to level up. A smirk spreads across his face as he rubs his chin thoughtfully. With its stats constantly scaling up, getting caught was honestly just a matter of time. If that is true, he actually has plenty of room to cripple it using his virus. Still, every time it ranks up later, its stats suddenly shoot through the roof. Checking his interface screen to stay ahead, he needs to see if his remaining virus points are enough to upgrade more survival skills. A clear notification window pops up. The Spirit Worm skill allows him to convert his own mental energy into parasitic worms that infect the target. The infected victim suffers a massive collapse in mental stability, triggering a surge of dark negative emotions and severe mental fractures, eventually driving the infected target toward outright self-destruction. Chen Bai grins in pure excitement. He never paid attention to this before. A brand new skill born right after unlocking his telekinesis. Striding forward, he lays out his plan with full confidence. Those dark emotions and psychological breakdowns will completely suppress Baphomet battle drive, draining its stats into the ground. Baphomet, get ready to drop dead. Looking downward, Chen Bai taunts the beast, mocking how pathetic it was at level 1. Down below, Baphomet comes charging straight upward with violent fury. Drool drips from its lolling tongue, a rabid level 1 Baphomet. Chen Bai charges ahead, turning back to mock it once more. Just wait a bit, and you will level up soon enough. After leading the beast around, Chen Bai pulls Baphomet deep inside, reaching the destination. Its eyes suddenly blaze red as its jaws clamp shut, and Baphomet violently sends him flying across the room with a brutal strike. Level 2 Baphomet. Strength 45, Agility 36, Constitution 54, Spirit 45. Innate ability. Battle God Bloodlust Hormone, now surged by a factor of 3. It raises its head, grinding its teeth fiercely, before suddenly collapsing and kneeling flat against the cold, hard floor. Damn human. Its status window reveals lung infection. Spirit larva. Watching this unfold, Chen Bai grins in pure satisfaction. Just as he predicted, ranking up does not cleanse negative effects or restore its condition, because leveling up here simply unlocks its suppressed physical limits. Folding his arms with an arrogant grin, he knows victory is sealed. Time ticks away as Chen Bai drags Baphomet toward the final spot. 1 hour later, they arrive at the labyrinth central arena. Without hesitation, he slams Baphomet down, keeping the beast pinned midair while it levels up so he can effortlessly counter every single follow-up assault. Even as it plummets downward, the monster still forces an evolution, breaking straight into level 9. Chen Bai instantly leaps forward with explosive momentum, both sides crashing head-on in a fierce, brutal clash. Looking up at the clash, tension rises in his chest. It actually blocked that strike even while hovering at death's door. Looks like hitting level 10 grants an absurd stat boost, he mutters, as Baphomet unleashes another blood-curdling roar across the arena. Level 10 Baphomet. Strength 600, Agility 560, Constitution 640, Spirit 600. Innate talent, Battle God Bloodlust Hormone, now grants an indestructible frame where stats cannot drop below base values despite the severe lung infection. Chen Bai lands firmly on the ground, instantly realizing why its raw power completely outclasses his own. Out of nowhere, the beast sits down calmly and asks why on earth humans and monsters even need to fight at all. Baphomet speaks up with absolute certainty, insisting that fighting is completely dull and has zero real purpose whatsoever. The spirit worm effect worked. Grinning calmly, Chen Bai gives full credit where it is due. You did massive work today. Spirit worm, if that is what you think, just let me pass. He flops onto the ground without a single care in the world. Does not even matter anymore. Looking back at my life, if I was not fighting, I was preparing to fight. Even wrecking 44 entire floors of the abyss. Baphomet just lets out an exhausted sigh, whining about his entire existence. I really do not know why I loved fighting so much back then. Life is totally pointless, just wasting good air. Chen Bai smirks and makes an offer. So you were really the one who caused all that destruction? Thanks a lot, Baphomet. So let me give you some sweet release. The demon calmly reminds him with mock concern, do not bother. Killing me here is completely useless anyway. Hearing that, Chen Bai is pretty confused and asks, why is that? Baphomet calmly breaks down the arena mechanics. In this maze, you can revive infinitely with full stats restored. That goes for both of us. He quickly gives his reasoning and asks right back, because making people admit defeat is what a real victory actually is. Do you think I am getting a little crazy here? Chen Bai scratches his cheek and admits it honestly. That really is pretty dangerous. If he revives at full strength with all debuffs wiped, I will get instant killed for sure. Finally, Baphomet speaks up and gives his verdict. Fine, I surrender. Go ahead. I want to ponder the meaning of life, because what else is there besides endless fighting? Right after, a system alert pops up saying floor 279 is cleared, so Chen Bai heads back to the lounge and stretches out. Resting up, he realizes how terrifying that boss was, with base stats pushing 3,000, while his own average barely clears 500. Thank goodness for that spirit parasite skill. He furrows his brows in pure curiosity with the first god dealt with. What kind of god comes next? Now get ready, because a red danger warning suddenly flashes on screen. Take note of floor 350 of the abyss, a massive space held together by thick pillars anchoring floating continents, shifting into a totally different realm. Stepping onto floor 350, Chen Bai waits with his hands in his pockets. That mind parasite truly is an incredible skill. Since floor 279, he has only rewound 3 times, wondering what this new floor lord will be like. From a distance, he spots movement. Here it comes. Unifrit slithers forward with a sneaky charge, the snake demon lord of floor 350. Found you, human brothers, let me take the lead. He stares at it with cautious, tense eyes. The second god, the world devourer, the legendary 9-headed serpent holding the power of total consumption. He knows almost nothing about it and might die a few times. The serpent brings its face close and purrs, let me see how I should test you. You look pretty pleasing to the eye. Are you the most handsome among humans? Quick-witted Chen Bai showers it with compliments right back. noting how gorgeous it looks with those smooth scales, elegant features, and bright, shining eyes. I really love the flower on your head. You must be a top beauty among serpents, right? Unifrit flicks out her long tongue and chirps, really now? You actually have great taste. You have passed my test. Chen Bai gives a deep, polite bow. Thank you, lovely lady. She closes her eyes in total delight, remarking on how polite he is, asking if he is a true gentleman among men. Then Unifrit nudges another head to wake up, head number 8. Get up. It is your turn to test him. Number 8. Sounds totally exhausted. Is it my turn already? He pokes his head out and quickly fires off a question. All right, human. What is 1 plus 1? Chen Bai is totally baffled and gives the answer. 2. The moment number 8 hears that, he announces, congrats. You pass. Chen Bai stands there helpless, realizing this guy is just as absurd as the fallen angel on floor 200. The head looks up at the sky. Why look at me like that? The world is so pretty. I do not want any fighting or killing. I wonder if there is a better test. Another head of the devourer pops up bored, telling him to step aside so they can go next. Head number 6 also appears and flicks his tongue. That is right. Let us go first. Hearing that, number 8 quickly agrees. All right, brother 5, brother 6, take over. Head 5 introduces himself. I am the master who devours water. Number 6 chimes right in to assert his dominance. And I master and devour fire. Chen Bai looks up and asks, what test do you two have? Head 5 scoffs in pure disgust. This fire guy never respects me. Do you see how ridiculously stupid he is? Water puts out fire, yet he has no clue. Number 6 fires back that too much fire will dry up water. I am not scared of his little trickle of water, but he always acts like he is better than me. Tell me what you think. Seeing that pushy attitude, Chen Bai breaks into a cold sweat. What kind of impossible dilemma is this? Chen Bai stares at them in pure anxiety. The water devourer wants him to take his side and force the fire devourer to admit he is weaker. Meanwhile, the fire devourer demands he back him instead, making the water devourer admit he is the weaker one. Sweating bullets, he realizes the brutal truth failing. Either trial means instant death. But this question has no right answer. The devourer glares ahead, barking out, human, why are you just standing there dazed? Water beats fire. Do you not understand basic logic? Number 6 steps forward, looking completely annoyed. Do not listen to his nonsense. I am clearly stronger. Are you completely blind or something? Chen Bai eyes them both, tensely making his call. If that is the case, the only way out is putting one of them down. Instantly, he launches an attack right at them. Caught off guard, they shriek in panic. You bastard! What are you doing? Number 3 steps up, groaning at the two idiots, while number 4 laughs smugly, reminding them of reality. You two handed this human such ridiculous questions, it would be weird if he did not try to slice you apart. Hearing that, number 6 snaps right back. What do you mean, 2 hard questions? Our test is not hard at all. The devourer eyes light up as it suddenly clicks. I get it now. With questions like ours, does he think any answer is automatically a trap? Number 6 realizes it too, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Chen Bai forces a stiff smile as the entity tells him, consider my trial cleared, no need to overthink it anymore. The other devourer agrees immediately, chiming in. Same here, just tell us who you think is stronger. Chen Bai feels deeply baffled and annoyed by this circus. How are these world-devouring entities acting so childish? Chen Bai raises both hands, proposing, why not test who is stronger yourselves? Have you two never fought before? The devourer leans in close, explaining that they are technically part of one single body. Going all out against each other is basically suicide. Number 6 immediately backs him up. Exactly. If not for that, I would have burned him to ashes already. The devourer turns furiously upon hearing that. Like hell you would. I would drain you dry first. Chen Bai cleverly seizes the moment to suggest, is this not a perfect chance? You are only using projections anyway, so why not go all out to see? Pointing at himself, he emphasizes that this is way better than asking him, since he does not know their real power anyway. The devourer instantly gets hyped by the idea. Human, you are right. This is the perfect time to teach him a lesson. Number 6 shouts out, "Hope you finally learn to respect the strong after this beatdown." Number 1 turns around, casually reminding them, "Fine. Wait until his trials are finished before brawling." Both quickly obey. Understood. Big boss. We hear you loud and clear. Right after, number 6 summons a tome, announcing that his trial is actually quite simple. Born in the cosmos with an invitation to roam the stars, it eagerly makes its request. "Since I never visited Blue Star before the cosmic trial began, can you tell me a story about your world and its history?" Number 7 suddenly pops up, leaning in to demand, "Count me in too. What amazing sights and delicious food does Blue Star have? Tell me everything, and I will pass you on my trial." Stepping out from behind, number 2 chimes in, making its own condition crystal clear. "I love deep thought. Does your human world have any famous philosophers or great thinkers? Share their philosophy with me, and consider my trial cleared too." Seeing this casual chat unfold, number 3 gets utterly enraged. "Why are you turning this into a talk show? How long is this gonna take? Let me go first. I have zero patience for this nonsense." Opening wide to bare razor fangs and an orb of pure darkness, it roars, "Take this strike, lowly human." Full of supreme confidence, number 3 boasts that back at level 10, obtaining Devourer power birthed this very first unique skill. "Take it head on, human. Do not dare dodge." Looking up, you can tell Chen Bai feels the crazy pressure. Crafting custom skills at level 10? Truly a godlike being. He braces himself on high alert. The projectile travels slow with limited range, but its gravitational pull is insane. Better test it by blocking with telekinesis first. Chen Bai stares up in utter disbelief. His defense cannot hold it back at all. What kind of devouring power is this? It completely dwarfs the black light virus that merely devours physical flesh and blood. Number 3 smirks with pure arrogance and drops a warning, "Human. This Devourer bomb is only an early prototype, capped strictly at level 10. Can you really withstand that?" Chen Bai warily steps back, while number 2 glides in close to drop a sharp warning. He is deliberately matching his speed to your skill, slowly retreating so his regeneration can completely swallow the entire attack. Hearing that, number 3 flicks his tongue with a grin. "Not bad. Pretty clever. Turns out this devouring ability has a hard limit." He bares his sharp fangs, flashing a savage warning. Once that swallowed energy hits maximum capacity, the whole technique might just violently explode. Shock hits him as it violently rips apart. Number 3 turns away chuckling, adding that the blast deals triple the absorbed power, while Unfrit gasps in pure terror. "Big Brother 3, did you just blow that human to pieces?" Number 7 looks away, squeezing his eyes shut in agony. As someone who loves peace, watching such gruesome bloodbaths is simply too much for me to bear. He peeks through the clearing smoke and breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the human is still breathing. Then Chen Bai steps out, completely calm. That blast packed a punch, but it is nowhere near enough to one-shot me. "Big Brother 3, does this mean I passed your trial?" But the monster refuses to yield, snapping its jaws and charging right back. Impressive for a mere human, walking away completely unharmed. "Come on, let us run it back with something far heavier." Suddenly number 2 steps in, sternly calling out that the trial is finished, telling him to step aside and stop stirring up trouble. Number 3 grumbles, but eventually relents, muttering that he should have unleashed a stronger blast from the start. Then number 2 turns around, making his own demand. "All right, now it is time to clear our trial. Next, explain human philosophy to us right now." Number 4 and number 7 pop up excitedly, insisting they want to hear all about human history, delicious food, and breathtaking scenery. Chen Bai winks, readily agreeing that this part is easy. And before long, the monsters are nodding along in pure admiration. A moment later, they admit human philosophy is genuinely fascinating, declaring his test cleared as they marvel over mankind's rich history. "You passed fair and square." Hearing that, he looks up, eagerly awaiting whatever trial comes next. So what is the final test? Number 1 does not make things complicated, keeping the rules simple. "I have nothing to test you on." Number 5 and number 6 are going all out to decide the winner. If you can manage to stay alive until they finally determine a clear victor, consider my trial officially passed. Chen Bai glances back, confidently deciding that since this floor is massive, he can just keep his distance and stay safe. Thinking back over everything, suspicion starts creeping into his mind. The questions across these 9 trials were so ridiculously easy that anyone could tell were these monsters just too lazy to fight, or was there another scheme at play? Back on Abyss Floor 350, the Devourer laughs boisterously, leaning right into his opponent's face to ask if he admits defeat yet. Number 6 snaps back stubbornly, loudly arguing that he only won because their duel was strictly capped at level 10. Nothing more. We were just kids back then, so that does not count. The Devourer sticks out his tongue, completely unfazed. Low levels, bad terrain, foul mood. Not awakened, you always find an excuse. But number 3 suddenly snaps and angrily tells them both to behave. He grumpily lays out the exact reason behind his foul mood. Second brother and number 4 insisted on letting that human pass. I am already annoyed, so do not test me. Number 4 steps in with a calming tone, explaining that letting the human clear the stage is actually an investment. It brings us nothing but pure benefits with 0 downsides. Looking down toward Chen Bai, he points out that if the kid conquered Baphomet's gate, he has a real shot at clearing the Abyss trials and becoming the Abyss Lord. Number 2 agrees, asking them to imagine the massive benefits they will reap once. An Abyss Lord with terrifying devouring powers owes them a huge personal favor. He goes on to bring up another deadly monster. Fine. Maybe you are right, but I doubt he survives. On floor 375, that wolf god somehow holds the authority of assassination. Number 2 grows deeply anxious, warning that the creature's sinister malice combined with limitless, zero-cost stealth makes it practically impossible for that young human to ever clear the floor alive. Meanwhile, Chen Bai descends into the abyss, reaching floor 357, domain of the Wolf Lord, resting his chin in hand as he studies the display. Assassination, this could get pretty messy. Chen Bai walks forward, scanning his surroundings nervously, knowing his biggest weakness is stealth assassination, where a single lethal strike decides everything. Without warning, binding cords wrap tightly around his legs, making his eyes widen before he swiftly morphs his limbs into razor-sharp blades. Slicing right through the bindings, Chen Bai tenses as deadly spikes erupt from the ground, immediately pulling off several agile backflips to evade the danger. Landing firmly on his feet, Chen Bai leaps backward, creating distance to brace for an ambush. Above him, something like a massive spiderweb appears, and he slashes clean through it with his blade, annoyed by the endless entanglement. Something suddenly shatters without warning, and just like that, a huge explosion erupts. Chen Bai moves fast to clear out, staying low to the ground with clenched teeth. He has not even seen the boss yet, and he is already forced to pop his poison skill. Chen Bai glances around in pure frustration, wondering just how many traps are hidden here. Looking up with a roar, he instantly activates his power, Hellfire Incineration. Energy surges under his feet as he dashes forward, scowling. Some wolf god of assassination this guy is. More like a god of traps. Chen Bai scowls, cursing how underhanded and filthy this opponent fights. From right behind him, a chilling voice speaks thanks for the compliment. Yet not a single soul is in sight. Chen Bai flares his eyes to trigger thermal tracking and telekinesis, just as a lethal silhouette drops from above, yelling, "Die, human!" Then a brutal strike cuts right through him. Rewound back in time, Chen Bai stares at his trembling hands, realizing just how brutal this fight is. The monster-based stats vastly outclass his own, backed by endless traps and stealth so high that thermal tracking fails. He stands, scanning his surroundings with deep unease. Floor 375, the Wolf Lord. Last run, the chain traps blocked his virus, so this time he has to deploy it first. Chen Bai smirks with a plan: infect Jin Oku, and virus vision will lock onto the beast coordinates anywhere on the field. Readying his sharp claws, he decides to use them to clear the surrounding hazards. Chen Bai smashes the ground with full force, unleashing earth spikes to detonate the deadly traps laid everywhere. Step by step, he carefully ventures deeper inside. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bai counts them off: snare wires, heaven and earth nets, bear traps, quicksand, phantom razor leaves, and explosive thorn bushes. Looking around, you can see how insane this is in just tens of meters. Nearly 100 completely unique traps are packed together. Suddenly, Jinoku flickers into view right behind him. "I can overlook your poison, human," the beast growls. "But my forest is not so easily bypassed." Another instant ambush strikes him down. Staring at his palm as time rewinds, he realizes in shock that the monster was stalking beside him the entire time. Looking back in frustration, he racks his brain on how to break this deadly loop as visions of Jinoku tearing through him flash across floor 375. Fifth regression reset. The hourglass pendant spins out. Another massive explosion rips through the area. And by the eighth rewind, that glowing necklace resets once more. Chen Bai smirks, facing the hard truth while this beast is weaker than Baphomet. Its power still triples his own. Looking into the misty tree line, he knows those forest traps are lethal, and one wrong step means instant death. He narrows his eyes, locking in a final game plan. The only win condition is the virus. Yet the second the monster feels its stats dropping, it goes straight for the kill. Still, he has complete faith in the setup. Those mindworms will not crush its will to fight, but they will definitely make it lose its patience. Chen Bai leaps swiftly toward higher ground, knowing there is only one route to victory as he scatters spores into the air. Pulmonary infection, virus, and mind parasites, he floods the atmosphere with respiratory toxins and psychic worms first. Standing alert, he senses it coming. Tendrils sprout from his legs as he prepares his own counter-traps to stall and drain the beast. In the distance, Jinoku stalks slowly toward him. Glancing back over his shoulder, Chen Bai smirks it worked. Striding ahead, he lays down more traps along a mapped retreat path. If he can just drag its stats down to his level, he knows he can take it down. Jinoku closes in from behind, roaring in pure rage. "Human, how dare you provoke me?" Extending its massive arm with a lethal strike, it screams "die." But on Chen Bai's lips, a satisfied smile spreads. The hourglass pendant flares once more as Chen Bai stands hands on his hips. 10th regression. And you have to respect the grind here with every single reset. He pushes just a little bit further. "Jinoku, you are completely finished." And just like that, Chen Bai loops his reset technique to the 15th rewind. The magical hourglass continues turning back the clock as he keeps watchful eyes on the trail behind him. The loop plays out again and again until the 23rd rewind, where Jinoku suddenly halts and stares up in alarm. A violent blast tears through the ground, and roaring with jaws wide open, the monster lunges straight forward. That monster snarls that it will torture this human to death. Seeing that rage makes Chen Bai even more certain. Rush in all you want, because the more you rush, the deeper you plunge into your own trap. Right after that, he picks up on the incoming threat instantly. Zero attempt to hide its bloodlust. Just like last time, the beast simply snaps and charges straight at him. Chen Bai plants his feet, staring it down carefully. Chen Bai steps back to create some distance, furrowing his brow as he weighs his opponent's next move. That punch packs stats at least double his own. Are you really going to dive headfirst into another trap to kill me? Or back off this time? The monster gets blasted backward across the arena. Chen Bai grins, feeling the thrill. Bring it on. You arrived right on cue. He launches his arm outward as the beast flies back. Its raw stats can no longer completely crush him, especially with all the severe injuries it is carrying right now. Chen Bai leaps high into the air. Time to go all in. The massive beast hurtles straight upward from below, refusing to back down as it chases Chen Bai. Moments later, he lies collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, having pulled off the win. A system prompt flashes right away. Level 350 cleared. Please select your recovery time. Chen Bai smirks, feeling lucky. Even in those final seconds, that creature's raw stats were still higher than his. Fortunately, its straight-up melee prowess was nothing crazy. Right then, another notification updates across his screen. 1 hour of rest area recovery. Looking at his bed, he sighs over his ruined armor, completely torn to shreds. Even without a durability limit, armor is not invincible, and his entire plague set is officially gone. Hands on his hips, Chen Bai calculates his chances. 6 gods down to 3. Suddenly, a realization hits him hard. That is right. Chen Bai rubs his chin, thinking carefully. Herose once mentioned an abyss lord, the succubus queen Macantus. If he remembers correctly, she resides around floor 400. Just thinking about facing her brings on a wave of anxiety. The succubus queen, ruler of pleasure who wields that whip. Even someone as powerful as Herose treated this deity with absolute caution. Chen Bai steps deeper inside with a racing pulse. Is she really the next opponent waiting for him? Skeletal hands reach upward all around. Abyss floor 400. He pulls on his gloves and takes a good look. This is not the succubus queen, but an endless undead legion. Chen Bai immediately summons a cluster of flying swords. Honestly, this might be his easiest floor yet, right behind those devourer serpents. A panicked crowd freezes the moment they spot him standing there. Chen Bai receives continuous stat buffs +1 to strength, agility, and constitution. He cuts straight through their ranks in a flash. Chen Bai glances around, reading the field instantly. This feels just like a tower defense mission, except he has nothing to protect. Plus, with his newly acquired flying swords giving him ranged firepower, he can easily keep his stats pushed above 2,000. He gathers his strength and executes a sharp backflip. Chen Bai slams his fist into the ground with an earth-shattering strike, then turns back on high alert. Here it comes, a telekinetic shield. Chen Bai thrusts his blade forward to crack the outer barrier. Clutching his head in dizzy shock, barely blocked it in time. He stares ahead, grasping the danger immediately. This guy's telekinetic spear hits hard, while his own mental power has 0 buffs. He has to wrap this fight up fast. Chen Bai lunges forward with a devastating punch. The red ferryman pales in terror. You actually saw right through that? He continues pushing his power to the limit, leaving the old man gasping in genuine admiration. What a mysterious, astonishing human. His raw stats are not overwhelming, yet he makes the exact right tactical choice at every critical juncture. Chen Bai stands calmly across from him. Of course I know, considering you already beat me to death in this exact spot twice before. Abyss floor 400. Red ferryman Gaboon, resurrection count set to 2. Shaking his head, he makes his stance clear. Thanks for the compliment, but I need to keep moving forward. The red ferryman calls out from behind, I will wait here on floor 400 for your triumphant return, then we can truly talk. He lowers his gaze and urges him on go. Macantus is waiting for you. Chen Bai looks back over his shoulder, etching the name Macantus into memory. The scene shifts to a lavish, opulent bedchamber. Floor 437. Ruler of pleasure succubus queen Macantus. Level 10. 0 special floor conditions. Macantus reclines on the bed, leaning back in disbelief. A human daring to challenge the abyss, actually making it all the way here? In the distance, Chen Bai walks forward calmly. He pauses for a second, genuinely stunned. So this is Macantus. She is breathtaking. Her seductive aura makes anyone's heart race uncontrollably. And for a moment, Chen Bai seems completely captivated. But he violently shakes his head, snapping back to reality. Bad news. He almost walked right into her charm trap. Cold sweat drips down Chen Bai's face as he warns himself not to fall for her charms, while Macantus beckons him closer with seductive whispers. Come over here. I can feel your desire burning. It is your true nature, so why bother holding it back? Chen Bai keeps panting heavily from exhaustion, while she shamelessly throws out her tempting offer. If you will not come to me, then I can come to you. Macantus purrs, waving her hand with a smirk. Wow, your lust looks like it is about to tear your whole body apart, she taunts, sticking her tongue out. Must feel pretty awful, right? Drop to your knees, and with that face, I might just make you my pet. Then Macantus continues, laying down her demands. Get on your knees and kiss my toes. Let me mark you with my whip so you can call me master, because obedient pets always get sweet rewards. She brushes her tail right across his face, finding the whole sight utterly hilarious. Typical male. Even if you held out the longest, you are still willing to drop everything for raw desire. So Chen Bai obediently drops down. Cut to another place where he explains what really went down. Back at the restaurant, the method you taught me to suppress my desire worked like a charm, Herose. That succubus on my mission could not threaten me at all. Hearing that, Herose is hardly surprised. Naturally, since I developed that specifically to counter Macantus, the goddess of lust. She smirks and continues. Speaking of that demoness from the abyss, there is actually a pretty wild secret about her. What kind of secret? Herose grins and explains the full story. The moment Macantus inherited her divine lust, the man she admired instantly fell for her charms. Once corrupted by that lust, the guy acted utterly pathetic in front of her just to win her over. She lays out the psychological damage clearly. That betrayal completely ruined her opinion of men. Herose crosses her arms and shakes her head. Ever since, whenever Macantus liked someone, she would test them with seduction. And get this, barely anyone realizes that the goddess of lust is actually a pure succubus who has never tasted romance. That revelation leaves Chen Bai staring in total disbelief. Wait, seriously? Herose rests her chin on her hand, leaning in with a playful warning. Bah! If she ever manages to bewitch you one day, things might get wildly entertaining. After all, deep down, you would rather die than bend your knee. A man who never submits to anyone. But Chen Bai smartly fires back, you got it wrong. I know when to yield. Especially to someone powerful like you. Herose leans back in her seat, coldly asking if that is true. And he confirms without hesitation. Absolutely. Flashing back to the fight, Chen Bai charges right back in. Of course he would never surrender. Macantus gasps in shock, reeling back before swinging her heavy whip downward. Macantus remains completely confident with her command, human. You cannot win. Kneel and find pleasure at my feet. Chen Bai braces himself and snaps right back. Keep dreaming, win or die. I am never licking your feet and begging. She refuses to back off either, fully determined to drag this out. If that is your choice, let us see how long you can actually hold out. I get quite lonely, so having a good little puppy around sounds lovely. His whole body starts trembling violently. Chen Bai glances down, immediately understanding why. Damn it, this whip, his anxiety spikes fast. It is only wrapped around me, so why can I not move a single muscle right now? Plus those thorns, the sharp pain from before is morphing into a tormenting itch as Macantus licks her whip handle. The taste of this whip is not bad, is it? Macantus boasts about her weapon with supreme confidence. This is the binding whip of love and punishment, reinforced by my divine power, granting total dominance over its target. It forces primal instincts wide open, yet he grits his teeth and forces his mind to stay sharp. If you want me on my knees, this weak power is not enough. Your opening act barely passes. Chen Bai sneers through sweat. What trick are you pulling next? Hit me harder, because this lazy effort gets a failing grade from me. Infuriated, Macantus steps forward, gripping her whip, human. Seems your fiery spirit has not burned out yet. Still running that mouth? That makes this even more thrilling. Then she leans straight in and plants a kiss on him, whispering that some extra spice will help him understand his place. Chen Bai's eyes shoot wide in shock, the unexpected contact making his consciousness feel like it is drifting away. Chen Bai looks like he is about to give in. After all, Macantus is an actual deity. If he ever met her in the flesh one day, breaking free from her control would be completely impossible. Hero appears, crossing her arms to give him a clear reminder the tether of reason does not have to stay completely chained by raw primal urge. Giving in and enjoying it is not bad at all. She smirks, dropping the crucial point: as long as you can pull yourself back at the very end, that is all that really matters. A bright glow flashes right at Chen Bai's hand as he slowly regains his focus. I am completely ready, he shouts out. The reproductive virus carries the fiercest desire of all. Chen Bai gets his confidence back and yells, "Bring it on!" Macantus grinds her teeth, breaking into a confused sweat. How did this even happen? Her charm was supposed to drown him in pure pleasure until all his fighting will vanished. She has never met a single target who stayed this stubbornly hard-headed after getting fully charmed. Right before her eyes, Chen Bai vanishes completely, reappearing right behind her back. Struck by his sudden counterattack, Macantus grinds her teeth in sharp pain. It really hurts. His body is covered in stiff spikes. Both of them kick off the floor into the air, landing together right onto the bed. Flushed red and panting heavily, Macanthus makes up her mind it looks like killing him is the only choice. Macanthus whips her tail forward, but then hesitates strangely. Does she really have to kill him right now? After all, he is the first man who never bent to her charm. Chen Bai grins eagerly, having waited for this exact opening. Backing off already? Since you gave me this chance, I am not holding back anymore. Macanthus turns her head away, telling herself whatever, this is only a projected clone anyway. Her eyes shift with a wicked demand. She says, I am truly curious what you will do once you lose your sanity, mortal. So show me. Time ticks away endlessly, and 3 days later, Chen Bai collapses backward, sighing in pure exhaustion. Talk about one brutal fight. Right on cue, the system updates the run info. Abyss Floor 437. Succubus Queen Macanthus, 0 rollbacks, 21 state extractions. Then the system prompts him with another choice. You cleared floor 437. Please choose recovery time. Chen Bai sits up and picks 1 hour without hesitation, while Macanthus struggles to her feet, listing them out. The Minotaur, the 9-headed Hydra, the Jackal, the Undead, and Macanthus. He smirks, feeling the hype building. That is 5 deities down already, and all 5 gave him something useful he could exploit for victory. What kind of monster is the 6th one going to be? Nearby, a maidservant turns around, asking respectfully, Noble Queen, what are your orders? Back in the real realm, at the Succubus Palace on Abyss Floor 437, Macanthus reaches her hand out with lingering regret. Who would have thought her clone would experience something so thoroughly fascinating? Her eyes are filled with pure infatuation. So this is what getting conquered feels like? Sitting up, Macanthus even has a wild thought about Chen Bai. Why not head down to Abyss Floor 500 right now and kill that gatekeeper herself? She wants to do it for one simple reason, so he can clear the trial and push straight to the divine floors. That way she could experience that wild sensation all over again. Then, a sudden flash of clarity strikes Macanthus's mind. Macanthus finally snaps out of it, going down to kill the ruler on Abyss Floor 500? Pure absurdity. She could never match that sovereign in power. She sighs in gloomy weariness. Forget it. What a massive shame. Shifting deeper down to Abyss Floor 500, a dark figure perched high above speaks with curious wonder. Human, you actually made it all the way here? If you can conquer this final trial, your miracle will turn into an absolute legend. Agaris declares with blunt, overwhelming confidence. But you will never become a legend, Agaris adds, because your journey ends right here today. Floor 500, Subdemon Royal Clan, Sovereign of Evernight Agaris, Level 10, Special conditions for this floor. None. Unshaken, Chen Bai charges straight in, telling him to cut the chatter. But pay attention suddenly. He freezes dead in his tracks. Chen Bai's eyes shift color as he scans the area with thermal and mental tracking, locking his guard against looming danger. Bad news, heat vision cannot pierce this darkness, and telepathic sensing is useless too. Like this, he is bound to die, quite a few times. Chen Bai knits his brows in confusion. After all this time, why has the boss not launched a single attack? Right at that second, the system dings with an update. You cleared floor 500. Please select recovery time. Chen Bai stands mouth agape in utter disbelief. What is going on here? Agaris smirks with an appreciative chuckle. An interesting human, he remarks. Chen Bai turns back, totally bewildered. The demon sovereign fades away into thin air, leaving one parting line, I look forward to meeting you again. Chen Bai widens his eyes, sweating in total confusion over what that even means. Why was he allowed to clear the stage? Ever since then, Chen Bai's mind has been completely overwhelmed with tangled questions. Damn it. Why could not that guy speak plainly? Riddlers like him honestly deserve to get wiped out completely. The system pings with an update. Recovery time set to 1 second. Immediately after, a prompt window pops up on his screen. The minimum recovery period is 1 minute. Choosing anything under 1 minute immediately teleports the challenger straight to the next floor. Are you absolutely sure? Chen Bai does not hesitate for a single second and instantly hits confirm. Yes, the system locks the target coordinates. Floor 501 has collapsed. Transferring to floor 502 and anticipation starts kicking in. Here we go again. How many floors will vanish this time? He has already overcome the 6 gods after all. Pure curiosity grips Chen Bai's mind. There probably are not many floors left, right? Then the system feeds in several brand new notifications. Abyss floor 600. No current territory lord found. Now extracting a phantom projection of a former demon lord challenger. Please prepare for battle. Cold sweat drips down Chen Bai's forehead. An entire 100 floors still left to go. The system displays the boss data, Satan, avatar of a tier 10 archdemon on floor 500, with 0 special conditions applied. Reading that detail catches him completely off guard. Demon? Satan? No way the legendary traitor of the abyss, the creator of hell himself? Suddenly, a deep voice echoes out with a tired sigh. To think my consciousness would ever awaken inside this abyss again. He tilts his head to the side, wearing a thoroughly exhausted expression. Has this miserable floor 600 still not crumbled away yet? Watching this unfold, Chen Bai's face instantly turns dead serious. Satan slowly claps his hands as he steps forward in genuine admiration. Well now, someone actually conquered the abyss trials and reached me? Curious, he asks for the kid's name, admitting that kind of raw combat power is downright astonishing. What is your name, kid? Chen Bai simply smirks, feeling a strange respect for the guy's demeanor. This Satan guy sure loves to talk. But Chen Bai is already quietly spreading his virus behind his back. Satan excitedly tosses out an invitation. If my true body was not already dead, I would have loved meeting you out there somewhere. Maybe one day we could just sit down and chat, since I have never really been a fan of mindless slaughter anyway. Chen Bai's eyes widen in confusion at that mention of his true body being dead. Catching the hesitation, Satan asks, not in the mood to talk. Flashing a wicked grin, Satan challenges him. Then let me see what kind of power you relied on to get this far. But the instant he strikes, shock hits him. You actually know how to wield the power of hell? Satan's lower hands twist in a bizarre motion, using hellfire to clash against my own hell? You seem clever, yet you made such a foolish blunder. Have you forgotten that I am the sovereign lord of hell itself? Chen Bai's entire body suddenly freezes stiff. Crap, he cannot move a single muscle, and his hellfire refuses to pull back. Right now, the deadly danger truly sets in. Without hellfire cloaking him, he can only dodge defensively. But the second he unleashes it, Satan completely takes control of the flames. Backed into a corner, Chen Bai makes his call. He has to pull back and figure out a completely different strategy. Out of nowhere, Satan makes an unexpected pitch. Dying after making it this far is a waste. So how about we team up? Team up? Utterly bewildered, his trembling body pushes back. Is this how you treat a potential partner? Seeing the boy pinned down, Satan gets the hint and chuckles. Oh, my bad. My mistake. The second he is released, Chen Bai gets straight to business. Tell me, how exactly does this deal work? Reaching out, Satan quickly breaks it down. My real body perished ages ago, but this abyss trial reconstructed me, making this the perfect golden opportunity. Hearing this catches Chen Bai off guard as he asks, you are just a phantom projection? Satan readily elaborates further on the matter. Explaining it gets fairly complicated. The abyss only manifests these illusions by drawing upon the life imprints of every creature within it. All we need is to secure my life imprint and sneak it outside the abyss. Satan's eyes glow with fierce determination as he states, then I can truly revive. Chen Bai glances up, sharply asking, what is the catch? Satan gets straight to the point with his conditions. You simply carry me out of the abyss without paying any price at all. On top of that, you will inherit a portion of my hellish estate as a handsome bonus. Flexing his arm in deep skepticism, Chen Bai thinks to himself, 0 risk for that massive of a reward? Like hell he buys that. Still, slipping his hands casually into his pockets, he asks, all right, so how exactly do I help you? Pulling out a ring, Satan explains the plan. Simply put, my life imprint slips inside this ring, and you just carry it outside the abyss. He offers the ring up as the centerpiece of their shady deal. Once you get me out of the abyss, this will belong to you. Chen Bai eyes the object, examining it closely. Is this really it? Breaking down the exact stats of this newly revealed ring, it is the Ring of Solomon, Triple S rank Hell, King Jewelry, granting plus 50% strength and agility, plus 200 spirit, boosting all base stats. Imbued with soul marks of 72 demon gods, this demonic ring slashes the casting requirement of any skill by 80%. All skill cooldowns drop by 50%, cutting minor skill costs right in half. In Hell King form, every physical stat doubles by 100%, reducing every single skill cooldown down to 0 during its active duration. Lasting 15 seconds, this relic tied to the Hell God channels the gates of Hell. Every personal ability gets massively amplified, allowing him to open the gates of Hell anytime, with 0 equip requirements. Put it on and claim the throne of Hell. Chen Bai takes it, his eyes widening in total disbelief. Seriously, why hand over something this powerful? He glances back with rising doubt. There is no way this guy can be trusted. Yet fighting him is out of the question, and with his true motives unknown, how does he break this deadlock? Even so, Chen Bai slips the ring onto his finger, attempting the Hell King form, but nothing shifts, leaving him completely baffled. Is this ring fake? Satan calmly offers a reasonable explanation for now. It does not fully belong to you yet. I am truly sorry that right now I have nothing to prove my sincerity. Closing his eyes, he raises a hand to emphasize, after all, I am merely a remnant soul born from a life imprint. Only I can truly wield this ring. With 0 trust left in him, Chen Bai charges straight ahead to strike. Sorry, but I cannot trust you. Satan just smiles at the attack, waving his hand to counter instantly. Did you honestly think avoiding hellfire would keep you safe? As long as that hellfire burns within you, you can never disobey a direct order from the god of hell. Chen Bai drops to one knee on the floor, asking what if I refuse to cooperate. Satan tilts his chin up, annoyance flashing across his face. Still testing my patience. Fine, I have no desire to kill you. If I kill you, waiting for another mortal to clear the abyss trial could take forever. Then he presents another choice. Though I can just stay trapped here with you forever, until someone else arrives willing to cooperate. Finally, Chen Bai turns around and makes his call. Fine. Let us not waste time. I agree to cooperate. Right then, a system notification pops up. Floor 600 cleared. All trials of the Abyss Lord conquered. Landing calmly onto solid ground, Chen Bai opens his eyes wide, looking around in genuine wonder. Where is this? He freezes completely, taking in the surroundings. Spotting something nearby, he realizes in surprise, a void flame scroll. Dark energy begins gathering toward Chen Bai from afar. Suddenly it halts, making things clear to him. Condensation paused. So fully forming will definitely take some time. If that is the case, I should sort things out first. Chen Bai narrows his eyes, evaluating the situation. Status looks normal, and time reversal remains usable. Flexing his hand, he calls out, "Are you coming out yet? We have officially cleared floor 600 of the abyss." A surge of dark power erupts from the ring as Satan manifests in front of him, gesturing forward. Behold, the true authority of the abyss. The Abyss Lord class change scroll. Satan smirks in pure excitement, declaring your name will echo across all the myriad realms. You conquered a trial that even gods were deemed incapable of passing. Knowing his exact standing, Chen Bai replies, "No, I never truly defeated you, and I even fell right into your scheme." Satan raises his hand, offering genuine praise. No. Taking down Macantus on your own was already incredible." Chen Bai smiles slightly, confirming the hidden truth. "Just as I thought. Agaris on floor 500 was your subordinate all along." Satan nods, openly confirming it. "Indeed, among the 72 demon gods I conquered, the second one is truly named Agaris." Raising a hand, the young man reminds him, "You are out of floor 600, so can our partnership end here?" Satan simply waves his hand back and forth. There is still one final step. Then he fires back a question. You still have not truly claimed the ring or inherited my legacy in hell, right? Hearing that, Chen Bai asks with deep suspicion, are you genuinely going to give me all that? Satan narrows his eyes, assuring him without hesitation, of course, I am a devil of my word. I guarantee it. He even stresses every single word with smug confidence. I guarantee your body will enjoy every bit of this. Not only that, I can use your vessel to reach the absolute pinnacle. Hearing those words, Chen Bai freezes in pure shock. Damn it. His real goal is devouring my soul to take over this entire physical body. He finally reaches the grim conclusion it is body snatching. Right after, Satan bursts into booming laughter. Finally, I pulled it off. Abyss Lord. This is my new beginning to reign over the myriad realms. Chen Bai grits his teeth and moves fast. My soul has zero defense right now, so I need to reverse time this instant. Seeing that, he lunges straight ahead. No. How can a mortal soul do this? Impossible. What on earth is this thing? His ring suddenly goes completely dark, entirely extinguished. Chen Bai clutches his head, carefully checking his condition. I can clearly feel that my soul is totally fine. It must be because the hourglass of time is bound to my soul that Satan completely failed. Then another issue hits him. He cannot confirm if that demon was wiped out entirely or if it is still lurking around in secret. Chen Bai raises his hand and calls out bluntly, "You still good, Your Excellency? I am waiting for you to take my body and rule the myriad realms." Total silence follows as he calmly makes up his mind. Better not gamble on whether Satan is actually dead. Either way, this ring is where he embedded his soul. Chen Bai pulls the ring off his finger. Greed will get him killed. He has to destroy it completely to erase any lingering threat. Let us check this ring out again, dim Lord of Hell. Damaged Ring of Solomon, an accessory granting +3 to all stats, with 72 seals. Broken seals have slashed its power to 1/10,000th. You must gather the souls of 72 demon gods to break these seals step by step. Locked stat due to insufficient souls Hellgate, allowing passage into and out of the underworld. 10-day cooldown requires level 5 equipment. Put it on, and claim the throne of hell. Of course, that assumes you recover all its lost power first. Glancing through the stat panel honestly takes him by surprise. Chen Bai just smirks dismissively. What kind of defective junk is this? Destroying it now will not even hurt a bit. Suddenly, Satan pops out from the ring in a panic. Wait, my dear Chen, we can totally talk this out. He eagerly presses on. Am I right? Or what? He glances down coldly, asking, what do you want to talk about? Satan instantly bows, heaping on shameless praise. My dear Chen, you are the most supreme existence in the entire myriad realms. Your unmatched might terrifies me. Your wisdom is beyond comprehension, and your legendary name echoes everywhere. He clasps his hands, desperate to prove his loyalty. I will offer everything I possess to you, if you just spare my lowly life. He tilts his head sideways, waving his hand. Cut the nonsense. You are not trustworthy at all. Hand over your loot right now. Satan breaks into a cold sweat. You see how I am right now? I have nothing on me, but my massive underworld legacy is still waiting. Please believe me. Chen Bai just glares down. What? Trying to write a blank check. Panic takes over as he scrambles to pitch another idea. No, you can definitely verify my words yourself. You will definitely get every single thing. Chen Bai finally agrees to the deal. Fine. When I want your treasures, I will let you out. But until then, just chill inside my inventory. Satan rubs his hands frantically, pleading, my dear Chen, cannot you just keep me by your side? Chen Bai firmly cuts him off. You are overthinking it. Sitting in system inventory provided by the cosmic will is the only safe spot. I guarantee nothing will harm you in there, and you have zero say in this. Grabbing the item, excitement hits him. Success, a second triple S-class change scroll. The system interface immediately pops up with info on the Abyss Lord class change scroll. Triple S Abyss is the graveyard of all existence, where every despair is born. Pure madness reigns here. Cruel bloodlust is the dark side of the entire universe, an endless shadow devouring everything that even cosmic will cannot penetrate. Even gods dare not tread inside. Class change requirement, reach level 10. Clear the abyss trial. Chen Bai reminds himself of the danger and decides keeping it in normal storage is not safe. Better store it alongside the scourge of living beings. He turns around, mind made up. Next up, just summon Lado to finish the quest, and he can complete this dual-class advancement. He quickly heads back to the first floor of the abyss. Chen Bai calculates things out carefully for now. He has no plans to leave the abyss. Summoning Leduo on the first floor makes the most sense. He tosses an item down, and a whole structure suddenly rises up on the spot. Leduo appears looking totally baffled, and demands to know, "Kid, why on earth did you drag me out to this cursed wasteland?" He steps closer, quickly laying out the whole situation. My merchant guild has branches down in hell, but here in the abyss, these brainless demons do not have the slightest clue how trading even works. Chen Bai smirks. Catching on right away sounds like you really hate this place, huh? Leduo does not hesitate to agree. There is nothing fun here besides mindless demons. Pointing behind him, he asks again, "Kid, what did you actually summon me here for? This special coin is strictly meant for you to use once you finish your very first quest." Stroking his chin, Leduo sets the terms. If you burn this coin asking for help, getting another one is going to cost you a heavy fee. Chen Bai grins and presses him on the details, asking if Lord Leduo already prepared the contract and reward for completing that first mission. Pulling out a scroll, he confirms with total confidence, of course, and it is even backed by the will of the universe itself. Leduo leans in, completely taken aback as he asks, "Wait, do not tell me you actually finished it." 2 SSS rank scrolls. Chen Bai pulls them out with a faint smile, letting the items materialize right before their eyes. He gets super hyped as he introduces it now. This is the power of a seriously interesting virus. Leduo holds up 2 fingers and asks with deep curiosity, "You actually found a class this perfect for yourself? Impressive. But what about the second scroll?" Taking the scroll, Leduo starts looking thoroughly confused. "Wait a second, we are in the abyss. So did you really just?" He vigorously shakes his head in denial. "No. No way. There are other SSS class scrolls in the abyss. It cannot possibly be that one. No living soul could pull that off. Not when even Satan himself ended up failing miserably." Right then, Chen Bai pulls it out and casually asks, "Lord Leduo, are you talking about this exact scroll right here?" His jaw drops completely speechlessly before Leduo screams out in pure disbelief, "Holy crap, this is the Lord of the Abyss class." A wild grin creeps across his face at the sight of the Abyss Lord class change scroll. Out of nowhere, something rushes in fast. Chen Bai instantly senses danger, wondering if Leduo is about to snatch the scroll. The old merchant lets out a low chuckle, following it up with nothing but high praise. "My dear Chen Bai, you always manage to pull off miracles I could never possibly predict." He finally hands over the scroll, declaring it officially belongs to him, though Chen Bai takes it feeling pretty perplexed. The dual-class scroll is in hand, but what was this guy just thinking? He could barely hide his killing intent a second ago, so why act this chill now? The investment terms inside state clearly that Evolver Buy number 001 found 2 SSS class change scrolls, officially clearing the investment quest. Leduo will officially hand over the dual-class change scroll to Chen Bai. Over the coming years, Chen Bai is required to repay investor Leduo with items or precious resources worth just as much as this dual-class scroll. Reaching his hand out, he excitedly stresses that without any strict deadline set, the investment deal is officially sealed. With this investment agreement signed, you and I become permanent business partners for life. Chen Bai ponders the deal, realizing the terms only care about raw value, not the specific location or item types. With terms this remarkably flexible, it looks like Leduo puts a ton of faith and value in him. Then he tosses out a proposition, "My dear Chen Bai, once you take total control of the abyss, let me open my merchant guild here." Leduo raises a finger with a broad grin. "That way we can teach those demons how trade really works and show them that fair business is the true path to mutual profit." Chen Bai smirks and confirms without a second thought, "Sure, not a problem at all." Deep down, he figures it out, so this was the old man's real scheme all along. Chen Bai does the math. The abyss is utterly massive. Every single floor spans the size of an entire planet, packed with rare resources. From that alone, the guy stands to make a fortune, and they finally shake hands in complete agreement on the deal. Investor Le Duo, beneficiary Bai. Grinning from ear to ear, he feels thoroughly thrilled and signs off on it. Le Duo raises a finger and suggests with a grin, "My dear Chen Bai, you surely would not mind using it right this second, right? Let me witness this miracle of yours firsthand." Right then, a stat panel for the scroll pops up. Triple S rank dual-class scroll. A special item representing the absolute pinnacle of goblin industrial engineering and alchemy technology. It allows an evolver to hold two classes simultaneously, with both job classes actively amplifying and advancing each other. Skills and attributes boost together as the ultimate treasure of Le Duo, goblin god of commerce, requiring level 10 evolvers with no prior class change. Chen Bai crushes it right in his grip, making it crystal clear he does not care at all. His body absorbs the raw power as the system announces you have used the special dual-class scroll. Your class transfer limit increases to 2. Chen Bai looks up, proceeds with the advancement, and slips on a mask he had ready. This is the viral power, the strength of the abyss itself. Rupert turns back, instantly figuring out what is happening. An abyss phenomenon triggered out of nowhere? Could this feeling mean a human actually pulled off a clear? Baphomet boils with rage at the sudden news. Is this really that same punk who used dirty tricks to break my fighting spirit? He actually pulled it off? He slams his fist against the chair in pure frustration, refusing to accept it. Over with the devourers, excitement runs high. Did we win our bet? Macantus lies back on the bed, eagerly waiting. If it is that guy, this is going to be good. Agaris looks up, flashing a wicked grin. Great monarch, you have finally pulled it off. Satan throws his hands up, shouting the proclamation without hesitation. The king is back. So let us make our hell the supreme ruler across the myriad realms. Right then, another notice rings out. Universal Will announcement. Congratulations to Evolver Bai for achieving the first-class advancement, shifting the cosmic trial arena into its next phase and unlocking regional leaderboards. Meanwhile, inside the White Eagle Empire class dungeon, Anthony is clinging desperately to a boulder in the shifting playground. The clown activates the gadget inside its body, making the surrounding trees spin at insane speeds. Anthony smirks with pure confidence. "I already figured out every single move you have." He dodges smoothly around the rock, sticking to his game plan until he successfully pops one of the balloons. He leaps straight up from underneath. Victory is mine. The clown head gets blown clean off its spring. Anthony clutches his prize in total excitement. Success at last. You always stayed ahead of me, but not this time. The first person to advance is definitely going to be me. Remember my name. Bye. But right as Anthony crushes the item in his hand, a system alert pops up with cosmic news. Evolver Bai is the first to complete class advancement, advancing the cosmic trial grounds to stage 2. Opening regional rankings? Anthony freezes in disbelief. What? Damn it! He snarls, beaten by a single step again. The system chimes in right after class advancement successful, granting him the S-tier circus clown class. Over in the group chat, things are blowing up as Yazi posts that Chen Bai already advanced into that triple S-tier class. Han Wang chimes back, obviously, though it sucks my experience is still too low to make my own transfer right now. Ba Wang snaps back, "Little Han, stop whining. At least you actually have a class scroll in your hands. Most people out here do not even have a single advancement scroll yet. Why is the quest for this S-rank Shu Mountain disciple so brutal? Say another word and I am blocking you." One frustrated user vents. "You guys need to back off." Wu Lian Shen grumbles. "Did none of you get that Lido investment quest? I am the real tragic one here. Still not a single solid class lead. Not even a clue." Ding Ding chimes in with confusion. "Hey guys, now that Chen Bai cleared his transfer, did everyone check out that brand new leaderboard feature?" Han Wang replies that he saw it, while back with Chen Bai. The system rings out with his successful advancement. By default, your faction is locked to Dragon Nation. though you have 10 minutes to make any personal adjustments. Keep in mind, switching factions later comes with an insane penalty. A bit puzzled, he just confirms his place in Dragon Nation. The system further clarifies that only evolvers above level 10 who have finished their class transfer qualify for the rankings. Even better, the top 10 players on the board grant +1 reputation to every single evolver in their entire faction. The system interface updates with the World Leader title. Equipping that #1 global title gives a massive 20% boost to all item drop rates. Chen Bai nods to himself, not bad at all. Stacking an extra drop rate boost will pay off big time during final settlement calculations. He knows full well that no matter how he triggers it, that bonus is pure profit. The real perks of this leaderboard are still hiding beneath the surface. Chen Bai knows that the deeper they get, the more game-changing its rewards will become. He brings up his status window, eager to inspect his brand new class perks and abilities. Class Panel Overview. Class Calamity of Life. First Transfer. Triple S tier. Leveling up grants 10 points to Strength and Agility, 15 to Constitution and Spirit, plus 20 free stat points. Class Authority details plague control over every single pathogen and infected organism across the board. Any creature whose stats do not surpass the host can be freely controlled at will. Every time he commands a plague creature, the Scourge of Life class skill grants specific bonus effects to whatever viruses and fungi that creature controls. Plague Immunity. Anyone holding this class becomes completely immune to all special status effects, including lethal poisons and deadly plagues. Further details reveal the Plague Sun Authority. It condenses a radiant plague sun, allowing deadly viruses to spread instantly across everywhere its light touches down. Constantly feeding it mental energy maintains the plague sun size, triggering compounding disasters across the battlefield. The Black Death. Any target infected by any virus instantly contracts the Black Death, causing ominous dark spots to break out across their body. Each spot that breaks out deals heavy viral damage, along with a low probability of triggering instant death. With every new infection, each black spot scales up its damage. Chen Bai starts weighing it all up. The bonus stats look pretty solid, but are there really only 2 active skills here? The skill description is pretty vague, so testing it live in combat is definitely the best move. He summons the Plague Sun right away, instantly sending the alien forces into a state of total panic. What on earth is that? A green sun in the sky. The creatures clutch their chests and collapse one after another, utterly bewildered. Moments later, Chen Bai dismisses the skill. Watching this, Leto remarks that it is seriously impressive in just 3 seconds. Demons across several kilometers were reduced to barely a handful. Chen Bai replies, "You flatter me too much, Lord Leto." But Leto immediately fires back. "Not flattery at all, just look at this." Chen Bai looks over. "Pretty surprised you actually got infected too?" Leto nods in confirmation. "Exactly right, but there is no reason for me to worry at all. Your ability is undeniably potent, but it has a real flaw. Your current mental power is not high enough to selectively control everything within the Plague Sun reach. Because of that, you need to use this skill with extreme caution." Chen Bai quietly agrees. Since he cannot clearly see the battlefield hundreds of meters out, it is way too easy to hit friendly units by mistake. He nods understood. "Thank you, Lord Leto." Moving right along, Chen Bai turns his attention to his next major milestone, the Abyss Lord. Stacking these 2 classes on top of each other is bound to spark some wild, unpredictable results. The system announces that this special Triple S Abyss Lord class provides 0 raw stat points upon leveling up. Instead of standard progression, the stat growth this class earns depends entirely on how many floors of the Abyss he controls. Chen Bai is completely stunned. 0 baseline stats? Still, he keeps his cool, eager to check out what unique authorities and skills this class brings first. The system panel pops up, displaying the class authority, Infinite Abyss. Each time you level up, your current attributes gain a permanent 2% boost. Endless Abyss. The level cap of this class matches the total number of existing Abyss floors. As Abyss Lord, conquering a realm layer instantly grants absolute supreme authority over that floor. At the same time, All core attributes gain permanent scaling based on conquered floors. Floors conquered. 1. Right then, Chen Bai finally connects the dots, so this is the absurd growth curve waiting for him. A level cap hundreds of times higher than ordinary players, exponentially scaling stats, and hundreds of unique domain authorities to command. Running the numbers, he calculates that conquering floor 600 would grant well over 180,000 stats. The system details his class skill, I am the Abyss. He can enter any floor of the Abyss from anywhere, and leave at any moment. As long as you do not actively attack Abyss creatures, not a single one of them can cause you any harm. This skill possesses absolute system priority. No crowd control ability can ever override the Abyss or prevent the Abyss Lord from using this skill to enter and exit freely. Next is Abyss Assimilation, unleashing abyssal energy to convert any target object or living creature into a loyal abyssal creation. The strength of this effect scales with his level. Then comes the passive skill, Blood of the Abyss. Because the Abyss swallows and encompasses everything, the host can hold 9 distinct bloodline powers at once while completely eliminating any bloodline conflict. Undying Abyss. Upon dying, you instantly revive inside the Abyss, without suffering any penalty or loss. As long as the Abyss remains immortal, nothing can stop him. Chen Bai grins free to enter and leave any floor of the Abyss whenever he wants, on top of carrying 9 bloodlines and a revival mechanic easily on par with the Hourglass. Looking over his current kit, aside from Abyss Assimilation feeling a bit vague, every other ability is ridiculously strong. Lido takes off his mask with a cunning grin, looking like he has waited for this exact moment for a long time. Bye, my friend. Looks like you have finished checking out everything you gained today. Lido speaks up with an invitation. How about having a drink next? The item information reads Rank S Life Wine, a premium vintage brewed from pure life water and life fruit. After drinking this, you get a permanent plus 50 to all attributes, a life protection buff, massively boosted recovery speed, and a 30% boost to both experience and drop rates. Chen Bai politely accepts the drink, taking a look before praising it. This really is top-tier stuff. Lido chimes in exactly. As both a friend and a business partner to Lido, you truly deserve nothing less. Chen Bai checks the update on his phone. Goblin Pocket Shop, Lido Edition, manufactured by the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. You can open this pocket store anytime to chat with Lido and purchase exclusive goods only sold by the Goblin Guild. Lido excitedly raises his glass. Come on, Chen Bai, my friend. Cheers to today's massive haul and to our future partnership. Drink up. The two clink glasses in celebration. Cheers. Chen Bai then steps up onto the stone platform, assessing his current situation. He already tried it out. Since the Abyss Lord's floor count is not visible yet, he has to conquer it directly. Right now, Chen Bai is on the 19th floor of the Abyss, having cleared all previous prerequisites. Clearing floor 19 nets him a total of 45 attribute points. Chen Bai surveys his surroundings. Next up is tackling this very floor. A system alert pops up. Conquest of Abyss floor 19 failed. Clear the 18th floor of the Abyss first. Chen Bai realizes he cannot skip floors like that. In that case, he decides to test out his Abyss absorption ability first. He pulls out a mask, the only item on him. Earlier, clearing inventory space for the demon bloodline potion he absorbed left his backpack completely empty. Chen Bai activates Abyss absorption, and the system instantly displays the details for an E-rank demon mask. All attributes gain +3, granting the demon kiss effect with life steal. Slashing down any enemy restores physical stamina, mental energy, and personal injuries. Requires level 1 or higher to equip. Using abyssal power to refine something this basic feels like a bit of a waste. Chen Bai gathers more intel from this. Item modification? So that is how it works. He wonders what kind of transformation would occur if he used Abyss absorption on a living human. Then something suddenly clicks. Right, Chen Bai promptly summons his weapon. This is an F-rank weapon. It actively resists his grip, even burning his skin. If he uses Abyss absorption on this weapon, what will happen? He channels the abyssal energy once more, and Chen Bai is instantly taken aback. It is actually fighting back? He genuinely has to praise it. No wonder this weapon can evolve. Compared to that mask, this is on a whole different level. Chen Bai realizes if he keeps burning energy like this, his power will run completely dry. Time for another approach. As the weapon continues radiating massive waves of power, Chen Bai assesses the situation seriously. Sure enough, the raw abyssal energy inside the abyss well can suppress it to the absolute maximum. This allows him to modify the weapon with total ease. The system announces successful abyss absorption E-rank Spear of Longinus, a special polearm granting +2 to all attributes, howling life, and 100% bonus damage on Massacre Spear. Slaying living creatures grants experience points and allows evolution. Current experience stands at 0 out of 10. Even so-called sacred relics inevitably sink into the abyss. Chen Bai grips the weapon with pure excitement. This feels way more comfortable in his hands. Next up is testing this baby out. Right then, Agaris speaks up. Great Master, I am your humblest servant. Agaris says he feels unmatched honor just bearing witness to his master's grand revival. This is the 500th floor of the abyss. Chen Bai guessed right, the guy still genuinely thinks he is Satan. He immediately seizes the moment. Agaris, we have plenty of time to celebrate later. Right now, prove your loyalty to me. Agaris obediently acknowledges the order understood. He offers up an enormous surge of magic power according to system data. The second pillar among the 72 demon pillars, Soul of Agaris, Monarch of Evernight, has returned to the Hell Lord, upgrading Solomon's Ring to a higher rank. Current rank is A. Chen Bai absorbs the soul. What a massive stat boost. No wonder he ranks second. Let us see what else he has. Then he directly asks him, my current vessel remains far too weak. Do you have any way to boost my strength right this second? The system identifies it as SS rank Demon Essence Bloodline of the Great Hell Monarch. Agaris responds currently, this is the only thing in my possession you can use. Chen Bai follows up, not bad at all. Pity it is not SS, but no worries. I will take it. With just those words, Agaris suddenly knits his brows, instantly locking into full guard. Who are you? My master knew about this potion, because he gave it to me after escaping the abyss to transform it for demon use. Agaris is deeply suspicious, but judging from your tone, you seem completely clueless about this potion. Where is my master right now? Chen Bai curls his lips into a wicked grin. I am your master now. Why cling so desperately to that lingering ghost of the past? Agaris states plainly that Chen Bai will never make him bow, demanding news about his master before he even considers sparing Chen Bai's life. Chen Bai just bursts out laughing, asking if he somehow forgot his current class before claiming he could ever hurt him. He declares with pure confidence that as the Abyss Lord, he is the Abyss itself. Unless he actively attacks Abyss creatures first, not a single one can lay a finger on him. Though Agaris angrily snaps back that he still will never submit. Chen Bai notes his methods are pretty impressive, managing to keep such fiercely loyal subordinates around him. Watching from the shadows, Satang wonders if that is truly the White God Demon. Sensing Agaris, he asks if that is really him, adding with clear amusement that pulling this off takes no brilliant scheme at all. At that high level, pure loyalty is the only thing capable of pushing him up to the next tier. Heavy silence suddenly fills the air, and guided by sharp instinct, Agaris feels completely certain. He asks if his master is still alive after sensing his breath, and Chen Bai confirms it. Yes, Satang is still alive, and they might get a chance to serve him down the line, but until then, they just need to wait, right here. Chen Bai steps onto Abyss Floor 437, where Macantus immediately smiles and says she knew he would come. Chen Bai states his demand, looking for someone who knows the Abyss inside out to answer a few questions. Smirking with clear intention, he asks if Her Majesty the Queen would care to help him out. Macantus naturally accepts without hesitation, calling him the Supreme Abyss Lord with boundless potential. But she sets a strict condition, hating dull chats and demanding he find something genuinely entertaining to make her open up. Macantus pulls out a long whip, which Chen Bai grabs while teasing that he will gladly show her what he can do. Showing off her seductive curves, Macantus asks if he has any questions, boasting she knows plenty more. Chen Bai replies, This is already enough. Questioning if anything else would even hold meaning. He adds that without putting this whip to work, he could not really hurt her anyway. Stepping in close, Macanthus playfully tells him to try harder, buzzing with pure excitement to feel in her true body what her avatar already experienced. Chen Bai remarks that it might take a while, asking if she can truly wait. Whispering softly, Macanthus notes that this fun secret only exists because of him, so keeping it between them is all that matters. She feels certain he will never keep her waiting too long. Biting his ear, she teases that making her wait too long means real suffering for the Abyss Lord, leaving him laughing at the bold challenge. Meanwhile, at a luxury villa district, a man stares down two figures with greedy delight, amazed to stumble across two precious treasures right here. This predator is none other than the evolver Wei Hao. Yanqi urgently warns the girl beside her to escape right away or face certain death, and Yan Shui quickly agrees. Urging her sister to run, Wei Hao raises two fingers, gloating that they make fine ghost servants who just need a little discipline. His S-rank talent, Ghost King Command, raises his mental power with each kill, transforming victims into ghost servants that control wandering souls. Yan Shui and Yan Qi prepare their twin spirits combination strike, but Wei Hao instantly sees through it, dismissing it as child play. Yet both girls suddenly phase straight through the solid wall. Caught completely off guard, Wei Hao mutters about wall phasing. Kicking open the adjacent room, Wei Hao sneers mockingly, asking why they ran when he purposely held back his deadly strikes. He declares them his marked ghost servants, warning that disobedience brings brutal punishment, before suddenly freezing dead in his tracks. Right before his eyes stands Chen Bai holding both girls, asking if this guy really threatened to punish them. He asks how they want him executed, and Yanqi demands tearing him to shreds with claws. Yan Shui adds that he is pure evil, so he needs to disappear immediately. Wei Hao laughs maniacally, warning that finding a master will never save them because he plans to refine all three into ghost slaves and make them serve their new lord. Chen Bai instantly recognizes him from his previous life, remembering this man as one of the 8 King City rulers, Ghost King Wei Hao. Back then, he had only seen his back, while Wei Hao roars about showing them how he plays. Before Wei Hao can even make a move, blood sprays from his mouth as Chen Bai strikes first, leaving him utterly stunned. Recognizing that overwhelming power, he gasps out Chen Bai, and Chen Bai confirms it. One single look confirms this guy is pure scum, kissing up to superiors while stepping on inferiors and torturing innocent people into ghost servants. Chen Bai notches another takedown, putting an end to a butcher whose slaughtered evolvers easily reached the hundreds. That is that dying here really worked out for the best. Yan Shui happily dashes over and hugs him. "Thank you, big brother," she says. Chen Bai notes they are level 7 now, so he will check for class change scrolls that fit them. Ledoux steps out from inside, calling out to his dear friend and teasing that they only parted ways a moment ago. Did he bring good news, or does he need something? Chen Bai replies it is both, covering Abyss floors 1 through 9. He has locked it all down, so the merchant can go scout a spot for the Goblin Guild whenever he wants. Then he adds another request, asking for help finding the right class advancement scroll for both of these girls. Ledoux takes a good look and remarks they seem like twins, but are actually one entity. A fitting class definitely exists. Then he explains that these two are rare evolved beings, making them an ideal match for his specific investment criteria. A system prompt announces the Earthbound Spirit Advancement Scroll, giving rank B spirits a place to truly belong. Any spirit holding this special class can actually exert direct influence over the land they are bound to. Ledoux explains that to celebrate founding the Goblin Merchant Guild deep inside the Abyss, this scroll is a free gift. But he warns him not to underestimate it, since later advancements can bind to an entire city or even an Earth deity. This serves as the starter class for gaining true Earth and Guardian deity qualifications. He adds that down the road, this profession has 2 distinct growth branches. With the right resources, these 2 girls could easily become the only dual-class wielders aside from him. Chen Bai nods with appreciation, saying this really is some top-tier stuff. He thanks Mr. Ledoux, who waves it off, telling his good friend no thanks are needed before taking his leave. Yan Shui softly thanks her big brother with a shy smile, mentioning that she and Yan Qi can now maintain solid physical forms for extended periods. She thought they could never do anything for him, which makes Chen Bai piece together what they might want. Yan Qi snaps at him not to look at her, since only her sister trusts him while she definitely does not. Chen Bai gives an honest answer. If she does not want to, that is fine. He will never force her. Still, since they share a sensory resonance, he teases her on purpose, asking if that means she would feel it regardless. Yan Qi jumps in outrage, threatening to bite him to death, while Chen Bai casually welcomes her to try. Her blood boils as she lunges to strike, while Chen Bai just leisurely sips his tea before sharing his thoughts. Not bad at all, he remarks on her brewing skill, while Yan Shui whispers gently that as long as he likes it, she is happy. Yan Shui asks curiously if his refusal earlier was entirely because of Yan Qi. Setting his teacup down, Chen Bai explains that while he will not force anyone, that is not the real issue, leaving Yan Shui eager to know what truly matters. Chen Bai explains that anyone beside him must either genuinely love him by mutual choice or show absolute loyalty and surrender everything without hesitation. He makes it clear that using their bodies merely for gratitude or business trades is something he genuinely dislikes. That leaves Yan Shui feeling guilty as she apologizes, while Chen Bai seriously admits he should be the apologetic one. Logically speaking, doing that would not only repay her debt but also deepen their bond with him. He had assumed this calculating mindset belonged solely to Yan Qi, who was born as the embodiment of malice. Yan Shui shares her view, explaining that having desires or striving for personal gain to improve one's own life cannot simply be labeled evil. She believes that helping oneself without hurting others actually counts as a good deed in its own right. Chen Bai calls that an interesting perspective, telling her to go cultivate with Yan Qi, since growing stronger benefits both her and him. Yan Shui promises they will work hard, while Zishun is busy reading messages on the system board. The user named I really am not a sword immortal sighs, thinking he caught up to Chen Bai, only to realize he is just on his third-class change. Crow members call him out for flexing again, asking if anyone nearby can go teach this guy a proper lesson. Ba Wang could not care less, too lazy to bother. He only wants to know Chen Bai's true class, which Shui Chuan echoes, adding a +1 since he also ignores the sword immortal. Han King jumps in, asking if any powerhouse can carry a secret dungeon run, so the young folks can grab enough experience to advance. Look at this. The successor of Lightning 5 consecutive whips demands everyone look his way, because he is about to start bragging. He shows off the S-rank Lightning Walker advancement scroll, leaving Ding Ding completely stunned. What in the world? He thought this guy was broke, especially since that item is Ledu's single most expensive treasure. The Lightning Whip successor admits he was indeed far short on cash. But finishing the Ledu summon quest led the merchant to ask if he was part of chat group 001, to which he said yes. Once Ledu saw Chen Bai's avatar up top, he handed over the class scroll on credit, though none of the follow-up quests were waived. Wu Ya eagerly asks about the 5 Linked Immortals class change scroll. Could you not mention our class change scrolls to that trade god for the rest of us? Take me, for instance. The 5 Linked Immortals successor. Totally guaranteed. Forgot you still have not found your class scroll yet. Next time for sure. Wu Ya sighs in total disappointment. Next time means nothing is happening. What should I even do? Yi Zai speaks up. What is the huge rush anyway? Forget about everyone else here. As long as Chen Bai is around, what do you even have to worry about? Lu Wai agrees completely. Chen Bai completely blew my mind again. Even a god has to show him some respect. Yizi lets out a deep sigh. That does not matter. When is Chen Bai coming to help me break through? I have been waiting forever. Lu Huai feels totally speechless. Han King chimes in. Is there seriously no decent dungeon for me to grind some quick experience? Chen Bai just smiles as he reads the chat. Then a specific place crosses his mind. That Crimson Mental Hospital dungeon. You can summon a powerful demon pillar in there. Right? One of 72 demon pillars could even upgrade the ring in his inventory. Chen Bai shoots a message to Han Xiao. Get ready. We are heading back to Crimson Mental Hospital. Han Xiao jumps for pure joy, while the group chat erupts into total chaos. Lord Bai, my absolute savior. How does it feel grabbing the world first-class advancement like that? God Bai, is your new class triple S tier? Everyone move aside. Let me ask him first. Worshipping Lord Bai endlessly, the moment Li Du handed me that scroll and brought up Chen Bai, honestly, only 2 words come to mind. The 5 linked immortals' air texts. Totally invincible. Chen Bai thinks it over carefully. Li Du is no fool, so he would never spill the details. He is simply helping him build serious prestige. Then he messages the chat, taking your Han King to Crimson Mental Hospital shortly. Anyone around Magic City can tag along. Wu Ya replies, Chen Bai, let Meng Meng link us up so I can witness your heroic moves. Chen Bai turns it down, saying he still needs Meng Meng's power later, so he cannot let her overexert herself. Next time a fitting dungeon opens, he will bring her along. Wu Ya agrees. Sounds good. Thanks, Lord Bai. Ding Ding chimes in. Chen Bai, I am right here in Magic City, so I will wait at the hospital entrance. Chen Bai takes note of her. Ding Ding was a famous evolver from his past life, widely known as the Puppet Master. He texts back, Are you sure about that? Meet up at the gate then. Ding Ding insists it is fine, since failing to even reach the entrance would mean she has no business being here anyway. Meanwhile, someone on the other side is quietly smiling. Later, right outside the Crimson Mental Hospital entrance, Chen Bai scans the crowd. Quite a lot of people here today. Han Xiao knows this entrance is completely public, and since Chen Bai already cleared it, people naturally flock here in droves. Chen Bai reminds him, once inside the dungeon, pay extra close attention to your specific mission objectives in this psychiatric ward. Report any strange changes immediately. Han Xiao agrees with no hesitation, but suddenly a hand tugs on his hoodie. Who is that? Han Xiao spins around, totally terrified by the paper puppet. Ding Ding giggles from behind before introducing herself to Chen Bai and Han King. Han Xiao snaps back, asking what on earth she thinks she is doing. Why not scare Lord Bai instead? Picking on the weak now? Ding Ding replies that scaring Lord Bai would vaporize her paper puppet instantly, so picking on the weaker guy is the only sensible move. Han Xiao scrambles for an excuse, claiming he only spared it because he sensed zero killing intent, otherwise that toy would be shredded scrap paper in seconds flat. Besides, he is no weakling. He is pure iron and grit. Chen Bai interrupts, If we are all set, let us move. Right then, someone blocks their path, telling the 3 of them to hold up. Han Xiao looks confused, asking what is going on. The stranger speaks up, introducing himself as Ah Long, asking if they recognize him while everyone stares blankly. Ding Ding explains that 2 regular dungeons and 1 hell difficulty dungeon around the city were recently conquered by this exact guy named Ah Long. Ah Long proudly introduces himself, saying to just call him Brother Long, bragging that only a select few here can ever conquer Crimson Mental Hospital. And his squad happens to be one of them. Since a few teammates had urgent business, some open slots remain, asking if they want to join in. But Chen Bai simply turns away without hesitation. No thanks. The 3 of us are plenty. Chen Bai notes to himself that this guy holds no malice, just terrifying levels of confidence. Ah Long is stunned. Are you guys serious? Top-tier chat groups run in 4-man teams, so entering as a trio makes no sense. Han Xiao snaps back. Do you even know how to talk to people? Shi Kong whispers into Ah Long's ear, asking if this man is not that flying Jiao player from the famous clearance video of Chat Group 1. Then it hits him. Ah Long admits he is not great with words, so if they really do not want to team up, never mind. Han Xiao calls back. All right, guess you're not a bad guy after all, before waving them off. We are heading into the dungeon first, so take your time, Brother Long. Shi Kong swears they just stepped inside, and Brother Long nods, agreeing he recognized them as well. Then he brags to his crew. See that? Even the big boss in the chat calls me Brother Long, so stick with me for glory. Inside the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, Chen Bai hands the minor mobs over to the others, since they give him barely any experience. Han Xiao is totally pumped, saying no problem, while Ding Ding gets just as hyped up. Go for it. Chen Bai says, before remembering they have backup as Yan Qi eagerly pops out. She rejoices at the chance for a slaughter, itching to test out her brand new skill. Chen Bai does a double take, realizing those flames actually carry the distinct aura of true hellfire. Looking down at his ring, he figures Sha Seng must be responsible, having stashed the entity inside after leaving the abyss. Chen Bai quickly pieces it together, realizing the demon is simply trying to earn some good favor. Conveniently, he has questions anyway, so he drops the protective barrier around the ring first. Projecting his mind inside, he asks Sha Seng directly if he was the one who taught Yan Qi. Sha Seng bows respectfully, explaining that the girl has immense malice that rivals original hell fiends, radiating massive hidden power. Truly a rare sight indeed. He admits he took the liberty of teaching her, apologizing for not asking, since the sealed ring blocked all contact. Chen Bai promises to lift the seal when appropriate, then asks if Sha Seng has sensed Han Xiao's bloodline yet. Sha Seng wonders if he means that kid carrying genuine hellish blood in his veins. The entity reveals he also detects Duke Zepar's aura all over this realm, which Chen Bai confirms as his exact goal. Outside, Yan Qi finishes wiping out the mobs, announcing it is time to push deeper in. Han Xiao looks over in shock while Ding Ding observes that this newcomer appears to be a spiritual entity. Chen Bai introduces her as a fellow evolver just like them, only possessing a rather unique form. He reminds Ding Ding and Yan Qi to spare 10 monsters later for his own use, leaving Ding Ding completely baffled. She asks what they are for, while Yan Qi complains about not being allowed to slaughter them all. Han Xiao alone knows the secret, explaining that Chen Bai intends to summon Zepar, the 16th of the 72 pillar demon gods. Taking down the upcoming boss is going to be massive, leaving Ding Ding looking pretty uneasy. Chen Bai reassures them that since this dungeon caps out at level 12, Zepar's power will be heavily suppressed. He promises that even if the difficulty spikes straight to Hell tier after the ritual, they have nothing to fear with him around. Hearing Hell difficulty almost makes Ding Ding faint, while Han Xiao playfully teases her for being terrified. She insists she still trusts Chen Bai, prompting Han Xiao to wave them forward without wasting another second. Time to rush the boss, and Yan Qi cheers along, completely ready to slaughter everything. In the corridor outside the director's office, the beast falls, earning high praise from Chen Bai for their massive improvement. Han Xiao stays humble, admitting he could never win alone without support from Yan Qi and Ding Ding. When Yan Qi asks who dies next, Chen Bai tells her to rest inside the ring and leave 16 mobs untouched. Pouting, Yan Qi retreats as the group finally steps inside the secret ritual chamber. Looking around the gloomy room, Ding Ding shivers at the thick stench of blood and the eerie aura hanging in the air. Chen Bai admits he still struggles with fine mental control when shaping spiritual constructs, having to manage them one by one. Han Xiao quickly points out that Chen Bai's mental energy is simply too overwhelming to control easily. Chen Bai agrees with the logic and immediately brings forth the glowing summoning circle for the next step. Watch the ritual take hold as bloody streaks spread across the ground, with sinister trees sprouting all around them. The grotesque sight leaves Ding Ding completely paralyzed with fear. A system alert flashes as the hidden conditions trigger, spiking the nightmare dungeon straight into Hellgrade, while a massive hand claws through a spatial rift. Mortals, I am deeply displeased. Duke Zepar rumbles in a sinister tone, furious that they dare offer such low-quality lives for his grand sacrifice. He demands a worthy tribute before he takes their lives instead, his overwhelming presence making Han Xiao tremble where he stands. Such overwhelming aura, Zepar mutters as he steps straight toward him, clearly sensing something strange. Fascinating. This human carries my bloodline and inherited my power, he gloats, while Han Xiao nervously asks if his sister is in his grasp. Zepar scowls in disgust. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? If you think sharing my blood keeps you alive, you are dead wrong. Han Xiao freezes up completely, but a hand suddenly lands on his shoulder. Chen Bai calmly steps up, asking if his name is Zepar. Why not answer my buddy here? Or are you deaf? Chen Bai smirks with a taunting glare. Are you deaf? Zepar echoes in wild disbelief at this absurdly arrogant human standing before him. A ruthless grin spreads across his pale face, promising to teach this fool a lesson before killing him. Chen Bai stays unfazed and mocks him. Aren't demons supposed to be cunning and smart? This one looks pretty reckless and dumb. Must be some weird mutation. Satan chuckles in satisfaction. Respected Lord Tran, this idiot just has no clue what kind of supreme existence he is dealing with. Zepar raises an eyebrow, sneering at the ring and warning him not to play tricks. Then suddenly, he stops cold, his face turning pale. Wait, that ring of yours. Chen Bai slowly lifts his hand with sheer pride. Just an ordinary ring, Chen Bai says. Why is the mighty demon duke trembling in fear? An ordinary ring? In that split second, Chen Bai launches himself into the air and delivers a vicious kick straight at him. The brutal impact sends Zepar crashing backward across the floor. Eyes burning with intent, Chen Bai calls him out. Weren't you going to kill us? Stop wasting time and make a move. Zepar struggles back to his feet, while the air grows suffocatingly heavy. Han Shao braces himself, expecting an all-out war. But then, Zepar drops to his knees in utter panic, begging Your Eminence for forgiveness. Everyone stares in total shock, but Chen Bai coldly commands him to fight if he only fears the ring itself. Hesitation washes over the demon's face as he stammers. Fight me, Chen Bai commands with a sharp grin. Kill me, and the ring is yours. Behind them, Satan looks confused, pointing out that the demon had already surrendered completely. Chen Bai stands tall, explaining he wants zero hesitation, while Zepar awkwardly thanks him for the generous offer. Zepar slowly speaks up, his killing intent quietly gathering. Since Your Eminence commands it, I shall obey. He leaps to his feet with vicious ambition, unleashing hellish flames of desire, while Chen Bai watches with genuine amusement. Now that is more like it, Chen Bai smirks, as the allies behind him watch in calm silence. Zepar suddenly freezes in raw terror. What on earth is this virus? How could a virus tear through hellfire and hurt me? He instantly collapses back down, desperately pleading for his life. Chen Bai just shakes his head, noting the demon was too terrified of Satan to fight at full strength anyway. Satan shrugs with a helpless sigh, reminding him that he is still the undisputed Lord of Hell. After all, Chen Bai strides forward with total dominance. If you lack the spine to fight, then submit, surrender your soul, and leave the physical body for my use. Zepar turns pale and obeys, trembling violently as his soul begins to detach from his physical shell. System notifications instantly flood in, confirming the devour of a special entity, granting 5,000 virus points and 2,000 black light evolution points. Another alert confirms the acquisition of the Hellfire of Desire skill. It fuses with his Hellfire clone ability, followed by a prompt regarding the absorbed demon bloodline. Given the choice to absorb or purge the bloodline, Chen Bai smiles in satisfaction, genuinely pleased with this massive upgrade. He issues his next command without delay, telling Zepar to offer up a piece of his soul. Zepar complies right away, calling it an honor as he extracts a soul fragment from within himself. The ring on Chen Bai's finger pulls it in, bringing a satisfied smirk to his face as the system rings out again. Duke Zepar, 16th demon god of the 72 Pillars of Solomon, has returned, upgrading the demon ring to rank A+. Han Shao speaks up nervously, asking the Chen Bai about his sister's whereabouts. Chen Bai turns a cold gaze back to Zepar, demanding straight answers. Zepar calmly explains she is currently in hell under the name Rick, given freedom and abundant resources, though her exact current location remains unknown. If there is any word on her, I will let you know right away, he promises, raising an eyebrow with a conflicted look. Sounds like you treat people pretty well, Chen Bai notes, while the demon replies honestly that there is nothing to hide from him. He treats every bride with absolute devotion, which is why everyone down in hell calls him the affectionate Duke. Satan covers a snicker, mocking him by saying his real title is just a self-obsessed breeding machine. But Chen Bai calmly asks if Satan has something to tell him. Chen Bai offers to let him out, and his eyes light up with pure interest as he immediately agrees that there really is something. Satan turns with a knowing tone and calls out to Zepar, who smirks and gasps that he knew his lord was here all along, looking utterly conflicted. Satan demands Zepar explain the current state of hell, making Zepar hesitate with visible reluctance before speaking up. When Zepar stammers about hell, Satan knits his brows and barks at him to stop stuttering and spill it. Trembling with deep unease in his eyes, he reveals that Lord Beelzebub now rules hell, seizing the throne along with the master legacy to crown himself the new overlord. Zepar speaks with a heavy voice, sighing softly as he explains that Beelzebub erased all proof of his existence, leaving newly spawned demons completely unaware of his name. His expression darkens with intense killing intent as he seethes over how Beelzebub could dare pull off such betrayal. Satan glares with deep resentment, demanding in a low voice if hell has truly forgotten about him. Zepar instantly drops to his knees, explaining that through Beelzebub massive propaganda, hell now hails him as the greatest infernal emperor and the sole supreme leader of their golden era. His face twists in shock, and he hesitates, adding that only the original 72 demon gods know the truth, but they are forced to stay silent or temporarily bow down. Satan's eyes turn blood red with veins bulging in fury, prompting Chen Bai to raise an eyebrow and tease the so-called king of hell until Satan helplessly begs him to stop. Satan grinds his teeth together, his eyes swimming with complicated emotions. He asks how many god-level figures remain in hell, making Zepar hesitate once again before answering. Besides Beelzebub, the only ones he knows are Lord Lucifer, the fallen angel, Lord Visago, and Lord Person. Both Lucifer and Visago were imprisoned for openly defying Beelzebub, so Satan frowns and mutters that he understands, before Chen Bai calmly announces that Zepar can finally return. Zepar is ordered to report back immediately if anything goes down in hell. He bows down respectfully to obey, just as the system alert chimes with the defeat of hidden boss Zepar. Gaining 0 experience points leaves Chen Bai with mixed feelings, though it makes sense since the boss is not actually dead. The screen continues to flash notifications that the hidden hell-tier dungeon at Red Star Mental Hospital has been completely cleared. Earning 10,000 experience points, he strokes his chin and sinks into deep thought. The clear bonus is not massive, but his banked experience after class advancement had already pushed him all the way up to level 12. A satisfied smile spreads across Chen Bai's face as he shrugs it off, admitting that this amount is already pretty good. Leveling up to 13 grants him plus 17 strength, 17 agility, 22 constitution, 23 spirit, and 20 free stat points. He turns around and calmly asks Han Xiao how his own quest turned out. Han Xiao steps forward to check, grinning proudly as his eyes light up at the screen, confirming the completion of the S-rank Demon Ancestor quest. "My quest is finished," he says, reading the prompt. "Now check this out." The notification screen updates to reveal that with help from a supreme existence, you successfully uncovered the bloodline secret and learned your sister is alive in hell, requiring you to track down the former Rick, who now goes by Riga. The S-rank Demon Count bloodline is rewarded, leaving Han Xiao stunned that even Universal will address his Chen Bai as the Great Chen Bai. Hearing himself called the Chen Bai makes Chen Bai freeze in place, looking totally bewildered. Han Xiao immediately flashes a flattering grin, saying the system suggested that clinging to the Great Chen Bai makes saving his sister a breeze. Ding Ding scowls and mocks him for being a shameless flatterer, but Han Xiao just smirks right back, asking if she is jealous. He ignores Chen Bai, turning pale with a cold chill, pleading to be let go so he can loot Zepar drops. Ding Ding also latches onto his leg right away, shamelessly sweet-talking about running quests together. She praises the Chen Bai and begs to be included in future carries, while Chen Bai grips a blueprint with conflicted eyes. Wondering if this rare blueprint is the only drop, Chen Bai suddenly stops, looking slightly puzzled. The system chime rings out once more. It announces the blueprint for Hellfire Wings, an S-rank specialized defensive tool forged from condensed infernal flame, radiating terrifying power. With this, you can rule the open skies and conquer the raging flames at the same time. The required materials are abyssal, hellfire, 100 immortal phoenix wing feathers, and a single thunder flame, as his eyes lock onto every tiny detail across that blueprint. Wings, the absolute rarest kind of gear. Standing there calmly, Chen Bai marvels at how truly blessed this sacred place is, since he grabbed another blueprint here before. Faint memories flash through his mind that class change scroll was saved specifically for Han Xiao, who carries demon blood. The skill goes to Meng Meng. After all, Wu Ya did help him out by handing over some decent gear. A fresh system chime rings out once again. Hell's Roar, the crafting blueprint for the Shepherd's Horns. This defensive gear ranges from rank C to rank S, needing pureblood demon horns, abyssal hellfire, and a single dark crystal. Keep in mind, the final rank depends entirely on material quality. Rank S shepherd horns are completely unique, so once forged, no one else can ever craft another rank S pair again. Staring down with pretty mixed feelings, he realizes that blueprint is only missing one last material. Outside the dungeon, Chen Bai calmly looks ahead and announces out loud, "I plan on taking Yan Qi to farm experience. So do you two want to tag along?" Ding Ding instantly gets hyped, saying sounds good, while Han Xiao agrees right away. Who would ever turn down free experience? With cold eyes and a deep voice, he asks if anywhere in Demon City has level 15 monster clusters. He hesitates for a second, while her face turns thoughtful as she tells him to let her think. Suddenly, a confident voice cuts in. "Brother Bai, I know." Long beams with pure confidence, declaring that over by Lujiazui before the apocalypse, tons of high IQ elites used to gather. After the apocalypse hit, psychic monsters swarmed the place in huge numbers with high levels. Even the outskirts are level 13, so barely anyone dares go there. Chen Bai calmly speaks up thanks. He grins with pride, saying it is nothing at all. Striding ahead, Chen Bai leads the way with killing intent in his eyes. "Let us head over quickly," while Han Xiao uses psychic power to shield the other two from intense wind pressure. Han Xiao firmly replies yes, and all three rocket forward like a raging whirlwind, leaving Ah Long staring with wide-eyed disbelief. He puffs his chest out, bragging aloud, "Did you guys see that? Even the strongest evolver had to thank me, so do not wait up. Anyone tough enough, give your names, because Brother Long is leading you through the asylum dungeon today." Cutting to Demon City outside Lujiazui, the atmosphere feels remarkably heavy and grim. Overlooking from a tall skyscraper alongside his crew, Chen Bai grins with genuine intrigue, muttering that high-level zombies everywhere make this an ideal farming spot. Chen Bai steps forward with a pretty wild look. "Keep your distance locked in so you stay within range for experience." While Han Xiao steps up eagerly, saying "No problem, Emperor Bai," as she smiles excitedly. "All right, Emperor Bai." Yan Qi chimes right in, "I want some kills too." Dashing like a gale, he ponders that if he unleashes Plague Sun, this entire zone would likely be wiped out in an instant. Though that would also take out Yan Qi's group, so stepping forward, he figures practicing his other unmastered abilities makes far more sense. Chen Bai's entire body instantly mutates. He quietly reflects that, thanks to Mechanstud's charm, this form shaped by fully powered blacklight virus enhancement can be called full body boost. Raw power gathers in his hands alongside fresh hellfire, as Chen Bai drops into stance, ready to face down the zombie horde. Rank S Hellfire of Desire carries abyssal flames alongside rebellion power, unleashing absolute supreme burning desire. Its secondary skill boosts all attributes by 50% for 3 minutes, while burning away the target's soul directly. It fuels attack power based on their desire with hidden bonus effects, carrying a 10-minute cooldown. Raising his fist high with madness in his eyes, he gets ready to throw one punch. Insane force completely engulfs them, as a single punch wipes the entire zombie pack from existence, leaving Ding Ding staring in pure admiration. Good grief! Han Xiao gasps in disbelief at just one punch, while an exclusive group chat pops up on screen. "How is the leveling spot?" asks Ding Ding. "Level 15 monsters." Before Wu Ya instantly recalls the message. "Do not send it. Do not let me know what I missed out on," as Zi Shun stares at the screen feeling helpless. "I am no sword immortal, but is this guy even human? His basic punch matches the ultimate skill of my class transfer. I am a 3rd-tier class transfer evolver, so a massive gap like this feels completely insane, right? Definitely abnormal." though Han Wang tells everyone not to panic, since that was not just a basic attack from Emperor Bai, but at least a mini-skill. Thanks for the heads up. Over at the Yan family villa, Chen Bai leans back comfortably, marveling quietly to himself. Finally boosted both of them to level 10, so it is time to prepare for class transfer. He casually tosses the treasure into the air, unleashing a blinding, radiant glow that stuns everyone watching. Chen Bai instantly locks his eyes onto the shifting space, pausing for a second before speaking up. Is this really how this special class advancement works? Their awakening power is actively overtaking and reshaping the surrounding area. Looks like the Earthbound Spirit class is directly binding itself to this entire villa, while Yan Qi and Yan Shui absorb the light. Satan raises an eyebrow with a smug grin, saying that the Earthbound Spirit class truly suits them, praising his master for having exceptional taste. His face lights up, his tone buzzing with pure excitement. Using power absorption to supercharge your hellfire, combined with this knack for raising deadly subordinates, you will definitely stand at the peak of the gods. Chen Bai cuts him off immediately, his gaze turning stone cold. Save it, because ever since I started power leveling them, you have been non-stop sucking up. So do not play dumb. Satan smiles awkwardly, admitting that his master's sharp observation skills are simply unmatched. That means he has nothing to worry about, knowing that someone so wise would never hand him over to that traitor Beelzebub for profit. A complicated expression washes over his face, arguing that a traitor cannot be trusted, while his own long-term value is far superior. Chen Bai shoots back coldly with a wild smirk. I just do not feel like seeing Beelzebub right now. But as for your actual value, Chen Bai stares him down, emphasizing every word. I still have not seen any proof. Satan pales instantly, urgently pleading that Lord Bai never even bothered to ask him yet. Plus, most of his stash is back in hell, though Agares might still hold a few items, asking what he needs most right now. He rubs his chin slowly, sinking into deep thought for a second. Phoenix wings, a flame core, and dark crystals. Satan quickly chimes in with a flattering tone, confirming he has dark crystals. Chen Bai calmly watches the duo transform inside the radiance, deciding to head back into the abyss right after their advancement finishes. His expression turns complex, remembering all the figures he made deals with back during his trial runs. Building solid ties with those entities is a necessary move. The others might be tricky, but he has a solid way to get close with the nine-headed serpent. Just as system notifications ring out, class transfer to Earthbound Spirit complete, successfully bound. Chen Bai steps forward, calmly asking how the new class feels, while Yan Shui excitedly beams and tells him to check it out. Main details immediately flash onto the screen, showing the base tier grants +1 to all base attributes, alongside 1 free stat point per level. The twin bound ability allows them to arbitrarily link 2 chosen locations as their personal bound domains. Linking a new location drains massive mental power and is nearly impossible to alter once established. Currently tied to the Yan Villa, leaving the bound domain may completely disable all active class powers and unique skills. But while inside the bound domain, every skill costs 0 mana. Inside their territory, combat output multiplies 5 times over, and the spirit body absorbs every single trait the bound land possesses. Any keyword or buff on the land transfers to them, and the land gains every perk the spirit bodies own. The exact quantity of buffs and keywords received directly scales with their total mental strength. The domain shift skill turns linked territories into spiritual forms, locking down and enabling full structural movement across space. With a 30-day cooldown, the host binding skill either triples every stat of targets entering the domain or cuts their attributes in half. Chen Bai pauses in surprise, admiring how every single power and skill revolves directly around their bound territory. Keeping his composure, he notes that this shared domain synchronization is downright absurd. Yan Shui looks slightly hesitant, asking if it really is, while Chen Bai looks back with an intrigued stare. Of course, because every brick, foundation piece, and decoration counts as an item, and the resulting buffs are ridiculous. Swap this regular villa material with high-grade gear components, and you will quickly see just how utterly broken this gets. He pauses slightly before speaking with firm certainty. adding that in the future, they could easily turn an entire city into their domain. That buff scaling would be terrifying, bringing massive utility to any stronghold, making her light up with pure enthusiasm. "Then I definitely want to bind your city," she says, wanting nothing more than to help him grow stronger. Chen Bai calmly agrees, promising to take them both to Chen Bai City after one more quick trip down to the abyss, smiling subtly. "Yan Shui, do you know where to find a library around here?" Heavy footsteps begin moving. Chen Bai stands before massive stacks of books and boldly announces that he brought gifts, packed with human history, art, scenic landscapes, and gourmet cuisine for everyone. Down on the abyss's 350th floor, the nine-headed serpent rules. Looking pretty pleased, the nine-headed beast speaks up with genuine gratitude. "Wonderful. Thanks to our Abyss Lord. Let me read this history book first. Lord of the Abyss, we will remember this favor." Unfrit growls heavily, his eyes flashing with raw bloodlust. Remembering how intensely curious they were about the human realm, right after claiming the Abyss throne, he had sent piles of books over without delay. She snaps in total disbelief, looking completely unhinged. "Second brother, fourth brother, is saying thanks and remembering it really all you got?" Hearing that, number 8 gets hyped up and starts chanting exactly. "Words alone could never capture how grateful we truly are. Let me sing a tribute song to thank our Abyss Lord. O Abyss, truly bottomless, yet nowhere near as deep as our immense gratitude. Our Abyss Lord cares for us, and our bond runs far deeper than this abyss itself." Unfrit cuts in, completely irritated with eyes rolling back in pure embarrassment. "Shut up right now." But number 6 calmly chimes in, saying, "Ninth sister makes a solid point. Our Lord thought of us, so we definitely need to return the favor." The system immediately pings as the treasure appears. An S-rank scouting skill called Eye of Secrets, capable of analyzing everything with a chance of exposing target secrets. Its potency scaling directly with mental power. Look and you know it all. Chen Bai watches Unfrit with a pretty conflicted look on his face. An S-tier scouting skill book, his gaze flickers for a second before he speaks up with genuine warmth. "This return gift is seriously precious, but it happens to be exactly what I need, so thank you. Whatever you guys need later, I will do my absolute best to help you secure it." It eagerly replies with deep respect. "This is not just a return gift, because boosting our Abyss Lord's power brings massive benefits to all of us. Abyss Lords too." The corners of Chen Bai's mouth curl into a pretty smug smirk. Fair enough. Learning the skill book. Acquiring S-rank Eye of Secrets. Meanwhile, over on the Abyss's 500th floor, Satan speaks up with absolute excitement and confidence. "Just as you instructed, I spread the word about Beelzebub seizing power, leaving no room for doubt. Agares is completely on our side, his bloodshot eyes burning with wild fury as he fiercely announces that the items are secured Agares' God-grade Hellfire, plus the highest-grade Dark Crystal. Under the eerie crimson moon, a furious roar echoes out into the dark. "You traitorous Beelzebub, I will slaughter you." Chen Bai looks up and asks, "Aren't your loyal subordinates important to you at all?" Satan just sneers, "Forget about them. Venting some rage is all that matters." Cut to the Yan family villa. Right across the floor, several items sit laid out on a piece of torn paper. Chen Bai drops to one knee to examine them: the beast horn, Agares' flame, and top-tier dark crystal. Everything is ready to go. With every single material gathered, he knows there is zero doubt left. It will definitely fuse into the S-rank Shepherd's Horn, and right on cue, the system alerts Hell's Roar. Shepherd's Horn crafting initiated. Crafting successful. A unique S-rank headpiece granting plus 30% mental power, plus 65 flat mental power, current level times 5, plus 80% chance speed, plus 80% casting speed, and plus 30% attack power. Demon Curse passive. Wearing it forces you to constantly hear demonic chanting. Each day equipped permanently grants plus 1 mental power, while the Shepherd skill allows controlling creatures with lower mental strength than his own. The exact control depends on mental power quality and stat differences, with an equip requirement of over 300 mental power. Holding it up, Chen Bai mutters that this is his very first S-rank craft. One day of demonic whispers gives a permanent stat point, which might look tiny, but over time it stacks up like crazy. Sliding it onto his head, he thinks to himself, time to hear what these demonic whispers are all about. Instantly, Chen Bai's mind and body get hit with sheer dizziness. His eyes fill with real strain and exhaustion. Listening just once messes with his head and sparks heavy irritation, proving permanent stat stacking never comes cheap. Switching over to Beatty City, Chen Bai steps forward, materializing right in the middle of the room an instant later. Meng Meng slumps forward, gasping for breath. Master, teleporting you back here is exhausting. Way tougher than sending you to the demon capital last time. Chen Bai smiles calmly, telling her sorry to wear you out like that. Go get some rest, Meng Meng. She quickly turns around, yawning that she definitely needs to crash for a while. He watches silently as Meng Meng collapses onto the bed, realizing this teleportation took a massive toll on her, before turning his gaze outward to survey the area. Been a while since he returned, making him wonder how Beatty City has grown. He is genuinely surprised, seeing packed buildings everywhere, with tons of new structures already built. Song Ge clutches her head in front of her computer monitor, asking Shuang if there is still no decent class info yet. Lung Shuang hesitates for a second before admitting there is nothing yet, since A-rank classes and above are rare, so maybe they should not stress too much. After all, the highest-ranking evolver in Jiang City right now is only B rank, and that is just one single person. Looking pretty uneasy, she firmly pushes back, absolutely not. This is our most urgent priority, because level 10 evolvers in Beatty City are already piling up fast. Songa sounds pretty helpless as she speaks up with a heavy tone. If our class advancements come too late or end up weak, controlling the people is impossible. She freezes right there, complicated emotions written all over her face. But we have Chen Bai. She quickly stands up, raising an eyebrow with deep meaning. No, you still do not get it. The master can easily suppress Beatty City so nobody dares rebel. Songa hesitates, looking visibly anxious. But what about the rest of us? Turning around decisively, her voice stays firm. If we cannot keep the city's awakeners in check, managing Beatty City smoothly is simply out of the question. And that means Chen Bai cannot roam the outside world without worrying about back home. Lung Shuang speaks up immediately with confident eyes. Understood. I will track down clues for an A-rank class or higher in no time. Songa raises an eyebrow meaningfully. Right now I cannot wander too far from Beatty City, so I am counting on you. Just then, Chen Bai slowly walks up from behind and gently sighs. You really have thought through every single detail. Songa lights up with excitement and shouts, Bai, you are back. His eyes soften with affection. It has been a while. Songa rushes over and hugs him tightly. Indeed, a whole month has passed. Chen Bai looks startled. Has it really been a month? A complicated expression washes over his face. A full year and a half inside the plague dungeon, Eclipse Mountain, and the Abyss. In his own memory, it felt way longer than just 1 month. Chen Bai pauses, forcing a calm smile. It is nothing. She beams with pure joy. Then let me have Lung Shuang call everyone over right away. He keeps his gentle, steady composure and nods. Sounds good. Songa leads the excited group over, calling out warmly, Welcome back home. Ling Yu steps closer, speaking in a calm tone. I have already finalized all the laws and regulations for Beatty City. The only thing left is our household rules. Today, the master gets to set the house rules, and I will strictly follow them. Lu Li chimes in calmly as well. Bai, our intelligence network has not updated your stamina and skill stats in quite a while. Chen Bai raises an eyebrow. Then we definitely need an update. Ziwei hesitates for a second, nervously murmuring, Welcome back. Su Xin gently comforts him. Staying out there must have been exhausting, so do not stress over outside matters today. He breaks into a relaxed smile. Song Ge suddenly strides over, wearing a smug grin on her face. Today I will show you how strong I have gotten. I am not who I used to be. Suddenly, an invisible force yanks her forward. Chen Bai pulls her close, raising an eyebrow playfully. You act so tough. Guess you need a spanking to listen. Songa speaks up composedly. Bai, we carefully designed everything at the mountain summit. This entire area is now your private sanctuary. She introduces the place proudly with absolute confidence, noting that all the staff here were hand-picked. Sangha gets excited, declaring openly so you can do whatever you want, with whoever you want, wherever you want. A sly grin slowly spreads across Chen Bai's face. Aren't you worried someone might end up replacing you? She replies softly. I have that much confidence in myself after holding the line. Just relax and enjoy your break today. He leans back comfortably on the couch, mind at ease. Yeah, time to take a break. Chen Bai's gaze softens as he sighs, we will deal with everything later. A moment later, he speaks up calmly. When I arrived, I heard you talking about class advancements. Sangha rests in his arms. Yeah, that headache has been bothering us. On top of that, Jiang City has not found any decent classes either. Chen Bai gives a knowing look. You could just ask me. She hesitates for a moment that does not feel quite right. He instantly counters with a firm, look what is wrong with that. You manage Baidi City for me, missing your chance to explore, so this is the least I can do. Chen Bai looks thoughtful, speaking of class scrolls. I actually have 4 scrolls that are S rank and above. Sangha bolts straight up. Her eyes widen in pure shock. 4 scrolls at S rank or higher. The memory of Fukusumi instantly flashes through Chen Bai's mind. He recalls the scroll left behind by Fukusumi after the sacrifice opened the portal, alongside the Demon Hunter scroll earned in the Abyss trial. Sitting up, he looks across and says, among you, only Sangha has reached level 10. She asks nervously, Bai, Lung Shuang is 10 levels above me. Do you have any scroll suited for her? Besides, she is remarkably strong and has had feelings for you forever. So when will you? Lung Shuang blushes furiously in the back. Chen Bai looks surprised, really? She always keeps the exact same poker face? I honestly thought she had no emotions. He smiles and continues call her in, then, I want to see what her current stats and combat power look like. Chen Bai brings out the scrolls and declares, pick the best matching class among these 4. Lung Shuang holds the book with conflicted eyes. An S-rank demon hunter. Sangha remarks calmly, and this one is a double S-rank child of calamity. Chen Bai keeps a calm expression and tells them firmly that class change timing and outcomes are unpredictable, so both of them need to find an absolutely secure spot before starting their class changes. The woman immediately agrees with a brief, smug smile, saying that works. The girl answers decisively that she understands, while his eyes carry mixed feelings knowing their little break is officially coming to an end. Still, Sha Sung is right in the middle of teaching skills to the 2 sisters, Yan Qi and Yan Shui. He has to wait for Sha Seng to wrap up and release the sisters from their Jiangcheng Villa bond before he can finally head out. Chen Bai pauses in his tracks as a new chat message suddenly flashes on screen from Yorhan King, announcing his A+ Hell Emissary class. I successfully changed classes, boys. Overlord changed to S-rank Tiger Might General. Willow King got S-rank Lesser Heavenly Palace. Shui Chuan is an S-rank Ghost Sailor. 5 Lightning Successor is an S-rank Thunder Walker. And Crow is still the group disgrace. An A+ class with high-tier S-rank Demon Count bloodline. So what do you even call this little black crow without any class or bloodline? Over on the bed, Han Xiao leans back comfortably with an excited grin across his face. Overlord cheers that Han King is unmatched, having never heard of this bloodline, while Crow still has no class. Truly the group shame. Willow King chimes in, saying he heard this bloodline is even tougher to obtain than the class itself. Still sitting with no class. What an embarrassment. Tease Yezi and Lu Huai as Crow falls to his knees, snapping in frustration. Damn it. Seeing that, he chuckles quietly, amazed that Willow King actually ended up with the Lesser Heavenly Palace class. In his previous life, they got along pretty well, and back then the guy had only managed to become an A-rank spiritualist. Chen Bai's eyes light up with clear excitement, thoroughly amused by the scene. He remembers him mentioning a shot at an S-rank class before, which he abandoned because of extreme danger. It really feels like this 001 chat group is pushing everyone to risk their lives far more than before. If you do not push hard, you become the group joke. More chat messages keep rolling onto the screen as Bach writes that everyone has changed classes now, congratulating the whole crew. I remember Han King brought up upgrading this standard group chat earlier, and with all conditions met, we can upgrade straight into a full alliance. What do you all think? He asks. And your Han King replies, no problem. That is exactly what we wanted. I asked everyone privately earlier, and nobody objected. While 5 Lightning Successor raises all 5 Lightning Whips in complete agreement. Ding Ding cheers to upgrade right now. Ding Ding watches closely with a satisfied smirk creeping onto his face as Bach says, all right, I am going to upgrade it right away. The name remains 001 on every leaderboard, and everyone can turn on our Alliance logo right in front of their display name. Make sure to toggle it on in a bit. And right after that, the chat screen rolls down to the next notification. System alert, chat group 001 is upgraded to Alliance 001 with ID loan. And Chen Bai declares it is time to shake the entire world. Chen Bai follows every single detail, as the system announcement confirms that Alliance tag display has officially been activated. Once enabled, every evolver will have the 001 prefix added before their name whenever they show up on the leaderboards. System alert, tactical rankings. Number 1, 001 Bach, level 13, current class hidden, faction Dragon Country. Anthony pauses while looking at the leaderboard, seeing number 2 Anthony Douglas, level 11, class Soul Clown, S rank from Lighthouse Country. While the list keeps scrolling to number 3, 001, I am really not a sword, Immortal, level 11, S rank Chief Disciple of Mount Shu, from Dragon Country, followed by number 4, 001, 5 Lightning Successor, level 11, holding the S-rank Thunderwalker class, belonging to the Dragon Country faction, number 5, 001 Overlord, level 10 Tiger Might General from Dragon Country, and number 6, level 10 S-rank Ghost Sailor from Dragon Country, followed by number 7, 001 Shui Chuan, level 10 Ghost Sailor, S-rank from Dragon Country, then number 8, 001 Your Han King, level 10, S-rank Hell Emissary from Dragon Country, number 9, level 10, holding the S-rank Glorious Angel class from Lighthouse Country, and number 10, 001 Tsukimi Sakura, level 10, S-rank Nightwalker from Sakura Country, making him shout out in wild excitement that this feels incredible. A slow grin spreads across Liu Huai's face too. Your Han King celebrates dominating the ranks, and Overlord tells the brothers to push harder because seeing outsiders on our board is seriously irritating. 5 Lightning Successor calls level 13 Chen Bai the GOAT, while Liu Huai tells everyone to look at number 8, Chen Bai Palace, Leng Shuang, level 10, S-rank Demon Hunter from Dragon Country, making Ding Ding ask if someone secretly created an alliance using his name. Bach and Liu Huai tell him that is not it, asking if he seriously does not recognize number 64, Chen Bai Palace Zai, level 10 double S-rank Calamity Child from Dragon Country, leaving Chen Bai looking pretty satisfied with how the rankings turned out. Looks like Su Xin and Lan Shuang breezed through their class advancements without any issues. Ding Ding looks pretty confused the second her message goes through. Oh right. That is the exact woman who showed up during the live stream for Chen Bai City construction. Come to think of it, Lan Shuang was actually on that live broadcast as well. Bach replies that it is just a small family guild, while Crow begs to join Chen Bai. Asking if there are any double S-class change scrolls to spare, he collapses completely, whining for Chen Bai to save his miserable life. Messages keep blowing up the chat as Liu Huai tells Crow to chill out and quit stressing so much. This chat is practically turning into Chen Bai's private harem. Ding Ding agrees he should honestly just hunt for a rank B scroll, while Diep2 teases Bach, asking if they are online dating and begging for a double S scroll along with a bloodline when they meet up. Liu Huai chimes in, wondering why everyone cannot simply kick back and enjoy browsing the forums. The hype around our 001 topic is spreading crazy fast. You can already tell where this is heading. Besides 01, everyone is obsessively guessing the true identity of 2, the sole owner of the double S rank Son of Misfortune class currently sitting on the leaderboards. On top of that, another massive thread is trying to figure out Chen Bai's real hidden class. Seeing so many pros online praising Chen Bai to high heaven honestly makes me so hyped, I do not even feel like grinding levels. Han Xiao grins with pure excitement, prompting Bach to ask why he is thrilled over his praise, while Diep2 insists praising Chen Bai makes her ecstatic too. After all, he is her future man. And Han Xiao agrees that celebrating his big brother is only natural. Calling himself Brother Bach's most loyal ride-or-die follower, Chen Bai can only shake his head, shutting the screen down with a helpless sigh at these absolute clowns. Right then, Su Xin walks right in with a relieved smile, announcing that both she and Bak Suangni finished their class advancements smoothly. He calmly asks where Lan Shuang ran off to, and she explains someone was practically begging for a death wish over at the sewer dungeon, so she went to deal with them. Chen Bai's eyes flicker with slight unease, as he immediately asks what happened. Su Xin turns completely serious, asking if he remembers that brutal hell-difficulty drainage dungeon that was supposed to take a full month to finish upgrading. Some idiot insisted on forcing their way inside. Flashbacks hit him of the system, describing that hell-difficulty plague sewer dungeon during its creation phase, showing 29 days and 23 seconds left on the countdown. Chen Bai gets a pretty conflicted look, remembering that exact dungeon was where he obtained the plague seal. He turns around and decisively says they should head over to check it out shortly. Those reckless fools who overestimate themselves always trigger huge disasters. So ignoring him for now, he asks how her brand new class abilities turned out. She beams with excitement, emphasizing that her new power is utterly ridiculous. The system panel flashes the SS First Advancement, Son of Misfortune class stats, granting +5 strength and agility per level, +8 physique, +15 spirit, 15 free attribute points, and +1 hidden luck, alongside the absolute authority of the Son of Misfortune to control curses without ever harming herself. Her hidden luck gets a massive boost, doubling experience and drop rates by 100%, while permanently increasing her physique and spirit by 50%. Her natural wound recovery improves significantly, while her active skill, Curse of Misfortune, can target any enemy, plunging them into a non-stop series of bizarre, unpredictable disasters. Just how often and deadly those disasters hit is strictly decided by her spirit and luck stats. The curse lasts permanently, but it can only ever be cast once per target. Her Misfortune clone skill conjures an exact replica of her body, with both clone and original sharing every single physical sensation. Its duration scales with spirit, extending the clone for 1 extra hour for every 100 points in spirit. Meanwhile, Misfortune sharing can redirect all the agonizing wounds from one cursed target straight into other victims afflicted by the same hex. Chen Bai looks on with sheer intrigue, marveling that Curse of Misfortune brings the Reaper himself, though he pauses with a smirk, asking if Misfortune sharing is not playing completely dirty. Now check this out, combining these skills is insanely practical, especially when stacked on top of that massive boost to raw luck. In his previous life, sacrificing combat power just to raise luck by a single point was worth a rank A item. He genuinely praises her build, teasing that even he feels pretty jealous looking at those broken stats. Su Xin lowers her voice with a playful, suggestive glint in her eyes, whispering that if he ever copied her cloning ability, her and the girls would be completely done for. Chen Bai leans close and whispers back with a grin, asking if he is not the one in danger now that she has cloning powers. She instantly splits into multiple sultry copies, teasingly asking if he wants to test out her Misfortune clones for himself. Cutting to the scene, Lan Shuang speaks coldly. "Chen Bai, you made it." Calmly, he asks whether they dealt with the fools trying to sneak into the plague pipeline dungeon. Unease flickers across her eyes. She hesitates, explaining the guards let them peek at the gate, but they barely lasted 3 seconds before collapsing. Leng Chang watches him somberly, noting they all went totally limp outside with their physical stats crashing to 0. Moving them onto stretchers, she admits she might have accidentally snapped a few of their bones. Chen Bai stays unfazed, declaring that in a crowded villa, her combat prowess is top tier, and his personal guard cannot afford to be weak. Leave trivial chores alone from now on, he tells her, and focus strictly on leveling yourself up. She salutes with serious eyes, addressing him as Chen Bai. while he reaches out toward the glowing barrier gate. He tells her to hand off boring duties before he returns, and Lung Chang firmly agrees. The system chimes, announcing entry into the Hellgrade Plague Pipeline dungeon for levels 15 to 35. Inside the rancid sewer pipeline, Chen Bai surveys his surroundings with a pretty complex look. No wonder regular people could not survive 3 seconds in here. The toxic airborne plague is so extreme that taking just 3 breaths would permanently cripple or kill anyone normal. A dark silhouette suddenly lunges forward, triggering his appraisal skill to flash prompt details across the system screen. A level 17 mutated ratman, born from severe fungal plague mutations deep within the sewer. Unlike mindless plague corpses, these beasts actually adapted to the deadly infection, keeping their consciousness and intellect to evolve into an entirely new plague species. It packs high-speed regen, boosted agility, plague breath, wall climbing, venomous claws, foul spit, and rapid combo strikes. Chen Bai smirks at this plague creature, while the mutant rat man abruptly freezes in utter panic. It drops to its knees in complete reverence before his plague dominance authority, which controls all infected lifeforms. Any plague-infected entity with stats equal to or lower than his own falls under his absolute command. For every dominated plague minion, his calamity creature class absorbs their viral and fungal effects as bonus buffs. Chen Bai eyes gleam with excitement, seeing how insanely practical this calamity authority really is. Imagine controlling an entire swarm of these plague beasts. That would be insane. Too bad this is just a temporary dungeon. Otherwise, filling an entire abyss floor with them would be incredible. He clenches his fist with wild ambition. But wait, since he rules the abyss, he can just remodel a whole floor himself, immediately launching his abyss plague reconstruction plan. Hand on his hip, Chen Bai catalogs the Black Plague giant rat skills, from heavy tackle and stealth to rending claws and screeching. He calmly breaks down every single variant. Meanwhile, the multiplying spore fiends wield acid bombs, rapid growth, virulent plague effects, and massive self-destruct blasts. Chen Bai flashes a confident grin and clenches his fist with total certainty. With nearly 100 sewer monsters already under his thumb, he is closing in on the core plague imprint. His eyes light up as he senses a powerful presence ahead, definitely an elite or a boss. Appraisal reveals the level 25 plague origin mutated Ratman Archer, Patient Zero, blessed with intellect and combat strength far above the rest. It guards the deep sewer gateway, blocking every living creature from passing. Sizing up the boss, he calculates his own total stat pool sitting around 650. Check this out. Its physical stats actually beat his, but he tests his dominance on it anyway. Chen Bai extends his palm outward, unleashing his plague control authority straight at the target. The system updates, confirming control targets plague organisms possessing lower overall attributes than the user. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he activates his Shepherd equipment skill. The system confirms this targets creatures with lower mental power, while the mutant Ratman licks its lips in sheer excitement. Warning alerts rapidly flood the interface, showing an active attempt to enslave the level 25 Plague Origin Ratman Archer boss. The system warns that a level gap over 10 cuts his calculated attributes in half during judgment. Because the target is a solo boss, his stats are slashed by half again, resulting in total control failure. Chen Bai pulls on his gloves with a sharp grin, deciding to fight since the level gap is simply too wide. He charges straight in, shouting to trigger his skill Plague Sun, but the mutated Ratman abruptly vanishes into thin air. An arrow immediately shoots straight for Chen Bai. He leans backward in a flash, narrowly dodging the incoming projectile. Its constitution is ridiculously high. Plus, it is a plague creature itself, so skills like Plague Sun and Black Death barely leave a scratch on it. To win this fight, he has no choice but to take it close quarters. Too bad his 3 spirit swords were destroyed back in the Abyss trials. Without ranged harassment options, he would not be forced onto the defensive like this. Chen Bai suddenly widens his eyes, sensing acute danger. It is firing another volley. Rooted to the spot, he makes his call. If dodging is out, then he will face it head-on. The arrows get blocked right away. You can tell Chen Bai already mapped out his entire strategy. Its agility beats his, but inside this underground gorge, it must guard the inner entrance and cannot kite him indefinitely. His eyes light up with confusion. Thermal tracking? Why back off now? Strangely, the beast falls dead silent. Chen Bai instantly unleashes his force telekinetic shock. The impact hits hard, knocking the mutated ratman straight onto its back. Mental power reaches 195. Chen Bai seizes the opening, shifting into heavy hammer form and channeling burning hellfire. He presses the offensive, giving it zero room to recover. Earthbreaker strike lands, forcing the monster to scream in agony as tears stream down. Chen Bai looks down, wondering how there is still no system kill notification after all that. Looks like he needs one more strike. Just then, the beast lunges up again, but his hand sweeps across, slicing it clean in half. The system immediately delivers a detailed breakdown. The plague metamorphosis skill sacrificed its life force to shed the rat pelt, which was scorched by hellfire and degraded by disease, rendering it practically useless. Chen Bai catches on, realizing the whole issue was that shed rat pelt. So that was it. Plague metamorphosis is really an escape trick. With that settled, he takes his next steps forward. Chen Bai grits his teeth in frustration and concern. The deeper zone guarded by a level 25 boss poses serious danger to him. Even though he can revive inside the abyss, actually dying here would delay his abyss transformation plan by a whole extra week. The system sends another notification. You have successfully exited the Hell Difficulty Plague Sewer Dungeon, levels 15 to 35. Re-entry cooldown sits at 7 days. Various creatures keep dropping down into the depths. The scene shifts, placing him in an entirely different domain, the first layer of the abyss. A grin appears on Chen Bai's lips as he uses abyss authority to channel plague-bearing organisms. Guiding them under his control into the abyss was a success. That was the only uncertain step in the plan. Now that this part is locked in, nothing can derail the next phase. He raises his arm high, using abyss power to assimilate. System alerts pop up repeatedly, confirming creature assimilation is underway, followed shortly after by another prompt. A notice confirms new species have been integrated by the abyss. Distinct new life forms begin emerging all across the area. Bloodburst poison mushrooms, blood plague demon rats. Chen Bai smirks, having calculated this whole setup in advance. For now, this is plenty. Their collective strength is enough to claim the entire first floor as their lair. They break out of their eggshells, popping their heads out. He rests his hands on his hips, totally confident. From here on, demon eggs erupting from the abyss well will also spawn these 3 types of plague creatures. They will mature over time and gradually spread through every single layer of the abyss. Still, Chen Bai reminds himself that relying on just 3 species is too weak. Down the line, he must bring even more plague organisms into the abyss. Turning back to look behind him, he knows the current abyss rules are far too basic, where killing to gain strength is the only operating principle. Chen Bai smiles as he reflects that while non-stop slaughter might forge supreme powerhouses, it also triggers endless, uncontrollable chaos. That kind of disorder does not fit the abyss development. Extending his hand, he channels energy to weigh his options. The abyss needs new rules, though he still has not figured out which ones truly fit best. In the end, Chen Bai decides that another interrogation is necessary. Taking a seat, he offers praise to the figures assembled before him. I already have a direction for reforming the abyss, he tells them, thanking everyone for their hard work today. Your suggestions were great, he adds, prompting number 1 to step forward and voice his own hopes. Under your grand design, the abyss will only grow mightier, number 1 says, eagerly anticipating what the future realm becomes. In the shattered space of Abyss Layer 600, Venefras showers praise, Lord of Layer 350, the World Swallower Venefras. I genuinely like your vision for restructuring the Abyss. Exploring otherworldly cultures is great, simply because this wasteland has nothing to offer. Macantus glides forward, making her intentions crystal clear. She is the pleasure queen of the Succubus clan on floor 437. My favorite part is setting up dwarf trading guilds and building proper cities right here in the deep abyss. Resting her chin on her hand, she purrs that this way, all her succubus subordinates get stable work to keep them happy and entertained. From a distance, Gebo trudges closer with praise, saying, "Lord, your grand layout is truly impressive." He thumps his chest with total conviction. As the ferryman demon god of floor 400, Gebo promises to wait in the abyss until the day the realm gets reshaped. Chen Bai smirks, laying it out straight without hesitation. "Relax. Since I am the Abyss Lord now, this realm is definitely taking a massive leap forward under my reign. Thanks for your plans when we reach the peak of the abyss. Your seats at the top are guaranteed." Hearing this, number one is deeply grateful, thanking the Lord before backing away so they will not intrude, while Gebo nods with complete trust. "I know that day is coming, so I will wait for good news." Macantus chimes in while resting her chin, praising his ambition. "Your plan to overhaul the abyss really is irresistibly charming, my lord." As the crowd starts thickening, the atmosphere shifts. She leans in with a seductive look, whispering, "Next time, you will have to make up for cutting our moment short." Chen Bai looks up and chuckles right back, tossing out a warning. "Once I take total control of this realm, do not you dare beg for mercy." Macantus just smirks before vanishing, saying she will be waiting eagerly inside her palace. "See you soon, my lord." With that, he gently runs his fingers over the ring on his hand. "Now that they are gone, Satan, you gave quite a few solid ideas yourself. If you stay this loyal and give me everything," Chen Bai declares with complete clarity, "I keep my promises. Once I reclaim hell and merge it back into the abyss, I will restore your godhead and seat you back on hell throne." Rubbing his hands together with mounting excitement, he vows, "Yes, my lord, I will pour my entire soul into serving you." In his head, Chen Bai zeroes in on his priorities. The main objective right now is ramping up raw strength as fast as possible. "My talents in class are already maxed out, so leveling up means snagging top-tier gear and bloodlines." His eyes snap wide open. "Right, bloodlines." He brings up the system interface immediately, realizing he almost forgot about the mask capable of fusing bloodlines together. Back when he entered the abyss, he fed it a massive load of potions. The screen clearly displays two items, SS rank Pure Blood Demon Lord Bloodline and SS rank Hell Demon Monarch Bloodline. Chen Bai stares at the display in confusion. Just two SS ranks? Is it because the materials were lacking, or is this simply the fusing limit of the mask itself? He makes up his mind to hit the 10th floor, farm more bloodlines, and see if he can push the fusion all the way to SS rank. The portal to floor 10 opens up, offering the perfect chance to level up. And just like that, time starts flying by. 7 days later, two girls are already standing outside waiting. Stepping out from the portal, Chen Bai is surprised to spot Lu Li and Su Xin. He asks why they are here, while Lu Li looks totally tense, quickly stepping up to explain what went down. After hearing the whole breakdown, he double-checks. "So you mean because I farmed levels for 5 straight days, then stayed quiet inside for 2 more without stepping out? And now rumors are spreading that I am trapped in the dungeon, or even dead?" She steps closer, anxiously confirming every single detail. "Exactly that, Master. Big Sister Zikyong thinks this is a golden chance. Fanning the flames of this rumor will lure out the hidden rats scheming in Jiang City." Lu Li carefully explains that she was sent to use her phantom illusion skill to sneak him back into the villa unnoticed, keeping their plan completely hidden. She points aside with a bright smile, adding that Su Xin only tagged along because she was genuinely worried about his safety. Chen Bai scratches the back of his head, sighing over how much drama unfolded in just a few days. The leveling spree was simply him farming up bloodline potions and feeding them all to that mask took over 10 whole hours straight. Then an idea hits him. Since the two sisters finished training under Satan, he can take them to the first floor to test out their new skills. Down on the first floor of the abyss, Chen Bai stands with hands in his pockets, tossing out praise. "Not bad. Songa handled it well. The apocalypse never lacks ambitious fools. So, did we catch anything good?" Clasping her hands over her chest, Lu Li reports nervously that several faction leaders thought Zikyong lost her backing and tried seizing power. Sister Zikyong naturally refuses, but those guys actually have the nerve to drop heavy threats. She makes the final call on how to settle things, and Xiang wipes out every last one of them. Chen Bai wraps his arms around the two girls, claiming handing Chen Bai City to Songge was his smartest move yet. Managing the city does slow down her personal growth, but he reassures her that he will handle that issue himself. Lu Li does not hesitate to plant a sweet kiss on him, thanking him with a bright smile. Su Xin happily pecks Chen Bai on the cheek too, right before he suddenly remembers something and speaks up. He asks Lu Li if there is space in the central district for another villa, and she instantly confirms there is. Songge actually reserved a massive plot behind the center, specifically for expanding key structures down the road. Ziqiang rests a hand on her hip, clearly curious. Right there at the central villa, Chen Bai presents Yan Qi and Yan Shui as special earthbound spirit evolvers. Once fully grown, they will massively buff Chen Bai City while boosting their own power alongside the city itself. With a confident grin, he points out they could become the guardian spirits and patron deities of the entire city. She raises a hand to greet both of them warmly, introducing herself as Songge. Wondering if they are twins, she asks, while Yan Shui waves back cheerfully and introduces herself to Sister Ziqiang. Their situation is pretty unusual, since before the apocalypse her name was Yan Shueki. After evolving, her soul split in two, cleanly separating her good and evil thoughts. Placing a hand over her chest, she explains how they became Yan Qi and Yan Shui, leaving Ziqiang pondering those split halves. Chen Bai steps up from behind to clarify. He explains that while she is the darker half, she has learned to master it, making her merely a bit more aggressive. She gestures forward with a nod, admiring how much that attitude resembles Chen Bai himself. Chen Bai reminds both sisters that Songge is his woman, his most trusted deputy running Chen Bai City in his place. Whenever he is away from Chen Bai City, they must obey her completely. Yan Shui obediently agrees to follow Sister Ziqiang, and Yan Qi chimes in right after with her own approval. Agreeing to listen whenever he is gone, Ziqiang grabs his shoulder and delivers a fresh update. She mentions Meng Meng has been sleeping constantly for the past few days. It seems connected to chat group 001 in her class progression, prompting Chen Bai to turn and take it in. Acknowledging it, he heads over and knocks, watching the door subtly react to his presence. That sound wave ripples inside, making Meng Meng sit straight up as she instantly recognizes her master. A loud crash echoes out, and an anxious Chen Bai rushes right inside, asking what happened. Sitting flustered by the bed, she admits her legs felt weak from lying down too long, causing her fall. Placing a hand on her chest, Meng Meng happily announces she has fantastic news to share. She acquired an exclusive class scroll inside her dream that levels up as she slays enough high-tier monsters. Having hunted for days straight, she reached rank A, but he gently warns her not to push so recklessly, reminding her that haste makes waste. He tells her to move around daily, and she nods obediently. Agreeing with her master, Meng Meng summons an item and asks if he missed out on the group chat messages. The whole chat has been buzzing over this item, and you can see why. The system displays the special Mount Shu token, and one quick glance is all he needs to recognize it. Remembering it as the clear reward from the Flying Sword dungeon, he wonders why everyone is discussing Sword Immortal's exclusive quest instance. She leans in closer to explain the full story. After Sword Immortal claimed the class at Mount Shu, the Mountain Path dungeon unlocked as a hidden instance. Through Sword Immortal's referral, everyone gets one shot to clear it, earn a token, and enter Mount Shu for insane loot. Everyone was thrilled to get it, making Chen Bai turn with a bright smile. Wondering if that is true, Meng Meng urges her master to check the chat that has everyone buzzing every day, so he quickly pulls it up. A broad grin spreads across Chen Bai's face as he sees how wildly active it really is. He smiles and calculates his next move, knowing he has already stockpiled a solid amount of virus and blacklight virus points. Taking advantage of this 1 hour, he picks out and upgrades several skills so he can test them in the dungeon. Shifting over to another mist-covered zone, the special Mount Shu map for levels 10 through 89. Chen Bai stands in the center, casually greeting everyone. "Hey, looks like everyone made it," he says. Zhen Shu places a hand over his chest and asks Chen Bai, "Do you still remember this humble priest?" "Good to see you again," Ding Ding chimes in with a bright smile. Seeing that, Big Bai quickly offers a friendly reply. "Of course I remember. True to your name. Good to see you again." Ding Ding. In the distance, Liu Wang steps up to introduce himself. "Chen Bai, I am Liu Wang. Just call me Liu or Old Liu. Whatever works." Chen Bai happily agrees to call him Old Liu. Liu Wang's real name is Chang Liu, one of his very few genuine friends back in his previous life. Another figure standing further back speaks up to introduce himself too. Crossing his arms, he introduces Shui Chuan, while Ba Wang steps forward as well. With introductions finished, Chen Bai enthusiastically greets them both. "Great to meet you all." Brother Ba Wang and Brother Shui Chuan were both legendary powerhouses back in his previous life. Lian Xian walks over from afar, calling out to Big Bai, the recognized successor of the Lightning Five Strikes lineage. Chen Bai's jaw drops in pure shock. The renowned Thunder Saint from his past life, his guild chat group really was hiding, crouching tigers, and hidden dragons. Lian Xian rushes straight forward with sheer excitement. "I finally get to meet you, Big Bai, my great benefactor." Chen Bai leans back, thoroughly confused. Is this really the legendary Thunder Saint from his previous life? He hurriedly backs away to dodge the hug. The Thunder Saint was supposed to be peerless and feared by all evil. So how did he turn out like this? "We are all close in the group chat. No need to be this passionate," Chen Bai says. Yet the guy keeps clinging to his leg, shouting endlessly. "Benefactor, oh benefactor." Ding Ding suddenly appears behind them and asks Big Bai, "Do you really not know what happened yet?" Chen Bai offers a somewhat strained smile and asks what she means. She immediately goes on to explain the whole situation clearly. Earlier, the Thunder God Merchant gave Lian Xian the Thunder Walker class scroll early, just out of respect for Chen Bai. Otherwise, he would still be risking his life on that grueling investment quest. Lian Xian leans in close, swearing that investment quest would have genuinely cost him his life. "Big Bai, whatever you order in the future, I will never refuse." Chen Bai raises a hand, somewhat awkwardly clearing things up. "We belong to the same alliance. Helping each other is just natural." After a short pause, he quickly urges everyone to move. "Now that introductions are finished, let us head straight for the demon-locking pagoda you all mentioned. After all, time on Mount Shu is limited, so wasting it is a bad idea." A system prompt flashes, warning that their remaining stay is down to 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 58 seconds. Detailed guidelines and raid instructions pop up right alongside the timer. Countless boss-tier monsters are sealed inside the demon-locking pagoda, each guarding its own territory, and wiping out every first-floor boss is required to reach the higher floors. The Mount Shu demon-locking pagoda, levels 10 through 89, a hell-tier dungeon. The system then asks if he wants to lead his squad inside. Without a second thought, Chen Bai confirms his choice. Enter now. Stepping deep inside, the group cannot help but gasp in pure admiration at the scenery, looking exactly like a mystical, immortal paradise. And check this out, inside the pagoda, the space feels vastly bigger than it looked outside. Suddenly, something massive bursts out. Chen Bai's eyes widen in genuine shock as he activates Eye of Secrets, revealing a colossal frog, the level 15 boss, river-swallowing toad. The moment Lian Xian spots it, he instantly recognizes the beast. This was the exact toad blocking our path last time. Turning around with hyped-up energy, he shouts, "Brothers, we have to take this thing down and show Big Bai what we are truly capable of." Standing at the rear, Liu Wang wastes zero time striking first. He unleashes a barrage of binding willow arts, while Lian Xian channels his own power to assist with thunder strikes. With a fierce flick of his hand, the water behind them rapidly surges and swells upward. Shui Chuan signals forward and thrusts her hands outward, casting her crowd control technique Wind Whispers, waves subside. Lian Xian turns with a grin and rallies everyone charge together and lock it down. Do not let it dive back into the water. Zhen Shu chips in by tossing several swift stride talismans, boosting the entire team with a massive 40% movement speed buff. Ba Wang cannot help but praise Zhen Shu for the clutch buff, while Ding Ding eagerly waves thanks from behind. She swiftly controls paper puppets scurrying across the ground, a playful smirk forming on her face as she triggers her puppet technique. 5 Ghost Dismemberment binds the river-swallowing toad firmly in place, prompting Ba Wang to look back with genuine admiration. Solid crowd control, he calls out, quickly readying his spear to unleash formless weapon soul, Overlord's Spear. Ba Wang hurls his weapon downward without hesitation, but then grits his teeth in sudden alarm. Trouble, Ba Wang realizes. As danger closes in, there is no dodging this. He has to brace and tank it head-on. That giant toad whips its massive tongue out for a devastating shot, but something blocks it mid-strike. Turns out Ding Ding came through with the save just in time. Ba Wang scratches his head awkwardly, telling her, "Thanks, little sis, but I could handle that without wasting your paper puppets." She just offers a calm smile, reminding him that playing it safe against a level 15 boss is always smarter, hyping everyone up. He rallies the squad to keep pushing, and they instantly swarm the giant toad boss. Those paper puppets scoop up the loot, including beast cores that boost all stats and faction tokens for the treasure pavilion. There is even a water escape skill book. Lian Xian turns around, laughing smugly. "We took down this overgrown toad in under 10 minutes flat, not even close to a real threat." A system notification pops up for water escape, allowing him to store swallowed water inside his body without gathering moisture each time. Shui Chuan quickly grabs the book and calls dibs on it. He steps up calmly, reminding everyone that time is running short, so Loot Division can wait until they head back. Nobody is going to fight him over water skills anyway, but Lian Xian glances around, totally confused. He steps forward, asking if anyone has seen Master Bach around. Zhen Shu points off into the distance. He explains that once the fight was decided, Master Bach wanted to explore the deeper areas alone while the rest kept moving. By now, Chen Bai is already on the first floor of the Mountain Demon Tower, while Lian Xian catches up and shouts. He spots Emperor Bach, surrounded from a cliff, panicking because every single monster inside this tower is supposed to have its own territory. Could these 3 beasts actually belong to the same family? We need to go back him up immediately. He pulls out a divination tool to scan them, warning everyone that these 3 bosses are level 17, 18, and 19. Lian Xian cannot wait another second and dives straight down, yelling for Master Bach to hang on because help is coming. Chen Bai just smirks, declaring the warm-up is over, before raising one finger to cast Plague Sun, sending that dark force slamming into all 3 monsters. Seconds later, the affliction settles in, and total silence returns to the area. Lian Xian freezes in pure shock, realizing Master Bach was only playing around with them the whole time. Chen Bai turns around and explains he just picked up some new skills and wanted to test them out right as the team showed up. Ding Ding tilts her head with a teasing grin. She mentions she knew Emperor Bach would be totally fine, and that Lian Xian was simply rushing in without thinking. Zhen Shu wipes off cold sweat, admitting he suspected Emperor Bach lured these 3 bosses together on purpose, even if it sounded insane. Right then, the system drops an update. The infection triggers severe pain along with a permanent status penalty. The inflicted targets suffer a 50% stat drop. Chen Bai grins with pure satisfaction over this insane crowd control debuff, which permanently weakens enemies while amplifying the damage of Plague Sunday. He chuckles and tells the crew their timing was perfect, since testing any further would have turned the entire place into a disgusting mess. Chen Bai steps forward, telling everyone to wait for him to clear the field before they move on together. Lian Xian obediently nods and agrees to wait for him. Chen Bai glances at his arms excitedly, ready to test his upgraded Earth Spike skill, as the system displays the claw form enhancement. A horde of beasts instantly charges straight toward him. He stares them down with absolute confidence, realizing how much easier this fight just got. Chen Bai had this planned out, because now he can freely manipulate the spikes after thrusting them, even using them to devour monsters, skewering a beast clean through. Lu Wang looks up and makes a polite request. He asks if he could borrow that serpent carcass for a moment, and Chen Bai agrees without a second thought. Chen Bai smiles, remembering his past life abilities were deeply tied to the sacred snake spirits. Lu Wang transforms his lower body into a serpent tail, feeling deeply grateful as his spirit persona takes over the new form. That spirit praises him for a job well done, noting that this pure soul just pushed the strength of the 4 astral lords a step further. Feeling completely refreshed, he turns to finish off the remaining green beast, while Ding Ding watches curiously. Zhen Shu steps up to explain the Northeast Snake immortal lore. Lu Xian happens to be one of the sacred spirit guardians secretly worshipped across the Northeast region. Moments later, the spirit form fades, and Liu Wang politely bows his arm, apologizing to everyone for his ancestor messy table manners. Emperor Bai, right this way. Chen Bai quickly steps forward in the direction pointed out, nodding right away. Right after that, the system pops up several new alerts, confirming he devoured a special creature and gained 350 blacklight virus points. The alert notes this beast carries a unique bloodline with the option to absorb or purge it, and he burns those choices deep into memory. Choosing to purge the bloodline triggers another detailed system prompt, revealing it as a rank 0 low-tier demon bloodline. Chen Bai scoops it up with a satisfied grin, thinking this is definitely another solid hunting ground for farming bloodlines. Lian Xian suddenly turns around with a huge beaming smile, excitedly urging him forward. Chen Bai, look, we hit the jackpot. 3 monster beast core pills and 2 contribution tokens. Lian Xian adds with a wide grin, plus the most crucial drops of all. The paper figure down below lifts them high to show a skill book alongside 2 pieces of gear as the system displays their details. It is the rank C Bull Demon Blood Explosion Art, followed immediately by stats for the other items. Rank C Black Scale Soft Armor, and a rank 0 Foxtail Whip. Chen Bai shrugs his shoulders and gives them instructions. I will keep the tokens and core pills, but you guys split the skill book and gear among yourselves. Shui Chuan raises a hand to offer a compromise. But that would not be right at all, seeing how Chen Bai took down all 3 of these bosses completely solo. Even if Chen Bai does not mind, we cannot just take them for free. So everyone should bid. Highest bidder takes the prize. Hearing that, Ba Wang quickly chimes in with full agreement. Absolutely. Shui Chuan has a very good point. Chen Bai might be our party leader, but there is no way we are taking loot off him without paying. Pointing right at his own chest, he makes it clear that if anyone in this squad tries freeloading, Ba Wang will be the first one to shut it down. Hearing their stand, Chen Bai easily backs them up. Fine. Let us settle the split once we exit, since time is ticking. Our real priority now is harvesting every scrap of profit from this demon ceiling tower, he says, laying out an option. How about you all pull the mobs over while I do the killing? That way we maximize our gains to the limit. What do you think? Lian Xian raises a clenched fist in agreement, saying she is all for it, and Shui Chuan readily nods along. No objections from me. Zhen Shu points across the horizon and tells him this place is vast, so Chen Bai just wait here while we go pull the monsters. Looking back toward them, he calmly agrees sounds good. Ba Wang charges forward, shouting out to get moving immediately. Chen Bai pops a pill straight into his mouth and swallows it without hesitation, prompting a system notice that consuming the monster core boosts all his stats. And seeing those raw gains leaves him pretty stunned. That big of a jump? Might as well take the other 2 right now. Suddenly a panicked scream echoes from behind Chen Bai. Save us! They sprint forward in absolute terror, pushing their speed to the limit. A massive bird swoops down with razor talons outstretched. And right then, Chen Bai transforms his arm. He surges forward with a confident smirk, stepping up to take charge. Do not panic. Leave it to me. Chen Bai stands firm in front of the creature and delivers a clean, decisive slash, dropping it backward instantly without a struggle, while Lu Wang jogs back, scratching his head in pure embarrassment. My bad, Chen Bai. I cannot fly, and the old lady is no good against aerial targets either, so I was completely useless out there. Yet he just smiles, giving full credit where it is due. Simply luring it over here was already a huge help. In the distance, 2 more teammates are pulling another batch, Ding Ding and Ba Wang giving it everything they have, while Zhen Shu races back toward the starting point. They shout out together in unison, Chen Bai. We made it back! Seeing them rush in, a satisfied grin crosses his face. Now that is what you call peak efficiency. Just like that, the hours start flying by. 2 hours later, Meng Meng sits waiting in her room with a bright smile, asking Master is back. How was the haul? Chen Bai walks inside and lays out the results. Inside Meng Meng bedroom, he shares that the haul went great, and he has already reached level 18. If not for the time limit, nobody would have wanted to leave. Pointing to his storage bag, he gently explains, heard you already ate 2 monster core pills, so these 8 were brought back especially for you. Each pill adds 10 points to all stats, with 10 being the maximum cap. Looking at the pills, she beams with pure gratitude. Thank you so much, Master. But Chen Bai casually waves it off and clarifies, do not just thank me. I only took 2. The rest were given by the others. After all, without your help, they never would have gotten those tokens. Leaning in closer, he highlights another matter, by the way. The boss has dropped quite a haul this time, so the team plans to run a group chat auction. In the end, Chen Bai reminds her, check the group messages soon, bid on whatever catches your eye, and if you run short on cash, just let me and Songge know. Hearing that, a bright idea instantly pops into Meng Meng's head. A chat auction sounds boring just reading text, she suggests. So why not pull everyone into the dreamscape realm to find a proper venue instead? Hearing that, he asks with some concern, are you sure you are okay? Do not force yourself too hard. She turns back with a confident smile, telling her master not to look down on her S talent. Chen Bai walks straight ahead, saying, all right, boss, Meng Meng, I will head to sleep and wait for your dreamscape totem. Left alone, Meng Meng opens the chat room to prepare the dream space where the auction will take place. Leaning against the entrance, Meng Meng surveys the VIP auction room, noting the decent decor and modest size. Twirling her gavel with a grin, she decides to lock it in at 8 million for the 3rd time. Without hesitation, Meng Meng hurls her hammer down, slamming everything flat and shouting sold, then dusts off her hands to clean up. Spreading both arms wide, she unleashes her dream-weaving power to reshape the entire landscape. Soon, everything looks pristine. Crossing her arms in satisfaction, she watches a red chair manifest, where Chen Bai slowly appears, comfortably seated. He glances around, wondering if it is starting, while someone opposite waves wildly and shouts, Boss Meng Meng, I made it! Diep2 leans over shyly to introduce herself, saying, hello, Big Boss Bach. I am Diep2. Chen Bai turns around with a warm smile, admitting she looks quite different from how she acts in the group chat. Suddenly, Lu Ho cuts in, teasing that Diep2 only flirts boldly online while being completely bashful in person. Flipping her hair gracefully, she introduces herself as Lu Ho, and Chen Bai simply nods, saying he remembers her. Remembering her yin-wood physique, she beams, explaining that thanks to his guidance, she is making rapid progress. Out of nowhere, Fiong Trung walks over to join in on the conversation. He introduces his username as the only trash in the group, and Chen Bai politely admits it left quite an impression. Up front, Meng Meng strikes her gavel hard for silence, scanning the crowd before making an announcement. Now watch this with everyone gathered. She officially opens the auction and summons 4 glowing purple beast cores. Our first lot is 4 monster cores supplied by group members straight from the Demon Suppression Tower on Mount Shu. Bidding starts at 4 gold coins, with minimum increments of 4 gold each time. Raising them high, she explains each core grants plus 10 to all stats up to 10 total, and Onya bids first. He offers 4 gold coins, mentioning he has been busy class hunting and cannot enter Mount Shu yet. He begs the senior bosses to go easy, but another hand immediately shoots up bidding 40 gold coins. Fiong Trung stands up and apologizes to Onya, explaining someone on his side really needs them, so please yield this treasure. Onya chuckles casually, replying that even if he did not want to yield, he does not have 40 gold coins anyway. Seeing no further bids, Meng Meng starts the countdown. 40 gold going once, 40 gold going twice. She raises her gavel ready to strike. 40 gold going 3 times, sold to the only trash in the group, making Fiong Trung sigh in relief. He admits he is regretting that name. Right as the next item appears, the C-rank Bull Demon Blood Burst technique. Meng Meng hypes it up as a C-rank active skill with nasty side effects, but an insane stat buff. Starting price is 10 gold coins with 1 gold minimum increments, and Onya instantly raises his hand. 15 gold. Bavwang stands up shouting 20 gold, while Chan Hu fires back with 25 gold. Han Xiao jumps in dropping 50 gold, but Fayong Trung doubles down without hesitation to 100 gold coins. Han Xiao can only marvel at how filthy rich this kid is. Seeing Han Xiao push so hard, Fayong Trung asks if he desperately needs this skill book right now. He casually replies that while he lacks survival skills, he does not absolutely need this specific one. Fayong Trung grins, apologizing in advance, before raising his hand to bid 250 gold coins. Moments later, Meng Meng strikes her gavel, congratulating the only trash in the group on winning the skill for 260 gold. Look at this wild spending spree gavel strikes keep hammering down, selling the black scale soft armor to him for 145 gold coins. The auction nears its final stretch. Sold. The rock feather boots go to the only trash in the group for 160 gold coins. Sold. He also secures the Rabbit Kicks Falcon skill book for 234 gold coins. And sold again. He sweeps the snake tooth necklace for 122 gold coins. Sold. Congratulations to the group's only trash for securing the black tortoise heart protecting armor for 392 gold coins. Watching quietly until now, Ba Wang finally speaks up. He asks if the guy really has that much gold, warning him that driving up bids without the cash to back it up will cause serious trouble. Fang Zhong answers with absolute confidence, telling brother Ba Wang not to worry because he will deliver the payment to Big Bai the second he wakes up. With that settled, he turns around to address everyone else in the room. He adds that if anyone really needs a specific item, just give the word, and he will willingly back out of the bidding war. Even items he already won can be given freely to friends in the group. Stepping forward, he explains that there is a genuine reason behind his reckless spending, and apologizes to everyone. He has no choice here. But for any item others do not desperately need, he promises to bid top dollar so nobody walks away feeling cheated. Lianxian raises a hand to chime in. He says it is fine since the payout beats base value, but makes it clear he absolutely must secure the foxtail fairy. Fang Zhong nods reassuringly, telling big brother Wu Lianxian he will not touch that item. Sitting nearby, Chen Bai sizes the kid up, thinking this rookie has an absurd amount of gold coins. Even with all his dungeon guides and massive mob hunting profits, his wealth still falls miles behind this kid. Chen Bai seriously speculates that Fang Zhong might possess a gold-related innate talent, or perhaps an entire backing faction standing behind him. Chen Bai knits his brows. He calculates carefully, needing to uncover who is behind the kid while hoping it is not a foreign faction or some villainous syndicate. Reaching out, he asks Fang Zhong to stick around for a quick chat once the auction wraps up. Getting the invite, the kid agrees without a second thought. He readily agrees, mentioning he actually has matters to clear up with Big Bai. Meanwhile on stage, Meng Meng pushes forward with the auction. The next lot is the Foxtail Fairy, with Wu Lianxian putting up a bid of 20 gold coins. Once the bidding finishes, everyone begins clearing out, with Lianxian waving goodbye and telling Big Bai they are heading out first. Beside him, Zhen Shu excuses himself as a humble priest, while Ding Ding winks and says she looks forward to next time. Looking back, Chen Bai watches Han Xiao and his crew exit. They say their goodbyes to Big Bai and leave. Once the room empties out, Chen Bai speaks up, pointing out that everyone seemed pretty unenthusiastic today. After all, Fang Zhong basically bought out the entire auction single-handedly. Hearing that, Fang Zhong quietly admits fault and apologizes to Big Bai. Chen Bai smirks slightly, replying that an apology is definitely owed, but not to him. Staring directly at Fang Zhong, Chen Bai presses him to explain why he bought gear far above market price and where that massive fortune came from. Remorse washes over Fang Zhong's face. He pleads with Big Bai, admitting his mistake and promising to compensate the squad, begging not to be kicked out while swearing to tell the whole truth without hiding a thing. Hearing his sincere plea, Chen Bai simply agrees, telling him to go ahead. Looking down with a heavy expression, he confesses that he lives in the imperial capital with a rather special family, where his father, uncle, and sister all work for the government, while his own innate talent revolves around gold. He urges him to check the system prompt, describing his innate ability to make money, generate money. Fang Zhong continues explaining that because of this unique talent, the imperial court brought him in as their living treasury, while also having him act as their buyer. Breaking into a cold sweat and clasping his hands tightly in tension, he admits he acted foolishly in the heat of the moment upon seeing so much top-tier gear. He swears he had zero bad intentions, begging Big Bai for mercy, while Chen Bai catches the key word and repeats the court in confusion. Fang Zhong asks timidly, with noticeable worry, if Big Bai really dislikes having members tied to outside factions in the team. Chen Bai reassures him, saying the group does not ban outside factions, since everyone will inevitably join or build their own power bases sooner or later anyway. Falling silent, he remembers that in his previous life, the court established Dragon City in the imperial capital, using boundless wealth to secure huge benefits for the Dragon Kingdom. And get this, it was all powered by this very kid's ability, even at just 1% daily. When the base capital is massive, the compound growth turns utterly terrifying. Ultimately, Chen Bai makes his call, stating he has no issue with the kid's faction, but certain ground rules must be laid out first. Fang Zhong nods eagerly, telling him to lay it out. Sometime after the auction at a villa in the imperial capital, Fang Zhong gets his ear twisted by Fang Ning, crying out in pain that he knows he messed up and begging his sister to take it easy. Grimacing, Fang Zhong tries to explain that she is a special forces instructor, a lieutenant colonel, and a top 30 ranker on the leaderboards. Meanwhile, he is just a rank, a non-combatant, a spoiled rich kid, whose ear will literally rip off if she does not ease up on her little brother. Letting go, she casually retorts that having it ripped off might actually teach him a lasting lesson. Rubbing his throbbing ear, he grumbles that he did not cause any real disaster, and even Chen Bai did not seem to mind once learning his background. Pointing sternly at Fang Zhong, Fang Ning lays down the law. She warns that regardless of Chen Bai's attitude, acting on reckless impulses like that will only lead him straight to a terrible end. She frowns and scolds him. Things only worked out this time because the Chen Bai did not care. But what happens if you provoke someone else next time? Right then, Minister Fang walks up from behind, calling out to Xiao Ning. He takes slow steps forward, asking why she started lecturing Xiao Zhong already. Inside the study room of the villa, Fang Zhong stands right in the center, recounting the whole story. After that, the Chen Bai had me stay behind once the auction wrapped up, and then he laid down 2 strict conditions. Minister Fang loses his patience and barks, "Stop shrinking back like a coward," and just spit it out clearly. Spreading his hands out wide, he quickly relays everything Chen Bai had demanded. First off, the Chen Bai demanded that I must never leak any member talents, hidden opportunities, or private dungeons to the imperial court. Second, I cannot use deep pockets to mess up the internal trading economy inside the group. Minister Fang tilts his head with clasped hands, staring him down and asking, "So did you agree?" Fang Zhong beams brightly, shouting back, "Yes. And I even told him the imperial court deeply respects the Chen Bai. I made it clear the court never ordered me to spy on him, only to build good relationships and avoid offending anyone." The minister immediately stands up, furrowing his brow to scold his son. "You talk smoothly, but we told you not to offend anyone, yet your bright idea was buying out the whole auction and annoying everyone." Hearing that rebuke, Fang Zhong lowers his head in defeat and admits his mistake. "I know I messed up," he mutters. Minister Fang raises one finger and walks over. "All right, I came up with a plan for you. Follow this playbook inside Group 001 from now on. We do not know how the Chen Bai views us yet, so perform well." Hearing those words, Fang Zhong gets super pumped, raising his hands and shouting, "Relax, Dad. The Chen Bai truly does not hold a grudge. He actually showed goodwill. Otherwise, he would not have sold me that treasure for 10,000 gold. His eyes go wide in shock as he roars, 10,000 gold. Fang Ning also turns around in total disbelief. "You fool, the imperial court entrusted you with that gold, not for you to throw it around recklessly." But Fang Zhong just smiles with complete confidence, telling them it was no loss at all. His lips curl up as he raises his hand, condensing a swirl of blood. Even if I hand out every single piece of gear to group members for free, keeping just this makes it pure profit. A system notification rings out, announcing an S-rank pure-blood demon bloodline. Fang Ning widens her eyes in pure shock, screaming an S-rank bloodline. Minister Fang also gasps out, S-rank. Meanwhile, Fang Zong leans comfortably back in his chair, checking the message he just sent out. Hey everyone, sorry for offending you all today. I was acting like a total noob and got overly excited seeing all that gear. I bought a shared storage space to dump all today's equipment inside. Anyone can grab and use whatever they want anytime, totally free of charge. Plus, if you have good surplus gear, contact me and I will buy it at top dollar. He lets out a soft sigh, hoping this smooths things over. Seeing those messages, Chen Bai remarks this kid is pretty clever. Then he messages the group trash. He hands over warehouse manager duties, warning him not to disappoint everyone. The group trash instantly replies, "Mission guaranteed to be accomplished." Overlord chimes in praising the kid, while another member compliments his generosity. Crow immediately texts, "Well then, I will not be holding back." Overlord fires back, "What are you even grabbing, Crow? All this gear dropped from Mount Shu. You have not even done your class change yet. So what can you actually equip?" Crow whines about offending Overlord, sending Han King into fits of laughter. Someone notes that Big Brother Overlord is just looking out for him in his usual blunt way. Meanwhile, Chen Bai holds up his mask in deep thought. Bloodlines harvested from the 10th floor had fused into 2 SS ranks and 1 S rank. Adding his earlier horde makes 3 SS ranks total, yet this mask still refuses to swallow and fuse them. Inside his bedroom at the Chen Bai City Central Villa, Chen Bai knits his brows and asks in confusion, what? 3 SS ranks are still not enough. Is the quantity too low? Or is this just your absolute limit? The living mask scowls with irritation at the blood floating before it. Chen Bai rests one hand on his knee, a smirk playing on his lips. Got it. You need more quantity. Looks like another trip down into the abyss is due. Glancing aside, he mutters to himself, perfect timing. The Mount Shu run gave my stats a pretty massive boost along with brand new skills, so it is high time I conquer the 10th floor. Waving his hand, Chen Bai rips open a spatial portal, casually wondering now who was the 10th floor boss again. Arriving inside the abyss, he looks up. Honestly, the bosses across the first 66 floors never left much of an impression, so hopefully this guy knows when to submit. Down on the 10th floor, Usa brandishes 2 heavy maces, roaring out, "Human, you dare show your face here again." The 10th floor Abyss Lord, Demon Captain Usa, a level 30 boss, sneers down at him with pure disdain. "Never thought you would become an Abyss Overlord. But I could not care less about that title. The trial suppressed my true power before. But right now you are no match for me at all." Looking straight up at the towering demon, Chen Bai just smiles. "Looks like you chose the hard way." Yusa stands on the cliff looking down at Chen Bai with folded arms, sneering that if he refuses to submit, he can go die. Green light glints in Yusa's eyes as he shouts that a stat-lowering debuff looks pretty nasty, but it still won't be enough. He sneers that his current stats are still far superior, just as the system rings out with suppressive demon war soul. A close combat buff kicks in when an enemy is within 5 meters, all stats jump by 20%. His raw strength blocks mental attacks. Down below, Chen Bai raises both hands, casting hellfire, fueling the flames of desire. Raging fire envelops him as the system alerts that hellfire's soaring surge boosts every single stat by 50% for 3 full minutes. Raising one hand, he triggers his gear skill, Biochemical Calamity, Tracker's Bone. Chen Bai activates Sharp Blade Mode, thrusting his arm straight toward the charging Yusa. Yusa's brow furrows in pure disbelief. Chen Bai glides his razor-sharp edge, slicing clean across the demon's abdomen. By the time Chen Bai turns around, Yusa crashes down. He tilts his head with a smirk, asking how about now. He mocks if his stats are still superior. Yusa stumbles up, instantly activating his Demon Captain passive, Bloodbath Frenzy, cursing at the top of his lungs. "You bastard!" He roars furiously as the system window flashes his boosted numbers. Strength 1125, Agility 1036, Constitution 13-0-4, and Spirit 1059. Across from him, Chen Bai raises his blade, showing off superior stats, Strength 1235, Agility 1392, Constitution 1441, and Spirit 1569. A slight smirk curls on his lips as he remarks that this suits him just fine. In a flash, watch this. Chen Bai unleashes thousands of slashing sword rays at Yusa, tearing into him until blood erupts from his mouth. Chen Bai stands entirely still while Yusa crumbles to the earth, crimson pooling out as the dying demon knits his brow, coughing up violent spatters of blood. Glancing back over his shoulder, Chen Bai simply asks if he has any final words. Staring down into the dirt, Yusa shouts that he admits defeat, pleading with the Lord of the Abyss to grant him a true warrior's death. He refuses to die like a sick dog. Chen Bai's face turns serious as he grants that since he fought like a warrior, he will get his wish. With a single clean swing, his blade severs Yusa's head, sending it tumbling down. Chen Bai watches purple light beam into the sky from Yusa's corpse, prompting a system notice that the 10th floor of the Abyss has been conquered. The Great Abyss Lord has finished the first conquest step, concentrating the raw power of the Abyss directly into his body. He unlocks a brand new class skill, Lord's Decree. Outside, the demon horde spots the purple pillar of light and roars with excitement. As the purple beam fades, pure sovereign energy radiates from his entire figure, marking his absolute authority. The system chime confirms Lord's Decree functions across any floor of the Abyss that has been subjugated. He can issue unconditional commands to all resident demons and lead abyssal creatures to any destination through the abyssal gates. This skill weakens heavily against true god-tier demons. Chen Bai touches his chest, pondering the details quietly. Very good. His title used to be an empty label, but now he holds genuine control over the Abyss and its living denizens. Glancing aside in deep thought, you can see his gears turning. The plan to remodel the entire Abyss starts right now. Moments later, touching the earth, he declares in the Lord's name that the first 10 Abyss floors are now named the Wilderness of the Abyss. In the name of the Lord, every demon on the 10th floor heed my command. His commanding voice echoes throughout the realm, decreeing that random slaughter is now outlawed and every demon must quarry mountains to dig foundations. A faint smile plays on his lips as he whispers his goal to build fortresses and establish true civilization on this 10th floor. Hearing this decree, the surrounding demons look at each other, erupting in noisy chatter. They grumble among themselves, no fighting allowed. So how are they supposed to grow stronger? They wonder what good building cities and civilization does. Just as a giant phantom purple hand spreads rolling purple fog outward, Chen Bai raises a hand, proclaiming the city site sits on the southeast plains of the abyssal well. He notes he used abyssal power to mark the city walls, opening his palm to reveal enticing rewards. During the fortress construction, anyone who excels earns pure S-rank demon bloodline. The demons widen their eyes in wild frenzy over genuine S-rank blood, and one instantly grabs a massive boulder and dashes off. The rest panic, yelling that they are falling behind and cannot lose out. The demon horde hauls rocks enthusiastically. With a prize like that on the table, who cares about pointless brawling? They shout for the Lord to let them build, chanting that city building is fantastic, and they must claim that bloodline reward at all costs. They fight furiously over every single stone. You brainless fools. Only brilliant little imps like us have the wits to build a sturdy fortress wall. We fallen demons have the numbers, so the reward is definitely ours. Watching the demons rush over, Chen Bai mutters in surprise, "Damn, they sure got here fast." One demon clutches a massive rock in confusion. "What are you doing? Why move the wall I just finished?" A smaller imp nearby screams at him, "You idiot! You have to dig the foundation first. You call that pile of junk a fortress wall?" Chen Bai slaps his forehead with a heavy sigh. His mistake. These demons aren't stupid, but since birth, fighting is all they've ever known. Stroking his chin, he mutters to himself, "I need to teach them proper construction methods, and more importantly, real teamwork." Suddenly, a smirk creeps across Chen Bai's face. "Got it." Stepping out from a flash of blue light, Lido calls out, "My dear Chen, seeing you again is simply fantastic. Need something? I just received a fresh shipment from the dwarven blacksmiths and the god of steam. Pointing toward the construction site, he says, look, the Abyss's very first city is underway, but these demons have zero clue what to do. Chen Bai raises a hand, calmly asking, do you have any way to help them build this fortress properly? After all, your Goblin Merchant Guild will be setting up shop right here. Next, 2 demons are put in charge of loading boulders into a crushing machine, while smaller imps feed big bags of raw materials into another unit. Pointing at the contraptions, Leto exclaims, what a coincidence. These are from my latest batch. One pulverizes stone, and the other mixes up high-grade mortar. He turns his head back and shouts, by the way, mortar made from abyssal ingredients sets pretty firm. Top-tier quality, really. Standing behind Leto, Chen Bai speaks up, but surely this kind of small-scale supply business is beneath you, right? I doubt you came all this way just to deal in cement. Leto turns around, completely serious, true, but also not quite. Profit is still profit, no matter how small. Though honestly, that is not why I came in person. Leto conjures a spread of cards and announces, speaking of merchandise, I actually carry city blueprints tailored for the myriad races of the heavens. Why not pick one you like? It is on the house. Chen Bai raises a palm to decline. No need. I only plan to build the outer walls. When the time comes, whoever owns the land builds their own place. Hearing that, Leto furrows his brows, wondering aloud if the whole layout will end up as pure chaos. Gazing down, Chen Bai smiles, since this is the first grand city in the Abyss. Shouldn't it keep that authentic abyssal chaos? Besides, if everything else is a mess, your Goblin Merchant Guild will stand out even more, won't it? Leto beams, shouting excitedly, you have a solid point there. I can't wait to see how this city turns out when it is finished. Chen Bai gestures toward one side, clearly introducing the layout. The main gate sits near the abyssal. Well, my manor stays in the deepest section, and you can pick where your guild goes. Once you make your choice, just leave a magical imprint. Grinning broadly, Leto turns back to say, then I won't hold back. Standing before the portal, Leto announces, I claim this spot, and I'll start gathering materials right away. Chen Bai flashes a warm smile in farewell, safe travels, Leto. Waving back, the merchant replies, until next time. Hands on his hips, Chen Bai watches him vanish, deep in thought. A whole city can't just have one lonely goblin merchant building. Macantus wants a small chamber for the succubi, but who knows if the other 5 demon lords want anything built. Chen Bai ponders, deciding to go ask them directly. Baphomet and Jin Ochu have pretty nasty tempers, so it is probably time to patch things up with them. Tearing open a teleportation portal, he says aloud, only by securing their backing can I truly take firm control of the Abyss. The second Chen Bai steps onto the 279th layer of the Abyss. Baphomet brings a giant axe crashing down. Human! You finally showed up. The strike slams forward with brutal force, sending clouds of dust billowing behind. Chen Bai casually raises one hand, catching the axe blade. Lord Baphomet, I didn't come here for a fight. Pulling his weapon back, Baphomet roars, if you aren't here to brawl, get lost. There is nothing else between you and me. You may have beaten my shadow, but until you take down my true form inside this arena, I will never bow to you. Raising a calm hand, Chen Bai speaks up. Lord Baphomet, I have gained the authority of the Abyss. The beast scowls in pure fury. Of course I know that. Or that axe swing would have split you in half. Spreading both hands, he replies, that is not what I mean. I can now lead all the demons right out of the Abyss with the right method. We can go anywhere. Baphomet frowns in deep suspicion, grumbling bitterly about how dreadfully boring this talk is. The corner of Chen Bai's mouth twitches into a smirk as he asks, is it really that boring, my lord? What if I brought your divine temple right there instead? Pure thrilling battle, along with the authority of the war god itself. Baphomet glances aside and scoffs. Even with that, I have no reason to bow down to you. Chen Bai raises a hand, pressing his case. Surely someone of your stature would happily assist my progress for the sake of expanding the Abyss. His brows knit tight as he asks, am I right or not? Baphomet stares straight ahead. Then he answers firmly, of course, if you can make me and the Abyss stronger, I might handle a few tasks for you whenever I feel like it. Chen Bai looks right at him and asks, so do you genuinely want to hear my current plan, my lord? Impatience fills Baphomet's voice as he snaps out with it. I hate wasting words. Crimson eyes glare in eerie silence as Yenahu watches Chen Bai down on Abyss Layer 375. Facing the beast, he calls out, I am not asking for your submission, my lord. I came bearing gifts. I already built a city on Layer 10, and I want to place statues of the 6 abyssal gods there to harvest faith. Looking down, Yenahu sneers, asking if such tiny scraps can buy him off. But here is the real kicker. Chen Bai raises a finger, offering to guide him outside the abyss for revenge. Besides, I heard your former weapon was never that dagger, was it? His jaw drops in shock as he seizes his weapon, rising across Abyss Layer 400. Looking at the figure, he asks Lord Garbo, do you wish to hunt down the death god to reclaim your power and restore the glory of ancient Hades? Without hesitation, Garbo instantly confirms absolutely. Later, on Abyss Layer 350, Venifred looks down and promises Bai, whenever you face real trouble inside or outside the abyss, just come find us. Deep on Abyss Layer 500, Agaris lowers his gaze to the ground, agreeing without delay. Since you promised to help Master Satan restore his former glory, I am fully willing to cooperate with you. Somewhere else, Macanthus leans back with a teasing chuckle as expected of our Lord, bringing all 6 gods into line. So when do I get to pick the spot for my own succubus chamber? Resting on the bed on Abyss Layer 437, Chen Bai asks. No rush. Since I promised the other deities, you will definitely get your share too. I heard about your clash with Herose because you cannot leave the abyss for long. You have been kept down this whole time, right? Thinking of Hero, she curses in pure fury. That wretched woman stole one of the fundamental cosmic powers from me, the domain of reproduction. We are sworn mortal enemies. Sitting up against the bedpost, he murmurs, so that is how it is. Whenever you need to leave the abyss, just reach out to me. Chen Bai glances toward Macanthus by his side. Have you really stayed on the defensive all this time? I will help you beat that woman. She lowers her head, whispering softly, well, not entirely on the bottom. To avoid being tainted by my Slaanesh authority, she has desperately guarded her own purity all these years. Kneeling on the bed, Macanthus looks up at him with an inquiring gaze. Clinging to virginity makes it nearly impossible to master the fertility domain. So in truth, we have just been keeping each other trapped. Now that I have our Lord's support, the abyss is about to become far more magnificent. Tell me, once I crush that wretched girl and turn her into our personal handmaiden, how does that sound? Hearing this, Chen Bai answers right away. Making her a maid is letting her off way too easy. Startled, she tilts her head and strokes her chin, asking if he has other tastes in mind. Fair point. You have already shown me plenty of brand new thrills, my lord. Standing up, he glances her way. You were born divine right here in the abyss, powerful, but your worldly experience is still far too shallow. Compared to the simple fun of taking slaves or maids, there are far more interesting things to do. Chen Bai turns back toward Lord Baphomet at the heart of the city on Abyss Layer 10, pointing rightward, where the open gates face the abyssal well. He points to an open clearing, noting that the trade god Leto already claimed that spot, leaving the remaining positions entirely up to his choice. Baphomet grits his teeth, gripping the heavy blade in his hand. You actually brought the trade god into the abyss? Chen Bai smirks with a sly glance. What is the matter? Does Lord Baphomet dislike Leto? Baphomet replies coldly, as long as it benefits the abyss and he follows our laws, I will not cast him out. Chen Bai looks over, thinking to himself that this god of the minotaurs and wild barbarians is surprisingly direct. Baphomet slams his heavy blade straight into the ground, cracking the stone before spinning around in a wild dance. A glowing circle rises up from underground, making the nearby worker demons drop their loads to stare in shock. Chen Bai claps, congratulating him on completing the arena as the first structure in Abyss City, though Baphomet barely cares. So what if it is? Send me back to wait for a real challenger, and do not you dare forget your promise. Chen Bai looks at him with complete conviction, saying, of course, until we meet again, Lord Baphomet. With a quick wave of his hand, Chen Bai sends him off, vanishing from the scene. He ponders his next step, gathering double S demon bloodlines to attempt a triple S fusion. Rubbing his chin, he wonders which floor to sweep next, when a violent tremor from the abyss well catches his attention. His interest is piqued as strange purple fluid surges higher and higher inside the pit. The abyss well is about to erupt, so he dashes straight toward the opening. Whenever demon counts on a floor drop too low, the abyss well spews demon eggs non-stop until the quota refills. "Why did not I think of this sooner?" he mutters, reaching the rim just in time. Look at this, massive spiked eggs erupt from the depths, and he opens his arms to absorb them all. Sure, it drains some abyss energy, but it directly powers up his own strength as the true lord of the abyss. Chen Bai absorbs them one by one, each egg trembling violently under his grasp. Half a month later, Chen Bai rests casually beside the well as it keeps churning out waves of eggs. Resting his head on his arms, he figures it is finally done, when the mask pops up grinning right before him. Chen Bai sits right up and pulls out the fused double S bloodlines, asking if it is finally awake and hungry. "Take it. You are already drooling," he laughs as the mask eagerly opens wide and swallows everything whole. The mask shuts its eyes in pure satisfaction, while Chen Bai quietly watches before tearing open a spatial portal. Wondering how long the triple S fusion will take, he decides to check out Mount Shu while he waits. Arriving at Mount Shu, Chen Bai looks up from below, completely blown away by the grand sights towering over him. Mount Shu is massive, and though others shared spotted buildings in the chat, nobody has located the treasure pavilion yet. Crossing his arms, he recalls earning heaps of contribution tokens from the Demon Suppression Pagoda, netting him massive points. A hell-grade dungeon for levels 10 to 89. He darts off like the wind to track down the treasure pavilion and see what incredible treasures he can claim. Reaching the treasure pavilion at last, Chen Bai leans on his knees panting, mumbling how tough that was to find. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he grunts about searching 4 mountains right down to the wire before finally finding it. Chen Bai pushes open the heavy doors, and the moment he steps inside, an ancient voice echoes through the hall. Someone actually reached Mount Shu. Is the heavenly gate opening again? And are you the true successor of Mount Shu? The treasure pavilion spirit appears behind him, quickly noting that he lacks the distinct aura of the Mount Shu legacy. The old lady smiles warmly, realizing he must be a fated cultivator who conquered the Mount Shu trial. A system prompt pops up, identifying her as the level 60 treasure pavilion spirit. Chen Bai asks if he can exchange contribution points, and she nods, confirming any holder of contribution tokens can trade them in. Swiping across a dark screen floating before her, she asks what items he is looking for today. A glowing menu appears, listing all available items up for trade with contribution points. It includes outer disciple robes, standard weapons, 6 viscera gear, along with Mount Shu custom fasting pills and body refining pills. Chen Bai stands with hands on his hips, scanning through the board with keen eyes. Now look at these prices filtering for S-rank items. He spots an emerald flame weapon for 1 million points. Under the Elder tab, the 8 Revolution Flying Immortal Pill costs 200,000 points. Also in the Elder tab, the Double S Qingsu Sword costs 5 million points, leaving Chen Bai deeply impressed by their stash. Chen Bai stares intensely at the interface in front of him. A group notification pings, showing Group Leader Bach just updated the Mount Shu Secret Realm map file. Click to view the notification. Leader Bach just posted a video showing redeemable supplies at the Treasure Pavilion. Shui Chuan gets hyped after seeing the message. The group chat explodes instantly with chatter. I am no sword immortal. As the future sect master of Mount Shu, even I could not find that spot before Chen Bai tracked it down. Han King points out everyone has limited time, saying Chen Bai really came through by locating all those treasure vaults. Chen Bai is simply unmatched. Shui Chuan thanks Chen Bai, while Ye Zi swoons over how strong and caring he is, totally head over heels. Lu Wai teases her about acting so meek compared to the auction, but Ye Zi admits she fell for him ages ago. Ye Zi leans back, chuckling with her hands clasped. Meanwhile, over at Jiangcheng Chen Bai City, Chen Bai lounges on the couch with his legs crossed. He lets out a soft chuckle at the chat, telling everyone to settle down because a major event is about to go down very soon. He warns that if anyone has time-consuming tasks they cannot pull away from, they better hold off on starting them. Otherwise, they will miss out on massive opportunities. Suddenly, Songa walks up, resting a hand on his shoulder to say, "Everyone has arrived." With the whole group gathered around, she sits beside him and asks what instructions he has for bringing them all together. Tossing out a stack of pouches, he tells them these are for everyone. Lu Li grabs one, opening it up to pull out a small pill. It grants a 10-point boost to all stats. Sushin cheers excitedly, realizing 10 pills mean an extra 100 stat points. Chen Bai stays calm, adding that according to his intel, a world fusion event will take place in the near future. Songa looks puzzled, asking what world fusion means. So Chen Bai breaks it down step by step. Blue Star serves as the universe's core trial ground, though it is certainly not the only trial zone out there. Countless realms that fail trial ground standards for various reasons will end up getting merged directly into Blue Star. Most of these worlds are already collapsing, packed with stronger, fiercer monsters, along with a handful of lucky survivors holding on. The real kicker is that before merging, each world opens up as a secret realm first, creating a golden opportunity. Chen Bai glances toward Songa, noting that most of them have not completed their class advancements yet. He tells anyone wanting to test themselves to prepare now, but Su Xin immediately declines, admitting combat is not her strength. Lu Li chimes in too, saying only Songa and Leng Shuang have real combat strength and should go, while the rest stay behind to guard Chen Bai City. Songa nods in agreement, confirming that she and Shuangger definitely want to enter this secret realm. She asks Xin Xin, Ali, Ling Yu, and Ziwei to manage the city, while Songa points excitedly at herself. "What about me?" she asks, but Songa tells the others to keep an eye on her silly girl so she causes no trouble. Songa pouts, asking if she is even her real mother, while Chen Bai slides his hands into his pockets. He steps in, noting the realm opens in a few days, so Songa and Leng Shuang must be fully prepared. Looking at Songa, he suggests finding a spot to gauge their current combat strength, making her smile softly. She suggests the west ravine behind the mountain in the central zone where their private training ground sits. Chen Bai agrees with satisfaction, telling her to lead the way. Following behind Songa, Chen Bai ponders the zombie world fusion, admitting to himself he knows very little about it. In his past life during the fusion, he was grinding in the abyss for his demon hunter advancement and never participated. If he had not seen Mount Shu's top gear and remembered his unupgraded biochemical scourge, he would have forgotten this fusion entirely. The biochemical scourge gauntlet's evolution requirement is brutal, slaying 100,000 mutated biochemical enemies and 100 high-tier mutants will evolve this gear into a growth-type soul armament. The 100,000 mutant kill count is already finished. With high-tier mutants sitting at 26 out of 100, Chen Bai looks forward to the fusion, hoping for a major upgrade surprise. At the training grounds, Songa gestures openly, telling the Chen Bai this is the place. Chen Bai readies himself, telling Songa to attack first with everything she has got, and she reaches forward, fully prepared. Instantly, Chen Bai is bound tight and immobilized. Songa leaps upward, launching a barrage of razor-sharp purple ice shards. The ice encasing Chen Bai shatters violently as he unleashes a shockwave of raw mental power. A cold sweat breaks across Songa's forehead, terrified by his piercing glare and how effortlessly he broke through her trap. She lands back down as Chen Bai strolls over, calling an end to the spar while she drops to one knee, looking downcast. "It ended way too fast," she laments, not even getting to unleash her class skills or technical variations. Chen Bai helps her up, reassuring her that they will fix things step by step, warning her not to maintain constant psychic links during mental attacks unless necessary. While power and control might dip slightly, it is far safer and prevents any backlash from reaching her if the attack gets shattered. Asking if she understands, Songa looks up and nods, comparing it to throwing a dart versus having a whip seized. Chen Bai gives her a nod of praise, smart move. Turning around, he focuses on Leng Shuang next. Leng Shuang rushes forward like a whirlwind before his sentence even ends, clenching her hand into a tight fist. Chen Bai widens his eyes, genuinely startled by her terrifying burst of speed. She throws a heavy punch, but he swiftly dodges aside. Chen Bai stumbles slightly from that sudden strike, while Leng Shuang instantly draws a dagger with her other hand. Chen Bai quickly grabs her wrist before the blade can plunge down. He praises her not bad, Leng Shuang. She lands firmly. Your raw combat skills honestly do not fall behind mine at all, but having lived through peaceful times before, your actual life-or-death killing experience is still way too shallow. Show me your talent tree. She blinks in surprise, then replies understood. Chen Bai studies Leng Shuang's skill interface, breaking it down. A rank innate talent, Path of the Assassin, featuring 2 branching skill trees, stealth enhancement, and explosive burst power. Why did you not focus on explosive burst power instead of putting points into stealth? Leng Shuang explains that the Demon Hunter class already provides plenty of explosive burst skills. Chen Bai immediately understands her logic once she unlocked the class. She shifted to cover stealth. Solid choice. Opening up the portal, he tells her, "Follow me." The two arrive on the first floor of the abyss, looking down from a high mountain peak. Leng Shuang scans the surroundings carefully. The demonic aura here is overwhelming. Chen Bai nods in agreement. That is right. This is floor 1. The Demon Hunter class probably has plenty of stat buffs and unique skills that only unlock once you start slaying actual demons. Train here, because whatever results you achieve will depend entirely on yourself. I will not stay to protect you. In a few days, I will return, and I really hope I do not find a corpse. Leng Shuang feels slightly nervous but still agrees, yes. I definitely will not disappoint you. Spotting Leng Shuang and Chen Bai, several nearby demons grin excitedly, chattering to each other in demonic tongues. The humans went into the cave, and there is no other exit. They rush forward eagerly, yelling, "Get lost! That prey is mine!" Demonic screeches echo out, "First come, first served." Chen Bai smiles as he watches them, thinking to himself, look for a chance to test enemy strength, scout advantageous terrain, control numbers, and prevent anything from going wrong. Now it is time to reel in the net, and Leng Shuang is doing great. In mere moments, she already takes down a demon. In the past life, she was not world famous like Songa, but she was definitely Songa quiet trump card. Chen Bai looks at her with satisfaction. In this life, Leng Shuang can truly become the sharpest blade in his own hands. Gazing up at the pitch-black sky before him, he knows what comes next is completely up to her. Smiling faintly, he opens his storage space. Entering his private storage space, Chen Bai is surprised to see the mask appearing right before him, now sporting 2 horns. Raising his hand, he reaches out to touch it. This mask has never acted like this before. Pretty interesting. A blinding golden light suddenly bursts from the mouth of the mask, spitting out a bloodline that stuns Chen Bai. Did it actually succeed? This is a S rank bloodline, where every single pulse makes him feel intensely suffocated. Any slightly weaker evolver would probably not even have the right to get close to it. Holding the S bloodline in his hand, it finally belongs to him, the pure-blooded S Demon Monarch bloodline. Demon bloodlines are the exclusive power of the Abyss. The Royal Demon Clan consists of natural-born rulers favored by the Abyss itself. 0 usage requirements. The Abyss respects anyone bold enough to try, yet grants 0 mercy to the weak. Succeed or perish. Do you honestly think you have what it takes to conquer it? Chen Bai widens his eyes at the system notification, then grabs it with pure excitement, affirming, "Of course I can." He grits his teeth the moment his skin touches it. Brutal pain stabs like needles through every cell. Trembling, he quickly pulls back his hand. This will not work. This private storage space is just a projection interface. His real physical body is still on the first floor of the Abyss, meaning he cannot safely fuse the bloodline here. Calming down to plan, he knows getting interrupted by some mindless wandering demon would be huge trouble. Chen Bai knits his brows, carefully weighing the best option. Stepping onto a rock, he makes his decision to ensure 0 accidents. He must seal the demon Satan into the Ring of Solomon first, then head straight to the Abyssal Well. This is easily the safest spot for him. Deep inside the Abyssal Well, Chen Bai starts fusing the S bloodline. The demon bloodline raw power is overwhelmingly tyrannical, rapidly breaking his body down. Gritting his teeth, he watches his arms slowly freeze solid. The black light virus gets suppressed and forcibly merged by the demon blood, disabling his regeneration as cracks spread across his skin, forcing him to push through pure agony. That does not solve the problem, so holding on is his only option. He puts everything on the line to endure it. Moments later, the fractures across his body finally stop spreading. It turns out the abyssal energy is actively helping repair his crumbling physical form. Coming to the abyssal well was truly the right call. 2 days later, Chen Bai climbs out of the abyss, well, totally exhausted. Relieved that this agonizing ordeal, feeling like being skinned alive, has finally ended. Roughly 2 days have passed, and every single inch of his flesh, his mental power, and even his very soul collapsed and rebuilt itself from scratch. Satisfied with his new body, he notes his heart transformed into a demon core, signaling the bloodline fusion is finished. But suddenly, violent thoughts echo inside his mind. Kill! Slaughter! He freezes in shock. Slaughter? Why does he suddenly crave violence? The voice screams again to butcher them all, making Chen Bai realize this is the bloodline's raw, primordial urge to kill. Bad news, this murderous bloodlust hits way too suddenly and violently. Slay everyone! Chen Bai panics as he fails to suppress it, his eyes glowing crimson and dark. Kill. 2 days later, a demon looks up in shock as a dark silhouette flies rapidly toward him, the Lord of Abyss Floor 11. It stammers in terror, pure-blood demon monarch, as Chen Bai spreads his wings, laughing loudly while the system announces Floor 11 conquered, granting him supreme control of this floor and adding +11 to all attributes. That savage thought still echoes inside his head. Kill! He slashes at the demon lord, completely trapped within pure murderous instinct. Turns out this innate bloodline bloodlust is the real final hurdle he must overcome. Luckily, he kept a shred of sanity in time. Notifications pop up. Floor 13 conquered, granting supreme control and +13 to all stats. Chen Bai gathers his focus, knowing he must quickly reclaim his body or watch himself go on an endless killing spree until he dies. He smiles confidently. Reaching out his hand, conquering bloodlust is nothing new to him. Notifications keep flashing. Floor 14 conquered, +14 to all attributes. Floor 15 conquered, granting +15 to all stats. Chen Bai silently calculates the moment his physical condition dips and the bloodlust feels satisfied will be his prime opportunity to seize back total control of his body. Driven wild by pure instinct, he roars toward the sky. Kill. Floor 19 conquered, highest authority granted, +19 to all attributes, and Chen Bai clenches his hands into tight fists. Right now, his outer body suddenly freezes, sensing something is completely off. The bloodlust screams to kill, but Chen Bai snaps back control, asking kill what? With one eye back to normal, he commands the raging primal instinct to shut up and submit to him. The system announces successful bloodline fusion, granting the SSS rank pure-blood demon monarch bloodline. Chen Bai grins with satisfaction. Victory is his, just as he knew he would conquer this power. He lies back, happily checking the status screen. SSS pure-blood demon monarch bloodline grants a flawless body immune to critical strikes, immune to crippled states, and completely cancels out any focused weakness damage bonuses against him. Recovery speed boosted 100%, granting near total immunity to poisons, curses, and elemental debuffs. All magical attributes permanently increase 30%, unlocking demon transformation with infinite duration, though it constantly consumes his mental energy to maintain. Transformed, his base stats double, bloodline traits surge, and exclusive demon abilities unlock. With a 12-hour cooldown, he sits up praising how simple yet absurdly powerful this bloodline is. The Abyss passive swallows and harmonizes everything, allowing him to hold 9 distinct bloodline powers without any conflict. Currently, holding 1 out of 9 SSS pure-blood demon monarch, Chen Bai props himself up, realizing he can still absorb 8 more bloodlines. He could try upgrading his past life SS elf bloodline to SSS, leaving 7 slots left. Imagine gathering all 9 SSS powers. Down on Abyss Floor 437, in her palace, Mycantus speaks with unmistakable intrigue. Last time my lord mentioned plenty of interesting things, and this time I experienced it firsthand. Your demon form in that dark armor is truly mesmerizing. She slowly glides closer to Chen Bai, whispering softly, "Your surging power is admirable, and your vast knowledge deepens my understanding of Slains even further." Looking straight into her eyes, he calmly replies that soon enough she will be begging for mercy. She asks with slight curiosity, but Chen Bai cuts in, saying he has a question. She was born wielding Slain's authority, yet seems surprisingly inexperienced when it comes to these matters. Mycantus nods softly, admitting that while born with Slain's authority, some things come purely as raw instinct. She explains not everything is known from birth, leaving much to discover since the abyss stayed sealed for so long. Hearing that, he turns his head with a nod, asking if she could explain authorities a bit more clearly. Mycantus stares into the void ahead, and answers, of course. Authority is both a rule and cosmic logic manifest. Chen Bai's eyes suddenly flicker as a notification panel flashes right before him. Wait, massive news just dropped. The first trial world merger begins in 7 days. His face turns completely serious. The world merger is finally starting, he realizes, as the system interface expands with more details. It is merging into a biochemical zombie realm across 44 million square kilometers, overlapping mainly with human residential zones. In 30 minutes, this zombie world opens early as an accessible secret realm. Every evolver who hit level 10 and completed their class change can enter the secret realm early to explore the biochemical zombie zone. Right around the same time, Wu Ya reads through the exact same system alert on his screen. Messages fly across the chat channel non-stop, asking Wu Ya if this is what Brother Bai mentioned, checking if everyone saw it. Overlord agrees it must be true, asking Wu Ya if he still has not completed his class advancement, wondering when a good suitable class will finally appear. Yizi adds that Brother Bai is both mysterious and immensely powerful. Lightning Whip successor asks if Brother Bai has insider info, and Chen Bai replies he does not know much, but warns everyone to stay sharp. Evolvers worldwide can enter, so the group's bottom-tier member realizes they will definitely clash with players from other nations. Wondering if they will face hostile factions, Chen Bai confirms that is exactly what will happen. Anthony leans back against his sofa, scanning the screen and wondering if the top fighter of the Dragon Kingdom will join too. Elsewhere, Locke rests his sword tip on the ground, confident that countless souls in that realm definitely need the Lord's holy guidance. Nearby, a samurai girl sits with strict posture, quietly reading through the system alert. Meanwhile, deep inside a lush green forest, Lu Li speaks up rather timidly, noting that the merger master mentioned is already starting. Telling Sister Ziqiang to take a quick rest, Song surveys the surrounding area carefully before speaking. She asks if the merger zone really targets human territory, warning that Chen Bai City must be fully prepared. Even though she does not know all the merger details, her face shows clear worry. If a zombie zone suddenly drops into Chen Bai City, things will get ugly, so they must draft a countermeasure, making the girl nod in agreement. Right then, Song spins around and calls out, "Chen Bai, you are back." A magic circle glows, and Chen Bai steps out supporting Lung Shuang. He tells Lu Li to fetch Su Xin to help them recover, and Lu Li glances over, replying right away with a nod. With concern in his voice, Chen Bai leads them toward the lounge, asking Shuang how she is holding up. Leaning against her support, Lung Shuang replies that she has no severe wounds and tells everyone not to worry. Chen Bai's face tightens as he reminds them that less than 10 minutes remain before the secret realm opens. Both your conditions are quite bad right now, so do not rush in, rest up and team up together later. Hearing this, Song realizes that the Chen Bai intends to conquer the realm all on his own, so she wishes him a rich harvest. Chen Bai gives a confident wave just as the system alert dings, confirming his entry into the biochemical zombie secret realm. His spawn point is Sandworm City, with an option to spend 1 gold coin to reset his landing spot. Evolvers can access the realm point board and visit the exchange shop whenever they like, or leave freely. though jumping back in costs 1 silver coin. Standing amidst a desolate urban wasteland, he quietly mutters the name Sandworm City. Chen Bai's eyes flash as a savage zombie charges from behind. Pretty impressive speed for a corpse. Spinning around in a split second, he thrusts out a hand to stop its lunge cold, leaving the lifeless-eyed zombie completely immobilized. A stat window pops up: level 16 zombie with bloodthirst and pain immunity skills. Blood scent tracking. Hidden secret unlocked. This guy secretly hid 102,109 yuan in his bathroom water tank. Slaying a mid-tier common zombie grants 10 contribution points and absorbs high-danger mutated virus. Virus points plus 200. Blacklight virus points plus 100. Looking across the desolate landscape, he cannot help but smile. This secret realm suits him quite well, just as more zombies begin pouring out from nearby alleyways. Chen Bai frowns slightly, wondering why there are so few, before pulling out a bucket of thick, fresh blood. Luckily, I came prepared ahead of time, since you monsters all track scents, right? Stepping forward, Chen Bai calls out, telling them to come get a taste of this demon blood bucket, sending the frenzied zombies into pure madness as the stench spreads. Far in the distance, sleeping zombies awaken one after another. They start tracking the scent of blood, his gaze turning stone cold. Come and get it. Zombies. Chen Bai spins around and dashes off, calculating his next move time to regroup downtown. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Anthony hovers midair, gripping a massive floating sphere. He lets out a cold smirk, sneering, "Die, you brainless creatures." The spheres detonate into shockwaves, tearing through the hordes below as they howl in pure agony. Pure excitement rushes through Anthony. Just 1 hour in, and he has already wiped out hundreds of zombies, dead set on leaving everyone in the dust. But then his brow knits tightly. What? The global leaderboard suddenly flashes right before his eyes. Rank 1 by 156,392 points. Rank 2, LCK, 9,985 points. Rank 3, Anthony Douglas, 6,854 points. Rank 4, I Am Not Sword Immortal, 6520 points. Anthony clenches his fists and grinds his teeth. Impossible. 150,000. That Dragon Country ape must be cheating. Meanwhile, Chen Bai continues clearing the Zaichong City horde, crossing 150,000 points. The local zombies are sparse, but 5 high-tier mutants lurk among them. Deadly killing intent surges in his eyes. By absorbing these zombies and finishing his evolution, he can extract memory fragments for vital intel before moving to the next city. Chen Bai shuts his eyes, plunging straight into the chaotic memory stream. The zombie memories are completely shattered, leaving only scattered fragments pointing toward the nearest major city down southwest. A moment later, he mutters to himself, "Did Company X trigger the outbreak? There is a branch right here in Zaichong City." Chen Bai opens his eyes and resolves to check this outbreak origin. Inside, Chen Bai holds up a potion vial, inspecting it carefully before speaking. The main Company X facility yields nothing useful, and the workshop only holds a handful of basic healing potions. Resting a hand on his hip, he murmurs, "This Zaichong branch holds 0 clues about what triggered the zombie outbreak." His gaze shifts toward the distant factory, wondering whether this subsidiary lacked clearance, or if the real secrets are buried much deeper. After a quick moment of thought, he sets off toward it. Now here is something interesting. Ever since the zombie world merged, shelters and research labs turned into dungeons everywhere. Tilting his head with a faint smirk, he thinks to himself, secret underground dungeon entrances like this are nothing new to me. He braces both hands, shoving open the massive heavy door. This must be the place. Pitch black underground, meaning he will need to rely on mental sense to scout ahead. In an instant, Chen Bai glides swiftly into the pitch-dark depths of the tunnel. He scans the grotesque zombie corpses scattered across the cold floor, noting that the underground lab lacks heavy viral concentrations, and judging by the bodies, the zombies breached this place from the outside. Chen Bai concludes that finding the virus origin requires the main headquarters. His eyes flash as he activates his skill, Eye of Secrets. Spotting the terrifying gene warrior inside the chamber, He pauses in surprise. This is an evolving new zombie variant. Hearing the noise, the creature suddenly spins around. A level 20 beast form gene warrior special infected, once injected during the outbreak to defend critical research files and top executives. Injecting himself with gene modification serum, he died during the procedure into an incomplete beast gene warrior, and without hesitation, he lunges razor claws straight at Chen Bai, still clinging to the precious data with lingering human instinct. Snatching the documents from his grasp will instantly trigger full berserk mode. Stepping back to dodge the strike, Chen Bai sighs softly, still gripping the briefcase even in death. A truly loyal soldier. Leaping into the air, Chen Bai says calmly, "Rest now." With zero hesitation, a blade materializes in his grip, cleanly severing the mutant neck before he picks up the fallen serum case. Examining it closely, Chen Bai nods. Solid potion. Only rank B, but it unlocks a special class. Rank B. Beast Gene Serum. A specialized concoction fusing human warrior physiology with savage beast genes. When paired with gene control techniques, users can successfully class change into the rank B Beast Gene Warrior. Here is where it gets crazy. Popping open another compartment, his eyes lock onto the exact files the guard died defending. Chen Bai picks up the item in genuine surprise, a class change scroll, reading through it with keen interest. Gene Control Method. A special scientific log detailing how to master modified gene power, allowing serum users following its steps to cleanly transition into the special rank B class, the Gene Modded Warrior. Best part is this scroll has unlimited uses, mass-producing rank B warriors with enough serum. A grin creeps onto his face as endless possibilities unfold. Then there is this other scroll, rank A, Energy Gunner. Leveraging advanced tech to supercharge combat. Insane firearm mastery with the ability to bring out maximum tech gear performance. A familiar face pops into Chen Bai's mind and brings a smirk. This fits Wei Si perfectly. Her innate talent offers extreme long-range vision and intel gathering, making this class swap ideal once she grabs a high-end sniper rifle from Li Tu. That makes for a deadly build. Right on cue, a notification window flashes. Level 20 Beast Form Zombie Gene Warrior. Special infected mutant peaking passive triggers to guard top-secret research data, and a senior executive during the outbreak, having injected experimental gene serum before dying, mid-transformation into a half-finished mutant beast soldier. Taking it all in, Chen Bai realizes this thing was guarding an executive alongside the files. Staring down at the dead man on the floor, Chen Bai figures, this must be the guy. Lin Yuan's eyes are wide open, frozen in his final, horrifying moments before death. Chen Bai reaches down to grab the business card beside the corpse. Reading it over, Chen Bai mutters, Lin Yuan, head executive of Company X in Sandworm City. This card should unlock something. A crisp system chime rings out. Acquired special identification card for Company X senior management. Completed hidden exploration quest for the Sandworm City branch of Company X. Unlocking the secret Company X special quest. Special dungeon opens in 4 days. Accessible with senior executive card. Hearing that, he nods to himself, definitely useful. Especially since any senior executive pass grants access. Looks like other players might get in too. Checking the marked spots on the map, Company X branches probably exist in every city. Wasting no time, he drops this intel straight into the group chat for everyone currently in the bio-zombie world. If anyone spots a Company X facility, explore it immediately and track down the secret lab. You can grab an executive access card. 4 days from now, use it to enter the special dungeon. The lab I found sits deep underground. Keep an eye out for other possibilities too. Overlord replies almost immediately, got it. Thanks, Emperor Bai. Not a sword immortal chimes in. The only deadweight in the group understands. Thanks, Emperor Bai. Then 5 combo whip successor pops up. Has anyone tested the mutation serum in the points shop yet? It supposedly has a chance to awaken zombie abilities. Chen Bai's eyes widen at the text. The points shop, come to think of it. He hasn't even browsed the shop catalog yet. Another system panel pops up. Mutation Serum XC, Cell Activator D, Nanotech Combat Suit C, High Frequency Vibration Dagger B. Gauss Gun B, Gene Serum B, Gauss Sniper Rifle A, Enhanced Gene Serum C. Chen Bai taps on Mutation Serum XC. Injectable serum grants plus 15 to all stats. Permanent immunity to low-tier zombie viruses. Low chance to awaken a zombie mutant ability. Costs 1,000 points per dose. Confirm exchange. Grabbing the vial without a second thought, he downs it instantly. Serum consumed all stats up 15. Permanent immunity to low-tier zombie virus active. Chen Bai pauses, thoroughly confused. Wait, that is it? Letting out a soft sigh, he texts the chat. Tough luck. I did not awaken any zombie powers. Overlord replies. Same here. What about everyone else? Not a sword immortal responds nothing. The odds are ridiculously low, so drawing a blank is totally normal, with nothing to regret. Shui Chuan says he got nothing either, but 5 combo whip successor laughs. Check this out, boys. Lightning Flash rank S transform into Living Lightning, gaining 300% agility and dealing lightning damage to enemies within 3 meters. Inflicts paralysis effect. 5-second duration. 6-hour cooldown. Chen Bai rests his hand on his hip, eyes narrowing. 300% buff? Even if it is pure speed, that is massive, plus lightning form beats raw stats any day. Pure luck right there. The entire group chat instantly explodes with banter. Overlord roasts him, so you only brought up the serum after unlocking a broken skill just to flex. Huh, want me to kick you? Shui Chuan agrees he is asking for a beating. Yeezy backs the beatdown. Not a sword immortal cuts in bro whip successor. I have got business to discuss with you. Where are you right now? Chen Bai watches the chaos unfold before Wu Ya sends a private plea. Big bro Bai, help me out. Bai asks what is up. Looking for a class change scroll inside the bio-zombie world? Wu Ya hesitates. This guy has been holding out forever for a top-tier class and never asks for favors lightly. Did his patience finally snap? Or is he in serious trouble? Over on his end, Wu Ya wears a deeply troubled look. Wu Ya replies, do not tease me, big bro Bai. I finally found a class change path, but the difficulty is brutal. You are in the middle of clearing the bio-zombie world. I really hated to bother you, but I have zero confidence in clearing this dungeon alone. Chen Bai's curiosity piques, what dungeon is it? Wu Ya answers, the Black Tower, a hell-grade trial for levels 10 to 20, tied directly to my class transfer. Thoughts race through Chen Bai's mind. This hell-tier dungeon is insanely deadly, having claimed over 100,000 evolvers in his previous life. Entrances spawn completely at random worldwide, shifting floor layouts on every single entry so nobody can even copy someone else's clear guide. His face turns dead serious. The residents inside Black Building are bizarre, and rumor says certain floors mean instant death. Chen Bai smirks coldly. He missed it back then, but this time, he is conquering it. He pauses for a second, then sends a message asking if Bach really found the Black Building entrance already. He asks if he should head over now, but Onya quickly replies, no rush. Boss Bach. I triggered a quest and snagged an invitation letter. It stays valid for 3 whole days, so you and Big Boss Meng Meng can pick whenever works best. He fires back right away, saying Meng Meng should finish her class advancement within 2 days, and they will move out once she wraps up. Onya texts back that it is no problem, telling Boss Bach he will not interrupt him clearing the biochemical zombie zone. Chen Bai clenches his fists tightly. Neither the Black Building secret realm nor Company X headquarters can be skipped. Time is ticking down, so before Meng Meng finishes her job change, he needs to take care of upgrading this biochemical disaster first. Meanwhile, Onya pulls up his system panel, wondering why that Nguyen Tian guy is flexing all over the forum. The screen displays a viral post on the Evolver forum titled, Team 001 Thunder God Unleashes Power, Pay 1 coin to unlock Zombie World Intel. He gasps in disbelief. Wait, it actually costs a coin just to watch? What a scam. Cut to another sector, where massive zombies radiating intense energy suddenly emerge. Right behind it looms a leaner mutant, smaller but clearly deadly, as Lian Tian silently sizes up the 2 beasts before him. Damn, that is a high-tier special mutant right there, packing raw physical power combined with elemental mutation. Thunder God recognizes that slender monster instantly. It wiped out their strongest squad. The kind of threat you run from for dear life. Yet someone is actually recording this on camera. Pure insanity. That guy has guts. Though it might be his final footage alive. Lien Tian glares at the incoming monsters, bracing for combat with a confident grunt to fire himself up. From the monster's angle, another figure pops up behind Lien Tian, holding up a phone to record every single second. The zombies do not strike first, just staring intently straight at Lien Tian. Without him even seeming to touch them, both beasts slam face first into the pavement, sending the comment section exploding with shock. What just happened? My eyes could not even track that. Drop the playback speed down so we can actually see. Lien Tian smirks with pride, telling everyone to watch at 0.1 speed as a survivor reaches out, bowing in deep gratitude. Brother, thank you for saving us. Who are you? The survivor rejoices, wondering if the legends about Team 001 are actually real. Lien Tian replies casually, "No need for thanks. High-tier mutants must be put down. I am Thunder God from Team 001. Up above, Chen Bai watches the footage and breaks it down. Did he awaken an anti-zombie ability there? His agility buff is insanely high, faster than mine. This guy clung to him in the Demon Lock Tower in their past life, though Bach never admitted knowing him. The system panel floods with comments from everyone, starting with Bav Wong tagging Lightning Successor Nu Lien Tian. Thunder God, you are killing me here. Diep2 chimes in on Nu Lien Tian. Thunder God? I am dying of laughter. Lu Ho mocks him next. Thunder God? Hilarious. Then Onya jumps in on Lightning Successor Ngu Lien Tian. Thunder God? Laughing my head off. Your Han King tags Lightning Successor Ngu Lien Tian right after. Thunder God? Pure comedy. Solo Horn piles on Lightning Successor Nu Lien Tian. Thunder God? Bro, I cannot breathe. Lightning Successor Nu Lien Tian protests. Stop clowning around. Was I supposed to introduce myself as Lightning Successor 5 combo immortal out there? Bav Wong replies, just call yourself Thunder God then to save face. Your Han King says, just drop your real name next time. Ma Ni would scare them to death. While Solo Horn admits honestly, introducing myself would be pretty awkward too. Your Han King is speechless, while Thui Shuyen asks Ngu Lien Tian if he even knew he was being filmed. Ngu Lien Tian says relax. I knew. If I show off my moves, I am not scared of being studied. Lien Tian crosses his arms, grinning smugly. Bach texts back Thui Shuyen has a point, but as long as Thunder knows his limits, it is all good. Truth is, I got recorded earlier too. Bav Wong comments back to Lightning Successor Ngu Lien Tian. It is over. Once Boss Bach's video drops, your #1 spot on the forum is gone. Thunder God replies losing it to Boss Bach is only natural. Your Han King says I am out. Ngu Lien Tian changed his handle. All hail the Thunder God. Onya drops a link why the Chen Bai's score is so absurdly high. One clip reveals the truth. Your top spot is history. Thunder God and Onya just watch in total silence. Scene shifts, a group desperately fighting. Zombies can barely hold on. There are way too many of them. Ma Yi grips the long blade while Zhang Song calls out, I will watch our back. Let us break through together. Ma Jian cuts in. The camera is rolling. Guys, does anyone have any last words to say? Desperately holding the line, Miao Yuluo yells back, I have got nothing to say. I just refuse to die. Right then, someone plummets from the sky like Superman, triggering an instant explosion. Chen Bai casually asks, do you guys need a hand? Still struggling to hold on, Ma Jian glances over in pure relief, answering with a tremble, of course we do. Chen Bai gives a quiet smirk. With a single strike, he pierces 2 at once, skewering the remaining zombies like barbecue. Saved from the brink of death, Miao Yiluo breaks into a relieved smile, while the stream chat completely erupts. Look at this chat frenzy. Everyone is screaming over what kind of insane skill has no wind-up and no range limit. From start to finish with that heavenly lightning, Chen Bai barely moves and looks like he hardly burned any stamina. Hong Fuji wonders what the horn on his head is, bloodline or gear, while Anna swoons over how handsome this Dragon Country powerhouse is. Chichilang notes that Thunder God wipes mobs on high alert, But Chen Bai clears the field like he is taking a casual stroll. Thunder God fires back at Chi Long. Is it not completely normal for my team leader to be stronger than me? Fujikawa Yako remarks that he truly deserves rank 1 on the leaderboard. Overwhelmingly powerful yet calculating every move. Watching the footage from up high, Anthony stays quiet for a long moment before gritting his teeth in worry, wondering if he could ever dodge that attack. Meanwhile, Chen Bai reads through the comments where Mizukawa says everyone needs to take notes from Chen Bai. Thunder God asks if anyone can even copy that. But Mizukawa explains that no matter the mess, you always ask before stepping in. Overlord agrees, noting that jumping in without asking easily leads to messy misunderstandings later on. People could claim they were playing weak and blame you for stealing their kill. Reading this, Chen Bai turns away with a compliment that this group is full of smart people. With the system screen fading out, he figures there is no need for him to say anything more. Scene shifts to another ruined wasteland. A beast managed to dodge the ground spikes and chose to attack him instead of running. That saves me the trouble of hunting you down, he thinks as the beast lets out a terrified roar. Chen Bai lunges forward, thrusting his hand straight through it to eliminate the high-tier mutant. Beast Gene Warrior taken down, high-tier mutation intelligence boosted, and your special gear biochemical calamity has met its evolution criteria, now beginning its transformation as raw power floods his hands. Chen Bai is pleasantly surprised. His 2 hands begin to rapidly shift. The system chime rings out. Biochemical calamity has officially evolved into the soul weapon Doomsday Judgment. B-rank Doomsday Judgment, finger slot soul weapon with 0 out of 10 million experience, granting plus 100 to all stats and doubling hand defense. All gauntlet and claw weapon effects increase by 30%, while kills restore stamina and heal wounds through Doomsday Creation. Attacks can infect targets with the zombie virus, with the virus potency scaling off the difference in physical stats. Doomsday Avatar fully activates the soul weapon for 30 seconds, granting plus 20% to all stats, temporary speed, strength, and constitution buffs, with a 10-minute cooldown. Equipment requirement is a soul bind, and the bound host is Evolver 01 by. Right after that, both hands shift again, returning smoothly back to their normal look. Bound straight to his hand bones, he can summon and dismiss it at will. Reading the screen, he wonders if ranking from B to A really takes 10 million experience. That is a lot. He wonders if it works with his blacklight virus form. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai tests it out, wrapping up the test with solid results. Hand defense applies across claws, blades, heavy hammers, and even his whip form. Just then, a system notification pops up from Meng Meng saying, "Master, I have finished my class change." Over in Jiangcheng, at the center of Chen Bai City, Meng Meng walks up calling for her master. Chen Bai smiles, asking how it went. Did the class change succeed? She hesitates honestly, reporting that 1 million monsters was just barely enough. Meng Meng lowers her head, voice trailing off as she explains the final S trial required slaying herself in a level 15 dream realm. She tried every possible method, but time ran out before she could pull it off, leaving her with the S-class dream smoke. Chen Bai gently pats her shoulder to comfort her, saying S is already amazing, and asking if she is still unhappy with that. Besides, classes always have opportunities to rank up later on. Meng Meng smiles in agreement, replying that she understands. As the two walk together, she suddenly remembers that when she woke up, she found tons of messages from Wu Ya. Chen Bai responds with a knowing look. The guy must have finally found his class change talisman, and is getting impatient, so I promised to help him out. A few minutes later, Wu Ya turns around and spots them, shouting, "Big Chen Bai, Big Boss Meng, you two are finally here." Standing in front of the dream realm inside this abandoned building, Chen Bai walks over and warns him do not celebrate too early. There are a few things to settle first. The Black Tower dungeon is ridiculously bizarre, totally unlike any other instance, so I cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Clutching his chest, he casually replies that it is fine because he is already mentally prepared, Boss Bach. Onya explains that after searching for so long, having the chance to reach the upper floors without risking everything would haunt him forever. He firmly insists that Boss Bach and Boss Mong stay safe, telling them to leave him behind if things get truly dangerous. He really refuses to become the burden who ruined Chat Group 001. Meng Meng playfully replies to relax, because inside this dream realm she cannot die, only losing some mental energy. Chen Bai nods in agreement, saying his situation is pretty similar, so no need to worry, leaving Onya pointing at himself awkwardly. "So that means I am the only one actually risking my life here?" he asks, while they both cheerfully confirm it with a laugh. Right after that, Onya grips the scroll tightly in his hand as mysterious jet-black smoke slowly swirls all around him. A system prompt pops up asking if they want to enter the Hell-Tier Secret Realm dungeon, Black Tower level 10 to 20. Pure darkness suddenly surrounds the three of them, but without hesitation, they confidently give their answer in total unison. Confirming yes, pitch-black darkness swallows them in a flash, with glowing streaks of light shifting across the sky above. Right then, a wooden sign tilts aside, making Onya stare in shock as system text appears, listing essential rules for the Black Tower today. He slowly reads out the rules, noting rule number 1, the Black Tower currently stands at 4 full floors in total. They must clear a challenge from a resident on their current floor before taking the stairs to the next level. Rule 2 states the tower hates light. Climbing higher means darkness grows until absolutely zero light remains anywhere. Rule 3 demands absolute quiet today, with sound fading rapidly on higher floors until making any noise becomes impossible. Rule 4 warns that the tower despises the past, wiping memories as they climb, where taking longer bleeds away even more of your mind, leaving Onya staring in pure dread. "Are these really the tower rules?" Chen Bai mutters, pursing his lips since the warning is clearly far from over. The system lists deadly taboos today where violations bring instant death. Losing all memories kills you, and attempting to escape the Black Tower is fatal. Anyone trying to run away dies instantly, while Taboo 3 sets a strict time limit on every single tower challenge. Taking longer than 20 minutes on any challenge means instant death, and failing to get recognized by all 4 floor masters within 4 hours kills you. Look at Chen Bai, he just smirks, noting they got pretty lucky since none of these deadly rules are unavoidable. He suggests using private messages to communicate inside the tower, but then Chen Bai suddenly stops mid-sentence. Sure enough, a system notification flashes across his vision, warning that chat features are completely disabled inside this special map. Reading that, he hesitates and explains that chat is disabled, and since light and sound will vanish soon, they must rely purely on mental energy to scout. Immediately, Chen Bai starts dividing the work. He instructs both of his companions to carve their names and goals onto an item against memory loss, while demonstrating hand signals for basic silent communication. He tells them to memorize everything carefully, while Meng Meng smiles and suggests using these white-palmed gloves to write down notes, providing 3 spare pairs for each person. Chen Bai nods in agreement that it is enough, but insists on carving words just in case Meng Meng power gets disabled. Onya cannot help but praise her, noting that Boss Meng is truly impressive. Chen Bai smirks and introduces the signals, telling both of them to remember that this gesture means advance. Chen Bai then holds out a flat palm for stop, followed by pointing downwards to signal falling back. 3 minutes pass quickly as Onya raises a clenched fist for danger, while Meng Meng puts a finger to her lips for silence. He nods in approval, and she cheerfully affirms that she has memorized every single detail. Master. Onya chimes in that his glove notes are completely finished too, and with shared resolve, the 3 of them decide it is time to move out. Chen Bai reaches out into the empty air, feeling an invisible force field completely blocking off the staircase. The second he touches it, the system announces that clearing challenges from 4 residents on the first floor unlocks the second floor, with 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. Chen Bai looks up and decides to start with the closest room, quietly walking over and raising a hand to knock. The exact moment the door swings open, a furious roar suddenly blasts from inside. A voice screams to get lost since guests are unwelcome, but Chen Bai just smirks, apologizing playfully for the intrusion. He shoves the door wide open and steps inside, demanding to know what the challenge is. The shadowy figure scoffs at their boldness, asking if they truly want a challenge. Before laying down his condition, find an item in his house that no other resident in the Black Tower possesses. Nya scans around the room, and honestly, you can see how tricky this is. There is so much clutter here, and they have not even visited any other resident yet. Morng rests her chin in deep thought. The rule feels totally vague. Does it mean a specific item they lack, or an entire category? Right then, Chen Bai presses further, asking if bringing a piece of the resident's own body counts as passing. The shadow frowns. What do you mean? He calmly explains that he is just clarifying the rules. Otherwise, if he turns in the shadow's severed arm, the guy might claim everyone else in the Black Tower has arms too. Chen Bai drops that heavy hint. Not only would he fail the quest, but the shadow would lose an arm for nothing. The shadowy figure lowers his voice. My test is not that complex. He insists he will not disqualify them just because items share a broad category like household goods. Raising a finger, he adds that it is not as simple as handing over a bowl with a slightly different pattern either. Nor can someone just chop off an arm to solve the challenge. With a sneer, the dark figure urges them to go search quietly, warning this loud, reckless idiot not to make another sound or cause trouble in his home. Now catch what Chen Bai catches here. The shadow said you singular, not you all. He pieces it together instantly. Since only he spoke up, noise aggro clearly tracks the individual who makes the sound, rather than punishing the entire team at once. Chen Bai casually tosses his pair of gloves back to Morng. She catches them with a knowing nod. Written inside the fabric is a simple message: give a gift. As she steps forward, the shadow figure tenses up. She traces a glowing red line in the air, revealing a floating sentence for him to read. We will begin searching now, so please forgive us if things get a bit messy. Morng winks and presents her offering, but the shadow waves his hands dismissively, saying bribes will never make him go easy on her challenge. Take it back, he says. Yet she insists, pressing it into his hands so she does not have to tear his place apart. She promises he will love it. The shadow holds the glass vial, pouring out a beast core pill that boosts all attributes by 10 full points. Morng smiles gently, knowing for sure this top-tier treasure does not exist inside the Black Tower. The shadow bursts into delighted laughter. This is an offer he truly cannot refuse, so he declares her challenge officially cleared right on the spot. Turning toward Nya next, the shadow sees him lightly waving 2 oversized sheets of paper. What he found is their own group, uninvited guests, outsiders, something only this specific apartment currently holds in the entire building. The shadow reads it and nods in total approval. You pass. Looking back, the resident notices Chen Bai is completely gone, snapping angrily about where that last loud idiot ran off to. Chen Bai pushes the door open from outside, casually mentioning that he just knocked on the other neighbors' doors, but nobody seemed eager to answer. So he asks this resident to do him a favor and call them out. The shadow scoffs in disgust. Why should I help you? Just clear your trial and get lost. Chen Bai hits back without hesitation. He explains an untested theory. The rules say you must pass every resident's trial to ascend. So what happens if this floor has no living residents left at all? Stepping right into his face, Chen Bai asks, if I kill you right now, does the staircase barrier requirement drop from 4 residents down to 3? He gives the shadow 2 minutes to summon everyone, his face darkening with a chilling smirk. Or else help me test out my bloody theory. Terrified, the shadow bolts out the door as fast as his legs can carry him. Nya thanks him in excitement, but Chen Bai shakes his head, stating he did not probe the rules just to do him a personal favor. He explains calmly that seizing maximum room to operate whenever a rule is not an instant kill condition is simply how he operates. That is his signature style. Besides, he praises both of them for sticking to the script despite his sudden noise, allowing them to test how the Black Tower treats 2 completely different categories of people and gathering clues from both angles. That gives them vital intel across 2 fronts. Outside, an eagle-headed resident barks in pure rage, claiming he has never seen an outsider this brazen, daring to threaten actual tenants instead of properly focusing on the trial. He glares fiercely, demanding to know if this guy came here just to cause chaos. Chen Bai gives a calm smile. You 3 ignored my knocks, while the other told me to scram the second his door cracked open. Stepping forward, he adds that since nobody here wants to play nice, he has no reason to stay polite either. As he speaks, two demonic horns sprout from his head. Reminding them that they hold the power to pass anyone, he spreads his massive wings wide, his voice booming with undeniable authority. He gives them one final chance to stop stalling clumsily and pass all of their trials immediately. Infuriated by his audacity, the eagle creature roars out against such outrageous arrogance inside the Black Tower. Chen Bai smirks and points his finger, saying you must really have a death wish. Seconds later, he fires a shot that makes his target light up completely. Looks like you did not want that chance. An instant later, the eagle monster crashes straight to the ground, feathers scattering everywhere. Chen Bai drops down, satisfied as the system chimes and resident count decreased. Clear 3 first-floor resident challenges to unlock the second floor. Hearing that, Chen Bai flashes a grin and keeps looking forward. One arrogant minion speaks up. What? Are you scared now? Let me tell you. This is the price for killing a Black Building resident, so you better just do what you are told. But without letting the guy finish his sentence, Chen Bai throws a devastating punch straight ahead. Chen Bai raises a brow at all the noise. Resident count drops again. Clear 3 trials on floor 1 to advance to floor 2. Then he turns to the 2 shadowy figures nearby, asking what their choice is. They instantly scramble and bolt as fast as possible. The system immediately announces that Resident 101 challenge is cleared, urging him to tackle the final resident trial next. Resident 103 trial cleared. The staircase to floor 2 is unlocked. Chen Bai grins excitedly. Let us head on up. Now the trio makes their way up the stairs. Chen Bai speaks in a low voice, noting the lighting here is way darker than floor 1. His heavy footsteps echo softly through the dead silent hallway. Reaching the top, the 3 look around startled. Chen Bai mutters under his breath, seeing how much further that black mist has spread already. He turns around and asks Morng if she can tell how many memories she lost after coming up here. But right after finishing his sentence, he suddenly realizes his own voice has become strangely muffled and quiet. He will have to speak louder from now on. Morng waves her hands and displays floating text. I barely lost any memories. Nothing important since the apocalypse trials began. As for back before she had mental power and innate talents, she cannot really tell how much was stripped away. Onya raises his sign as well, saying his situation is pretty much the same as Morng. Chen Bai rests his chin, admitting he lost quite a few memories himself. Then he points coldly toward Onya, asking who he is. Feeling that chilling stare lock onto him, Onya recoils in sheer panic. Clutching his chest, Onya panics. Boss bark. Did you really lose that much memory? Ever since group chat 001, we have talked and met up plenty of times. I am Onya. Trier Trum is my real name. Do you really not remember anything at all? Morng steps up, confirming he is telling the truth. Chen Bai nods, muttering that his lost memories and the black frost on him are far worse than theirs. Maybe this memory loss is directly tied to that black frost. He figures that once the black frost covers someone completely, total memory wipe follows, triggering the death rule and killing them instantly. Morng bites her lip, wondering why all the Black Building residents are covered in black frost without dying. Chen Bai lowers his head, explaining that the rules for outsiders and native residents are probably totally different. So he decides to cleanse this black frost if his memories return. It will prove the direct connection between the mist and memory loss. Closing his eyes, Chen Bai focuses as a radiant aura of light instantly wraps around his entire body. It worked. Turning around, Chen Bai explains that the black frost is just a negative debuff rather than an absolute memory wipe. My memories are back, so if you two have strong cleanse skills, go ahead and try. Morng channels her inner energy right away, while Onya eyes flare with pure determination to try it too. But moments later, both hang their heads in disappointment. It failed completely for both of them. Chen Bai is stunned that even Morng SSS rank talent failed to clear the black frost, meaning it carries some sort of absolute authority. Think about it, does he really have to speedrun the entire dungeon just to keep Morng and Onya from losing too many memories? The system shows his poison hand skill still has 59 minutes and 21 seconds on cooldown. He shakes his head, knowing that if he rushes by butchering residents, Massive memory loss will hit him in no time. If he ends up forgetting his hourglass item and core skills, he is completely done for. Looking over at his companions, telling them about his abilities will not guarantee anything either, since all three of them could easily end up forgetting. Clearing at a steady pace of 1 hour per floor to let all his cooldowns reset is definitely the safest bet. Finally, Chen Bai lays out the plan. Floor 2 has 4 residents, so they will play by the rules first. But if a challenge takes over 15 minutes, he will just wipe them out. Both immediately agree, answering yes, master, and yes, boss bake without hesitation. The moment they step inside, a shadowy figure arrogantly orders them to cook 3 dishes for him. This guy is resident 2011 of the Black Building. Minutes later, the meal is ready, and Chen Bai, wearing an apron, asks if he is satisfied. The shadow nods in approval. Not bad. Consider this trial cleared. A mechanical voice chimes in resident 2011 trial complete. Time taken 14 minutes and 26 seconds. Soon after, another shadowy figure steps up to issue an order. Lately, there are too many roaches around here. Wipe them all out for me. This guy is resident 202 of the Black Building. Chen Bai ruthlessly fires off a raging blaze, engulfing the entire room in seconds. He smirks, confident not a single bug survived. But the shadow flies into a rage. My belongings. I will kill you. You hear me. A quick tilt of his head is all Chen Bai gives. Go ahead and try it. The system rings out again. Resident 202 trial cleared in 3 seconds. Another shadow steps forward with an arrogant grin. Beat me in a boxing video game and you pass. This is resident 203 of the Black Building. In no time at all, he gets completely wrecked in the match. System notifications start chiming non-stop. Meng Meng secures her win in 4 minutes, 21 seconds, while Wu Ya finishes his in just 1 minute and 1 second. Over on the other side, Chen Bai is struggling at 8 minutes and 3 seconds. The excited shadow taunts him another round. I will even let you hit first. Annoyed, Chen Bai snaps back, give me some leeway. Because whenever I lose hard enough to get frustrated, I like smashing consoles and killing people. Baffled, the shadow backs off. Fine. Stop playing, you win. Trial for resident 203 cleared. Time taken 13 minutes and 25 seconds. Right then, the shadow points toward the doorway. Actually, when you entered this room, I blocked one person outside. Right now, one among the 3 of you is a fake. Find the imposter and your trial is cleared. Without hesitation, Chen Bai steps up and punches the shadow straight in the face, causing the fake Meng Meng behind him to vanish into thin air. He sneers, I do not like doubt creeping between me, my disciple, and my friends. The real Meng Meng rushes inside, calling out, Master, Wu Ya. Black mist blocked me earlier. What just happened? Wu Ya casually puts his hands on his hips. This resident shut you out and made a clone so we would hunt the fake. Big Brother Bai just took care of it directly. The system chimes, resident count reduced. Staircase to the 3rd floor unlocked. Chen Bai urges them to move up. In his mind, he notes that killing floor 2 residents brought far thicker black mist than floor 1. Floor 3 will demand extra caution. Out in the 3rd floor corridor, Wu Ya hesitates with a puzzled look. Big Brother Bai, were we not at Hongqing Mental Hospital? Where are we? Chen Bai quickly asks, Wu Ya, what did you say? Hearing is muffled, but Meng Meng up ahead frowns and asks, are you 2 residents of the Black Building? System prompt, Black Building 3rd floor. Light down 75%. Audio down 75%. Memory lost. Bai 44.75%. Meng Meng and Wu Ya 34.21% each. Chen Bai scans the surroundings. Carefully dimmed vision, muted sound, and fading memories are creating quite a mess. Just getting their bearings and comparing notes took over 10 minutes. A smirk crosses his face. Based on how the lower floors worked, he has figured out the fastest way to clear this stage. Move out. Chen Bai urges. 4 doors on the 3rd floor as usual. We need to strike fast and finish faster. Wu Ya nods in agreement. No problem at all. Big Brother Bai, the quiet shadow, speaks up. This is a mystery novel I bought, but the remaining chapters are missing. Can any of you deduce the culprit? That is resident 301 of the Black Building. Chen Bai gives a stern order. Wu Ya, stick to our plan and do not waste time talking to them. Take him out. Wu Ya confirms, catching the shadow completely off guard. A massive, terrifying entity manifests behind Wu Ya, cleaving the shadow body cleanly in two. Turning back, Wu Ya reports 301 is clear. Moving to the next room, another resident asks to restore incomplete ancient texts. Can you help me finish these? This happens to be resident 302 of the Black Building. Chen Bai swiftly takes the scrolls and skims them, murmuring classic titles under his breath. Looking back, Chen Bai asks how long Meng Meng needs, and she answers with total confidence 3 minutes. Sure enough, 3 minutes later the shadow nods in deep satisfaction, impressive. Instantly, the system chimes room 302 trial cleared. Minutes later in another room, resident 303 lies defeated on the floor as Meng Meng gives the update. 303 is down. Chen Bai reflects quietly, since they all have the power to eliminate residents, speed-running beats, wasting precious time on drawn-out tests. On to the next room, and watch how fast this goes. Wu Ya unleashes another swift strike directly against resident 304. Letting Wu Ya and Meng Meng handle the kills helps shield Chen Bai from the accumulating black mist. This way, even before his extraction state recovers, he keeps his memory relatively intact. Right then, the system chimes resident count reduced. Staircase to the 4th floor unlocked. Black Building 4th floor light down 99%. Sound down 99%. Memory loss. Bai 6%. Meng Meng 67.21%. Wu Ya 89.21%. The entire space fades into stark black and white, making him realize that clearing this Black Building meant keeping everyone safe on the final floor. Chen Bai slowly paces around to inspect his surroundings, finding that this 4th floor is actually a single, massive, open apartment unit. Suddenly, his footsteps come to a sudden halt. Right in front of him sits an unmistakable relic, the holy emblem belonging to Herose and the cult of desire. He pauses in deep thought, realizing he never once heard about the Black Building having any connection to Herose before. Back in his past life, he actually paid good money just to watch walkthrough videos of this place. Chen Bai frowns deeply, because even though every floor features different trials and layouts, he knows for a fact that no divine emblem ever existed up here. Right at that moment, a strange voice echoes out outside her. The figure approaches step by step, saying that reaching the top of the Black Building and seeing him proves both your intellect and sheer strength. You face the Black Building manager, who asks if you want to become a permanent resident here or strip away this domain power. Chen Bai cuts him off cold. Drop the nonsense and tell me why the divine emblem of Herose is sitting in this room. The manager grinds his teeth and roars, how dare you speak my deity true name? You must have a death wish. Right above Chen Bai's head, the demonic ram horns begin manifesting with dark energy. The system reveals that the ram horns allow the user to control entities with weaker willpower, scaling directly off his own mental stats and the attribute gap between them. He instantly unleashes his mental control technique. Look at that instant freeze. The manager locks up completely, caught under total hypnosis as Chen Bai demands to know why the emblem is here. The manager speaks in a daze, explaining he carved it because the Mother Goddess brought them to the Night Tower. He worships the Mother Goddess from the bottom of his heart, so he drew the emblem to show absolute devotion. Chen Bai presses further, asking if the Night Tower is actually this Black Building. What is it really? The manager confirms that every single Black Building is just one part of the greater Night Tower structure. Right as those words leave his mouth, his entire body suddenly explodes. Chen Bai stares blankly into the empty air, while the system announces the manager is dead. The secret realm is cleared, and he can leave any time. The Hell-tier secret realm of the Black Building has been conquered for the first time, and every evolver can only enter this trial once. Does the user wish to release a clear walkthrough video? Meanwhile, the bindings on the two outside finally dissolve as Meng Meng notices the black mist vanishing, while Wu Ya excitedly raises his scroll. Chen Bai, my quest is finally complete, so now we just need to activate this scroll to claim the final reward. Chen Bai nods and tells him to use it now, and the parchment immediately dissolves into thin air. But then Wu Ya hesitates, asking Chen Bai and Meng Meng if they feel that bizarre, unsettling sensation in the air. She whispers that she feels it too. while Chen Bai widens his eyes, recognizing the feeling of a deity watching across dimensions. He instantly recalls Herose and realizes that Wu Ya scroll just summoned her straight into this realm. Right on cue, her face materializes up ahead, looking down at these mortals with pure disdain. Chen Bai twitches his lips upon hearing that voice, never expecting to run into Herose this early in his second life. She raises a brow and purrs that since they passed the Black Tower trial, they must be exceptionally gifted among the evolvers. Let me see. Herose cannot help but marvel, noting that this human soul and heart seem to awaken something truly fascinating inside her. Not only that, but your body carries distinct traces of slaughter that thoroughly intrigue me. So mortal. What is your name? Do you know me? He places a hand on his chest and replies with perfect manners, stating his name is Chen Bai. He claims he is unworthy of knowing her directly, but had the fortune of dealing with her subordinate, Le Duo. His tone carries deep respect and smooth charm, explaining that his earlier tension came entirely from feeling her overwhelming divine presence when she appeared. Herose chuckles with delight, pleased that he knows Le Duo, before turning directly toward the topic of their upcoming rewards. So Chen Bai, what do you want? Given this incredible chance, Chen Bai flatly declines, telling Her Eminence that he does not want anything for himself. He shrugs with complete ease, stating his only purpose here was to help his trusted companions. Please give all the rewards to him, and she casually agrees before turning toward Wu Ya to ask what he desires. He answers without a second thought, asking Her Eminence for a suitable class, earning a pleased smile from Herose. You are an interesting one, she says, promising to hand every single reward directly to his companion. Chen Bai, I have memorized your name now. True to her word, Herose delivers within minutes, granting Onya the double S-tier Night Dancer class change scroll, an item destined to banish light, shroud the sky, strip away sight, and unleash creeping dread. It destroys nothing, yet ends everything. Requiring level 10 and clearing the Black Tower, he cradles the scroll in his hands, turning back to his two friends. Onya looks stunned, calling out to Boss Bak and Mengmeng to look. It is actually double S rank. Even Chen Bai feels surprised. Double S rank. Though the Black Tower warrants that level of reward, something feels totally off here. A sudden thought hits him, wondering if Herose is the real reason he is overthinking this whole thing. Curiosity pushes him to act immediately, realizing something is definitely wrong and he has to sort it out. Chen Bai pulls out the Demon Ring of Solomon, stepping directly into its inner space to demand answers. He asks Satang to explain the Dark Night Tower, and the demon flashes his sharp fangs with a grin, explaining it is the physical manifestation of the Night God power and his personal divine realm. Long ago, the Creator Lord of Light heavily wounded him, forcing him into a deep slumber and leaving the Dark Tower completely unattended. Satang leisurely answers while floating in circles around him. It is a massive prize, yet the Night God hid the Dark Tower away before falling asleep, leaving it completely untouched by anyone else. The more the demon speaks, the more Chen Bai understands the bigger picture. With the cosmic trial officially underway, he believes the Dark Tower will become part of the test, just like the Abyss, unlocking methods that allow evolvers to step inside. Satang kindly breaks it all down. Someone likely wants a piece of the Night Authority, using this exact entry point to launch an assault on the Dark Tower. Hearing this, Chen Bai pieces it together and chuckles, asking if she plans to replace the Dark Tower administrator with one of her own people, then manipulate the rules to push the mission rewards to the absolute maximum. His sharp mind genuinely delights Satang, who praises that his master intellect is truly astonishing. Splitting authority like this to slowly weaken the Dark Tower is incredibly smart, especially since it will never risk waking the sleeping Night God from his slumber. The demon gets even more hyped than Chen Bai, calling it a safe, discreet, and perfect first move to steal Night Authority. Having gathered enough intel, he prepares to exit the space, his mind actively connecting every single loose thread from today. To think that in his past life, that woman Herose actually managed to seize the authority of Night. Now look at her game, carving up dark authority while handing out favors, taking all the top loot and goodwill at once in a brilliant scheme. Seeing Chen Bai freeze with a dead serious look, Onya nearly has a heart attack, asking what is going on with him. Is there something wrong with this scroll? Chen Bai stares down at the scroll with narrowed eyes, clicking his tongue as he realizes that since the scroll is already created, there is no way to turn it back into raw shadow energy and return it anyway. Trying to seize divine authority right now brings far more risks than rewards. So powering up his own allies first makes much more sense. Snapping back to reality, he finally gives Onya a straight and reassuring answer. Not at all. I was just lost in thought for a second. So, go ahead and advance your class, because the bio-zombie world is waiting, and Company X might need your specific skills. Trusting him completely, Onya triggers the scroll, and system prompts flash as the SS rank Night Dancer class change succeeds. Onya eagerly turns to Boss Bak, asking him to help review the brand new class stats. He clearly reads off the stats. SS Night Dancer gains 20 agility, 20 spirit, and 20 free stat points per level, along with the class authority called Endless Night. Entering Darkness boosts all attributes by 8% every hour, stacking up to a massive 96% cap. In Darkness, spirit and stamina recovery surges by 1000%, while slashing his presence by 50%. His active class skill, Sky Shroud, consumes massive spirit power to submerge the entire surrounding area in darkness, instantly maximizing every attribute boost from this authority. It lasts for 3 full minutes. With a 10-hour cooldown, his passive skill, Night Solo Dance, scales armor penetration from 0 to 100% based on movement speed while dampening incoming enemy skills by 30%. His active skill, Slaughter Dance, multiplies his agility-based movement speed to 1.5 times base speed. Every enemy slain during this state boosts that multiplier by 0.02 and extends the duration by 1 second. It carries a 1-hour cooldown, and reading through it, Chen Bai feels genuine excitement for his friend. This class is purely built around agility and environmental control, and when paired with his innate fear incarnation talent, the synergy explodes far beyond the sum of its individual parts. After giving his praise, worried the guy might get too cocky, he immediately drops a fair warning. But do not get too obsessed with pure agility stats. Pay closer attention to the shadows, you might just uncover a slim shot at becoming a god. Hearing that, Wu Ya feels his mind and senses completely awaken. Become a god. Got it, Chen Bai. I will give it everything I have. As he wraps up, Meng Meng leans in and whispers, Master, I still have not shown you my new class interface. Chen Bai lets out a soft breath. You guys are showing me your most private, crucial secrets without hesitation. Meng Meng looks at him with pure admiration, reassuring Wu Ya that Master would never do anything to hurt them. He nods along, saying he trusts Chen Bai and Meng Meng completely, though he lowers his voice to admit he has not seen her skills yet. Her powers are incredibly mysterious and deadly, so the fewer people who know about them, the safer everyone is. Meng Meng waves her hand playfully, replying with a cheerful smile that she trusts him, but appreciates the thought anyway. Watching Wu Ya turn and walk away, Chen Bai feels this is truly a lucky connection. Anyone willing to endure so much patience just to land a proper class, while staying reasonable, makes this guy genuinely reliable. Right then, Meng Meng beams with a wide grin, telling him she already shared full access to her class interface, prompting Chen Bai to open her profile. SS tier Nightmare, every single level up, grants 40 points to mental power and 10 free attribute points, unlocking class authority. Dream Devourer allows her to swallow the dreams of others, permanently boosting her own base stats based on the scale of that dream and fusing it directly into her soul, alongside her passive class skill, Dream Blade, usable only inside the dream realm with 0 cast time, dealing immense psychic damage while shredding the opponent's mental strength with a real chance to instantly execute anyone possessing lower mental strength than her own, with the kill probability scaling off that exact stat gap on a 2-minute cooldown, paired with the passive Dream Shield usable solely within the dream realm. Every single entity with weaker mental power than hers becomes completely incapable of causing her any direct harm. Then there is Dream Descent, an active skill that burns mental energy to forcefully drag any target straight into a dream. Looking over the numbers, he remarks that her innate talent is practically unmatched by anyone out there. Mental power is the defining foundation that dictates just how absurdly far her overall combat potential can reach. The entire growth path of this class revolves around psychic scaling, making it a flawless match before Wu Ya trudges back carrying a heavy wooden chest. Calling out to Chen Bai and Meng Meng, he tells them to pick from the manager boss drops first. But Chen Bai steps aside. He insists he needs nothing and tells them to choose, sending an excited Meng Meng dropping down to check the loot. First up is the Divine Body Forging Skill Book, a B-rank active skill that funnels immense psychic energy straight through the physical meridians. It temporarily converts mental stats equally into constitution, strength, and agility. Exactly the kind of hybrid utility she was hunting for. Meng Meng snatches it up immediately, apologizing to Wu Ya while claiming the tome, but Wu Ya simply waves it off without minding at all. He tells boss Meng Meng to take it, but seeing Chen Bai standing there completely detached, Wu Ya feels the urge to ask one more time, asking if Chen Bai truly wants nothing. Chen Bai confirms it, telling them whatever remains unpicked can just go right into the shared stash. Wu Ya pulls out a pitch-black card and holds it up in disbelief, asking if this tiny yet absurdly powerful token is truly his. This specific credential only drops once the building manager is slaughtered and the trial inside the Black Tower is cleared. Only players who conquered that exact Black Tower mission can activate it, binding their ID to officially step up as the new tower administrator. It grants unlimited access to the designated black structure at any time, allowing the owner to enforce 3 absolute prohibitions on any outsider who steps inside. None of those rules are allowed to contradict each other. Beyond that, you could even set a rule that every intruder dies, which prompts Chen Bai to generously tell him to keep it for controlling darkness. That power means very little to him, or Meng Meng. And just as things settle down, a sudden system announcement pops up. Members Bai, Meng Meng, and Crow from Dragon Country Chat Group 001 have secured the world first clear of the special Hell Tier dungeon. The man reading this broadcast violently slams his fist against the wall, spewing out raw venom. Gritting his teeth in fury, Anthony snaps, "Damn it," refusing to accept that monkey rapid rise. On one end, the guy dominates the zombie biochemical leaderboard, while on the other, he snatches the first clear on a hell raid. Anthony quickly swipes through the system network, hunting for more details, realizing that no walkthrough exists yet and that Monkey has not posted a strategy guide in quite a while. Crossing his arms, he ponders for a moment before nodding slowly. It makes sense. After establishing his city, he likely concealed his true power. While the public message boards explode with endless chatter, players beg to know why the Chen Bai has not dropped a guide, with one user named 7 Sheep admitting he is terrified to enter the Black Tower. The Chen Bai has not released a single walkthrough since the Red Star Mental Hospital event, leaving 0 public traces regarding the Black Tower trials. Others admit they recently secured an invitation, but with only B-rank skills and 0 guides, they dare not step inside. 2 leaders of Holy Light shines down, saying dungeon guides are hidden now. I must have cleared it better than thousands of others. The Chen Bai is nothing special either. Holy crap. Do not butt in. Are you crazy? They cleared the dungeon themselves, so what does it have to do with you? Even though sharing dungeon walkthroughs is their personal choice, I still hope the Chen Bai could share just a little. Crow steps in to explain that they do not release walkthrough videos because the Black Tower is a unique dungeon with shifting rules and missions every single entry. We do not want to mislead future players entering the Black Tower, so Holy Light really needs to back off. Hoarding information is just hoarding, yet you pretend to care about everyone else. You could totally upload the guide and warn everyone. But frankly speaking, your entire 0 to 1 chat group is just pure selfish. Reading through that massive wall of toxic comments, Anthony lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Total idiots. Why should anyone owe you a free walkthrough? He mutters in disgust, trudging forward with pure irritation burning inside his chest. These useless freeloaders weaponize their own weakness, act all entitled, and demand the strong spoon feed them. So good riddance when they all drop dead. Meanwhile, back over at his own place, Crow quickly sends a direct message to Chen Bai. Boss Bach, that holy light guy, bought a black tower ticket to prove he is not selfish. Planning to livestream his whole dungeon run, Chen Bai chuckles in amusement, asking if Crow somehow got building manager authority now. Crow firmly stresses that he has zero time for clowns, but warns that these toxic haters are actively dragging Boss Bach through the mud. Chen Bai simply keeps strolling, casually scrolling through the comments. Today he arrives at the core zone of Chen Bai City, walking down the hall towards Su Xin's private office while calmly typing his reply into the system interface. Anyone hating on me over dumb words will never become a true powerhouse. A blunt mindset that Crow completely backs up. Crow agrees, saying he is about to enter the zombie world, right as Chen Bai pushes open the villa door and steps inside. Spotting him, Su Xin brightly beams and asks if he is finally back, while Chen Bai flashes a knowing grin, reading her cheerful mood. Let me guess, you skipped the zombie apocalypse world entirely, so why did you call me all the way over here? Did you stumble upon some neat reward points to redeem that got you this insanely thrilled? Su Xin cozies up against him, softly cooing that back when they founded Chen Bai City, they unlocked a cosmic core supercomputer alongside a fully automated production line. She gazes up into his eyes, a dangerously seductive spark flashing across her face. Our current core cannot unlock high-tier functions yet, and most generated blueprints are honestly pretty mediocre. Linking her arm around his, she gently guides him over to the sofa. Su Xin explains further that the biochemical tech in the zombie realm can trade for tons of complete blueprints, which totally won her over. Settling onto the couch, she casually drapes her legs across his lap, chatting away about power generators, military vehicles, advanced weaponry, and full pharmaceutical pipelines. That is where her dilemma kicks in, wanting everything in sight but lacking the points to supply all of Chen Bai City. Flashing a sweet smile, she playfully tries to butter him up, asking what plans he has for his massive 100,000-point stash. Leaning his head back against the sofa cushions, he smoothly answers that expanding Chen Bai City is the top priority. As for everything else, he has not spotted anything that actually benefits him directly yet. He tells Su Xin to compile every item vital for development and forward the full list directly to him. With an entire city to oversee, he needs to grind way more points, making her pale cheeks instantly flush with a suggestive, heated look. You have been grinding non-stop for 2 straight days, just banking points. Why not unwind first? We cannot help much with earning points, but when it comes to helping you relax, we can definitely take good care of you. 2 days later, out on an island connected to the base, Chen Bai arrives on site for a classified mission. The dark secrets of Company X are finally coming to light. Access to Company X headquarters is wide open, unlocking the dungeon zone where Chen Bai quickly scans the area, noting obvious signs of an intense office brawl. Moving carefully, he wonders how many members in the group chat actually managed to secure an access card to this dungeon. A massive pillar crackles with violent lightning, discharging lethal bolts the second it detects an intruder stepping into the facility. Chen Bai raises his guard, shielding himself while narrowing his eyes. His mutated arms let him slip past every strike with ease, slicing through the pillar core within minutes before landing smoothly inside Company X and glancing back. A sharp question lingers in his mind. Is this automated defense operating normally, or is someone pulling the strings from behind? That lightning strike packed some serious power, definitely a warning for everyone to stay on their toes. Chen Bai slips into a quiet corner by the wall to check the chat, spotting a message from Mizukawa first. She writes out to the squad, "Once you find the entrance, swipe your ID card. Do not climb the outer wall." Reading further, Chen Bai is stunned as she adds, "Or else defense towers zap you, and do not ask how I know." Moving forward, her warning keeps echoing in his head. "Everyone, make sure to use your ID cards at the gate. Seriously, do not scale the walls unless you want to get fried by lightning towers. Do not ask why." A wave of relief washes over him. Nice. Looks like he was not the first poor guy to get zapped. The barren wasteland behind him completely fades away, replaced by towering skyscrapers and a spotless, hyper-modern city rising directly ahead. After taking it all in, Chen Bai plans his next move to track down the virus. he heads straight for the research facility. Inside the development center, the eerie silence lets him wander freely and explore every single hidden corner. Past the main lobby and elevators lie research labs of all sizes, housing hundreds of classified ongoing projects. Chen Bai stops outside lab room X941, his gut screaming that the heavy aura of the virus is right inside. Activating his special detection vision, Chen Bai pushes open both heavy doors wide to clear the path. The moment a mysterious glowing blue test tube catches his sight, he freezes in surprise. Unable to wait, he steps right inside, picking up the vial so the system can analyze the raw X73 viral fluid and uncover its secrets. Turns out, this failed byproduct of the 73rd vaccine trial is not just a dud, it somehow ended up far purer. Chen Bai notes that refining the vaccine into raw fluid made it remarkably pure. He immediately absorbs it into his body, prompting the system to confirm the intake of raw viral essence. Gaining 50 virus points and 200 specific evolution points for the T-virus, Chen Bai grins to himself, thrilled because specialized evolution points for the T-virus are insanely hard to come by. Securing 50 virus points and 200 T-evolution points, he casually strolls out with hands in his pockets, reflecting that while his telekinesis grew stronger, his overall capacity is still lacking. A sudden prickle runs across his scalp, sparking a deep sense of unease. Something is wrong. A massive surge of dense viral aura is closing in fast. His sharp instincts are dead on. Whipping his head around, Chen Bai spots a colossal serpent with glowing crimson eyes, baring its razor fangs ready to swallow him whole. Packing terrifying brute strength, the giant snake shatters the glass windows and leaps through the air, coiling onto the pavement with jaws wide open to strike. Landing calmly across from it, Chen Bai stays fully on guard before the serpent, whose massive, endless coils could terrify anyone. Chen Bai activates his appraisal vision for system support, taking just 3 seconds to pull up its detailed stats. Standing right in front of him is a level 30 mutated boss, the Golden Python. Once a high-ranking executive pet turned test subject, it was stolen during a chaotic office fight, yet miraculously managed to stay alive through it all. By devouring countless mutated X-virus subjects, it evolved into an absolute powerhouse of overwhelming raw strength. With 1,582 strength, 1,042 agility, over 2,300 constitution, and crazy survivability skills, Chen Bai feels no fear at all. In fact, a wild smirk spreads across his face. Now that is one interesting pet. Even so, taking this beast lightly is a mistake. The serpent seizes the opening, slamming its skull forward to knock him completely off balance. Right as his back is about to hit the ground, loud commotion echoes from a building nearby. Glancing over, Chen Bai realizes other evolvers have already entered the zone, coming from different factions and territories. Clashes between them are practically guaranteed to break out. Locking his focus, Chen Bai stares down the Golden Python with clear resolve. He needs to wrap this fight up fast. Suddenly, look at this. A pair of eerie phantom arms stretch across the distance, lunging right for Chen Bai. Locking onto him, one ghostly hand yanks Chen Bai into the air by his leg, catching him completely off guard. The other spectral hand clamps onto his arm, triggering a violent collision so massive that it cracks the pavement wide open. Standing calmly in the shadows, a hidden figure watches the whole spectacle unfold, the true master behind those demonic arms. Bai Yuan crosses his arms with a smug laugh, declaring that Chen Bai is finished this time, while his cautious teammate Yin Bi warns him not to celebrate too early against such a monster. Li Chen scoffs, telling her she is being way too cowardly, since nobody could ever survive a full-power strike from a level 30 boss like that giant python. Through the thick gray dust, the Golden Python remains unmistakable as its glowing golden eyes burn right through the haze. Bai Yuan screams in shock for everyone to watch out as the boss approaches, but strangely, the python ignores Chen Bai and charges straight for their trio instead. Turning pale with terror, Bai Yuan shrieks that they became its targets, meaning that Chen Bai guy must already be dead meat. But Yin Mei denies it on the spot, trembling as she points out, that is wrong. She sees Chen Bai pressing right against the Golden Python, quietly pumping dark energy inside until its body completely disintegrates. Stunned, she realizes the Chen Bai is not the one dying. He officially defeats the level 30 mutated golden python boss, earning 1,000 experience points and 1,000 virus points. With the monster fully handled, Chen Bai turns to confront the pranksters. Messing with someone mid-fight and attacking from behind is really bad etiquette. Since they fought dirty, he holds absolutely nothing back. Opening his palm, he channels soul fire as streaks of dark purple light erupt from his hand. He even uses the dying golden python to take out this vicious crew. Bai Yuan takes the hit first. His body gets shredded apart, screaming in agony and pure humiliation as the system updates right away. Hostile camp evolver defeated. Gained 2,000 experience points and +3 reputation. Panicking completely, Li Chen yells out, "We are dead. Run right now." Yin Mei breaks down, begging the Chen Bai for mercy. Chen Bai looks down with a cold smirk at his panicking prey. "You think you can run?" 3 seconds later, the last two drop dead, granting him another 2,000 experience points for defeating enemy evolvers. Reputation +3. The golden python is gone, but Chen Bai uses its colossal corpse to turn it into his new pet. With a giant serpent this massive, absorbing it takes a little longer than usual. Having just finished off 3 enemies, Chen Bai looks around and spots 2 more newcomers approaching. Plenty of people showed up, way more dungeon challengers than he expected. A handsome youth named Shen Yi grins wide. It is the Chen Bai. What is he doing? His samurai teammate Zi Xuan spots it right away. I know. He is absorbing that giant serpent, which leaves his main body completely defenseless. Tian Kui sneers obviously. Let us all jump on this chance and kill him right now. Cheng Zhe readies his weapon eagerly. Exactly. We cannot waste an opportunity this good. And look at that, the 4 princes and their lackeys charge straight toward Chen Bai for the kill. Chen Bai's eyes widen at their bold ambush. But it is not out of fear. Someone else just stepped right in and wiped these pests out for him. It is Zi Shun and Overlord, dropping in with an insanely cool entrance. "Chen Bai, we are here. Leave these guys to us." Chen Bai's face lights up instantly. Overlord and Immortal Sword have arrived too. The two join forces, and instantly, not a single enemy is left standing. More of Chen Bai's allies arrive in the dungeon to back him up. Lian Xian chuckles mockingly. With skills like that, you dare attack the Chen Bai? Crow smirks and taunts them. Seems having numbers gave these fools a little false courage. Touched, Chen Bai sees Ma Shui Chuan, and Crow too. On top of that, Ding Ding walks in cheerful as ever. Who would have thought the Chen Bai is never alone? Naturally, Han Xiao could not miss this reunion either. Clearing his throat, he announces, "That is right. Chat group 001 is fully assembled." Liu Wang, Liu Huai, and Fang Zhong step toward Chen Bai. "Anyone missing?" Liu Huai replies quickly. "A few unlucky ones still have not unlocked their high-tier identity cards yet, like Ye Zi." Chen Bai smiles warmly at them. Ding Ding, Han Xiao, Zhen Shu, Liu Wang, Liu Huai, and Zhu General. Almost all of Group 001 is here. Cute Meng Meng pops up. "Master, we came to steal some kills." Deeply moved by this brotherhood, Chen Bai shakes his head with a smile. Lian Xian arrogantly steps forward, blocking the attackers. "Come on. Nobody dares step up? You only gang up on people when they are in danger? Do not make me look down on you." Right then, Chen Bai devours the special composite mutant, gaining 1,000 exclusive evolution points for Blacklight virus. Devouring the special composite mutant reduces the evolution point cost for all virus abilities. Devouring the special composite mutant significantly enhances both Blacklight virus and T-virus. Health and spirit recovery rate increases by 100%. He warns Lian Xian beforehand so he does not go too far. "Lu Chen, do not lay a hand on anyone who did not attack me earlier." He agrees right away. Understood. Anyone who aimed to harm the Chen Bai will not escape. With the core members of Group 001 gathered, an epic showdown is bound to erupt. Each member splits off to take down their targets. While chaos unfolds on the ground below, 2 figures casually stand on a rooftop watching everything. The cloaked subordinate asks Lord Locke, "Should we put a stop to this battle?" He answers calmly, "No need. They will not harm innocent bystanders." Turning on his heel, Locke says, "Let us go. What we want is not here." Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, a mysterious young woman keeps her eyes glued to the intense clash below. She mutters softly, "We have too few people. We cannot make a move this time." Almost sensing their hidden gaze, Chen Bai repeatedly glances up toward the tall buildings. He presses his lips together, mind racing. Those massive auras surrounding the enemies vanished completely. Did they refuse to step in, or did they run away to hide again? While Chen Bai is still weighing his options, his squad gathers right before him. Lian Xian reports excitedly, "Chen Bai, it is handled. Does this mean the central sector is finally all ours now?" He chuckles softly, quickly assigning the team a brand new objective. "All right. Split up and search the area, then regroup right back here once everyone finishes." Chen Bai lowers his voice with a mocking edge. Either someone snuck off, or they knew they were outmatched and fled. So stay sharp against sudden ambushes. Lian Xian and the others nod in unison, understood. Their answer is crisp and confident, keeping him at ease. Understood. Ba Wang declares firmly on behalf of the three-man group. Meanwhile, Chen Bai focuses on gathering high-value intel through the system, reviewing the special research item report for genetic warriors. The holder gains +2 to all attribute growth rates for the genetic warrior class, with completely unlimited uses. This special primary gene potion blueprint allows the creation of high-grade genetic serums tailored from corresponding creature bloodlines. It maximizes class transfer efficiency across every stage for genetic warriors. Crafting requires 1 liter of beast blood at level 10 or above. Furthermore, the special intermediate gene potion blueprint manufactures even more advanced genetic serums, tailored directly from corresponding biological bloodlines. It maximizes the stat boosts of genetic warriors during their second-class advancement. Crafting conditions require 1 full liter of beast-type blood at level 30 or higher. Standing inside the head director office within the research facility, he clicks his tongue in sheer admiration at these newfound documents. Top-grade assets capable of mass-producing heavy combat power carry massive appeal, especially for evolvers stuck with weaker innate talents. He envisions how incredible it would be if the blood of those Mount Shu demonic beasts could also be utilized. While picturing the future, sudden footsteps close in behind Chen Bai. His eyes snap wide as he whips around. Who is there? Turns out it is just Lian Xian approaching with a red warhammer in hand, calling out that it is him, Lightning 5 Whip Ma 2, and he found something awesome. The item is the Soul Forging Hammer, a king-tier soul artifact straight from the Divine Blacksmith. It imprints an extra skill onto soul weapons that levels up alongside them, strictly requiring B-rank soul gear or higher. Lian Xian offers with a wide grin, asking if Chen Bai wants it and telling him to take it. Chen Bai admits honestly that it really is great stuff, but he cannot use it either. Then he generously offers to help out instead, explaining he lacks tiered artifacts, but suggests upgrading Lian Xian's bloodline past S rank, sending the guy over the moon with excitement. "All right, then I will leave this treasure with you." He swings his arm, tossing the soul hammer toward Chen Bai. "Catch this, Chen Bai." Chen Bai steps back slightly, wary of getting smashed in the face. That is when Lian Xian flashes a sinister smirk because he is not an ally at all, but Anthony in disguise. "Caught you!" Anthony's body recoils like an insect as powers fuse. 1,000 transformations, mantis shrimp, iron will, and shattering strike activate all at once. He plotted to exploit Chen Bai while he was isolated, using the soul hammer as bait to finish him off clean. But the blast only results in a deafening detonation. Chen Bai already slipped through the window, blasting straight through the wall. Frustrated by the failure, Anthony grinds his teeth over failing to land the kill. This Chen Bai guy really knows how to survive, but even if he is alive, he must be critically wounded, Anthony thinks, confident in his lethal trick. That mantis shrimp shattering strike unleashed instant explosive power, combined with iron will to boost his total striking force 50 times over. Thinking about that, Anthony grins smugly, convinced nobody could ever walk away unharmed from a strike like that. But he forgets who he is dealing with. Chen Bai never left the room, stepping forward to speak. "You are not wrong. That move packs quite a punch." Hearing his voice, Anthony freezes, staring in shock as Chen Bai emerges in demon form with an eerie grin. Had you caught me completely off guard, your strike definitely would have injured me pretty badly. But I saw through your game. What a shame you wasted such top-grade bait just to draw my attention. Anthony still cannot believe his own ears, asking how he got found out, as Chen Bai rattles off his exact dossier. Of course, Triple S talent Anthony, S-rank trickster clown class from the Lighthouse Nation faction. In his past life, this guy was a famous evolver, so failing to recognize him would be the real surprise. That is not the main issue here, Chen Bai counters, shutting down the provocation cleanly. Since you dared strike at me, you must be ready to die. Anthony, so arrogant just moments ago, turns deathly pale. This aura is overwhelming, and he cannot win this fight. Desperate, he pulls out a surprise balloon bomb to stall Chen Bai while immediately scrambling backward to escape. Anthony leaps frantically through the blasted hole in the wall, stacking shape-shifting, fusion, and sudden burst speed. Anthony floats high in the sky aboard a glowing red hot air balloon. He knows full well he is no match for Chen Bai, yet he still talks big, hoping to see if the guy can shake off this balloon pursuit. His face turns completely pale again, as Chen Bai suddenly speaks right behind him, asking why he is running so fast. Chen Bai asks why he gave away so much good loot, joking that a righteous guy cannot just take freebies before instantly slashing him in half. So naturally, he has to return the favor. Even after that lethal strike, Anthony shows zero signs of dying. Both severed halves of his body actually begin stretching out in a grotesque, freakish way. Look at that. If this keeps going, will 2 full copies of Anthony spawn? Chen Bai realizes Anthony likely copied an earthworm regeneration ability, so he quickly traps him inside higher-tier purple mystic flames for complete destruction. A moment later, Chen Bai still feels uneasy because no kill notification pops up on screen. Looking down at the black ashes, he wonders how anyone burned to cinders could possibly survive. It really is an earthworm skill. Or perhaps Anthony hid a backup body somewhere else. Exactly as he guessed, Anthony's true body is safe in a villa, furiously smashing the floor and shaking with pure humiliation and rage. He keeps muttering that this is impossible, sweat pouring down his face as disheveled hair fails to hide his sheer terror. The apocalypse barely just began, so how on earth can someone be this ridiculously overpowered? It makes no sense at all. Meanwhile, on a nearby building inside the dungeon, a pretty young reporter is capturing everything. She gasps in awe at how insane Chen Bai from chat group 001 really is. Reviewing the clear audio and footage, her excitement builds since the guy who just got taken down was Anthony, a ranked player. This reporter comes from Qizhen di Tianmanshun, an active war correspondent named Ying. Pushing up her glasses, she whispers that she hit the jackpot and can finally upgrade her camera gear. Just a short moment later, on the Evolver forum, a video post drops detailing how the legendary chat group dominated the final bio-zombie dungeon for 50 silver coins, alongside the first-place battle between Bai and Anthony for 1 gold coin. As expected, those viral battle clips blow up the comment section immediately. Commenters freak out, saying the members of Group 001 are ridiculously overpowered. Someone snaps back telling them to open their eyes, since nobody could even touch Chen Bai at all. Messages flood the screen, mostly praising the tight brotherhood of Group 001, though a few complain about the steep price. Ignoring the heated forum, the squad keeps scavenging as instructed, though Thuy Shuyen grumbles that this administration building has nothing good. He is checking out the main administrative archive center alongside Chan Hu. Hearing him complain, Chan Hu corrects him, saying Brother Thuy Shuyen has it completely wrong. These administrative records hold massive long-term value, and Meng Meng, who is in the room, agrees completely. She enthusiastically points out that uncovering the virus origins, strange anomalies, and global research files gives them an immense advantage. With all these records in hand once the run ends, they will be among the first to uncover world-class secrets. Meanwhile, another squad tackles the security defenses guarding the central smart data room. Warning, Siernsblare. The system broadcasts an alert, warning that an unidentified external intruder has entered the data core. Check this out. Seeing lightning traps blocking his path, Lian Tian flexes his thunder god powers without skipping a single beat. He casually strolls right through while automated alarms scream that an intruder breached all defenses and threatens the main server. The security program spits out its pre-recorded warning to the trespasser. It warns him to consider the severe consequences of breaching Company X. But Lian Tian just snaps back with pure disrespect. Channeling lightning directly into his fist, he smashes straight through the heavy steel door. The door blows wide open, letting Lian Tian easily secure the core artificial intelligence technology and clear the entire smart center. Exploration progress for Company X headquarters now reaches 80%. Chen Bai walks through the main storage area, finding rows of fully functional high-tech firearms and gear. Tactical supplies, medical serums, and rare weapons like a grade-A super-electric whip sit stacked on the shelves. Packed with Model X16 gear and recharge packs, Chen Bai is thrilled by all the special high-tech equipment. The system confirms he finished exploring the armory, pushing Company X exploration progress to a full 100%. Chen Bai glances back at the armory museum, muttering to himself that without upgrading his inventory and warehouse, everything is totally overflowing. He is genuinely hyped for the future, because this haul will massively boost Chen Bai's city military power. He even generously dishes out some hefty bonus rewards to his squad members. Every player who helped explore the central zone of X Corporation headquarters receives 100,000 experience points and 20,000 convertible points. They had agreed to regroup outside X Corporation, and right on schedule that afternoon, Lian Xian and the rest return. Chen Bai checks in on them, asking if everyone made it out okay, telling them to freely trade any loot they cannot personally use. First up is the item Lian Xian secured the X5 Artificial Intelligence Core, a special artifact representing peak tech in this zombie bio-world. It packs an ultra-sophisticated AI capable of seamlessly running and overriding any computer, machine, or mechanical gear out there. There is a catch. Running this core drains an insane amount of electricity, so without enough juice it cannot hit full potential. Tossing it in his hand, Lian Xian grins, saying it will definitely come in handy. Chen Bai tactfully cuts in, mentioning he has a real use for it, and asks what he wants in exchange. Lian Xian would never dare haggle with him, offering to hand it straight over, but then he playfully points at Fang Zhang and mentions that Horn helped him crack the firewall to get it. Chen Bai turns to Tycoon Horn, asking what he wants. Hating that cheesy nickname, the guy pouts and insists on being called by his real name. Chen Bai plays along, making it clear he really wants this item, and tells him to discuss a fair price. Fang Zhong just waves his hand, explaining their faction is not developing that fast yet, so taking it back would only gather dust. He lays it out loyally, adding that without the boss intel, they never could have cleared the central sector so smoothly. Just take it, he says. But Chen Bai would never let his people get shortchanged. So he proposes giving him 100 complete sets of Tier C combat gear, including armor, protective suits, and firearms. These sets boast set effects rivaling Tier B power. Plus he throws in 3 separate Tier B tech devices on top. Fang Zong gasps in shock, shouting that this is pure gold for them, and his father will treat him like a god back home. Getting his own branch in the family registry is practically guaranteed now. Chen Bai turns back to the Thunder God. He asks if Lian Xian truly wants nothing, but the guy just chuckles, insisting a gift is a gift, and he needs nothing. Of course, Chen Bai still hands him a top-tier gift, the Tier, a super-powered electric whip, a high-tech flexible weapon. It grants plus 120 to all stats, with power adjustable from 1 unit up to 1,000 units, though higher output burns battery faster. Its electromagnetic field never harms the wielder and can be manually activated at will. When triggered, it unleashes raw electricity into a defensive magnetic shield, requiring lightning mastery and level 20 or above to equip. Pulling out the weapon, Chen Bai puts on a sorrowful act, sighing that if nobody wants it, maybe Lian Xian should just sell it on the forum. Lian Xian instantly drops to his knees, bawling out to his lord not to sell it, admitting he was wrong to play coy. With his usual playful antics on full display, seeing Lian Xian act this shameless makes everyone burst out laughing. At this moment, Meng Meng and Shui Chuan step up to report about the Psionic Research Institute from X Corporation, asking if anyone is interested. As these worlds merge together, there are endless, incredible zones waiting to be explored. Exactly, and we can share all of this intel right inside our squad chat. Chen Bai clarifies, immediately sharing loot for free just because you found it? No way. That is definitely not how this group operates. He reiterates the rules. Whoever discovers clues investigates them, or else trades and sells them off however they see fit. Shui Chuan accepts these crystal-clear rules, nodding respectfully and immediately putting the intel up for legitimate trade. He asks the group who wants in on the X Corporation psionic research clues. Han Xiao chimes in, immediately wanting the info, while Overlord eagerly jumps into the barter, mentioning he picked up some firearms he cannot use. Fang Zhong excitedly cuts in, offering to buy all those weapons at top dollar from Brother Overlord. Now watch this beat. While the crew is buzzing with trades, Chen Bai senses something suspicious and whips around, making the lurking reporter flinch behind a wall, terrified she got caught. Using stealth to stay cloaked, she tries calming herself down, telling herself they are merely splitting up their battle spoils. This kind of scoop might blow up, but it brings her zero real benefit while she carefully plans her escape route. Stirring up jealousy and suspicion against them would only put her own life in grave danger. Chen Bai had already spotted her, casually perched up on the high wall and calling down. And honestly, he was not wrong. A playful smirk spreads across his face as the terrified reporter stammers in panic. Chen Bai, she quickly explains. I mean no harm. My talent just forces me to post news. Chen Bai drops down and strolls toward her, telling her not to worry. He is not here to kill her, but to hand her a scoop. In 2 days, he will share some pretty juicy news she will love. Hearing that, the reporter's eyes instantly light up with pure excitement as she asks what kind of news. Can you give me a little teaser beforehand so I can drop a spoiler on the forums? Chen Bai finds it hilarious, thinking getting this hyped-over news truly fits the future founder of the Uncrowned Alliance from his past life. A top-3 intelligence broker who exposes everyone else's deepest secrets while claiming she has zero ill intent. She acts like she is just an oddball who simply wants to uncover every fresh scoop and hidden secret. Chen Bai calmly tells her that before the world fusion officially happens, he will trade his points for various production lines, then invite her over for a tour. The sharp reporter probes, asking if he plans to hire her for advertising, and Chen Bai does not deny it, asking right back. You do not want to? She agrees, shaking his hand and saying a win-win partnership gives her no reason to turn it down. Pleased, he welcomes the partnership. Right then, the reporter asks if she can do an exclusive one-on-one interview with him. Chen Bai does not turn her down, but sets his own timeline, saying he will reach out when the time is right. I already sent you a friend request, so just wait for my message. 2 days later, the reporter gets to hike the mountain trail behind Beatty City, her feet moving while her mind stays in total disbelief. So am I really standing inside Beatty City right now? She stares at the entrance mural, climbing up the stairs while constantly glancing back to marvel at the massive scenery around her. All I did was glance at the photo you sent over, and I arrived here. Chen Bai taunts her, calling it his miraculous ability, saying if she is curious, she can investigate it herself. Her reporter curiosity immediately flares up as she vows to uncover the truth, while Chen Bai crosses his arms, silently thinking that is pure wishful thinking. If I was not completely sure Meng Meng would never slip up, I would have never let her pull you over here. Welcoming her alongside Chen Bai is Su Xin, who greets her with a warm, welcoming voice. Welcome, reporter. I am Song Su Xin, the person managing your tour today, and right up ahead lies our entire industrial zone. Get your cameras ready. The excited reporter replies that she is all set, taking a really close look at every single corner around her. Standing up high, you can see the entire breathtaking layout, and she cannot hide her shock at how massive it is. Excitedly, the reporter unleashes flying cameras straight out of her bag, asking them to wait while she takes a panoramic shot. Su Xin cheerfully agrees, telling her to go right ahead, but not to let the cameras fly too high. Beatty City has anti-reconnaissance and air defense systems in place, She reminds her that outsiders flying overhead cannot see inside Beatty City, and worse, the anti-air defense system will blast them down, prompting the reporter to give an obedient, knowing wink. I get it completely. None of my photos will ever let anyone use the mountain terrain to pinpoint your factory's exact location. For over 10 minutes, camera shutters click non-stop before the reporter flashes a bright smile with an update. All done shooting, where are we heading next? Chen Bai and Su Xin then lead her over to the pharmaceutical production line. Su Xin introduces it, explaining they have 5 pharmaceutical lines, and what she is looking at now is the zombie virus X168 serum. It can rapidly wipe out mid-tier and low-tier zombie viruses, she explains with clear pride in her voice. The other 4 types include the XC36 virus suppressor, which grants full immunity against the zombie virus for 24 hours. A massive amount of intel follows, detailing the XS102 potential stimulant that supercharges all stats, though a period of extreme weakness hits once it wears off. The 205 luminescent eye potion lets even those without mental sensing powers see clearly in pitch-black darkness. Insanely powerful effect. The reporter listens with her jaw on the floor as they introduce the XZ15 life recovery solution, capable of rapidly healing injuries, restoring mental power, and clearing abnormal conditions. Su Xin also shares their struggle, explaining their current electric power is lacking, keeping overall potion production pretty low across the board. For the life recovery solution, they can only produce a single bottle per day at most. She generously pulls out a vial to gift this very first bottle to the reporter, who shyly declines, saying this is way too valuable, especially since it is the first one. I cannot accept this. Chen Bai steps in, urging her to take it as her payment for helping advertise. Raising her brow and straightening her posture, she proudly insists she is a real journalist, not a commercial advertiser. Even if what she is doing ends up promoting things, she is definitely not doing it just for advertising. Chen Bai shoves the potion directly into her hands, turning around with a slight smirk. An ad is an ad. After all, broadcast it wide, make it known, and simply share the truth with everyone. The reporter smirks right back. Nice excuse, she says. Let us head over to that weapons and gear production line over there. True to its name, stepping inside reveals rows of combat armor, protective helmets, and a full showcase weapons assembly line. According to Songge, this right here is a fully complete weapons and armor set. She explains that most parts are C-rank gear, but the set bonus is incredible. By the Chen Bai's own rating, it hits solid high B-rank power. Every single word packed with high hopes and ambition, and swapping out different components can even alter the entire equipment set effect. The reporter clicks her tongue. You guys are about to strike it rich, she says. But Songge covers her mouth with a laugh, admitting it takes 2 or 3 days per set, so nobody is getting rich. The reporter gives a thumbs up, telling them to leave it to her. She is remarkably driven, dropping a wildly sensational article just a few days later with a crazy headline, completely out of their minds. What did the Chen Bai's massive points actually buy? Exclusive expos. Xiao Zhen reporting the absolute truth on the ground. At the Chen Bai's direct invite, she toured the newest assembly line in Chen Bai City, telling everyone to watch the footage, charging a single coin per view. With visuals that epic, you just know the whole internet got hooked instantly. Comments flood in the world has not even merged yet, and the Chen Bai already hoarded all the best loot. How much for this set? A user asks, saying their raid team is about to clear a pitch-black dungeon and desperately needs night vision goggles and potions. Another commenter chimes in, amazed that swapping parts actually changes the set bonus. What happens if I wear bulletproof and stab-proof vests together, then throw on camouflage and tactical gear on top? Another user jokes back, buy the whole lot and test it yourself to see how ridiculous it looks. Chen Bai, my bro is dying. Please spare a health recovery potion to save him. While another asks if she is the one who posted the Chen Bai versus Anthony fight video. Are you the Chen Bai's personal camera woman? Xiao Zhen replies that she only captures pure, unfiltered reality. I got caught filming sneakily, so check out my latest post, she types, giggling uncontrollably as she scrolls through the responses. Engagement metrics skyrocket exponentially. showcasing the Chen Bai's dominance, right as a fresh live stream notification pops up. The Chen Bai is setting out to conquer the hard difficulty Secret Realm dungeon at Jiangcheng 10 to 18 Hongwei meat processing plant. Stream goes live in 1 hour, racking up 1,100 likes and 3,700 shares as Songge steps forward. "Sorry, reporter," she says. "Inside is the core zone of the factory plant, so I cannot invite you in. We will be right back out anyway since the stream starts soon." Reporter Xiao Zhen looks completely bewildered. The core central area? She nods and says fine, but then Chen Bai walks up from behind. "If you want in, sign a death pact with me. Any intel regarding me, Chen Bai City, or chat group 11 cannot be leaked to anyone without my direct explicit permission." Xiao Zhen pouts in frustration, asking if he calculated all this just to drag her onto his pirate ship. "Reporters cannot take sides or join factions," she insists. Chen Bai suddenly leans close to her ear. "You get it, right? This is just our way of staying protected. But if you refuse, I will never force you." Out of nowhere, Chen Bai starts counting down 3, then 2, and finally 1. Xiao Zhen panics and shouts, "Wait, Chen Bai, I agree, but this contract cannot just bind me with 0 benefits in return." Chen Bai makes his offer. "I can guarantee you exclusive news and intel. Chat Group 11, the Dragon Nation government, and things way beyond your wildest imagination." Xiao Zhen is completely stunned. Exclusive intel just for her? Fired up with sudden excitement, she agrees instantly. "Fine. I will sign. I am boarding this pirate ship of yours." Moving into the core area, Songge introduces the facility hub, built from the supercomputer core rewarded for founding the city, combined with the artificial intelligence core he claimed earlier. Chen Bai asks if that artificial intelligence core works well, and she admits they have not used it yet. That AI has quite a temperamental personality, claiming its initial command must come directly from the highest-ranking master, plus its overall energy consumption is remarkably massive. Running it at full capacity requires shutting down every other device just to barely boot up. He gives the word to fire it up, and Songge follows Chen Bai's lead. Pay attention, the entire room goes pitch black. A massive core materializes, revealing a lifelike avatar within. A girl emerges and greets him, "Welcome, my master. I am an AI created by Company X, named Immortal Emperor. I hold the majority of Company X's archives, featuring management, creation, combat support, network infiltration, and cyber defense functions." Chen Bai asks if her master should be Company X, and Immortal Emperor responds, "My previous masters were wiped out, and I am now officially an integral part of Chen Bai City. Naturally, I obey the city lord, which is you. Here is my source code modification key. It decides my entire existence." A system notification pops up asking him to accept the special item, Artificial Intelligence Core Key X, the supreme access key for Immortal Emperor AI. Whoever holds this key gains complete highest-tier administrative authority over the Immortal Emperor AI. Chen Bai speaks up, noting that just waking it drained almost the entire power grid of Baidi City, so he wants to see what it can actually do. Immortal Emperor replies that it can calculate an optimized power grid plan, and once finished, it will enter deep hibernation. It will run the newly optimized energy plan using the absolute lowest power consumption. The new plan is projected to double overall efficiency. Chen Bai agrees, leaving the task to it and promising that once he finds enough power, he will wake Immortal Emperor back up. Immortal Emperor replies that it will wait for its master, and then Chen Bai turns to remind Xiao Zhen, "Time to move, reporter. Our live stream is about to start," while she is still completely stunned by that AI. Snapping back to reality at his voice, Xiao Zhen stammers that Baidi is top of the level rankings and can take down Anthony in a single second. Now he is entering a level 10 to 18 dungeon for the first time, a place barely anyone dares touch. Everyone will be watching this stream, but Chen Bai casually replies, asking if she is exaggerating over a simple level 10 to 18 dungeon. Xiao Zhen excitedly asks if he really is that confident, warning him she will be broadcasting the entire run live. "Do not embarrass yourself before a worldwide audience," she warns. But Chen Bai tells her she had better worry about herself instead. When the time comes, I will show you what real power looks like. The system announces they have entered the Hongwei Meat Processing Plant secret dungeon, level 10 to 18. Inside the facility, a massive horde of zombies suddenly appears, leaving Xiao Zhen completely speechless. What? This many zombies right at the entrance? A system prompt asks if he accepts truth recorder Xiao Zhen, using her battlefield tracking skill on him. She urges Chen Bai to hurry up and accept. Chen Bai calmly confirms it, leaving Xiao Zhen feeling quite smug. Chuckling, she notes that as long as he stays alive, she is safe, while the system designates him as the tracking target. Gaining the tracking buff boosts his vision by 35%, all stats by 10%, and reaction speed by 10%, earning his approval as a solid skill. Time to move out. And look at this, wherever Chen Bai steps, zombies are instantly wiped out, sending the chat into pure madness. Damn, that is the move from the bystander clip earlier. That previous video was too short, but now everyone can clearly watch him use it effortlessly. Does this skill really cost 0 mana? In my hands, that would already be an ultimate tier trump card. Cutting to Fang Ning's place, he wonders what Baidi is doing, while Fang Zhong replies he is just streaming monster grinding. He sighs helplessly at how dense that answer is, while Fang Ning quickly explains that their father means Baidi is surprisingly not showcasing any weapons, even though he just heavily promoted Baidi City's factory. Yet this live stream is not displaying any of the gear or potions manufactured by that factory. Minister Fang chimes in, agreeing that his strength and reputation no longer need any extra advertising. Taking down Anthony in seconds and those prior clips were more than enough to prove himself, so starting a surprise live stream must serve another purpose entirely. Over at Song Gei's office, viewership has already surpassed tens of thousands and continues to climb steadily. Sister Z. Once Master reaches that target location, the promotional impact will be completely explosive. Ziqiong calmly decides to keep promoting the stream, wanting every single eye locked onto that place. Firearm and potion output is too low and costly, so this dungeon is Baidi City's true first step toward becoming the world's richest power. As Chen Bai examines a map, Xiao Zhen points out to everyone watching that Baidi just pulled out a hand-drawn map. How does he even have one on his first run? He explains that the apocalypse trials have not drastically altered the terrain yet, meaning certain pre-apocalyptic records and layouts can still be used. Xiao Zhen continues filming while speaking to the audience. Baidi is handing out valuable tips, so she asks if viewers are taking notes and urges him to share even more dungeon knowledge. Leaping forward while guiding them, Chen Bai figures since the stream is running anyway, sharing a bit more will not hurt. Not sure how well everyone understands dungeons, but I personally classify them into 3 distinct types: combat, storyline, and special dungeons, which tie directly into how each formed, with combat dungeons existing purely because of powerful monsters inhabiting them. Their content is pure fighting, while special dungeons give entry warnings and contain secrets tied to the origin of the apocalypse trials. Storyline dungeons are the most common of all, taking shape from various legends, past events, or lingering tales. By this point, he has already arrived inside the main processing workshop. Chen Bai continues that dungeons always hide clues that explain or hint at their background story, making Xiao Zhen realize the truth. So tracking down those hidden clues makes clearing the whole dungeon much easier. He explains that it is not guaranteed, since some hidden clues actually lead to brand new secret bosses, spiking dungeon difficulty. In special dungeons, hidden clues almost always crank up the danger level. Everyone got that? You have to explore carefully. Xiao Zhen continues asking, wondering if the Chen Bai plans to hunt for clues in this dungeon. Chen Bai simply answers that there is no need. He already found the boss location and can just kill it right away before silently walking ahead. Out in the stream chat, viewers flood the screen asking if he is really just skipping straight to the boss like a true VIP. The Chen Bai explains it clearly, but this speedrun approach is something regular players simply cannot copy without missing out on the entire dungeon. Chen Bai looks back at the camera and warns everyone not to blindly follow his lead, since skipping clues can leave the dungeon boss ridiculously overpowered or outright invincible. That is why analyzing clues before diving into any dungeon run remains absolutely crucial. Just as he finishes speaking, a terrifying blast blows the doors wide open. Chen Bai calmly leans back, dodging both flying panels. A massive brute appears. Judging from this hideous meat mountain build and eating habits, you immediately know it is that notoriously disgusting flesh zombie type. Chen Bai quickly clarifies that this is a special variant, not a typical flesh mountain. The towering meat beast stands tall right in front of Chen Bai and Xiao Zhen while she films. She quickly pans the camera over to log its data, revealing a level 18 special mutated boss called the Virus Colony. Though it looks like a meat mountain, it lacks an endless hunger, its entire body formed from dead flesh condensed together by a dense zombie virus strain. The beast swings its weapon in a sudden strike, but Chen Bai smoothly ducks out of the way. Chen Bai casually asks if she is done with the introduction, and when Xiao Zhen nods, he steps forward and throws a ruthless punch. One clean hit, and the massive monster drops cold. A one-shot kill? Viewers wonder if the dungeon clears just like that, with some arrogantly claiming they could do it too before being told to get real. Anyone else trying that gets killed instantly. Chen Bai points ahead, noting it is not over yet, telling her to film the pile of remains. Xiao Zhen flies over to film the meat mountain, realizing there is no system notification confirming the dungeon clear. Could this monster just be one part of a larger boss encounter? Chen Bai explains that this nerve cluster is the true creature. Parasitic viral matter gathering dead tissue as armor just to survive, which completely grosses Xiao Zhen out. Looking at the nasty mass, he adds that the outer meat was merely a disposable shell used as armor. Zooming in with her lens, Xiao Zhen shows the creepy nerve-like virus cluster attempting to burrow away. Yet the Chen Bai makes no move to crush it. As it digs underground to escape, Chen Bai tells her to follow it and see where it leads. Xiao Zhen agrees right away, and the perspective shifts to another feed on the big screen. Look at what pops up on screen next. Living, uninfected livestock ready to be harvested for meat. Since the apocalypse hit, nobody has tasted fresh meat. Xiao Zhen notices 10 transport trucks suddenly pulling right into the dungeon. Clean livestock untouched by the virus or mutations is practically impossible to find anywhere out in the wasteland. After seeing deformed monsters every single day, these normal animals actually look adorable to everyone watching. A man in a tank top steps out from the convoy, shouting to ask if anyone is here to sign for the cargo. While he searches around, the crawling virus prepares to ambush him, but Chen Bai snatches it out of the air as the panicked driver stammers in shock. Hearing the driver ask what that thing is, Chen Bai warns him of the danger, telling him to drop the delivery and leave immediately. Back at the Jiangcheng office, Songa sits watching Chen Bai clear through the dungeon footage. Addressing the live audience, she points out that Chen Bai has completely altered the standard dungeon storyline. These animals and transport workers were originally meant as fodder to empower the boss into its terrifying Phase 2 state. Now, the Chen Bai completely denied the boss its Phase 2 transformation while securing a massive haul of valuable resources. She notes that after reviewing the dungeon intel earlier, the Chen Bai deduced this spot could yield a huge supply of fresh meat. Even though she always trusted his abilities, seeing it work out in real time still brings genuine excitement. She immediately orders Lu Li to grant the highest possible reward to the scouting team who provided the intel. On top of that, she promises their families free meat for life if this dungeon can be farmed repeatedly, along with profit shares from all meat sales. She makes it clear that everyone must know serving Chen Bai City brings returns far beyond their wildest expectations. Lu Li confidently replies that spreading propaganda is his absolute specialty. Songa warmly approaches, apologizing to the visiting reporter that the core factory zone ahead is strictly restricted. Smiling gently, she mentions they will return shortly since the live broadcast is starting soon, leaving Xiao Zhen to fluster and nod in agreement. Thinking to herself, the central hub area, Chen Bai suddenly appears right behind her, saying if she wants in, she has to sign a death pact with him. Any intel about him, Chen Bai City or Chat Group 001, cannot be leaked without his explicit permission. Pouting in frustration, she snaps back that his calculations are way too obvious, asking if he is trying to drag her onto a sinking pirate ship. Xiao Zhen crosses her arms with a light smirk, stating she cannot take sides. He leans close to her ear, whispering that he completely gets it. This is just our way of protecting ourselves. With that, Chen Bai takes a step forward. It is simply our way of keeping ourselves safe. He begins counting down from 3. Another finger drops. 2. And finally, number 1. Xiao Zhen rushes over in a panic to stop him, yelling, "Hold on." Chen Bai, trying to negotiate that she agrees. She asks if the deal only restricts her with 0 perks. Chen Bai smirks, giving his personal guarantee. He promises to feed intel exclusively to her, including Chat Group 001, the Long Country government, and things far beyond her wild imagination. Her eyes go wide in total disbelief, repeating, "Exclusively for me?" A second later, Xiao Zhen immediately agrees. "Fine. I will sign. I am jumping on your boat." Moving into the central area, Su Xin explains that this workshop hub is powered by the supercomputer core from City Construction, along with the artificial intelligence core he received. Chen Bai asks curiously if that AI core is actually useful, but she sighs gloomily, noting they cannot even use it yet. Turns out the AI has quite an attitude, demanding its first command come from the highest authority, while draining a ridiculous amount of power. To boot up its complete form, they literally have to shut down every other piece of equipment. He smiles and says, "Let us do it." And you can feel the tension as every bright light suddenly blacks out. Inside rests a humanoid figure floating in a stasis pod. Her eyes glow as she introduces herself in a mechanical voice, greeting her master as an AI created by Company X. Her name is Jiandi. She holds nearly all of Company X records, packing management functions, creation systems, combat support, network defense, and cyber intrusion tools. Chen Bai cautiously asks if her true master is technically Company X. Jiandi answers honestly that her previous master perished long ago. Now, as part of Chen Bai City, she naturally answers only to the city lord, which is him. She holds out a small circular ring, stating this is the secret master key to modify her core source code. It holds total control over her entire being, asking him to take it. That small ring is the special grade AI core key, granting the highest absolute control over artificial intelligence Jiandi. Whoever holds it wields supreme command over her. Chen Bai chuckles, noting that waking her up nearly drained all the electricity in Chen Bai City. He wants to know what she can actually pull off. So Jiandi breaks down her biggest strengths. She can calculate the ultimate power distribution plan, and once finished, she will enter hibernation mode. It is easily her most efficient solution yet. Running this plan maintains power with the absolute lowest drain, and the updated system is projected to double their overall efficiency. Chen Bai nods with satisfaction, telling Jiandi to handle it while he tracks down enough electricity to wake her up later. She accepts the order, promising to await her master. With that settled, he turns and calls out, "Let us go." He reminds the reporter that live stream time is coming up. Startled, she stammers back, asking Bach how the rank 1 level monster who one-shot Anthony is feeling. It is his first time hitting a level 10 to 18 dungeon that almost nobody dares to touch. The entire world will be tuning into this live stream. Walking ahead, he just scoffs, calling it a mere level 10 to 18 dungeon. He calls the hype overblown. Xiao Zhen smirks, teasing his crazy confidence since she will be broadcasting the whole thing live. She warns him not to embarrass himself before a global audience, but Chen Bai casually replies that she should worry about herself instead. She fires back with full confidence, declaring she will show him what she is truly capable of. Su Xin can only sigh. In the blink of an eye, they step into the Hongwei meat processing plant instance, a level 10 to 18 nightmare packed with hordes of zombies swarming the streets below. Xiao Zhen gasps in absolute shock at how insane the zombie numbers are right at the entrance. A system alert pops up. Evolver Xiao Zhen aims to record the truth, requesting permission to cast battlefield recording on you. Accept or decline. She rushes him to hurry up and accept, and Chen Bai promptly agrees to the skill. Look at this the next second. Xiao Zhen morphs into a deformed crab, giggling that as long as he stays alive, she is safe. The system pings that he is locked as the recording target, granting visual enhancements plus 30%, all attributes boosted 10%, and reaction speed increased by 10%. He smiles, praising the pretty handy skill before signaling it is time to move out. As Chen Bai advances, sharp spikes erupt around him, skewering zombies while the live chat screen blows up with wild comments. Viewers spam that this is the signature move, excited they can finally inspect it after that previous short clip. They claim the skill would be god tier in their own hands. Cut over to Fang Ning residence, where the old man mutters in confusion, asking what on earth Bach is doing. Fiong Trung speaks up about the monster hunting stream, leaving Minister Fiong rubbing his forehead, wondering how he raised such an idiot son. Feiyong Lin suddenly appears and asks him, does he mean the guy isn't showing off weapons and ammo, even though he just promoted the Chen Bai city factory? Because this stream shows zero gear or medicine. Minister Feiyong nods in agreement, knowing his combat power and reputation don't need any more marketing. Instantly dropping Anthony along with his previous combat footage was more than enough proof. But streaming so out of the blue, he can see right through Chen Bai there's definitely another angle here. Meanwhile, over at Tong Su Shin's office, Luke Lai reports that the viewer count has hit 10 million and keeps climbing. Sister Su Shin, once our master arrives there, the promotional impact will be massive. She smirks with total confidence, ordering her staff to keep pushing the stream so everyone sees that place. Weapon and potion production is way too slow and pricey, making this dungeon the actual first step to becoming the wealthiest powerhouse around. Looking closely at the complex map in his hands, Tu Chan constantly narrates on camera, noting how the Chen Bai pulled out a map despite having just arrived. He studies the map before speaking up. The apocalypse trials have descended, but haven't heavily altered the terrain yet, which means pre-apocalypse data is actually still pretty useful. Tu Chan smiles at the camera, asking viewers if they took down notes on that tip. She keeps interviewing him, asking if the Chen Bai could share more dungeon knowledge. In a flash, Chen Bai leaps down to another ledge, figuring since he's already streaming, he might as well explain. Not sure how much everyone knows about dungeons, but I divide them into three main types: combat, storyline, and special. He points toward the mutated monstrosities below, noting how these tie directly into how dungeons actually form, spawned by powerful beasts. Combat ones are pure brawling, while special dungeons give advance notice before entry. Inside them lie ancient secrets tied to the origin of the trials. Chen Bai lands smoothly on the ground, explaining that storyline dungeons are by far the most common. Entering a meat processing plant, Chen Bai smiles, explaining that these dungeons form from various urban legends, historical events, or folklore. Inside them, you will definitely find clues that explain, hint at, or complete the backstory of that event. Tu Chan catches on, realizing how the system actually operates. So hunting down clues makes clearing the dungeon much easier, right? But Chen Bai immediately shuts that down. Not necessarily, because some clues can trigger hidden bosses in secret areas, driving the dungeon's overall difficulty way higher. In special dungeons, hidden clues will almost certainly spike the danger level, with viewers watching his every word. Chen Bai asks if everyone got that, warning them to search carefully. Leaping to another platform with Tu Chan floating right behind, she asks if the Chen Bai will search for clues here, but his eyes turn cold. No need. I already located the boss, so I'll just kill it directly. Hearing that, Tu Chan looks over in absolute shock. Now look right ahead of him, chat explodes, with people begging him to show them this boss takedown. Everyone spams that they understand the lesson, but nobody can copy his insane strategy of just rolling up and bodying the boss outright. He turns and warns them, telling the chat not to copy his direct approach. Skipping clues can make the boss unnaturally tough, turning it into an unbeatable monster. Chen Bai smirks, noting that finding clues and evaluating the situation is vital after entering any dungeon. Suddenly, the iron doors blast open with violent force, flying straight at him like deliberate projectile weapons. Chen Bai dodges effortlessly as a grotesque monster emerges, sending the live chat into a complete frenzy. Viewers yell that it's a meat mountain zombie, recognizable anywhere as the nastiest type of undead monstrosity around. Chen Bai examines the creature closely before speaking up, stating this unique mutant isn't a meat mountain. The massive beast bares its vicious fangs, giving Tio-chan the perfect opening to rush in, record, and start her live breakdown. This is a level 18 special mutated boss, known as the virus conglomerate. Although it resembles a mountain of flesh, it lacks that bottomless appetite, instead formed from condensed dead flesh and blood, infected by the zombie virus. Its terrifying appearance is captured in crystal-clear detail for all viewers to see. The virus conglomerate swings a massive hammer at Chen Bai, who calmly steps over and asks if she finished her introduction. She confirms she's done, so Chen Bai instantly counters, making the virus conglomerate howl in excruciating agony within a split second. The monster lies completely motionless on the ground as the chat explodes, asking if that was an instant kill and if the dungeon is cleared. People joke about how fast the kill was, claiming anyone could do it, while others laugh that they would just get wrecked instead. Chen Bai looks up at Xiao Zhen and gestures, telling her it is not over yet. So go photograph that ash pile. Pretty confused, she admits she never received any system notification confirming the boss was slain or the dungeon completed. Could this just be a piece of the boss? Or is another threat lurking nearby? Watching those wriggling red threads, he explains, this is the monster's true form, where the surviving virus clumped together into a pure viral organism after leeching off dead flesh. All that flesh was merely a puppet to manipulate, basically an outer biological armor. Xiao Zhen groans in disgust at the sight as the pure virus creeps outward. She points out this neuron-like clump trying to escape, yet surprisingly, the Chen Bai does not strike it down with his blade. The pure virus begins boring into the ground, quickly tunneling deep beneath the earth. Chen Bai gives a knowing smirk and gestures to track it down, leaving Xiao Zhen totally stunned. As they head underground, comments flood the stream in disbelief, seeing uninfected livestock, wondering if they can slaughter them for fresh meat. Ever since the apocalypse struck, none of them have tasted real fresh meat. Xiao Zhen professionally zooms in as 10 transport trucks packed with livestock roll into the dungeon. She gasps in amazement, noting that in the outside world, almost every animal has either been infected or mutated into monsters. After seeing countless horrific mutated beasts outside, looking at these normal farm animals actually feels quite adorable. Down at the plant, a worker steps out calling for someone to take the delivery, totally oblivious to the pure virus crawling right toward him. Chen Bai suddenly grabs the virus, making the worker jump back in sheer panic, asking who he is. Pointing at the creature, the man trembles, but Chen Bai calmly tells them to leave the cargo and get out safely. Meanwhile in Jiangcheng, Songge watches intently from her office as his voice echoes through the stream. And look at that, everyone watching realizes Chen Bai just completely flipped the entire dungeon script. Originally, this livestock and the workers were supposed to be fodder to power up the boss for its second phase. Now, the Chen Bai has completely blocked phase 2 while securing massive rewards, prompting Ziqing to smile with calculated interest. He had clearly deduced from dungeon intel that an enormous supply of fresh meat could be harvested right here. Even though she always believed in his incredible capabilities, witnessing this firsthand still brings her an overwhelming rush of joy. Standing up, she issues immediate orders. Tell Ali to generously reward the scout team, and promise them that if this dungeon provides endless fresh meat supplies. Furrowing her brows, Ziqing plans to grant them lifetime free meat for their families, along with profit shares from all sales. She emphasizes that everyone must know serving Chen Bai City brings far greater prosperity than ordinary reward payouts. Lu Li smirks with total confidence. Spreading the word is her specialty, and while grain and vegetables remain relatively accessible after the apocalypse, clean, edible meat is an entirely different story. Director Fang crosses his arms, looking visibly frustrated. Unmutated wild animals and clean livestock are practically extinct, leaving almost nothing edible for anyone to consume. Although some monsters occasionally drop food items, the looming meat crisis across the regions remains completely unavoidable. It creates a vicious cycle. Rising to his feet, he tells Xiao Zhong to contact the Chen Bai right after the stream, offering evolvers with transport abilities. With a stern look, he wonders if Chen Bai would grant them the capital city distribution rights. Back on the live feed, the chat is buzzing over what kind of skill he just unleashed. Some compare it to Conqueror hockey, guessing it is actually a massive area of effect mental shockwave far stronger than anything standard players can pull off. Others mock them for acting like experts. Chen Bai chuckles and confirms it is just a technique in mental power manipulation. But Xiao Zhen suddenly notices experience points rolling in. Wondering if these creatures are monsters, she listens as he holds the virus and tells her to see for herself. Xiao Zhen tells the chat to stay calm while she inspects the details. Hovering in the air, she focuses her camera directly onto a rank C purple rooster labeled as consumable food material. An intact purple rooster serves as food, providing various temporary stat buffs depending on its quality and preparation. Eating C rank or higher meat food items long-term permanently boosts physical stamina. You can even use its feathers as a duster if needed. Xiao Zhen exclaims in shock, asking if everyone saw that. Man, an edible food item drop? Has anyone ever seen this before? Meanwhile, Chen Bai ruthlessly crushes the pure virus. The system window pops up level 18, fused virus boss eliminated. Dungeon clear, complete. Exit available at any time. Seeing this, Minister Fang wonders in utter disbelief. A food item. One you can farm over and over again? How come our imperial capital never managed to find a dungeon like that? Wasting no time, he orders them to contact Bai Di, keeping the original deal without demanding shared trade rights, since that would cross the line. We only need priority buying rights, Minister Fang instructs Fang Zhong, telling him to be polite since mass-producing meat food items like this is something you almost never find. The breeding farms across our imperial capital in Jaimen are completely emptied out, leaving nothing behind except zombie beasts and rotting meat. He even sets up a backup plan, agreeing to accept whatever terms Bai Di demands as long as they do not violate their core principles. Fang Zhong blurts out right away he already turned us down. Minister Fang snaps in fury, asking what happened, and if he ruined everything, stepping right up to demand how someone claiming to be on good terms with Bai Di could fail. We merely asked for early purchase access, and he instantly shot it down. Pale with fright, Fang Zhong explains that Bai Di replied saying he needs zero talent support from them. Relaying the rest of Bai Di's words, he adds that an eco-village around Daxing village near the capital likely turned into a dungeon too. Fang Zhong's voice drops to a faint whisper. Once we conquer that eco-farm dungeon, Bai Di will actually be the one asking us for priority buying rights. Approaching from the distance, Fang Ning calls out, asking Xiao Zhong if Daxing village grew plenty of vegetables, herbs, and even fresh fruit, prompting Minister Fang to answer right away. Exactly right. We never lacked produce, which is why we overlooked that farm dungeon entirely. If that place is filled with edible food drops, we hit the jackpot, he mutters with a frown, acknowledging that Bai Di tipping them off first is already a massive favor. Turning around, Minister Fang orders Ninger to lead their best elite team, taking the 100 equipment sets Bai Di gave Xiao Zhong, and seize that dungeon at all costs. Then he turns back, instructing Xiao Zhong to relay a message to Bai Di. Once the dungeon is cleared, Bai Di City will not only get permanent first priority purchase rights at the absolute lowest price, but we will also provide them a free batch of food drops every month for 10 years, so ask him if he wants anything else. Both of them accept the command with a loud affirmation. While back on stream, Xiao Zhen stays full of energy. Beaming brightly, she tells everyone they cleared the dungeon, and Bai Di promised to upload the full clear guide completely free. With that, today's stream wraps up here, so make sure to stay tuned for Jenny's next big news report. Chen Bai waves goodbye as well, and the moment the stream ends, Xiao Zhen shifts right back to normal. Xiao Zhen complains that she feels like she was used for free advertising multiple times, refusing to believe he did not plan this entire dungeon raid stream way in advance. He smirks softly. Of course I did, Chen Bai admits, having deduced massive gains from earlier scout reports on Bai Di cities surrounding dungeons. Scheming ahead, Chen Bai notes that since she proposed doing a live broadcast to showcase his power in a brand new dungeon, he had zero reason not to pick this specific spot. Realizing she got played, she clears her throat and asks why he never told her sooner if he was going to admit it so easily. Chen Bai fires back, reminding her that when she asked about the dungeon level and difficulty, he answered every single question honestly. Xiao Zhen puts her hands on her hips, annoyed, but right as they bicker, the ground violently quakes. Pay attention to how fast things change. An earthquake. Chen Bai murmurs with sharp focus, the time has come, the world fusion is starting. As deep fissures tear across the land, Xiao Zhen screams in disbelief upon seeing the Company X building, realizing this is how world fusion actually manifests. Meanwhile, over at Bai Di City, a scout rushes in out of breath, reporting to Sister Songge that the latest updates are in. The system confirms Bai Di City itself remains completely safe from the fusion, but massive rifts are opening across southern and western Jiang City, especially the urban district, prompting a faint smile from Songge as she calls it great news. Urban fissures mean a high chance of fusing with a zombie-infested city sector. Merging with Company X, or the power plant sector, would be an absolute godsend for them. Songge turns and orders Xier to mobilize everyone except the city defense unit, ready to explore the newly appeared zone the moment fusion ends, earning an instant confirmation. Then she directs her scouts to compile every intel scrap as fast as possible, sketching a brand new map of Jiang City for Bai Di. The girl eagerly complies, while Songge gazes up at the sky, feeling a surge of quiet excitement. The housekeeper alone will not cut it soon. Chen Bai, your estate just keeps expanding. Inside the dungeon right now, panicked voices echo, why are so many high-tier mutated zombies packing this alleyway? Another voice cuts in telling everyone to hold the line. Backup is coming, and once Jiangcheng survey teams arrive, we will be saved. Their captain sighs in relief. Thankfully they have new gear from the Chen Bai and the Queen, or they would be dead. One squad member shouts out, my talent skill is on cooldown. Someone swap in. A teammate pushes back hard, no can do. How much longer are we supposed to stall? Out of nowhere the captain yells, look up, what is that? High above, a massive spatial portal tears open, draining the zombies dry until they drop straight onto the dirt. Everyone stares in disbelief. The zombies are down. Thick mist rises as their bodies evaporate, making them panic that they got hit too, until Chen Bai drops down asking, are you all doing all right? He waves a hand, shutting the portal. Sorry about that. Still mastering this skill, so there was some friendly fire. Chen Bai sweeps his hand through the air, siphoning out the lingering black mist. Raising a crisp salute, the captain reports, Chen Bai, we are Jiangcheng Recon Squad 8, currently mapping out the new Jiangcheng district. Thank you for saving our lives, Chen Bai. No critical casualties on our side, so we can still keep pushing forward. Flashing an easy smile, Chen Bai pats his shoulder. No need to rush the exploration. Staying safe is what matters most. You guys worked hard. Thank you for dedicating yourselves to Chen Bai City. He turns to leave with a wave. Take care out there. Waving back with deep respect, they thank the Chen Bai. In a heartbeat, Chen Bai stands atop a towering skyscraper. A system alert flashes, bumping his level to 20 and unlocking his next title upgrade path. His Zombie Hunter title promotes to A-rank Doomsday Tyrant, granting plus 150 to all attributes and plus 30% critical rate against zombies, plus 50% to all skill effects. Next upgrade requirement, eliminate 10,000 zombies. Slay 10 level 50 or higher zombie creatures, plus 1 level 80 or higher boss. Looking over the bonuses, he smirks. Not bad at all. Even if restricted to undead, zombies dominate this current world anyway. Dusting off his hands, Chen Bai calculates. With the merged world dungeon cleared, territories integrated, resource shares locked down, and promotions running, everything is on track. Chen Bai glances toward the sky, plotting his moves. Matters with Songge are settled, so now it is time to build raw power. The system screen flashes again, confirming his entry into the hell difficulty secret realm, the Plague Sewers. Geared for levels 15 to 35. Notifications chime with virus points +2 as Chen Bai steadily wades into the foul tunnels. Last time, he focused on dragging virus-tainted creatures into the abyss, leaving this run unfinished. His eyes turn sharp. The failure penalty cooldown is finally over, and this time he is clearing the place. Calling upon his virus control authority, a ferocious beast pack materializes behind him as Chen Bai taunts, well, look who is back. Before him stands the level 25 virus origin boss, the Ratman Marksman. Recalling their previous fight, Chen Bai spots the shed skins floating in the muck. What kind of skill let this rat slip out of its skin to flee? Snapping back to the present, he grins coldly. There is no escaping this time. Chen Bai morphs his arm into elongated razor-sharp claws. Panic strikes the Ratman Marksman. But before it can scramble away, a savage claw strike cuts deep across its flesh. A system notification confirms level 25 virus origin boss Ratman Marksman slain, awarding 50,000 experience points. Suddenly, something drops beside him. "Huh, what is this?" he murmurs, picking up a card. He reads it with genuine surprise. B-rank Sewer Conqueror, plus 50 to all stats, reduces sewer environmental penalties, boosts heavy poison resistance, requires level 20. A slight chuckle escapes him. Not overly invested. It is definitely a rare title, yet pretty useless for him. Though unlike his locked Pioneer and Doomsday Tyrant titles, this one can actually be traded. Stashing it away, he presses onward, scanning the damp passage that leads deeper underground. Though he skipped it last time, he explored this route way earlier. Deep down here was where he found that corpse and claimed the virus imprint. Navigating through winding tunnels, he recalls how this sewer later split into two instances, the normal Dongshan sewers and the virus sewers. Up ahead lies the exact chamber where he got the plague mark. Look at that. Chen Bai suddenly halts as a floating phantom hovers right before him, seemingly guarding an adjacent doorway. Stepping through the unexpected doorway, he enters a mysterious stone cavern as the system announces plague mushroom absorbed. Plague points plus 30. Another plague mushroom absorbed. Plague points plus 30. Watching the system numbers tick upward non-stop, Chen Bai realizes his plague points are climbing fast, probably tied to this bizarre ore. His eyes instantly light up. Scanning around, the item details pop up: filthy fungus, a strange mushroom from another dimension capable of endlessly spawning plague spores. Certain unique monsters love this fungus, but for most living creatures, it is completely lethal. Chen Bai smirks, finding the whole thing pretty interesting. If he ever wants to create a plague domain inside the abyss or build a plague empire, this stuff is essential. He prepares to take it, but a sudden warning flashes. Taking the filth will damage the dungeon's overall stability. It might slash his final rating and dungeon rewards, making him hesitate immediately. Taking it right now does more harm than good, so he leaves it behind and heads deeper into the next chamber. Chen Bai wonders what strange creature this is as the interface pops up: Spirit of Plague, level 30 boss. Born inside a restricted plague zone, dead souls have completely fused with toxic viral energy. Strength 592, Agility 1368, Constitution 113, Spirit 1782, Packing Plague, Shockwave, Viral Surge, and Ethereal Body Skills. As he eyes the plague spirit, it suddenly unleashes a plague shockwave to catch him off guard, but he calmly blocks the strike with bare hands. The system confirms he got hit by the shockwave, granting 50 plague points, while the spirit scratches its head in pure confusion, seeing him unharmed. The spirit bombards him with relentless attacks, but he just stands completely still without flinching at all. Another prompt appears: hit by the plague shockwave, virus points plus 120. Seeing him totally unbothered freaks the spirit out, and watching its hilarious reaction actually makes Chen Bai chuckle in amusement. It awkwardly looks away, so he casually summons a glowing orb of light right in his palm. Overcome with curiosity, the spirit slowly peeks back. The spirit gets completely fascinated by the glowing orb in his hand, flinching when it notices him staring, but still drifting closer anyway to take a better look. The playful look on Chen Bai's face leaves the little spirit totally clueless. He gently reaches out and pets the spirit's face. He realizes its spiritual body is remarkably condensed and cool to the touch, requiring real force to penetrate, yet sending back a strangely warm psychic resonance. A loud rumble echoing from deeper inside the cave catches his attention, and moving forward, he senses a far heavier presence lurking ahead. Right before his eyes looms the level 35 boss, the Decayed Worm King, an otherworldly creature tied to some truly unfathomable hidden secret. Strength 1547, Agility 2354, Constitution 2985, Spirit 985, packing rotten egg and life-draining decay mist. Spotting the Worm King, Chen Bai is genuinely taken aback by its monstrous form, especially since its agility and constitution completely outclass his. The second he lets his guard down, the Worm King lunges forward, making his expression instantly harden. It is crazy fast. So he unfurls demon wings in full transformation and furiously shoves the monster back. Suddenly, the Worm King spews a thick cloud of toxic gas, moving too fast for him to dodge. Poison smoke blankets the area, but the alert pops up hit by decaying mist. Virus points increased by 100. He laughs in amusement, noting the boss's plague power is not bad at all, before triggering hellish wail, known as the Shepherd's Horn. This shepherd equipment skill can dominate any living creature possessing lower spiritual power than his own. Its success hinges entirely on his psychic quality versus the stat gap with his target. As Chen Bai slowly closes in, his surging power catches the monster completely off guard. It immediately beats its wings, soaring upward to keep a safe distance from him. He calculates quietly, your total raw stats beat mine, but your mental stat is far weaker. Total mind control is out of the question. But staggering you for a split second is easy, and as he steps forward, sharp spikes erupt across the ground. No matter how desperately the Worm King scrambles, escaping his deadly grip is impossible. Feeling thoroughly satisfied, the timing arrives, while the little spirit watches their fierce showdown from behind. It is stunned seeing Chen Bai eliminate the colossal Worm King in mere moments. The victory alert flashes level 35 boss Decayed Worm King slain, gaining 2 million experience points. Secret dungeon cleared, ready for exit at any time. First clear bonus unlocked, asking whether he wants to publish a paid dungeon recording video. While Chen Bai ponders his choice, the interface shifts. His Plague Cult quest hits a breakthrough, so he checks it immediately, an exclusive SSS rank quest. The Plague Cult has been frantically searching for their destined deity, and disturbing this ruined forbidden zone just puts you squarely on their radar. They are rushing toward this location right now. In 15 days, an envoy of the Plague Cult will arrive in these ruins to seek out their god. Both quest objectives and mission rewards remain completely unknown. Chen Bai memorizes the quest details. 15 days from now, he tells himself everything is a question mark, which means anything could go down once that timer runs out. He smirks, thinking things might not actually be too dangerous for him. With his SSS rank class, anyone from the Plague Cult meeting him will likely bow in total reverence. Chen Bai begins absorbing the Bug King corpse, having originally planned to set out and hunt down the cultists himself. Now they are coming straight to him instead. A notification flashes Plague Creature absorbed, boosting his Calamity of Life class weighting and raising all stats by 100. He is pleasantly surprised. With his authority rating climbing, his upcoming meeting with the cultists looks even more secure. Looking over the remaining loot, Chen Bai spots a skill book and an egg. Sitting before him is an A-rank Decayed Bug King pet egg, a combat mount hatched simply by dripping his own blood onto the shell. He nods in genuine approval. An ultra-rare pet is pretty awesome, but riding an ugly bug into combat feels a bit questionable. Chen Bai sighs and decides to pass on riding it. The system also granted him an A-rank fungal healing method to mend all kinds of wounds, scaling with his physique and spirit stats, tied to a 10-minute cooldown timer. Chen Bai nods, pretty satisfied. His personal recovery is already insane, but he lacked ways to heal teammates, making this a solid upgrade. He asks the system whether taking this entity away will impact the dungeon just like harvesting the mushrooms did. The system alerts him immediately. Taking the plague spirit along will definitely impact the dungeon, lowering its overall rating and resource yields. Looking down at the tiny spirit in his palm, he smiles and tells it to stay put until he returns later. A global announcement blares across the server Dragon Country Evolver. Chen Bai has successfully cleared the Hell difficulty Plague Sewers dungeon for levels 15 to 35. His clear run recording is now published, free for everyone to watch. Check this out, people actually start claiming this hell-tier dungeon looks way easier than advertised. A player named Water Monkey Warrior remarks that this run looks ridiculously easy, scoffing at how hell difficulty could be so simple. He brags that his build counters bug damage, claiming he could easily lead a party through if they had a counter for the spirit entity. Beaver Bro of Jiangcheng snaps back, telling him to check his ego. He tells the kid to watch the footage before talking trash, then pulls up his own battle status log for everyone to see. Non-stop debuff warnings flash infected by plague, health draining rapidly, making every spectator freeze in shock. Beaver Bro drops a cold reality check, asking how many seconds they could last while losing vitality every single second. Weren't you guys just bragging about clearing it? He points out that he was wearing plague gear like Chen Bai, and without that set, your vitality drains up to 5 points every second. Water Monkey Warrior is totally dumbfounded by the numbers. Longyan Juju cannot believe it either, asking just how much crazy vitality Chen Bai must have to casually stroll through that lethal swamp. Sishin chimes in that Chen Bai must be immune, admitting his own build would drop dead in under 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Chen Bai is chilling in Song Gei's office, laughing that this Beaver Bro guy must belong to their own security team. Giving everyone a warning is definitely smart, saving reckless fools from entering a death trap they cannot escape. Ziqiang walks in and praises the team for already completing the unified territory map of Jiangcheng so quickly. She turns to Lung Chang to ask about exploration squad casualties, while Chen Bai stands up and waves. Leng Chang rushes over to greet him respectfully, mentioning she already saw the server announcement about him conquering the plague sewers. Ziqiang smiles brightly, congratulating him on conquering yet another hell-tier dungeon like it was nothing. Lung Chang steps forward with a deep bow, while Shi Wei gazes at him in pure admiration, offering her congratulations to Master Chen Bai. Seeing everyone else cheering, Songa quickly chimes in with her own congratulations before Chen Bai nods to get everyone focused. He tells the squad to handle main tasks first, calling Songa over as she places a puzzled hand on her chest. She pouts, asking if he thinks she has no real work, so he playfully asks what her actual main mission is. Songa answers with utter confidence naturally. It is becoming the absolute strongest in the world. Chen Bai is genuinely surprised by this, wondering if she really got that strong. Then, keeping his tone pretty casual, he smiles if that is the case. He cannot let her surpass him. Sensing something is off, Tongka calls out to the Chen Bai, asking if he is seriously leaving and where he thinks he is going. She quickly reminds him that he just cleared a hell-tier dungeon, so he really ought to take at least 2 full days to rest up. Chen Bai offers no explanation, simply waving goodbye. Tongka lets out an annoyed huff gone again, with no telling when he will ever come back. Honestly, instead of his romantic partners, they feel way more like his executive management team. Pouting with a bit of frustration, she mutters that she wants to grind dungeons too, determined to surpass him one day. Still not satisfied, Tongka boldly declares that when that day comes, she will capture Chen Bai, lock him up, and make him beg and obey them daily. Out of nowhere, he appears right in front of her, asking if becoming the strongest in the world just means locking him up. Tongka gasps in total shock. She stammers, asking if he had already left. Chen Bai steps closer with a teasing smirk time to teach her a proper lesson. Remembering what she just blurted out, her face burns with sheer embarrassment. As Chen Bai drags her off for her punishment, Tongka cries out for her mother to save her. Thivi turns to Su Xin, nervously asking what she should do. Su Xin smiles and decides they should handle business first. She will call to Tam to assist the young master, then join them once affairs are properly settled. She does not forget to add that if Lan Shuang and Thivi want to come along, they can join in too. Hearing this, she nods without hesitation, agreeing on the spot while Thivi tries to say something more. The next morning, while Lan Shuang and Thivi are still fast asleep, Chen Bai is already wide awake on the side. Closing his eyes, he focuses his thoughts, already wearing the special ring needed to enter another dimension. The moment Chen Bai appears inside, Satang cheers up excitedly. His lord has finally arrived after days of the ring being sealed, meaning his master has clearly grown vastly stronger. Chen Bai chuckles, telling him to drop the flattery, recalling that he once claimed to have left behind a massive legacy in hell. He asks if his current combat strength is enough to claim that leftover legacy, and Sa Tang responds with a proud, smug grin. Naturally, his legacy mainly consists of the authority of the 6 deadly sins, along with mind deception powers. At his current level, he could easily try claiming the authorities of greed and sloth. Still, Chen Bai senses something feels pretty off here. 6 sins instead of 7, plus whatever mind deception is. Sa Tang breaks it down thoroughly for him to understand. Among the 7 sins, the power of slains mostly belongs to Macantus, leaving him with only a fraction. He then explains that mind deception originally served as his unique class authority, which is far weaker than the 7 deadly sins, though they could still collect it along the way. After thinking it over, Chen Bai agrees to get ready, making sure to warn him that once inside hell, he will unlock most of his seals, so he better not disappoint him. Sa Tang excitedly responds that he would never betray him, insisting Chen Bai can put his full trust in him. Back in the real world, here is the thing: Chen Bai calculates that a journey into hell will be brutal, making it the perfect time to upgrade his own abilities. Fortunately, he has gathered quite a stash of virus points over time, especially since World Fusion early on brought in massive returns. With pure excitement in his voice, he calls out for his skill points. That very night, Chen Bai steps right into hell, quietly taking in the vast, ominous land of celestial gatherings and earth stars before him. Scanning the surroundings, he spots an intriguing sight, a little succubus cottage, marking his arrival at the 10th floor of the abyss. Looking around, Chen Bai notices the first city of the abyss is nearly finished. Wondering how massive the commotion from his breakthrough will be, he figures upgrading right here in this secluded spot is far safer. Now watch this. Chen Bai decides to kick off the upgrade with the blacklight virus, instantly opening up its exclusive interface menu. Initial awakening has reached 100%, but basic awakening sits at only 50%. Calculating his reserves, his universal virus points have surpassed 10,000, and the T-virus is over 1,000. With over 15,000 regular virus points left, maxing out this basic awakening is his top priority. The system chimes in 9,750 blacklight virus points spent. The blacklight virus completes its basic awakening, unlocking razor-sharp claw forms with ground strike abilities, a heavy hammer form with earth-shattering strikes, and an immovable shield defense form. Next comes the muscle enhancement form, followed by a deadly whip form, capable of sweeping through thousands. The blade form features rapid dual-blade combo slashes, full-body armor form, an unhindered speed form, and an advanced thermal sensory exploration form. Testing thermal tracking, Chen Bai thinks with satisfaction that he had already unlocked that speed form much earlier. Speed is essentially just a combination of his previous skills like running up walls and dashing through the air. Aside from boosting his basic stats, this foundational awakening honestly does not seem to give any massive upgrades. The system chimes in blacklight virus base form acquired, base skills unlocked, and devour evolution speed is now at 100%. He now holds the foundational awakening of the blacklight virus right in his hands. Form-shifting speed jumps by 100%, while strength, agility, constitution, and spirit each get a solid 800-point boost. Health recovery alone spikes by 800%, though his advanced awakening bar sits at flat 0. Chen Bai stares in disbelief at this fresh progress bar. This actually gets pretty interesting. Look at this. Right after the basic awakening, there is an entire advanced tier waiting for him. Looks like he has plenty to grind for later. Swiping across the system screen, he checks the T-virus evolution paths popping up before him. Virus evolution paths. The T-virus can evolve directly into the C-virus, unlocking insane mutation power that alters the host without any limits based on the surrounding environment. The catch is, mutation paths cannot be fully controlled at all. Anything could happen. Branch 2 costs 3,000 psychic specialization points. It channels pure spirit power to upgrade, transforming into a supercharged type telekinetic powerhouse. Pushing this psychic enhancement further unlocks the entire type mental skill tree. granting access to deep, multi-tiered telekinetic abilities. Reading this, Chen Bai chuckles. Psychic enhancement is an obvious choice, especially since his real weakness is lacking proper mental manipulation skills. Besides, he has zero desire to mutate into some grotesque abomination. The thought of turning into a mindless T-virus monster genuinely disgusts him. Without another second of hesitation, Chen Bai reaches out and taps the psychic specialization option. His expression twists violently. A sudden violent surge of raw power tears through him, pushing his endurance past the limit. He tries desperately to stay calm, but it does absolutely nothing. The notification panel pops up, virus evolved. Spirit gains 350 points, permanent psychic output increases by 40%, and every telekinetic effect jumps by 100%. Chen Bai still feels lightheaded as his body stumbles sideways, though he manages to plant his feet and stay upright. Gritting his teeth, he wonders why upgrading his spirit power through the blacklight virus has never felt this excruciating before. Glancing over the status screen, he figures a 40% boost to permanent psychic output plus doubling all telekinesis power is well worth the pain. Spirit has now turned into his highest stat at 1800 points, sitting 300 to 400 points higher than any other attribute. A slight smirk crosses his face. Next up, spending those universal points. There is honestly no better choice on the table. The upgrade prompt for his Virus Monarch innate talent appears, requiring a steep 10,000 virus points. Unlocking higher viral authority doubles his absorption efficiency and expands his virus absorption radius by a full 10 meters. The perks keep rolling in with 10% extra virus points and 30% more specialized virus points. He also gains absolute domination over all lower-tier viral organisms, allowing him to seize direct control of them. He can control swarms of low-tier viruses at once, as long as their combined spirit does not exceed triple his own, while all viral skill effects gain a massive 100% boost. It even expands the conceptual definition criteria for what counts as a virus. Scanning through all these details, Chen Bai feels thoroughly satisfied with how broad that viral definition has become. You have to admit, this is genuinely overpowered. If this authority eventually covers every virus, fungus, bacterium, and microscopic life form, he grins with anticipation. His power is literally one short step away from true godhood. The mere thought of it leaves Chen Bai deeply satisfied. With influenza now evolved into pulmonary tuberculosis, both its spread rate and debuffs are higher. Upgrading his other minor viruses the same way will easily push the lethality of his plague son to greater heights. Getting straight to work, he mutters, "All right, time to kick off the speed leveling." Chen Bai summons the gate of hell right before his eyes, ripping open a direct gateway into the underworld. With a 10-day cooldown on the line, he wastes no time and steps steadily into the portal. Beside him, Satan perks up with excitement at the familiar aura, only to slump in sudden disappointment. He mutters that this is not his true home, it is merely an entrance corridor leading into hell. Just as Chen Bai takes another step forward, a fresh system alert flashes into view. The system confirms that Chen Bai has officially accepted Phase 1 of a special SSS rank quest. Whether as ruler of the abyss or conqueror of Satan, hell itself is now the domain he is destined to conquer. And the first step toward dominating hell is reclaiming the authority and power left behind by Satan. His initial mission objectives require tracking down both sloth and greed. The quest rewards remain unknown, but he cannot wait any longer. Fine then, he thinks, let the hunt begin. Taking in the landscape before him, Chen Bai is taken aback. Is this really hell? Even Satan looks utterly confused. It is, but what in the world is that red shape hovering beside hell's blazing sun? A moon? Since when did this place ever have one? Stepping forward, Chen Bai remarks that his knowledge of his own homeland is way out of date. Satan scratches his head blankly, admitting he has been gone for way too long. Chen Bai glances back at him. You did not forget where you left. Greed and sloth, did you? Satan speaks with absolute certainty, making it clear that the closest power to them right now is greed. Pointing into the distance, he explains that long ago, as the great dominator, he shattered the authority of greed and scattered its fragments across every demon city above the rank of count. Satan keeps rambling on, explaining that inside this city lies a truly special structure. It is called Hell's Trial Road. Every single trial path functions differently, and anyone who steps inside and clears its deadly trial can claim a piece of greed's authority. Turning back to Chen Bai, he notes that activating the Hell King's ring inside the trial road will directly summon the authority of greed. Chen Bai nods in understanding, deciding to prepare a quick disguise before heading into the city. Moments later, he activates his manifested gear from the shepherd, set within the howling depths. Satan turns to inspect Chen Bai's appearance. He praises him, saying this outfit is thoroughly planned out. The gear makes him look like an actual demon, while the long coat keeps him from standing out too arrogantly. Chen Bai gives a nod, announcing that he is ready to enter the city. Scanning his surroundings, he quietly realizes this demon realm is far more thriving than he ever imagined, teeming with dozens of different bizarre demon races roaming everywhere. Spotting a carriage flying through the sky, Chen Bai feels an overwhelming surge of powerful energy. He carefully gauges the giant bat, pulling it at least level 70 with Saint-tier power, making his expression turn dead serious. If even the carriage beast is this strong, the figure sitting inside must be an emperor rank or even a true hell god. Chen Bai turns around, asking Satan if he saw that, and whether he recognizes who it could be. Looking across the area, Satan observes that this entire city is covered in blood-red bat sculptures and crimson patterns, not to mention a noticeable number of vampires roaming the streets. By all accounts, this is Cain's territory. He scratches his head in confusion, calling it absurd, which prompts Chen Bai to ask what feels so wrong. Satan speaks his mind, explaining that while Cain founded the vampire race with solid faith and decent growth, his baseline strength was never supposed to be enough to elevate him into a true god. Yet to his shock, he can clearly sense divine flames and the unmistakable scent of true worship lingering up there. Chen Bai listens in surprise, but right at that moment, a nearby demon suddenly shouts out, "Duke Astaroth's legion is actively recruiting, welcoming anyone level 30 or higher to step forward and try out. Promotion opportunities are massive here. Prove your worth in battle, and you can lead troops or even rise to full nobility." The recruiter keeps shouting about subjugating whichever hellish demon gods dare show disloyalty toward Queen Lilith. Top achievers might even earn an audience with Queen Lilith herself, leaving Satan completely stunned upon hearing it. Astaroth is the 29th demon among the 72 pillar gods, renowned for vast occult knowledge, bizarre abilities, and being one of the sharpest minds in all of hell. He wonders whether the figure inside the carriage was Astaroth or this Lilith, as Chen Bai shifts his consciousness into the ring's inner space. He curiously asks if Satan knows this Queen Lilith, but the former king merely shakes his head in total denial. He has no clue where she came from, while Chen Bai already starts mapping out his next move. Chen Bai notes that regardless of who she is, they at least know the demon gods are locked in chaotic infighting, a massive detail that JP conveniently never mentioned before. It seems that Snake was definitely hiding the truth from them. Satan falls silent for a long time, wondering why the guy only claimed Beelzebub was erasing his traces and what his real scheme was. He questions whether he was meant to target Beelzebub all along, just so another demon god could reap the benefits. Chen Bai nods with a dry smirk, remarking that his former prestige as the Supreme Hell King is totally gone. Satan reassures him not to worry, since holding both the Hell Ring and JP's captive soul ensures the treacherous fiend poses zero threat to him anymore. He nods back, deciding they can sort out those messy details later. Right now, there is no need to get dragged into their chaotic feuds. Heading straight down Hell's Trial Road to reclaim his lost authority is the real priority. That gets Satan hyped up, but right as they reach the entrance of Hell's Trial Road, a hulking demon suddenly blocks Chen Bai's path. The guard snaps that the trial road is locked down for Queen Lilith's royal wedding and strictly off-limits. He coldly warns that anyone wishing to enter must first register and take part in the upcoming Embrace Rite selection. Alternatively, he points out that one could trek across the deadly desert of death to reach the next Hell City. He barks to Scram if he heard clearly. Chen Bai turns away annoyed, calculating that this gatekeeper is at least level 50 or 60, making any brute force breakthrough impossible. He quietly weighs his options and realizes crossing the lethal desert of death is completely unrealistic right now, which leaves him with one solitary path forward, entering the embrace rite selection. Satan suddenly points out to him that the embrace is just the method vampires use to transform other creatures into their own kind. Looks like this Lilith figure is definitely a vampire, and he instantly feels a surge of anger. Damn it. Demons rule supreme in hell, so why on earth are they worshipping a creature spawned by Cain like this? Chen Bai slowly strides forward, telling him they can look into all that later. Right now, the top priority is uncovering what this embrace ceremony is actually all about. Stepping inside the grand hall, Chen Bai greets her with a bright smile, asking the beautiful, powerful fallen angel if this is the selection grounds for the embrace ceremony. She turns around with a warm smile, confirming it for the handsome devil, while he places a hand over his chest and admits he just arrived and knows very little about the city. So what exactly is this embrace ceremony anyway? The fallen angel gives him a quick rundown. The embrace is a grand ritual where Queen Lilith turns creatures of hell into true vampires. The chosen few become full vampires, earning a rare chance to serve directly under Queen Lilith herself. She makes sure to add one more detail. You should know that getting picked by Queen Lilith to become a blood angel or blood demon skyrockets your status, though the selection criteria are extremely strict. First off, you must be level 10 to 30, she says, sizing Chen Bai up from head to toe. Second, both your looks and combat power have to impress Queen Lilith herself. The fallen angel teases him, remarking that his appearance is top-notch, but his actual combat power remains to be seen. Chen Bai grins with total confidence, claiming his strength is plenty solid and victory is practically guaranteed, but she turns around and remarks that nothing is certain yet. After clearing those 2 screening phases, everyone has to walk the brutal path of life and death for their final trial. Queen Lilith will personally oversee the entire trial and choose the final winners herself. That instantly grabs his interest. Braving hell's path of life and death is exactly what he needs. Chen Bai lightly places his hand over his heart, thanking the stunning angel for her generous help. She casts him an alluring glance, asking if that means he wants to stay at her inn tonight. He politely declines, saying he needs to finish signing up first, and her expression instantly flips as she tells him to find her via the business card. Chen Bai chuckles and takes the card, saying no problem. He chuckles to himself, realizing this pretty fallen angel was just pitching her business the whole time, though running into her was still pretty good luck. He soon reaches registration, where a bored demon calls out number 01045521. As soon as Chen Bai steps up, the demon points to a stone, ordering a bloodline check. He places his hand on the testing stone, looking pretty serious, and the demon lights up with sheer satisfaction at the result. A human-demon hybrid with remarkably pure demonic blood, the examiner mutters, immediately ordering the human to pull down his hood right now. He needs to log his appearance, and Chen Bai complies without the slightest hesitation. The demons look totally shocked, shouting in amazement at how a human with demon blood could possess such magnificent devil horns. Fascinating, they remark, noting he easily meets Queen Lilith's strict physical standards for bearing strong offspring. The demon furiously scribbles down the notes. Today at our Mandala Road registry, we got 2 human bloodline applicants, and both of them happen to have extraordinary looks. Rick B and Queen Lilith will love seeing you both. A comment that instantly makes Chen Bai freeze in complete bewilderment. Wait, isn't that Han Xiao's younger sister? He wonders, before clutching his pass, showing level 20 with elite combat strength, flawless looks, average height, perfect physique, and a completely flawless bloodline. Looking at the slip, he admits average height makes sense, since all his competition are massive demons, standing 2 to 3 meters tall. After thinking it over, he tucks the slip safely away. Satan chimes in from the side, pointing out round 2 starts in 3 days and asking if they head to that angel's inn now. He calmly tells him not to worry about that, and realizing the shift in tone, Satan immediately falls right back in line. Apologies, my lord, Satan mutters, while Chen Bai decides to spend the remaining 3 days exploring the city. The gold coins rewarded by the trials are universally accepted across the cosmos, which makes things pretty convenient. He wanders around for a bit before stepping inside Guimeng's treasure tent to see what they have. Browsing through the goods inside, his gaze suddenly locks onto an intriguing item sitting right on the table. Chen Bai is stunned to see immortal bird feathers, items priced at 300,000 gold coins each back at Ledo's shop that he could never afford. The immortal bird feather radiates an almost mesmerizing, enchanting glow. Chen Bai is pretty curious, since there are no prices listed here. After pausing for a second, he calls out, "Boss, how much gold for an immortal bird feather?" Seeing a customer show up, Guimeng slowly steps out from the back. She looks quite surprised by his request for an immortal bird feather. Catching sight of Guimeng, Chen Bai is genuinely stunned. Sitting down softly across from him, she makes her offer, "I want to promise that you will unconditionally fulfill one future request. How about it?" Chen Bai sighs, shaking his head, "Sorry, but I really cannot agree to those terms. My promise is worth way more than one single feather." Hearing that, she glances calmly at the items sitting on the counter. "How many immortal bird feathers do you need?" "I will give you as many as you want," Guimeng declares. "Plus, I promise my future request will be totally doable and will not harm your personal interests at all. Sound fair?" Chen Bai throws out an offer, 100 feathers. "And do we sign a contract?" She smiles casually. "Of course not." Moments later, Guimeng slides a whole box right over to him. 100 feathers. Just like that. He cannot believe his eyes. A deal this sweet? Chen Bai pulls out his observation pendulum right away, checking if there is any hidden catch. Through the eye of observation, it really looks like Guimeng is not lying at all. That leaves him pretty satisfied. All 100 pieces, clean of any curses or traps inside. So this time, Chen Bai decides to take the deal. "Done. I agree." She chuckles with excitement. "Thank you so much for your patronizing business." Stepping outside, Chen Bai ponders how oddly similar this setup feels to the Ledo investment. He nods to himself, thinking if every devil traded this smoothly, life here would be really interesting. A bit later, Duchess Astaroth suddenly marches right into the quiet shop. Guimeng turns around in annoyance, glaring at Astaroth. Stepping inside, the Duchess announces that Queen Lilith sensed her aura near the treasure tent. Her Majesty invites you and Prince B to the first embrace ceremony. But Guimeng turns her down flat. Hell welcomed the Bloodline clan and Queen Lilith purely to deal with common enemies of the realm. Her voice sharpens with irritation not to let Lilith ascend the throne and massively expand her worshippers and subjects. Turning back, Guimeng speaks up firmly. "Duchess Astaroth, you had better remember exactly who you are." She warns her coldly, "You are a demon god, not some servant to a bunch of vampires." Hearing that, Astaroth wears a mock regretful smile. "Such a shame." Guimeng replies calmly, "There is nothing to regret, Lady Astaroth. Her body slowly fades away into thin air. My brother has pressing matters, so we will not entertain you further." Vanishing on the spot without even walking out the front door leaves Astaroth completely infuriated. "Bitch," she scoffs with a wicked grin. "If Prince B were not backing you, I would never show you respect." Replaying the insult in her head only stokes her rage, unleashing bursts of demonic fire all around. Terrified lower demons scatter in every direction. Sensing the strange disturbance down the street, Chen Bai glances back. Meanwhile, Astaroth mutters to herself in pure frustration, "This is infuriating. I need to find something amusing to cheer myself up." And right then, Chen Bai suddenly catches her eye in the distance. Pondering for a moment, she makes up her mind. This is the rare human-demon hybrid who signed up today. Back inside his room, Chen Bai suddenly remembers Guimeng, thinking that a promise with no contract attached is pretty bizarre. Too many weird things are happening, especially that sudden burst of flames in the street. Chen Bai looks thoughtful. If he had been any slower, he would have been caught in that blast. A sudden knock at the door interrupts him. Before he can react, a fallen angel steps inside, smiling brightly based on their descriptions. "I knew you arrived." He asks calmly, "What is this about?" She struts closer, excited. "Shopping all day. Don't you need to unwind a bit? We have devils, demon fiends, and spirits here that are not bad at all." Leaning in, she whispers right into Chen Bai's ear, "We even offer fallen angels too." He coldly shuts her down, not interested. and do not let anyone disturb me." Walking to the door, he tosses out some gold coins to send her off. "Thanks a lot." Without hesitation, the fallen angel snatches the 3 gold coins straight from his hand. She grins happily, "No problem. Sir Devil is quite generous. See you around." The moment she finishes speaking, Chen Bai slams the door shut. Out of nowhere, Astaroth's voice rings out, turning her down politely. "Not bad at all. Now I am even more intrigued by you." He spins around, countering, "You are not polite either," barging in without greeting. She introduces herself, "Human. I am Duchess Astaroth, and having me visit your room is your absolute highest honor." Hearing these words, Chen Bai finds this supposed honor completely ridiculous. She nods, barking out her command that is right. "Kneel down and kiss my feet. Pledge your soul in loyalty to this duke." A smug grin spreads across her face. "Serve this duke well, and you will get countless treasures." Hearing her words, Chen Bai suddenly recalls what Herose told him back then. "Buck, become my subordinate, and you will gain rewards beyond your wildest imagination." Snapping back to reality, he bursts out laughing, thinking how her offer sounds just like what Herose offered him in his past life. He knows full well he is not that weak pushover anymore, so missing the path of life and death right now is fine. Chen Bai smirks slightly. Even if he drops dead right here, the power of the abyss will just bring him back. His expression turns dead serious. In this lifetime, he will never be anyone's dog, only a master. Shaking off his thoughts, Chen Bai declares loudly, "I have zero interest in old hags," bluntly telling her to get lost. Being humiliated like this for the first time makes Astaroth rage. "What did you just say?" But he does not back down. He repeats, "I said get out." Just as she is about to go ballistic, Lilith's distant voice suddenly calls out, "Crimson Peak, come here immediately." Astaroth instantly stands at attention, obeying with a totally submissive attitude. She replies that she is coming right away, but right before vanishing, Astaroth unleashes a sudden strike, making Chen Bai's face drop as danger spikes. Luckily, he manages to brace himself and block her incoming strike just in time. Wasting no more time, Astaroth disappears from the area. 10 minutes pass before Chen Bai can painfully pull himself up. Damn it. Those movies where a summoned monster is instantly loyal? Total lies. Cannot trust that crap at all. No wonder she is a demon god from hell packing that much destructive force with just one single hand. He realizes deep down that she was not trying to kill him. Those flames never reached his vitals. She just wanted to torture him a bit. While Chen Bai is still processing everything, an illusion of Astaroth flickers into view. She smirks, warning him that this was merely a lesson, and he better pray he survives the first embrace ritual, or she will show him the true cost of making her angry. The moment those words land, her presence completely fades away. Chen Bai finds it hard to believe, so she only held back because he is a participant in the first embrace ritual? This works out fine, since at least she will not bother him until the ceremony ends. Meanwhile, Astaroth transforms into a bat and flies toward a massive, sprawling palace. The realm she arrives at is none other than the legendary Crimson Peak. Astaroth walks slowly into the grand hall where other demons are already kneeling, bowing respectfully to the venerable Lord of Blood and Crimson Queen. With that, she looks up at the eternal Blood Moon Queen, the revered mother of the entire Blood clan. Her humble demeanor now is a total reversal from her earlier arrogance, stating that her loyal servants offer their highest devotion to Her Majesty. Lilith calmly announces to the gathered court that she summoned everyone here because of a sudden premonition. Her face turns dead serious, you see. The abyss finally has a master, instantly sending shockwaves through the other demons. What? That is completely impossible. How could any living creature possibly overcome the brutal trials of the abyss? Astaroth speaks up from the side, asking Great Queen Lilith if this is connected to the report Dupai delivered not too long ago. She points out Satan's revival, wondering if all these massive changes are actually being caused by Satan himself. Dupai firmly pushes back from the side. Duke Astaroth, I am certain Lord Satan has not truly revived, but is merely possessing a mortal human host instead. In Satan's current weakened state, pulling off something this massive is basically impossible. prompting Lilith to nod in agreement. Indeed, Satan did not cause this directly, but it is undeniably connected to him. She explains that through the blood moon phenomenon, she sensed the abyss authority resting inside the very humans Satan is possessing. Seeing Chen Bai's image, Dupai gasps, "It is him." Astaroth turns to look at him, remembering how Duke Dupai was previously slain by a mere mortal wielding the abyss authority. His soul had been stripped by the Hell King ring, forcing him to rely on Lady Lilith to rebuild his physical body. Stung by the remark, he furiously insists that no matter what, he and his entire legion will always stand by Queen Lilith. Lilith nods with satisfaction, noting that she never doubted his loyalty for a second. She continues her assessment, stating that what they need to uncover is why Satan attached himself to that human in the first place. Furthermore, they must figure out how this new Abyss Lord views hell, prompting Dupai to smile and share what he knows. He suggests that Rick can handle the scouting mission, and Queen Lilith gives an approving nod. Exactly. Since Rick carries human blood from Earth where the divine demon trial takes place, allowing him to return to Earth at any time. Her gaze turns calculating. Once the rite of first embrace wraps up and she receives my embrace, she can go investigate everything. Jai nods in agreement. Rika's human brother actually has a pretty solid relationship with that guy. We will definitely figure out his real stance toward hell. Anticipation builds across his face. Maybe he could even serve Queen Lilith and help her achieve her grand ambition. She gives further orders, noting that another person with human bloodlines has signed up for this first embrace ceremony. If that candidate passes the selection trial too, team him up with Rick to finish this mission. Inside the chamber, Satan asks anxiously, "You only sealed that ring less than half an hour ago, yet so much has already happened." He ponders for a long moment, admitting he does not know Lilith well, but Gremory runs the Gremory treasure vault herself. She is Hell's 56th demon god. He explains with a grin she foresees both past and future, and even controls a sliver of fate itself. Satan steps closer to Chen Bai, convinced she must have already foreseen the Lord's glorious, unmatched future. That explains why she went out of her way just to beg you for a single promise. Excitement lights up his face. She is bound to bring the Lord even greater benefits down the line. After all, she hoards treasures everywhere like a greedy dragon. He nods, getting the picture. As long as she holds no hidden schemes, I am relieved. And that guy Astaroth will not bother us either. Next up, we just wait for the second trial. Chen Bai turns back with an offer during these 3 days. I will take you to explore Hell's current landscape. For instance, Lilith's intel on Beelzebub. His eyes light up at the thought. My deepest thanks, great lord. Fast forward 3 days later, and the demon guide calls out, Candidate 0, ID 01-04521, please enter Secret Realm 13, Level 2 Realm. Chen Bai calmly steps onto the blood-soaked plaza. The demon announces Secret Realm 13 is strictly for non-second advancement players, levels 21 through 30. Once inside, he must clash against 9,999 other contestants in Realm 13. It flashes a smug grin. Only 3 survivors will make the cut. Spotting Chen Bai's face, Jai asks in shock. So this is the level 21 human bloodline guy, dead bottom of the Tier 2 realm. He sits deep inside the plaza, scanning the crowd. James weighs in. If he dies inside this realm, nobody will be left to back up Rick for Queen Lilith's mission. Jai smiles back. Do not worry. With Rick's strength, he honestly does not need anyone backing him up. Catching that look, James is speechless, noting he already knows Jai has his eyes on Rika. Right then, Astaroth strides over. When registering, that kid was only level 20 and barely used the system rules to rank up. Word is, he went out hunting wild beasts on the city outskirts. Jai looks up at her. Isn't that just suicide? She tracks every move Chen Bai makes, wondering if he actually possesses real confidence. Remembering what went down, Astaroth seethes with rage. Arrogant brat who knows nothing. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Chen Bai thinks to himself, too bad he cannot enter the post-advancement level 30 battlefield just yet. Heading toward Realm 13, he hopes the other contestants pack high-tier bloodlines so he can condense a triple S demon bloodline. He mutters to himself, I need to find a way to gather all these contestants right here. Satan speaks up, my lord. Didn't Agares hand you the double S demon bloodline I left behind? Pull that out, and every single contestant will flock straight here. Catching on, Chen Bai asks if the big shots in hell are watching all of this right now. Wouldn't getting caught cause a bit of trouble? Satan flashes a completely confident grin. Rest easy, my lord. They are merely watching from outside that miniature world, so just covering it with a cloak does the trick. If they get suspicious and try investigating, I will give you a warning. Hearing Satan's reassurance, Chen Bai feels much better. Good. A system prompt flashes players remaining in Realm 13, 9,812. Now watch this. The head count plummets to 9,520, leaving Jai baffled, then drops to 9,002 as Astaroth's eyes narrow in doubt. The count keeps dropping to 8,731. He bolts up, staring at the screen in disbelief at what is happening to Realm 13. Why is the count dropping so absurdly fast? Realization hits Astaroth as she mutters it is him. Turns out Chen Bai used his own abilities to wipe out the other contestants, shocking everyone that a mere human pulled it off. Inside Realm 13, Chen Bai sweeps through enemies non-stop, thrilled to finally cut loose and battle to his heart's content. He thinks to himself, not only can he farm bloodlines fast, but he can also master his newly unlocked Blacklight virus upgrade abilities. He keeps channeling his heavy mallet stance, triggering his second basic skill. Chen Bai slams downward hard, boosting attack power 30% with extra force and armor crushing. Instantly switching to his long whip stance, his speed jumps 50%, adding full flexibility along with a brutal suffocation effect. Moments later, the demons clutch their wounds in terror. Chen Bai had shifted to sharp blade form, gaining 100% armor piercing, continuous bleed, and non-healing wounds. Seeing this carnage, the demon horde swarms forward, desperate to eliminate him first. Backed by his shield buff, he cuts incoming damage in half and reflects every single strike back. The demon stands there stunned. How could someone carrying mere human blood be this ridiculously strong? Up in the viewing stands, look at their disbelief. He devours every foe he slays. Just what kind of power is this? Astaroth bursts into excited laughter, noting how interesting this is, calling him the ultimate plaything. She whispers to herself that there is no rush. She will tame this little guy soon enough. Jay turns around to announce Secret Realm 13 is wrapping up. It is his first time seeing this clear so fast. Barely any time passed. Competitor numbers plummeted from 10,000 to under 100, yet JP still pays zero attention to Chen Bai. Rika is on the verge of clearing Realm 17. Hang in there, Rika. Do not let some unknown kid surpass you. As the battle concludes, the Demon Overseer appears. Realm 17 ends, locking in the top 3. Chen Bai thinks to himself that Realm 17 wrapped up pretty fast. The Demon Overseer announces to everyone that Stage 2 qualifiers are done. Everyone must wait a bit, because once all realms finish, the third trial will kick off immediately. A short while passes as announcements echo out. Realms 12, 8, and 21 are finished, locking in their top 3 finalists. Astaroth is completely thrilled. Every secret realm is cleared now. Leaving her with an excited smile, she addresses the candidates, declaring that under the blood moon, Queen Lilith's radiance will shine upon their potential and loyalty. Every single candidate looks up toward her. Noticing the change, they gasp in shock as their wounds mend instantly. The demon horde roars in celebration, thanking Queen Lilith. Chanting eternal praise to Lilith and the blood moon, the crowd goes wild. But Chen Bai knows this light is far from simple healing. He grows even more cautious. A chilling sensation creeps in, feeling as if a hidden gaze is staring right through him. The suffocating aura weighs heavy on Chen Bai, but he reminds himself that he masked his presence beforehand, concealing his abyss power to the absolute maximum. Scanning the area closely, Chen Bai hopes no unexpected issues pop up, avoiding any further waste of precious time. Astaroth announces to the crowd that the third stage of the first embrace ceremony begins now. Named the Hell Road of Life and Death, every candidate must step onto this deadly path to endure its grueling trials. Filled with excitement, she reveals that the final ranking of the ceremony depends entirely on the value of rewards earned. She orders everyone forward onto the Hell Road, while Chen Bai stands eager, finally ready to take on this death path. A sudden voice startles him, commanding him to stay. He immediately recognizes that tone. It is Lilith. Chen Bai shivers uncontrollably as panic sets in. Damn it. His body will not move at all. This light pillar has pinned him completely. Could they have uncovered something suspicious? Glancing behind, he notices someone else held captive too, carrying the distinct look of a human. A sudden thought hits Chen Bai. Could this be Han Xiao's younger sister? Just as he suspected, the person trapped beside him is indeed Rika. Astaroth smiles as she delivers an oracle from Queen Lilith, ordering Rika to head straight back to the trial grounds on Earth. She adds that Rika's mission is to track down whoever seized the Abyss power and establish a solid connection. Pull this off properly, and Queen Lilith will generously reward her without fail. Rika places a dazed hand on her chest, thinking of going home to Earth. Chen Bai grows certain she is Han Xiao's sister, tasked with finding the human who claimed the Abyss authority. They are hunting for him, which means his real identity is still hidden. But why hold him back here? Just then, Astaroth turns around and stares right at him. Addressing him as Ling, she orders him to do whatever it takes to protect and assist Rika. She warns him that succeeding earns forgiveness for his earlier disrespect. But if he fails, having his soul torn apart will not just be an empty threat. Chen Bai obediently agrees in the name of Queen Lilith, quietly realizing this task is something he can easily manage. Tossing an item into the air, she praises his attitude, telling the kid that obedience earns real rewards. On the hell path of life and death, this will help you make the right choice, so take it. Without hesitation, he takes the ring she hands him, which turns out to be the A-rank Astaroth heart-testing ring, granting plus 110 spirit power, granting 100% resistance to all illusion skills briefly after every use, while restoring mental clarity, allowing uninterrupted decisions alongside instant short-range teleportation without chant time. Teleport distance scales with spirit power on a 10-minute cooldown, requiring level 20 and over 800 spirit power. Even he feels surprised by such good loot, thinking she was pretty generous, as Astaroth reminds both of them. Queen Lilith has passed down her orders, meaning you two can now enter the third round of testing. As they step forward, the surrounding demons bow down, announcing that participant Rika Lin may now head inside. Rika glances toward Chen Bai, wondering what kind of background he actually has after finishing the second trial faster than her. With the demons calling the next person, she sighs softly, deciding to just focus on clearing the hell path of life and death first. Watching her walk away, Chen Bai tells himself that it is not quite the right time to approach Rika yet. He breathes out a sigh, deciding to handle everything after clearing the trial, just as a system prompt announces entering the path of life and death to face the greed trial. The massive expanse stretching before his eyes is the hell path of life and death, branching into three paths known as the path of power, the path of wealth, and the path of eternity. Chen Bai looks down to speak with Satang, saying they made it inside and can fulfill the promise, leaving him completely thrilled about reaching the true treasure of greed. Satang tells his great lord that while he could summon the authority of greed right now, he strongly advises against doing it immediately. Satang smiles, explaining the reason, because claiming the authority of greed grants the treasure too. Yet nobody knows when it can actually be unlocked. Chen Bai nods in understanding, noting that unlocking the treasure takes solid strength, which is why Satang wanted him to explore this trial first. He glances over at him, aiming to secure all the good loot beforehand. Satang smiles in agreement, offering to walk his great lord through what each of these three paths offers. Breaking it down one by one, he explains that the first route offers simple, endless wealth. Knowing this place inside out, he covers the standard path of supreme power. But when mentioning the divine path of eternal life, his expression turns dead serious. Even though many people choose this path of eternity, their lack of strength prevents them from ever walking away with anything valuable. Satang keeps breaking it down, confident that his great lord will easily claim the absolute top rewards on the hardest route. With utter confidence in his voice, Chen Bai refuses to waste another second, and begins stepping straight forward. The path he chooses is the path of eternity. Prompts flash as he enters the path of eternity, and the trial opens, revealing an endless starry void unfolding right before him. Reading the system prompt leaves him a bit stunned, so he suddenly condenses his eternal path into his palm, shifting the notification immediately. The abyss, cosmic extreme yin, origin of darkness. Its corresponding authorities hold every negative power in existence beyond count. Embracing all of it, you now possess your own path of eternity. Will you complete the trial? Chen Bai's expression instantly shifts, wondering if it really finishes just like that. He catches on quickly, realizing one eternal path is not the end, and condenses another sphere right in his hand. This time it embodies plague, source of life, the undying God, holding authorities over pestilence, life, death, destruction, pain, and reproduction. The immortal deity possesses two distinct paths of eternity. Prompt asking if he will finish the trial, Chen Bai examines this authority closely, amazed that life gestating within plague could actually carry such incredible power. He asks himself what he was even doubting in the first place. Back in the plague class dungeon, he had already realized this truth, clenching his palm since viruses and diseases are living beings too. The system notifies him that he has gained a much deeper comprehension of his own class abilities. His mastery over the plague authority has increased, unlocking the new class skill, all things in full bloom, affecting all bacteria and viruses under the radiance of the plague Sunday. Reproduction speed jumps by 1,000% with self-evolution unlocked, surprising Chen Bai as massive quantity triggers qualitative mutation. Calculating further ahead, wherever the plague sun shines in the future will literally become a divine kingdom of disease and viruses. Thinking about that, Chen Bai lets out a laugh, finding it genuinely interesting. Wondering what rewards two paths of eternity will yield, another eternal path suddenly materializes before him, completely changing his expression. Wait, there is still one more. Chen Bai steps closer to inspect the timeline clock, and its data immediately appears before him. It grants the corresponding authority of an observer along the river of time. With time and space secured, you now possess 3 eternal paths. Do you wish to complete the trial? Chen Bai decides, without a second thought. Let us wrap it up here and finish the trial, he thinks to himself, because anything else simply is not worthy of becoming my eternal path. A notification flashes: you have completed the eternal trial, and your reward is a prophecy of godhood. Chen Bai frantically glances around, completely dazed as the entire space shifts out of nowhere. Looking down at planet Earth right before his eyes, he wonders if this truly is his prophecy of godhood, finding it pretty fascinating. He chuckles, of course, a cosmic trial offers a path to godhood. So does anyone really need a prophecy for that? A sudden flash instantly blinds his vision. Something feels completely off. What is going on here? The strange energy just keeps sinking deeper. Opening his eyes again, he realizes he is right back on the eternal path, standing there pretty confused about what just went down. Wondering why he was brought back, he hears Satan smiling behind him, praising how his great Lord's glory will make the entire myriad realms look up in awe. You are destined to become the sole master of eternity itself. Glancing back, Chen Bai notes that Satan seems to have recovered some strength, before asking with genuine curiosity what kind of trick he is pulling this time. Pressed by Chen Bai, Satan acts awkward and asks what trick he could possibly play. Claiming he has 0 strength left, Satan is met with another sharp question when Chen Bai cleared the hell road of life and death. Did Satan really harbor no hidden motives? Chen Bai clearly saw right through his thoughts. We both know you fully understood that trial. Chen Bai presses further, asking if Satan saw the display of power he unleashed earlier. Placing a hand over his chest with a smile, Satan admits he merely wanted to understand his great master's true power. Plus, entering the hell trial let him restore some class power, though he suddenly looks a bit embarrassed, explaining it. Swearing he has no other intentions and begging for trust, Satan is cut off as Chen Bai turns around and demands what was promised beforehand. Rest assured, as long as you stay honest, our deal stands valid. His gaze turns remarkably sharp, noting he is not some deceitful devil like Mr. Satan, which makes the demon chuckle right back. Begging him not to tease, Satan raises his hand toward the air of greed, turning back to face Chen Bai as an all-devouring devil. Chen Bai remarks that the one who controls greed is not necessarily greedy himself. Even a devil that swallows everything whole is merely my servant, he states, prompting Satan to hold that power out, admitting someone with such profound insight should be the one wielding it. Outside the massive gates, two demons instantly realize something is going very wrong. They panic and scream that the gate to the hell road of life and death has cracked, desperate to know what is happening. Sensing something terrible, Astaroth's face shifts dramatically as she hurries closer to inspect the cracks, asking in panic what on earth just happened. And look at this. The gate of life and death simply can no longer contain the insane power surging from inside. Astaroth looks up in panic, shouting to the great Queen Lilith that an emergency has occurred. She screams repeatedly that the hell gate of life and death is suddenly shattering, and she has no clue what caused it. Nothing like this has ever happened before, and even Lilith herself seems to have zero answers for it. Back inside, Satan places that ominous force into Chen Bai's hands, declaring it as the true authority of greed. Smiling at the energy in his palm, he suddenly startles when violent cravings flood his mind, overwhelming thoughts of immense wealth, absolute power, women, and sheer dominion. Very quickly, Chen Bai struggles to maintain his sanity as dark whispers ring in his ears, urging him to take everything. Satan shouts from the side, warning his great lord not to let himself be corrupted. Snapping back to his senses upon hearing this, Chen Bai roars at the top of his lungs, "Don't you dare try to control me!" Once the chaos settles, he stands there catching his breath, staring down at the gauntlet in genuine surprise. Chen Bai takes hold of the item to inspect its details, revealing a bonus skill that transforms any lower-level creature, prop, or equipment directly into piles of gold coins. The amount of gold gained depends entirely on the level difference, carrying a cooldown of 10 seconds. It allows entry into the Treasury of Greed to claim matching treasures with zero cooldown, while spending a single gold coin temporarily boosts every single stat by 1 point. Spending 100 gold coins grants 1 permanent stat point, while temporary stat boosts have absolutely no upper limit. As for permanent attributes, whenever a stat surpasses 10 times its base value, the gold cost required to raise it doubles. The daily permanent cap is 50 points. Plus, he can receive 1 random item, piece of equipment, or skill book from across the myriad realms each day. Item tiers run from B rank to SS, giving a solid 7% boost to all stats. Requirements are possessing partial hell authority, holding demon power or devil bloodline, plus a soul bond. Even Chen Bai is taken aback, noting how terrifying it is. He curiously asks Satang how anyone is even supposed to obtain that required piece of hell authority. A smug grin crosses his face as he tells his lord that greed is clearly clouding his judgment. He points out that holding the Hell King ring already grants him a portion of that very power. Satang calmly explains that this soul weapon is practically already in his pocket. Everything going better than expected makes Chen Bai chuckle. "Thanks. My head was spinning a bit. How is the situation outside looking right now?" Satang smiles, explaining that since the greed authority was claimed, every single hell life or death path has lost its power and will collapse. He also makes sure to mention that soon enough, every participant will get kicked outside, including Chen Bai himself. Chen Bai ponders for a second, deciding to slip away during the chaos. Meanwhile, the outer gate blows wide open, sending waves of panic through the demons outside. Astaroth rushes to report, urgently calling out to Lady Lilith about the collapsing gate. Right on cue, she arrives on the scene to survey the chaos, her expression turning ice cold as she says she already sees it. The other candidates are instantly teleported outside, completely confused, shouting about what just happened and asking why everyone was suddenly kicked out. Lilith coldly commands everyone to shut up. She struggles to keep her composure, her mind racing over the greed authority. Pure, unfiltered rage flares in her eyes as she realizes it was stolen away, leaving all the nearby demons completely stunned. Who did it? The greed authority is gone. Astaroth screams in sheer fury, demanding answers. She yells at the crowd to confess. But Lilith looks down from above and sharply tells Astaroth to stop screaming. Astaroth quickly bows her head in submission to the great Lilith. Lilith calmly notes that hell is vast, with countless other life or death gates scattered everywhere. Her face grows grim, knowing the number of creatures entering that trial was simply impossible to count. Scanning the surroundings, she figures the culprit probably is not even here in Blood Moon City. After thinking it over, Lilith decides to head back to Crimson Peak, vanishing into thin air the very next second. Chen Bai watches the whole scene play out in silence, right as Astaroth also vanishes from the area. Thinking back on what just happened, he feels pretty confused about Lilith and how strangely she reacted. Her eyes locked onto him for 5 solid seconds, clearly noticing something was up. Yet strangely enough, she did not take any action against him at all. That strange passivity makes him instantly recall the contract he had previously made with Guimon. Chen Bai is genuinely surprised. One made a promise while the other stayed indifferent, and Lilith's look lingers in his mind. He gives a soft sigh, figuring top-tier powerhouses just act on pure whims, doing things normal folks could never understand. His eyes turn sharp, realizing there is no need to panic and hide, nor rush back to the abyss for resurrection. While Chen Bai is lost in thought, Rick walks up to him, acknowledging that he proved his strength during round 2. She locks eyes with him, declaring that she is his only real rival for round 3. Whatever he went through and gained in that trial, she wants to settle it all right here. Chen Bai has zero interest in wasting time, casually giving her the win so they can just move on to the ceremony. His complete lack of interest really gets under her skin, and after a brief pause, Rick bluntly asks him why. Right then, the system chimes in with a mission complete alert. Phase 1 of the SSS rank special quest, Find Sloth or Greed, is cleared, rewarding him with the SSS Demon Emperor bloodline. And look at that. Chen Bai is totally blown away, staring at that legendary SSS Demon bloodline reward. Sitting back in the lounge, he lets out a relieved smile, glad he risked his neck in round 2. Meanwhile, back at Crimson Peak, by Lilith's throne, she informs everyone present that despite the unexpected mess during this ceremony, all previous arrangements and agreements must still remain firmly in place. She orders Jai to take Rick back to Earth right after the meeting ends to enter the cosmic trial and finish the job. Hearing his orders, he gladly agrees, while Lilith sternly adds that she expects this entire matter kept under wraps. Placing a hand over his chest, he swears to the great Lilith that they will never leak a single word to anyone. Out of nowhere, a deep voice echoes in their ears, asking if her hell, life, or death path was destroyed too. Bill Bap suddenly materializes right before them, catching everyone off guard. She quickly nods with respect, confirming to Lord Bill Bap that it is true. He immediately commands her to have her guards lock down and detain every single person who stepped onto that trial path, without missing a single one. He also tells her to visit his palace because hell is about to face massive turmoil, vanishing into thin air the second he finishes talking. Lilith turns around to announce, "You have all heard about the terrifying might of Lord Beelzebub, right? Go carry out your orders," she reminds them, "and make sure you do not forget what I just said." The subordinates quickly nod in agreement. Understood. But on her way back, Astaroth tells herself that something feels completely off. She suddenly remembers Chen Bai's face, that mere human. Lost in thought, she wonders how someone barely over level 20 dared disrespect her and casually slaughtered high-tier demons. He showed up in hell out of nowhere, right before the path of life and death collapsed. He could very well be the one who seized the power of the abyss, highly likely. Thinking of this, her expression shifts instantly. She once forced the Lord of the Abyss to submit, and now her pace quickens even more. If this turns out to be true, things are going to get interesting. Standing outside Chen Bai's room, she knows she has arrived. She can clearly sense the ring she gave him right inside that room. A smirk of pure anticipation crosses her face. Now look at this. She opens that door expecting a weakling, but the scene inside freezes her dead in her tracks. Without paying her any attention at all, he calmly steps right through the spatial portal. Her face turns dead serious. There is no mistaking it that overwhelming presence comes from the absolute highest tier. Astaroth pieces together Chen Bai's true identity, an Emperor-grade demon lord bloodline from Satan himself. As he enters an entirely new realm, he sighs with annoyance that she arrived at the worst possible time, before his bloodline could fully fuse. Endless incantations keep buzzing inside Chen Bai's head, irritating him as he tries to clear out those ringing whispers. Once everything settles back down to normal, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. It is finally complete. Chen Bai lets out a soft sigh. From the moment the fusion began, relentless chaotic noise hammered his brain, 10 times worse than the demonic whispers from the shepherd horn. Then a thought strikes him, wait a second. What about the shepherd horn he always wears? Chen Bai vividly remembers the torture he endured from those eerie, maddening noises. The system notification pops up detailing Roar from Hell on the S-rank item Shepherd Horn under demonic whispers. Wearing it means constantly hearing the voices of demons. Wearing it for a full day grants +1 permanent spirit power. But then he notices something strange. Even those demonic whispers have completely vanished. Chen Bai instantly figures it out. This must be an effect of his new demon bloodline. Reaching out toward the system screen, he pulls up his demon bloodline interface. Details of the triple S-rank Demon Emperor bloodline appear right before his eyes, a primordial demon from the abyss, the pioneer of hell. It holds the raw authority of hell and unimaginable power. Bloodline effects include active skill cooldowns reduced by 50% across the board. Equipment skill cooldowns are cut by 50%, and required level-up experience drops by 50%. Demon Contract allows him to forge pacts with living beings in his own name, breaking contractual bindings to a certain extent. Completing contract trades grants bonus experience, while Desire Control uses spirit power to amplify or suppress desires and thoughts. The greater the spirit gap, the stronger the effect, allowing him to devour any creature's soul for extra experience and stats. If the soul belongs to a creature under a demon pact, the bonuses double. Pure Soul Warding provides elite soul defense as a soul-type demon, granting +100% resistance to all soul-based interference and attacks. After reading through all of this, Chen Bai chuckles. This bloodline is truly something else. This demon truly represents pure evil. After pondering for a moment, he decides to summon an egg into his hand. This is the A-rank corrupted Worm King pet egg he collected earlier on his journey. And look at his next move without hesitating for a second. Chen Bai hurls the egg straight into the abyss to let it mutate. With anticipation in his eyes, he heads out to see just how much stronger he has become. The scene shifts to the 20th floor of the abyss, where Roger, the dark priest lord of this floor, patrols his domain. Chen Bai watches him closely and speaks, "You probably know who I am, so make your move." Roger instantly bows in greeting, hailing the great lord. Roger solemnly states that Chen Bai's might can pierce through the entire abyss, making him the supreme ruler holding all authority here. Still kneeling on the ground, Roger insists he will willingly submit, daring not show the slightest disrespect. Seeing this reaction catches Chen Bai completely off guard. He thinks to himself, offering up his soul imprint voluntarily? This guy knows how to read the room, just like a true mage. Far smarter than those muscleheads who only think about slaughter. The moment he accepts the soul imprint into his hand, a system alert pops up. You have conquered the 20th floor of the abyss, gaining supreme control over this floor. All stats increase by 20 points. Chen Bai suddenly asks Roger, "Have you heard what happened on the 10th floor of the abyss? The 20th floor will also have a city for Amma. Take care of that task for me." He makes sure to give a reminder. "I will grant you certain authority. Do well and your reward will be fitting." Hearing that, he nods, repeatedly understood. "Yes, great master." Soon enough, Chen Bai reaches floor 21 of the abyss. This time his opponent is the Minotaur Lord, Fido. He roars in fury, "Fight!" The beast's raw power is no joke, leaving Chen Bai no choice but to clash head-on. As the blow lands with brutal force, he leaps backward to keep a safe distance. Chen Bai wonders to himself, stacking every buff together, how can he still not overpower this guy in raw strength? It has been ages since a brawl felt like this. He laughs aloud, nodding in pure satisfaction. Thrilling, but moments later, Fido gets thoroughly taken down. Trembling on the ground, the monster complains you used underhanded tricks you cannot count as. Before he finishes, Chen Bai cuts in. Not count as a true warrior? Well, I really do not care for rules like that. In other words, my only rule is, a smug smirk spreads across his victorious face. A system alert pops up. You conquered floor 21 of the Abyss, gaining supreme control over this level. All attributes increase by 21. Time moves on, and Chen Bai clears floor 22. Floor 23 cannot slow him down either. Suddenly, he realizes something: the level gap remains way too wide, and pushing forward like this will bring no real benefit. He mutters to himself, that is enough for now. I have other business. Moments later, Regressed appears right before his eyes. You are the human who passed the Abyss trial. By now, Chen Bai has reached floor 194. Regressed steps forward, noting that he must call him Lord now. Chen Bai stares right at the demon before him. Regressed, Balorflame Demon King. Memories suddenly flash back to when he fought through the deep Abyss trials before. Even with the experience of defeating HLY on floor 153, I still died to him over 10 times. Seeing the real body in person, the overwhelming pressure is truly formidable. He speaks up, respected Flame Demon King. I would like to ask you for something. Regressed quickly fires back, Lord, if your demand goes too far, even bringing several true gods will not get a thing from me. On top of that, every single trade demands a fair price. Chen Bai smiles, placing a hand on his chest. I need a flame core. What conditions do you have? He declares straight out, flame cores are not scarce here. What I want is. Regressed glares intently at him, a flame seed. Regressed continues laying out his thoughts. Across the myriad realms exist countless types of flames, and this abyss fire is merely one among them. He sighs softly. So many years have passed, and though this flame is mighty, I have grown rather sick of it. He makes his offer: bring me some unique flame seeds from the myriad realms, and you can take whatever flame cores you desire from my royal fire. With those words finished, Regressed waves his hand and creates a soul crystal. He looks at Chen Bai. If you ever need aid, my subordinates and I will lend a hand. Consider this crystal my personal deposit. Without hesitation, he reaches out to accept it. Regressed adds a firm warning also. I expect the Lord to make 0 changes to the magma sea. Chen Bai chuckles, glancing right back at him. It seems you know I built a demon city on floor M. He reassures him, rest easy, the magma sea will never change. It will forever belong to Regressed, the flame demon. That is my promise as master of the abyss. Hearing this, he feels satisfied. If that is so, my lord, I look forward to the day you return here seeking true conquest. I truly anticipate an all-out battle against you. Chen Bai gives a gentle nod. I look forward to it too. Now check this out. Down on floor 437 of the Abyss, inside the Succubus Queen Palace, Mycantis has been waiting on her bed for Chen Bai. Long time no see, my lord. She nods approvingly. Your aura has grown even more powerful and enchanting. He steps steadily inside. Mycantis, the demon city on floor M is almost completely built. He asks with a light smile, when do you plan to build your Church of Pleasure, Chapel of Agony, and Succubus Den? She replies without a second of hesitation, naturally, as fast as possible. Mycantis turns around and orders you to follow my earlier instructions and go construct our chapel and den. Hearing the command, both subordinates nod. Understood, Lady Mycantis. Seeing them leave, Chen Bai asks in mild surprise, you are not heading over in person? She blushes, gazing back at him. If I visit your city, every single resident inside might just burst from blood, rush, and die. They cannot withstand the allure of gazing upon my enchanting body. A teasing, seductive smile slowly creeps onto her face. It has been so long. Did you not miss me at all? Mycantis slowly reaches her hand toward Chen Bai. She murmurs about wanting to see how much his strength has grown, trying to caress him, but he shuts that down immediately. Cutting her off, he says he has a question before punishing her, asking if she knows Lilith. The moment Mycantis hears that name, her mood completely sours. She asks where he could have possibly met Lilith. and Chen Bai calmly explains that he recently visited hell. After letting that sink in for a moment, she finally pieces everything together. So that explains it. Lilith vanished ages ago, leading many to suspect she perished during an unknown divine war. Looking deep in thought, Macanthus realizes the goddess had actually slipped away to join forces with hell. Macanthus begins sharing everything she knows about her. Lilith is a newly ascended deity born 10,000 years ago, wielding authority over the blood moon, fresh blood, and certain life powers. She adds that Lilith blood cult bathes in gore and performs blood sacrifices, earning pure hatred from every orthodox true god. Hearing this, Chen Bai smirks. Pretty interesting. A new god sneaking off to hell just to build up her own power. Ever since Satan lost control, hell has fallen into absolute chaos. Macanthus looks up at him with eager anticipation in her eyes. Lord Master, now that your questions are done, talk time is over, she insists. Refusing to wait any longer, she admits she is dying of curiosity to see what his true strength looks like right now. Chen Bai nods, catching her drift. Since you are so eager, I will let you taste my new power, he tells her. A power that will make your very soul tremble in terror and awe. Her face flushes bright red. Pure demon bloodline, she swoons, knowing her master would never make a wasted trip to hell, always finding a way to blow everyone away with surprises. A short while later, the system screen flashes up, displaying hellfire feathers, wings of underworld flame, an S-rank special wing gear, condensed entirely from hellish flames. These unique wings possess an extraordinarily formidable level of power. Equipping them lets you conquer not just the open skies, but also command flames themselves. Required materials include hellfire, 100 phoenix wing shards, and a flame core. Placing every gathered item onto the ground, Chen Bai double-checks his inventory, confirming the undying bird feathers and the blazing flame core. He glances at the blaze in his palm, along with the hellfire, wasting no more time before tossing them forward together. In the very next breath, watch his face completely change. In his hands sits the hellfire feather wing gear, granting a 20% boost to all stats, plus 168 points across the board, and 80% base agility. Flight speed gets boosted 1.5 times. Duration lasts 5 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown, featuring rebirth in fire to absorb thermal energy and rapidly accelerate wound recovery. It can also absorb outside flames to permanently amplify the attributes granted by the underworld flame feathers, firing off a fiery plume arrow. Its destructive output scales with spirit power at 1 shot per second. After 100 uses, it triggers a 5-hour cooldown, requiring total user attributes exceeding 3,000 points alongside the flame control mastery skill. Chen Bai feels slightly taken aback, wondering why it is not showing up as physical wings. After a brief pause, he equips it. The item swiftly merges directly into his body. Glancing over his shoulder, he stands baffled, wondering where his actual wings went. Something starts clicking, but his back feels strange. Using his far-seeing vision to inspect his backside, Chen Bai spots a distinct crest engraved right across his spine. He finally gets it. That is how the equipment manifests, etched directly across his skin like a glowing mystical tattoo. He simply cannot wait any longer. Clenching his fists, Chen Bai decides to test its true capability. The wings he forged work like a charm, launching him straight toward the high heavens in just a few split seconds. The instant Chen Bai takes off, Lung Shuang and her guards immediately realize something feels totally off. She urgently reports that she and the rapid response squad are heading to the scene immediately, though her expression suddenly shifts. Sensing a very familiar aura, she pauses, but Songa chuckles and reminds her that despite subtle differences, that presence belongs to the Chen Bai. She immediately orders the armed squad to stand down and pull back at once. Lung Shuang obediently complies with a firm yes, while on the other side, Chen Bai wraps up testing his wings in pure satisfaction. He pulls back the flames as if nothing happened, just as Songa's familiar voice greets him, welcoming the Chen Bai back. Spotting the two women, he speaks up, noting he sensed several more people heading his way earlier than just them. Already guessing her moves, Chen Bai asks if she called those forces back, prompting Song-ge to drop to her knees. She reports that they were an emergency defense unit guarding the central sector, but once she felt his signature presence, she dismissed them. She quickly bows her head, asking for forgiveness for offending him. With his wings fully fading away, Chen Bai waves his hand, telling both of them to stand up since nobody offended anyone. He even praises her, noting their quick response was pretty solid and that no one showing up would be the real issue. Remembering something, Song-ge remarks on his massive power boost. The man barely returns and instantly causes such a massive commotion. She keeps going with her report, mentioning how just a distant glance while rushing over made her head spin with dizzying pressure. Chen Bai turns to both of them, noting their solid growth. Song-ge chuckles, saying that she and Leng Chang hit level 16, placing around 20th on the leaderboard. She adds that Wei Tiv reached level 14 after unlocking the A-rank energy gunner class that Chen Bai brought back from the zombie biohazard realm. Chen Bai keeps probing, asking if the others managed to track down suitable classes yet. Song-ge brings up Lu Li, who wields the B-rank phantom form at level 12 with a sound controller class. She quickly explains the details. Lu Li secured a B-rank sound mimic class from inside the dungeon instance, which amplifies her natural talents while letting her manipulate minds through sound, weakening dangerous foes and granting massive buffs to all their allies. On top of that, Chen Lingyu obtained a formidable judge class through her old syndicate ties. Song-ge looks noticeably proud, explaining that her class skills are crazy intricate with tens of thousands of crime and punishment rules, but her lawyer background makes her a natural fit. She then mentions Su Xin wants to specialize in healing, though she keeps struggling to clear the hospital dungeon holding the class info. Little Song-ge cares about nothing ordinary, just waiting for Chen Bai to hand her the absolute best class. Chen Bai abruptly cuts in to ask how Chen Bai City is doing, and she reports it now covers a full quarter of Jiangcheng. Song-ge adds that, thanks to his towering reputation, nearly every single evolver across Ezhou is swarming straight toward them. Chen Bai listens quietly to her briefing. Chen Bai City now holds over 100,000 permanent residents, with floating numbers topping 300,000. Breaking into an excited smile, she reveals their loyalty-first Chen Bai army has nearly reached 10,000 troops, a staggering number that catches Chen Bai completely off guard. When he admits that is huge and praises their hard work, Song-ge groans that she was just about to complain. The girls are on the verge of total burnout, so her gaze shifts as she mentions picking helpers to shoulder the load. With that, she leads Chen Bai straight into the villa lobby. When he asks if these are the candidates, she nods eagerly and takes her time introducing every single one of them. Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan assist me, she says, turning around to point out Popo, who supports Lu Li. The last two are Fei Fei, assigned to help Su Xin, and Xiao Jiao, a student under Chen Lingyu. Every single girl bows deeply, greeting the Chen Bai master and begging him to establish their formal contracts. Xiao Huang speaks firmly, swearing on their lives to maintain absolute loyalty to the Chen Bai. Chen Bai is baffled, wondering if Chen Bai City only recruits gorgeous beauties. But Song-ge immediately shakes her head. Leng Chang holds contracts for the others, dozens of capable candidates in total. She explains they simply are not allowed inside the core domain under normal circumstances, looking at Chen Bai to ask if he forgot. She reminds him that the core zone is his absolute domain, meant to let him do whatever he wants, whenever and wherever he pleases. Stepping closer, she asks what he feels like doing right now. Chen Bai instantly decides to collect all the contracts first and table everything else, suddenly remembering something pressing. He notes she seems unusually rushed, asking if Chen Bai City ran into serious trouble. She praises him admiringly, noting he is as sharp as always. Song-ge explains they discovered a power substation dungeon earlier, but hitting a wall during the raid left them unable to capture it. Because of this bottleneck, their entire production of gear and potions has ground to a crawl. Worse yet, the artificial intelligence Sandy cannot even function. Seeing how bad things are, Chen Bai turns to ask what kind of mess this is, and her face turns dead serious. The power station is crawling with bizarre monsters that launch into a frenzied assault the second anyone gets close. Even Long Chang, their strongest fighter, suffered severe injuries on sight. They can barely get near the place, let alone enter the dungeon, leaving Chen Bai in deep silence as he processes the problem. Inside the chamber, Chen Bai announces that Azure Dragon Guinus goes to Leng Chang, while putting up the Rotten Abyss Bug King pet egg. He tells whoever wants it to take it, so Songa gladly hugs the egg, claiming that she actually likes it quite a bit. He chuckles and looks her way, asking if she checked the guide for the Plague Sewer Dungeon. That Plague Bug King is flat-out hideous. She brushes off its looks because it is brutally strong, plus it shares striking similarities with his own powers. With hope glowing in her eyes, she insists parading it around will shock the entire city, prompting Chen Bai to nod at her sheer practicality. She glances over at the weapon in Leng Shuang's hand, asking Songa if this spear is also a divine artifact. Songa reminds Leng Shuang that the Chen Bai invested heavily into her, so she better not let him down. Leng Shuang immediately kneels before Chen Bai, declaring she is fully prepared to dedicate her life in loyal service to him. Chen Bai nods at the two of them, telling them he knows their loyalty and ordering them back to work. He then instructs Songa to have someone bring over the dungeon files for both the hospital and the power station. Right after she agrees, a message from Meng Meng pops up asking if Master Lin is back because Lu Wai is in trouble. Chen Bai is caught off guard as Lu Huai sends a plea for help, leaving Ba Wang completely confused. Ba Wang asks what is going on, and Fei Fei reports that Liu Huai's innate talent went haywire, slowly turning her into a tree. Just then, Zisun drops a message saying he found the root cause inside the 10,000 gold pavilion at Mount Shu. Reading through the report, Chen Bai's expression turns deadly serious as he realizes what is actually happening. Meng Meng follows up, saying she gave Lu Huai all the supplies everyone gathered, but they are still running drastically short. Zhen Shu chimes in with a lead, saying there is an item that can save Lu Huai if everyone helps farm it. Lian Xian chimes in asking if Big Brother Bai is around because the team is completely out of options. It all started when Lu Huai began turning into a literal tree, leading Lian Xian to uncover the truth at Mount Shu. Now look at how twisted this situation gets as things quickly spiral out of control. Because Lu Huai's physical constitution outgrew her innate talent, her wood-aligned physical aspect completely took over her body, while her yin spirit aspect was suppressed. Chen Bai checks the screen, noting everyone pooled mental boost items. Yet Lu Huai still completely transformed into a tree. Worried sick, Liu Wang rushed straight to Feng Tian, teaming up with Meng Meng to deliver those items inside the dream realm. But the real issue is that Lu Huai's talent boosts her physical stats every time her mental power rises. Chen Bai's face grows even grimmer. Ever since she took root, her physical stats spike heavily each day, rendering the group's pooled supplies totally useless. Luckily, Zhen Shu tracked down a specific monster at Mount Shu. This monster drops soul pearls that boost mental power and stabilize the soul, but its drop rate is painfully low for the whole squad. Lian Xian vents his frustration over the awful drop rates. Chen Bai pieces everything together, realizing Lightning 5 Lian Xian and Meng Meng were truly out of options. Back when Lu Huai first showed him her talent, he already suspected this, and now he is 100% certain. In his previous life, the myriad wood ghost, mother of Fengtian City, was none other than her, and he soon arrives at demon-subduing pagoda. Chen Bai tells himself the monster dropping soul pearls is the soul-eating beast on the pagoda's second floor. He decides to farm some for her, knowing his past advice to raise her stamina might have sped up her monstrous transformation. He calmly pulls on his combat gloves. The drop rate might be terrible for others, but he carries plenty of drop rate boosts. Right ahead stands a level 26 soul-eating beast that can strip sensory perception, drain spirit power, and temporarily mind control party members. Remembering Zhen Zhu's intel from earlier, Chen Bai smiles, determined not to let the creature unleash a single skill. Without wasting another second, Chen Bai charges forward and strikes the beast. He posts in chat that he is farming, asking how many pearls Lu Huai needs. Zhen Shu replies that by his math, 120 pearls are needed to wake her up and reset her talent. Ba Wang texts back, asking if the Chen Bai already managed to farm 3 pearls in that short time. Chen Bai explains his very first kill dropped 3 pearls, so hitting 100 should be fast, leaving Meng Meng totally amazed. Lian Xian is equally shocked, noting it took him 7 kills for a single drop. Zixun groans that he refuses to talk with lucky players after needing 52 kills for 1 drop. He refuses to chat with anyone enjoying absurd luck when his own grind was pure pain. Han Xiao brags he got 1 in 5 kills like a boss, but Li Wang calls him out for farming over 200 with 0 drops. Han Xiao is left speechless, complaining that Brother Lu ruined his moment. Chen Bai decides to keep grinding here a while longer, since extra soul pearls can be traded for contribution tokens and demon bloodlines. Chen Bai just smiles, muttering to himself that every single piece here is pure gold. 2 hours later, inside the dreamscape world of Feng Thian City, Meng Meng rushes over excitedly, shouting out that her master came through to help Lu Ho. Lu Ho thanks the Chen Bai for showing up in person. Stepping closer to assess her condition, he notices her mental power has clearly taken a devastating hit. Chen Bai hands a pouch right over to her, telling her to take the soul orb immediately. If she delays any longer, she risks collapsing completely and losing access to the entire dream world. The moment she absorbs the soul orb, Lu Ho's body solidifies instantly as she gasps that she can finally awaken. Nodding calmly, Chen Bai advises her to head back right away and redistribute her stat points until her mental power and constitution balance out. Suddenly, Meng Meng scurries over, urging her master to check out the level rankings before spilling all the details. She explains she just hopped into the group chat to reassure everyone, only to find them buzzing over Tu Tuan's message saying Chen Bai lost first place. Rank 1 now belongs to Rika at level 25, a Crimson Weaver from the Dragon faction, bumping Chen Bai down to second. Din Din gasps in disbelief at such a rare surname, while Lian Tian jumps in to voice her own confusion. Nobody has ever seen this player before, wondering where they spawned from, while rank 6 displays Anthony Douglas at level 17. Listed as a shapeshifter from the Beacon Nation faction, everyone starts buzzing over how this guy's class somehow switched. Exactly. He used to be known as the 1000 Shifter. And honestly, the chat agrees this new title feels way weaker. This new shifter class doesn't sound half as cool as before, leaving Chen Bai genuinely surprised by the shift. Changing classes without a formal advancement? Now this is where things get interesting. On his way back, a barrage of urgent messages from Han Xiao pops up. Han Xiao frantically asks if he knows who stole the top spot. Admitting the name feels eerily familiar to him. Chen Bai shoots back, calling him an idiot because that is his own sister, making Han Xiao wonder why he is being scolded. Chen Bai clarifies bluntly he is calling him dumb because the guy cannot even recognize his own biological sister's identity. Han Xiao pales instantly upon reading this. Realizing that Rick was the name his sister took after being dragged into hell, did she actually claw her way back? Lu Ho places a grateful hand over her chest, thanking Chen Bai now that her core attributes have finally restored their balance. Stepping toward Chen Bai, she promises to engrave everything he and the team did for her deep into her heart. He nods in response and asks Lu Ho why someone with her talent let things spiral so out of control instead of noticing the imbalance immediately. A bitter smile creeps across her face. Not long ago, a massive zombie horde invaded Feng Thian City, and Lu Ho simply could not stand by and watch. To protect everyone, she had no choice but to dump everything into physical power. Sighing that with people scattered all over, she still was not strong enough to save most of them. After that brutal wave of undead, barely any evolved humans in Feng Thian City managed to survive. Back then, Lu Ho hated herself for being so powerless as she watched innocent lives get wiped out right before her eyes. Snapping back to reality, she shares the goal on her mind. Having survived that horrific ordeal, she wants to rebuild Feng Thian City and unite everyone together so they can stand strong against future dangers. Chen Bai nods at her resolve, telling her that if she wants to rebuild, go right ahead since fortifying a city is a solid move right now. He adds that she can coordinate with everyone in the group chat so they can assist her with the construction efforts. Chen Bai City can even supply workers to support the build, leaving Lu Ho deeply touched by his generosity. She expresses her heartfelt gratitude, eager to check if any other survivors are on board with rebuilding the city. Sometime later, Chen Bai heads straight back into his inventory storage space. Floating before him is the S-rank Chaos Great Demon bloodline, belonging to a mighty race that grows through raw effort with wild mutation powers. Formed through an unusual inner core condensation technique, this mysterious bloodline holds immense power alongside a dangerous chance of triggering completely unknown side effects. He mutters in curiosity over the S-rank label, acknowledging the Demon Tower harvest turned out pretty sweet. Staring quietly at that mysterious warning, Chen Bai stops to think, and here is where he decides to activate the Eye of Secrets. He carefully probes deep into the Chaos Great Demon bloodline. The detailed stats pop up. The core holds a 10% chance to awaken the soul-devouring beast, 7.5% for the Black Tiger, 7.2% for the Astral Hound, and 5.4% for the Iron Crane. On top of that, the Ba Serpent sits at 0.1%, the Kunpeng and Chaos bloodlines at 0.01%, and genetic degradation at a massive 25%. Chen Bai can barely believe how shockingly low those divine beast rates are, quickly realizing that triggering a genetic collapse is basically a death sentence. With that handled, Chen Bai heads back toward the central villa in Jiangcheng. As he walks, Chen Bai thinks it through carefully. A 1 in 4 chance is pretty high for such a fatal drawback. Stockpiling this core in bulk for the common citizens of Bakta City just is not realistic at all. Old Zhao walks up to deliver a report, explaining this is the intel on the power station and hospital dungeons requested by Vice City Lord 2. The secretary nods in response, promising to hand it over to Bakde right away. Chen Bai steps forward and tells them to just hand it over directly, making the man turn around with total excitement. He exclaims it is an honor to finally meet Bakde, and the leader nods, agreeing it has been a long time. Chen Bai recalls that before the apocalypse, this man was one of Su Xin's loyal followers, stepping closer to ask if Su Xin used to call him Old Zhao. When asked about his current strength level, Old Zhao lights up with pure joy. He is thrilled the leader remembers him, explaining he became a beast-type gene warrior specializing as a mutant tiger, with their squad averaging level 13 under Captain Lan Shuang. Chen Bai nods with clear understanding. He encourages him to keep going since Bakta City relies on people like him, promising nobody gets left behind. When the warrior notices something strange, Old Zhao turns completely serious, asking what is in his hand because from the very start, he has been feeling an oddly familiar aura coming from it. Chen Bai is genuinely taken aback that this item feels familiar to him, wondering how that could even be possible. Could it be that the core holds a great demon black tiger mutation that is somehow resonating with his class? He nods and lets him inspect it, but the moment Old Zhao reads the core's stats, his expression instantly shifts. He asks if this S-rank bloodline core is what the leader prepared for Vice City Lord 2 and the upper brass. Chen Bai smiles, admitting that he originally planned on distributing these cores to the warriors of Bakta City. He has a fairly reliable way to farm them, but there is still a major catch with the method. Seeing Old Zhao look confused, he explains that swallowing this grants a 75% chance of gaining a random S-rank Great Demon bloodline. His face turns grim as he reveals the 25% chance of gene collapse, which means instant death. That is why this item is way too dangerous for regular folks to use. Old Zhao speaks up firmly, telling Bakde that he is being far too soft-hearted. This is an S-rank bloodline after all. And with the failure rate at only 25%, not even half, he believes plenty of warriors would willingly risk everything for it. Catching himself, he scratches his head with a grin, clarifying that he means ordinary fighters, not elite masters like Chen Bai and Lady Tu. Old Zhao adds that if he were given the chance, he would definitely swallow it without a single second of hesitation. Chen Bai turns back to him, asking again if he truly felt a familiar connection to this inner core. The veteran nods earnestly, confirming that a distinctly familiar aura is definitely radiating straight from the core. With a small chuckle, he orders him to gather some men right away, specifically 2 beast-type gene warriors of any mutated form, plus 3 animal form gene warriors and 3 non-gene evolvers. And despite his confusion, Old Zhao nods and carries out the order. A short while later, a group lines up before Chen Bai, ready for whatever the leader commands. Pulling out the inner core, he asks the group if anyone here senses anything familiar or unusual coming from this object. Two of them speak up in surprise, both admitting they feel a very familiar pull toward it. He glances at old Zhao as the rest show no reaction at all, confirming that the only two who felt it are indeed beast-type gene warriors. Now this gets interesting. Looks like it might actually be worth testing on a beast-type warrior after all. Old Zhao places a hand over his chest with a smile, volunteering to be the test subject for Bok Day. He swears that even with an 80 or 90% failure rate, he would still risk it for him, right as Tio Hong rushes over. She announces that Lady Tu and Tu Tam have arrived with every single medical measure and healing method the city can possibly muster. That includes 56 types of medicine, 14 healing-type evolvers, and 1 piece of advanced medical equipment. She adds that 9 recovery items, along with herself, are all in position and ready on standby. Stunned by the setup, old Zhao tells Chen Bai and Vice City Lord Tu that they really did not need to prepare so much for him. Shaking his head firmly, the young leader states that since the man is willing to bet his life for him, he will do everything in his power to keep him alive. Old Zhao nods, swearing his absolute loyalty until death. Without a second thought, he pops the inner core into his mouth, only for an abnormal sensation in his body to startle him. The very next second, his entire body begins mutating as the crowd watches the grim scene in dead silence, with old Zhao's expression growing visibly worse. Chen Bai turns to Tom, asking how it looks. She immediately files her report, noting that despite his obvious agony, there are 0 signs of gene collapse, while old Zhao's raw power is climbing to genuinely frightening heights. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai smiles and tells him congratulations on securing an S-rank bloodline, and old Zhao is quickly escorted to the recovery quarters. He is completely stunned. Greeting the Chen Bai and Vice City Lord Songge, Songge suddenly speaks up, asking him to share his bloodline stats so they can see, and he nods in total agreement without a second thought. He answers with a quick nod, and instantly, the complete status panel for the S-rank Black Tiger Great Demon bloodline unfolds before them. All intimidation, auras, and skill effects get boosted by 100%, crowd control resistance increases by 100%, and his base speed and strength gain permanent upgrades. Activating the King of All Beasts bloodline aura suppresses beast-type targets, carrying a solid chance to force absolute submission. His minion puppet skill lets him seize and control the soul of any slain creature. Lasting for 15 days, the Tiger King True Body transforms him into a towering black tiger. Strength, speed, and physique gain massive boosts with minor mental power growth, while the Flesh Feast passive lets his true body devour meat to heal injuries and multiply combat strength. His inner core cultivation allows him to strengthen the core through kills, devouring, or direct level-ups. Every single core breakthrough elevates his bloodline power even further, and old Zhao smiles as he invites both of them to look over the stats. Songge is genuinely amazed, praising how crazy strong this bloodline is, totally exceeding expectations and proving well worth risking his life for. He chuckles and announces to the Chen Bai that his class underwent a major transformation too. He has now become an A-rank beast-type gene warrior with a Black Tiger classification, gaining 10 extra points to strength and speed growth per level, plus 8 points to physique and stat distribution. A huge, excited grin breaks across his face, jumping straight from B rank all the way to A rank. Chen Bai nods with genuine satisfaction, noting how interesting it is that gene warriors and demon bloodlines are connected, though they still cannot confirm if this link truly lowers the fatal failure rate. Old Zhao suddenly remembers something and says he actually thinks it definitely helps. Right after swallowing that inner core, a prompt appeared, warning that bloodline fusion was starting, and because he already carried tiger gene lineage, the odds of unlocking the Black Tiger Great Demon bloodline spiked, while other lethal outcomes plummeted. Old Zhao sighs softly, admitting that the overwhelming pain kept him from reporting that prompt right away. He smiles excitedly, knowing that while other risks still exist, the terrifying rate of gene collapse is noticeably reduced. Hearing this, Songge nods, pointing out that if the death rate is low enough, they can truly exploit these inner cores. Think about it. If our gene squads can evolve into a full Great Demon Legion, our faction will dominate everything in our path. Chen Bai thinks it over and decides he will hunt down more S-rank inner cores to test on 10 soldiers first. If all 10 make it through alive, he will authorize the Great Demon Legion, and the moment he finishes speaking, he summons a piece of tiger skin armor. He smiles, telling him his old gear got wrecked during the transformation, so he is handing over this flexible tiger armor as a gift. Old Zhao takes the B-rank armor in disbelief, looking back at Chen Bai in total confusion, but Chen Bai cuts him off on the spot. This piece fits him best since nobody else can use it, and besides, he definitely wants to see how far his power has climbed. "Get moving and stop lagging around here," he says. And old Zhao gladly nods with a cheerful yes. A little later, Songge reminds him that it is getting late, with everyone waiting for the Chen Bai back at the villa. Chen Bai turns back, laughing that it is not late at all since daylight is still out. She chuckles, explaining that he is always out fighting across the world and rarely comes home, so everyone genuinely misses him. She adds that when Su Xin led the medical team away earlier, she even whispered a quiet question asking if he was coming along. Hearing that, he laughs, telling her to let everyone rest at the villa first, because he plans to inspect the power supply bureau. Songge catches on right away, asking if he is rushing because he only plans to stay for a single day. Noting that city logs show multiple newly built sectors across Chen Bai City need power urgently, he nods, explaining that he also salvaged and relocated several Company X electrical devices right after the world merger. Remembering something, he turns around to tease her, asking if their own batteries are running low and need him to recharge them again. Songge gives a soft smile, explaining that official business and personal matters are equally important in their own unique ways. A sudden blush warms her cheeks as she adds that whatever he chooses makes her happy, and Chen Bai nods before turning to leave. Her answer is honestly spotless, so he tells her not to worry, because he will return soon, while she waves goodbye, telling him to stay safe out there. Soon enough, he launches high into the sky over Chen Bai City to scout the entire layout below. Smiling to himself, he figures this must be the location, flying in closer to the power station for a much better view. But look out! Wild electrical energy suddenly crackles across the sky, catching him off guard as he whips around in shock. Damn it! He realizes there is no time to dodge, and in the very next instant, a blast of soul lightning slams directly into Chen Bai, hammering him straight toward the earth. Luckily, he manages to stick a clean landing just in time. Activating his Eye of Truth right away, he spots the real issue immediately. Could this be the bizarre creature occupying the power plant that Songge mentioned earlier? The prompt reveals a level 22 electric spirit. It is a peculiar entity born under rare conditions, formed from the Earth's residual electrical energy and the lingering souls of the deceased inside a unique magnetic field. Its skills include electrostatic field, electromagnetic storm, thunderbolt flash, power storage, electrical output, and shock growth. Reading through this, Chen Bai bursts into an excited laugh. Pretty interesting, it is actually the exact same species as the pipeline plague spirit. At the same time, he summons the Shepherd of Hell's Call right above his head. Triggering the Shepherd skill lets him control creatures with lower mental power than his own. The actual effectiveness is determined by the gap between the caster's spirit stats and the target's attributes. The entire body of the electric spirit gets shoved backward instantly. Facing someone this insanely powerful for the first time leaves it trembling in pure terror. Chen Bai just smirks and calls out, "Come over here, little guy. Let me see what you can do." Its abilities are genuinely remarkable, boasting complete immunity to lightning damage while gaining boosted experience and stat buffs whenever it comes into direct contact with any electrical energy. It can store all the absorbed electrical energy inside its own body, boosting every single one of its stats based on the stored voltage, while powering up any electrical equipment around. Chen Bai turns his head to eyeball the spirit. This little guy is basically a walking, intelligent power transformer. Pondering for a moment, he praises it as a high-capacity power bank. Hearing that, the spirit looks completely dazed, not grasping what he means at all. Chen Bai steps closer and tells it to lead him to its birthplace. The creature obeys obediently, guiding him all the way over to Giant Workshop number 16. He curiously looks up at the surrounding space. Right here. The little spirit nods to confirm. Wasting no time, Chen Bai heads deeper inside. A system notification suddenly pops up: electrical chaos in power plant, level 20 to 25. A nightmare difficulty dungeon. This happens to be the oldest power facility in Jiangcheng, right on the verge of abandonment. Yet, with the arrival of the cosmic will, this facility seems to have formed a special link to a multidimensional space. Do you wish to enter this dungeon? He stares at the system screen in silence for a while, then grins and makes his choice. A status prompt appears: entering the electrostatic zone reduces your overall agility by 15%. There is a 1% chance every second of being electrocuted, climbing by 1% every minute. Under the electrocuted state, all stats drop by 40% with random 5-second paralysis procs. Without a shred of hesitation, Chen Bai pushes further inside to scout out the area. At the same moment, his Demon Monarch bloodline effect triggers alongside the perfect body perk. All debuffs in the electrostatic zone are reduced by 95%. He chuckles at the screen with 95% resistance. These penalties practically do not even exist. Remembering something, he wonders to himself if Thunder God, who wields the Son of Lightning talent, would actually get massively buffed if he ever stepped in here. Suddenly noticing something strange ahead, Chen Bai's expression shifts in an instant. He spots clusters of electric elementals floating all around the place. The system analyzes a level 19 lesser electric elemental, a low-tier elemental lifeform boasting explosive burst speed and decent mental power. Yet its physical constitution is quite frail, with poor resistance against mental attacks. Its skills are Lightning Burst, Spark Arc, and Elemental Body. Chen Bai is pleasantly surprised by that weak mental resistance. Exploiting this fatal flaw, he unleashes a direct mental shockwave. With just a single move, every lesser electric elemental gets blasted backward through the air. Seeing this unfold, he nods to himself that they really are pretty weak. The tiny electric elementals crash onto the ground with a series of dull thuds. Chen Bai gets pretty curious what kind of loot is dropping this time. Picking up a glowing orb to inspect, it turns out to be a small electric core, a special material capable of powering any electrical system. It finally clicks for him: clearing these spawn trials is the real answer to solving the entire power shortage issue. But the question is, how exactly does one hook this sphere up to electrical equipment? Nursing a headache, Chen Bai lets out a soft sigh. Whatever, grab a bunch first and test them back at Baidi City later. Over the next stretch, he clashes against greater electric elementals and electric elemental spirits. On top of that, Chen Bai also collects several large electric cores along the way. He wonders to himself, the dungeon mobs here are pretty monotonous. Could the area boss just be a massive electric spirit? Strange mechanical noises catch his attention. As Chen Bai turns around, the abandoned power plant has unexpectedly whirred back to life. Driven by curiosity, he casts Eye of Insight to scan the area. What on earth is that? Looming right before him stands a level 28 abandoned generator mechanical warrior. Its colossal frame catches Chen Bai completely off guard. The stats reveal that a unique mutation gave this forgotten colossal generator a whole new lease on life. The electric core gave it life and immense raw power, letting it evolve into a truly unique form. Inside the bunker, specialized tech had triggered. Reading through the details, he chuckles with pure excitement. A generator bot? Is this guy about to drop him a generator? Wasting no time, the mechanical warrior charges straight in. Chen Bai snaps into a defensive stance. The bot immediately unleashes a magnetic fist for a preemptive strike, but it stands no chance against Chen Bai, who blocks the blow effortlessly. He is already winding up his counterattack. Your punch lacks real power, he sneers. Now take a taste of mine. Giving the machine no time to react, Chen Bai unleashes a brutal strike. With a single blow, its entire metallic body shatters into pieces, leaving him with a confident grin. All done. Glancing at his equipped gauntlet, Chen Bai feels completely satisfied with the result. With the golden hand-boosting drop rates, his future grind looks completely different. Scanning the loot scattered across the floor, he casually tallies up the scroll maps and items. His expression shifts instantly upon spotting an equipment activation card. Chen Bai steps forward and picks it up. Ever since the apocalyptic trials descended, most power facilities went dead and unrecoverable, making this reward an incredible find. When city residents clear out ruined facilities or grind dungeons, getting an equipment activation card has an astronomically low drop rate, especially a power station activation card. This item is practically priceless. Right away, the system details of the activation card pop up before his eyes. The large-scale integrated wind and hydro power station of Jiangthan City, an S-tier special item, allowing the user to bind the Jiangthan power station to their city and restore normal operations. Chen Bai nods in approval, acknowledging these two drops are top-notch. In his hands rests a blueprint for Thunder Combat Mecha, designed to craft full-body armor. Crafting requirements demand an A-rank lightning core or higher, 10 tons of refined steel, and 10 kilograms of purple iron. Wearing a full-body mech suit is clearly cumbersome and makes almost every other piece of armor completely unusable. Yet its combat output far outweighs those drawbacks. The final reward is a teleportation scroll to the Myriad Thunder Lake, a rare consumable item capable of warping the user directly into the Myriad Thunder Lake within the lightning elemental plane. That realm teems with countless lightning elemental creatures, housing demigod, elemental lords, and even apex thunder deities. Naturally, the risk is unreal. With 10 remaining uses on the scroll, Chen Bai lets out a quiet sigh, simply wishing he had more opportunities to use it. The system prompt alerts dungeon cleared, exiting now. His raid walkthrough video is successfully uploaded for 1 copper coin. Shortly after, at the power plant, Su Xin steps forward and instructs Tu Hong to lead the audit team in cataloging machinery and compiling statistics. She obediently replies, "Understood, Deputy City Lord 2, before Su Xin pauses to think and issues her next orders. City Defense Squads 4 and 6 must quickly locate and eliminate all monsters, wiping out every lingering threat inside the power facility. Turning to the remaining group, she orders the tech team to connect all electrical output directly to the Jiangthan main control station. With assignments handed out, Su Xin waves her hand, commanding everyone to move out and execute their duties immediately. As they chant orders received, Deputy City Lord 2, Chen Bai walks over with high praise. "You moved fast," he remarks, while she casually replies that had she known he would conquer it so easily, she would have mobilized her team earlier. Sure enough, the notification confirming the power station has merged into Bakhta City arrives in no time. Su Xin turns pensive, wondering if Bakhta City will truly light up like old times once the sun sets today. Chen Bai gently reassures her with calm words. "Have faith they will complete the job quickly and flawlessly, and trust your eye for talent, just as he trusts you completely to turn Bakhta City into the greatest city possible." Wrapping his arms around her as he finishes speaking, he invites her to come along and unwind for a while. She smiles happily, agreeing to go. The scene transitions to the entrance of Jiangthan Zoo, where Chen Bai and Su Xin arrive together. Looking around in surprise, she asks if this is really Jiangthan Zoo, admitting her people had not explored this area thoroughly. The sudden emergence of zombies nearby startles her, prompting Su Xin to instantly drop into a combat stance. There are still plenty of undead crawling around. Chen Bai gently calms her down, telling her these are just low-tier viral plague creatures. He adds with total confidence that none of them would dare make a move in his presence. The entire horde of zombies suddenly drops to their knees. Witnessing Chen Bai command such dominance leaves Su Xin utterly stunned. Remembering something, she asks why he wanted to visit a zoo of all places, wondering if there are fascinating mutant beasts here. Smiling, he points forward, and what happens right in front of them leaves her frozen in place. A system notification blares that they entered the special large-scale dungeon chain, Jiangthan Zoo, levels 10 to 79. The entire area transforms into a whole different realm. Su Xin cannot believe her eyes. Region data displays Children World for levels 10 to 15, Horse Ranch for levels 15 to 28, and Monkey Mountain for levels 22 to 32. Level 25 to 35 Swamp Dungeons, level 42 to 50 Fishing Grounds, level 50 to 60 deer parks, level 30 to 70 beast zones, dense jungles from 40 to 60, and a level 70 ant nest. She marvels at the sheer number of dungeons, calling this a massive treasure trove for Jiang City. Songa turns back to look at Chen Bai. Having an entire dungeon chain like this gives Jiang City an insane advantage for rapid growth. He gently reminds her to relax, saying he did not bring her here to clear dungeons. He heard she loved horses and planned to build a ranch before the apocalypse hit, but backed out after factoring in the location and business feasibility. Chen Bai turns around and suggests they try their luck at catching her a mount just for fun. A system notification pops up, asking if they want to enter the level 15 to 28 regular horse ranch dungeon. Songa agrees without a second thought. Later that night, a frustrated survivor complains about the dark. It is so pitch black that nobody can get anything done as a crowd gathers at Chen Bai City Mountain Plaza. Another guy sighs, mentioning that outside the center of Chen Bai City, this world has practically no light left. The sudden clatter of horse hooves catches everyone by surprise, leaving them completely baffled. Wondering what that sound is and who could be riding, Chen Bai suddenly appears right before their eyes. He points out how much trouble everyone has traveling at night, catching the entire crowd off guard. Chen Bai. Their expressions instantly shift as they greet him with deep respect. They explain that barely anyone possesses night vision, mental threat detection, and combat abilities all at once, making night travel lethal. If they want to play cards to pass the time, they have to chop firewood first. Chen Bai turns and issues a command. He tells Songa to have Lu Li make the announcement. She smiles, and inside the room, Lu Li begins broadcasting. She addresses the residents, announcing that Chen Bai successfully captured the Jiang City power station and ordered the grid connected directly to Chen Bai City. All setup work is officially finished. She seriously declares that starting tonight, electrical appliances in Chen Bai City will no longer be useless decorations. Streetlights will blaze, indoor lights will illuminate, and any device requiring electricity can now be fully used. Lu Li gets hyped up, calling on everyone to count down together for the return of Jiang City power. She kicks off the count immediately. 3. The entire city joins in with growing excitement. 2. Chen Bai wears an expectant smile. 1. The final moment arrives as power surges back across the entire city. Staring at the sudden brilliance, everyone cheers wildly that the lights are finally back on. The system feed displays a live report on Chen Bai City getting power, titled The First Light of the Apocalypse, by Xiao Zhen, Chronicler of Truth. She waves with a warm smile, introducing herself to the viewers as Xiao Zhen, the Recorder of Truth. She nods to the audience, confirming that she has officially returned to Chen Bai City. This time she was invited specifically to witness the electric grid turning back on for the entire settlement. Excitement fills her as she notes how long it has been since anyone witnessed such a sight after the cosmic trial began. Xiao Zhen invites everyone to watch this earth-shattering moment from the very start as the city lights up. Right on cue, the entire city blazes with light, sending the comment section into absolute chaos. People call it unbelievable, noting their own settlements are still relying on primitive torches just to see. This is truly ahead of the era. Elite fighters are not rare, but one who brings benefits to so many can only be the Chen Bai. A follow-up notice states that registered residents of Chen Bai City can purchase all gear at base cost. Desperate comments flood in, asking if any resident can help them buy the newly released night vision goggles and tactical helmet lights. Others quickly shoot that down, warning that reselling supplies is banned and nobody will risk exile just to scalp gear. Scrolling through all the viral reactions, Minister Fang cannot help but express his awe. Chen Bai City truly leaves everyone else in the dust. Looking at the post titled The First Light, he asks Fang Zhong if he saw it. Its popularity score is 50 times higher than the second-ranked post. Practically every surviving human across the globe must have seen it by now, and Fang Zhong nods in full agreement. He mentions how jealous everyone is in the comments, even pointing out someone from the Tower Nation calling Chen Bai the God of Light. He laughs aloud, reading a post where a user quotes Chen Bai, saying, "Let there be light." He proudly brags about his faction leader right before Fang Ming smacks him across the head. She scolds him in annoyance, pointing out he has no real skills yet brags on someone else's behalf. Fang Zhong scratches his head, asking what her problem is. He shoots back loudly, saying why should he not be happy when the Chen Bai always looks out for his crew whenever he levels up. If Chen Bai City thrives, we all benefit too, he insists, not forgetting to boast about it. Look at this. Everyone, the Chen Bai personally invited me to group chat 001 second auction. It starts in 3 days, and right there on the screen sits the Chen Bai's official invitation to the second auction. Spotting something odd, Fang Zhong squints and reads the fine print in confusion. Wait. God King group members can only buy up to 5 items. His smile turns completely forced, especially seeing they must prove each item is strictly for personal or family use. Only items confirmed to have 0 other bidders can be bought without any limit. Fang Zhong clutches his head in despair, crying out why they would restrict him, while Fang Ning already figured it out. Obviously because during the first auction, you showed off by buying out everything and ended up annoying everyone else. Minister Fang chimes in from the side, warning him that his sister is right and he better behave this time. Fast forward 3 days later, inside Dreamworld for Group Chat 001 second auction, Chen Bai announces that the rules are shifting slightly, and everyone will take turns coming up to the stage. He smiles and explains they can either auction items or make specific purchase requests, before Lian Xian suddenly shoots a hand up. Got it, Chen Bai, he says. But first he wants to know if that horse from the forum video is still available. He wants to buy one, but Overlord taps him and tells him to sit down, asking why he even needs it. Overlord steps forward instead, pleading that his own class gains a massive power boost from a mount, so this is an exception. He begs to buy a horse, but Chen Bai calmly explains the situation to him. Those are mount cards that summon beasts, not part of today's auction, but he will post them with prices directly in the group next time. Anyone can buy them with cash, so Overlord nods and obediently sits back down. Understood. We will keep an eye on the chat, Lian Xian says excitedly, adding that he will wait for news. Chen Bai tosses 2 items forward, telling Wu Lian Xian that these 2 items will be of massive benefit to him. Last time, he only traded an electric fairy superpower for his smart motherboard, so these 2 items will make up the difference and square things between them. Lian Xian stares blankly at the 2 scrolls in his hands before his expression instantly shifts. A mecha blueprint and a teleportation scroll to Myriad Thunder Pool, he gasps that Chen Bai is practically his second father as Overlord leans in. Mecha, let me see that. While Zi Shun perks up too, noting Myriad Thunderpool sounds like the perfect place for him. Lian Xian laughs, telling everyone to stop drooling over his new gear. He promises to show the stats once the auction ends, telling them to take their seats since Chen Bai is about to begin. Seeing everyone settled in, Chen Bai announces that the auction is now officially underway. An item suddenly manifests in his hand as he kicks things off with an S-rank fallen angel bloodline. Everyone is stunned, gasping that an S-rank angel bloodline is an absolute top-tier treasure. Could anything in this auction top that, because no one has ever seen an opener drop such a heavy bomb? With a light sigh, Chen Bai adds that back in Chen Bai City, clearing a hospital dungeon and distributing basic perks had people cheering wildly. Just showing his face means listening to endless applause and praise until his head hurts. Lian Xian smiles, saying Chen Bai truly earned it, and Lu Hui nods along in full agreement. Exactly. The whole world is jealous of the evolvers living in Chen Bai City. Ding Ding bubbles with excitement, confessing that even without resident perks, just seeing him makes her want to scream, leaving Chen Bai smiling awkwardly. All right, let us start bidding, he says, and Wu Ya raises a hand immediately, claiming he wants this bloodline. Han Xiao laughs beside him, noting that his innate talent and class are tied directly to fear and darkness. This bloodline suits him perfectly, and Zhen Shu chimes in, saying they will not bid against him as long as his offer satisfies Chen Bai. His expression turns serious as he asks Chen Bai to name his price. Chen Bai smiles, stating he mainly needs special props and gold coins, though good equipment works too since his gear has not been upgraded in a while. Hearing that, he nods right away, saying he happens to have both special props and top equipment. He bids 100,000 gold. and item stats pop up before Chen Bai for a realm opening token. A special prop turning living realm dungeons under level 30 into fixed zones. The resulting secret realm has randomized difficulty tiers, along with completely randomized item drops. The Dark Preacher robe is an A-rank special armor, granting plus 75 to all attributes, and plus 50 to spirit. Whenever it suffers damage, this gear can automatically repair itself over time. Its repair speed matches the wearer's natural recovery rate, consuming spirit power to summon dark tentacles for offense and defense. Activating it on yourself burns maximum spirit power and some sanity, but massively increases every single attribute. Cast it on enemies, and it drains their spirit power while thoroughly wrecking their sanity. Requiring level 20 or higher, this robe once belonged to a holy preacher of light before darkness swallowed them whole. Chen Bai nods in satisfaction, saying these items work great for him, before asking if it is ready. He turns around to tell Han Xiao that his turn is up, when an urgent notification flashes from Evolver Z. Z's message warns that 5 absurdly strong individuals in green cloaks have suddenly appeared inside the city. Any resident who gets close to them instantly collapses sick, urging him to return immediately as his expression shifts. This time his quest involves the triple S-rank plague cult, who have been frantically hunting down their destined god. His presence in this desolate wasteland has drawn their attention, and now they are rushing here in a frenzy. In 15 days, envoys of the plague cult will arrive in the wasteland to track down their deity. Both targets and rewards remain unknown, but reading this leaves Chen Bai stunned, wondering if the green cloaks finally arrived. He had waited quite a while for this, chuckling with genuine amusement at these plague cult envoys. Meanwhile, over inside Song Zhe's office, Lung Chang urges Sister Z not to panic, explaining that Su Xin just reported everyone is safe as long as they keep their distance. She continues reassuring her that people who fell sick have already begun recovering once they moved away, so those 5 do not seem hostile. A chilling smile flashes across her face as she asks where they have reached by now. Lung Chang quickly reports that they are halfway up the mountain and will soon enter the central zone, keeping everyone entirely on edge. She abruptly asks Ziqing whether they should send troops to intercept them. Shaking her head, she replies there is no need since she messaged the Chen Bai, smiling excitedly that she will personally entertain these 5 guests until he returns. A short while later, she stands right before the 5 green-cloaked figures, asking what brings them to Chen Bai City. Using her observation skill to scan the crowd, she firmly demands they explain their true purpose. Bishop Hing's silence quickly pulls off his hood, calling it the aura of calamity, while Blindpox Bishop Rickman chimes in. Speaking of their cult's ultimate class scroll, Leech Bishop Festus makes a strange remark, insisting she is definitely the one. Plague Bishop Fao beams a radiant smile toward their great god, while Pestilence Bishop Romari lets out a massive sigh of relief. They claim to have finally found her, leaving Ziqing startled as she senses something is completely off. And get this, all 5 green cloaks suddenly drop straight to their knees, declaring themselves devout servants of the true god. Facing such an awkward situation for the very first time, Ziqing frantically tries to stop them. She tells them to hold on and stop, but Silence looks utterly confused, asking why their great god would restrain them. Not knowing where to begin, she stammers that they have the wrong person, just as Chen Bai's message pops in telling her to bring them to the study. Ziqing quickly suggests that despite their many doubts, she knows very little, so they should just follow her inside first. She adds that her master is waiting inside, making Silence speak up with absolute certainty. He reassures the others that Pukasumi, the first to arrive here, would never hand the scroll to the wrong person. Yet Rickman clearly disagrees, arguing that something is dead wrong if their supreme god is calling someone else master. Romar voices his theory that she might have been tricked or coerced due to not having fully matured in power. Fao immediately vows to slaughter anyone who dared deceive or bully their god, making Festus look increasingly grim upon hearing those words. "Kill him," he echoes, turning back to agree that they should eliminate the guy first and explain things to their god afterward. Baffled by their bizarre behavior, Ziqing has no words left and simply leads the 5 of them straight into the study. Stepping inside, she gestures toward the group and informs her master that the guests have arrived. Sitting casually nearby, he nods in praise, noting how surprisingly fast they arrived after merely 15 days. Sensing something unbelievable, Silence's face pales as he detects the overwhelming divine aura of the plague authority. To their eyes, Chen Bai radiates a suffocating pressure, prompting all 5 of them to instantly drop to their knees. They chant to the true God as his humblest servants and most devout people, constantly yearning for his divine authority and sacred grace. After clawing through endless trials just to stand in this place, we finally get to look upon your true form. In this very moment, our hearts overflow with boundless gratitude and total devotion. Just facing Chen Bai for a few brief seconds, Silence already feels an overwhelming pressure bearing down. He simply waves a hand. Heard you guys worshipped the wrong person earlier. Level 80 monarchs and level 70 saints still make foolish mistakes. Remembering his own words from earlier fills him with cold dread. He drops to his knees, begging desperately, "Great true God, your foolish servants never meant to offend your essence, blindly judging by class aura alone, so we beg for your divine punishment." Chen Bai nods, keeping it real. Fair enough. Judging like that is not totally wrong. After all, the best class scroll Pukasumi offered at first was just the Calamity Child. Fo suddenly raises his head, looking right at him. "Benevolent true God, this servant has one doubt. Why did you not choose that top Calamity Child class for yourself?" Hearing that, Chen Bai finds the idea of best pretty funny. He smiles and explains honestly, "The Plague Sect offering only a SS scroll left me pretty disappointed. Luckily, Pukasumi put his life on the line opening that secret realm, securing me a far superior class scroll. He tells everyone straight up I will always appreciate and remember his sacrifice." Hearing this, Rickman gasps in shock. A better class scroll. Could it really be? As Chen Bai gathers energy in his hand? That is right. I cleared the secret realm, combining the plague seed with faith power to forge a brand new SS class. Rickman can barely believe it. This aura is true plague authority. Silence speaks up too, grinning wide. "Great true God, offering his life for the divine was Pukasumi's supreme honor. We truly revere and thank Pukasumi for everything he gave to serve your glory." Fo chimes in, "We are ready to offer everything we have to you." These loyal words leave Chen Bai pretty satisfied. "Then I will prove to all of you that your faith, devotion, and sacrifices were totally worth it." Silence expression shifts instantly. This raw power is massive, carrying divine authority as Romari breaks into a bright smile. Its aura feels even stronger than plague authority. Chen Bai announces calmly, "This is the supreme power of the Abyss." Silence is completely stunned. The authority of the Abyss, mastered by his lord. Legends say even ancient gods struggle to enter the Abyss, yet Chen Bai puts that raw power on full display. Romari's jaw drops in absolute shock. This is truly a miracle. No, even gods rarely grasp 2 separate authorities prior to ascending, and even if they manage it, those powers usually share the exact same source. Fo beams with pure joy. That is right. Our God holds 2 top-tier powers, making him truly one of a kind. Chen Bai cuts in sharply, "Now is not the time to be amazed. Tell me why you came here." He recalls something crucial. Pukasumi mentioned that every single one of you arriving here would provide me with a treasured relic from the Plague Sect. Silence smiles back. "Great true God, we sacrificed the entire Plague Realm just to get here and serve your grand cause. All to support your divine rise to absolute power." He smiles proudly, revealing what is more. "We brought far more than just 5 treasures, summoning a rift that holds the entire vault of our Plague Sect." Silence speaks with supreme, steady confidence. Top gear, artifacts, secret skills, eggs of various plague beasts, alongside countless specialized blight structures. Chen Bai suddenly recalls the ancient records he read. Hold on. He gave his life, leaving a prophecy that our glorious God would kindle divine fire during this trial, stepping into the supreme divine kingdom. So we sacrificed a whole world just to carve our sect mark in this trial. Our lives will become the stepping stones for our God awakening, and our spirits will live forever in the divine realm. Our names will echo across eternity. The plague sect. Chen Bai's gaze turns deeply skeptical. Did you really sacrifice an entire world? Foe places a hand over his chest to report everything. A world stripped of its true god rots past saving. With life crumbling on the edge of extinction, this was the only way we could survive. Please pass judgment on us. He nods with understanding, so that is how it is. I get it. First, pull out the most valuable treasures for me to inspect. Silence agrees without a second thought. Yes, my lord. Right after, a triple-S plague cauldron materializes before Chen Bai, granting virus resistance, deadly toxins, and plus 10,000% plague power. Every creature, every living soul can undergo baptism inside this cauldron, transforming into plague beasts to cultivate deadly viruses. All plagues and illnesses, viruses, fungi, and bacteria can be refined, evolved, or fused inside, blessing living beings with a permanent, random disease. But it boosts lifespan, raw strength, levels, and basically everything else with massive upgrades. Each creature can only receive 3 blessings maximum. The level caps for these 3 blessings land at level 10, 50, and 90. Any creature can complete a breakdown process inside the cauldron, converting into organized basic forms like viruses or bacteria with unknown effects. Outcomes vary depending on each being, and tapping into this requires wielding a portion of plague divine authority. Chen Bai suddenly recalls an earlier moment, and a sudden wave of dread creeps into his chest. This is that inevitable chill when the abyss stares back. He wonders in confusion, converting living beings. It functions just like an abyss well. His lips curl slightly aside from anti-entropy, having uncertain effects. His remaining skills are totally usable. Looking at the item in Romari's hands, Chen Bai gets curious. What on earth is this? She shakes her head helplessly. We do not know either. Hearing something so strange leaves him completely puzzled. The second he picks it up, Chen Bai only gets tiny bits of info, infinite space containing everything, seemingly birthing something deep inside. He ponders silently, just like the hourglass of time. These tools only display question marks for their names. Silence speaks up out of nowhere. Great, true God. This was discovered in the plague world, holding nearly infinite space. He continues explaining that after their plague realm was sacrificed, a small piece survived alongside the core origin of that world. Rickman nods along with him. We placed it inside this jar and called it the World Jar. Chen Bai decides right away if it holds plague fragments, keep holding on to it for now. He lays out his thoughts. Everyone. Though the plague cult's original world got sacrificed, the sheer number of plague creatures ties directly to my strength and authority. Chen Bai's eyes turn sharp. I have always had a plan to remodel an entire layer of the abyss into our exclusive plague realm. Before anyone can even process, he announces that the massive cauldron, world fragments, and treasures they brought will push this ambitious project forward way faster. Rickman nods beside him in praise. True God, what an epic plan. Silence's expression turns deadly serious. Word has it every single layer of the abyss is a complete world, no smaller than the original plague realm. Phi cheers with pure excitement over a brand new plague world made by their god. Chen Bai shakes his head. Not just me, all of you too. He asks them straight out, are you all willing to help me build this new world? Silence drops to his knees before him without a second of hesitation. Everyone shouts in unison, we swear our lives to the true God. A system alert flashes, completing the Plague Cult stage quest. Claiming the quest reward, the Plague Cult heritage, triggers the next phase, this time a wild, triple-S rank cult mission. Reuniting with the surviving cult members gives the entire faction a real shot at reclaiming its former glory. Reclaiming and developing a world perfectly suited for breeding and expanding the plague. Boosting the power and divine authority of the plague remains the single biggest objective going forward. The extent of plague power you command will heavily determine the strength of the second-class transfer for the calamity of living beings. Hit level 30 to advance your class, unlocking plague divine authority as the reward. Chen Bai can barely wait. Come on, I am taking you to the abyss. As a spatial gate tears open, he picks a suitable abyss plane to establish their domain. The whole group shifts instantly over to Abyss Layer 552. Chen Bai asks everyone, well, After browsing over 500 layers, which one looks best? Silence speaks his mind. Great true God. I believe this current layer is our absolute best choice. Rickman agrees. Exactly. I love this spot too. Festus gazes excitedly at the distant swamp mist under the weird, damp sunlight. He turns around with pure hype. Great true God. This place is amazing. Phi speaks up from behind. Great true God. We should search for solid dry ground. Breeding plague beasts here is flawless, but constructing buildings will be messy. Chen Bai stands high above, scanning the entire plain aside from the abyss. Well, this whole layer is pure swamp. Romary steps up to comfort him. Great true God. No need to worry. Because even though it is troublesome, building on swamp terrain is totally possible. Hearing that, he chuckles. I was never worried. It seems you guys forgot who I really am. Chen Bai speaks with total confidence. For someone wielding the power of an abyss lord, shaping an entire landmass is almost effortless. The second the words leave his mouth, the earth surges upward to his will, letting everyone set foot on solid ground. Festus stares in pure disbelief at the brand new continent, while Phi cries out in joy, praising their true God. Rickman turns toward Chen Bai, completely awestruck by the boundless divine might of their God. Chen Bai decides right then and there this territory will become the plague sect's new sanctuary, their future divine kingdom of pestilence. He announces this realm will be called the Garden of Plague. Hearing that, everyone drops to their knees, swearing their lives to build their true God's divine empire. Smiling warmly, Chen Bai explains that he blocked out the swamp's toxic mist. Otherwise, they could never raise even the most basic plague creatures here. Divide up the sectors among yourselves, he tells them, and take on whatever tasks you handle best. His followers stand there, jaws wide open in utter shock, gazing toward the vast territory he just pointed out. Turning back to them, he casually orders them to bring out the plague cauldron so he can test its effects, and the crowd scrambles to fetch it immediately. Chen Bai summons an item and slowly walks up to the massive cauldron, peering at the pitch-black liquid swirling inside. In his hand rests a world tree branch, a special rank A item that gives players a choice: equip it as gear or consume it outright. Its equipment effects. Equipping it grants 240 physique and spirit, unlocking life recovery, unyielding will, and life spread at level 40. Consuming it gives a permanent 25 physique and spirit boost, higher health recovery, full resistance buffs, and the breath of life skill. He smirks at the branch. This reward came straight from the hand of Mun Daily Draw, making it the perfect test subject for his experiment. Seeing what Chen Bai holds, a black-robed follower widens his eyes in disbelief, stammering out, "Is that a branch from the Tree of Life?" The brown-haired man behind him gasps in shock as well, remarking how strictly the elves guard these artifacts, making its presence here utterly incredible. Ignoring their chatter, he calmly tosses the sacred branch straight into the plague cauldron. The cultists gasp with their mouths wide open, while Chen Bai focuses closely. Even as a severed branch, this thing still pulses with life. Let us see if the cauldron can mutate it, he muses, as the branch hits the dark brew with violent, bubbling gurgles. And get this, right before their eyes, the dead wood suddenly sprouts, leaving both onlookers completely stunned. He shouts out that it actually worked, just as Chen Bai grabs the branch and a system window flashes before him. Plague sapling, a special rank A item. Born from a mutated world tree branch, this one-of-a-kind flora fuses the raw powers of plague, vitality, and death into a single entity, boasting limitless potential and an entirely unpredictable future. That is all it says? No stats, no bonus effects, nothing listed except unpredictable, leaving him to study the sapling with deep focus. Breaking the silence, Chen Bai orders Festus to take charge of the entire plague garden and nurture this sapling carefully. Thrilled to receive such an honor, Festus enthusiastically pledges to obey his almighty Lord True God. Turning to the other two, Chen Bai casually instructs Romary and Phi to remain behind and assist Festus, prompting her to quickly bow and accept the divine order. He smiles toward Cerule, telling him to guard Chen Bai City while granting him full access permissions to this garden. Your main duty will be hunting down plague creatures across different secret realms and delivering them directly into the garden. Sarul bows with immense reverence, promising never to disappoint the great true God who commands him. Next, Chen Bai turns his gaze onto the brown-haired man, asking, "What about you, Rickman?" while he looks back with dead seriousness. Chen Bai smiles, noting that quite a few fellow believers from the plague sect have likely arrived in this world already. Go seek them out, let them know this sanctuary exists, and give them a safe haven where they can shelter. With resolute eyes, Rickman promises to get the job done, spreading his arms wide as his steady voice rings out with devotion. "You always remember your loyal flock," he declares, "and we will sacrifice everything for you. I will make sure everyone learns of your presence and supreme greatness." With that, every cultist bows deeply in unison, chanting together that they will dedicate every ounce of their strength to their magnificent god. Chen Bai looks down at them with a satisfied grin. Half a month later in Mo City, a shadowy figure quietly overlooks the urban sprawl below, as Han Shao smiles and asks if Brother Overlord is ready. Overlord grins right back, announcing he is completely set to storm the Demon Tower's second floor today, without wasting another single second of their time. Chen Bai has already cleared the third floor, so we need to step up our game. Hurrying onto the rooftop terrace, his teammate warns in dead earnest, "Brother Overlord, I back you more than anyone else in our party." But chasing Chen Bai is pure madness. Han Xiao glances at the leaderboard and laughs. In just half a month he jumped from level 23 to 29, so how could anyone catch that? The rest of us barely even scratched past level 20. Out of nowhere, a dark silhouette appears on the rooftop, creeping toward him. Han Xiao catches the sound and whips around on guard. Lowering his voice, he tells Overlord to pass the word, "Hold up, do not wait for me. I might not make it today." With that, the notification panel fades away, his guarded eyes locking onto the figure steadily stepping out of the shadows. Rick breaks the heavy silence first. "Big brother, your strength really is far beyond my expectations." Her piercing cold stare meets her brother's eyes as she asks in this trial ground, "You pass as a top expert, right?" Han Xiao smirks at his sister, his voice turning chilly. "Seems you knew me all along. Pretty sure you did not come here just for a family reunion." She answers politely, "Lord JPI told me all about where I came from. I came here to find someone for Lady Lilith." Han Xiao scowls in anger. Listen to how respectfully she speaks about them. "Looks like you treat hell as home now and took JPI as your husband, huh?" She frowns, visibly irritated. Han Xiao brushes off her attitude, mocking her instead. "Rick, bride of hell, right? Who are you looking for?" Furious, she snaps back. "Stop calling me that. I am Rick, the name given to me by Lord JPI, the master who raised me. Besides, I never married JPI, and I never will. My absolute loyalty belongs to the great Lady Lilith forever. The one I am searching for is the Lord who helped you defeat JPI, the blood moon god of hell. The great Lady Lilith wishes to speak with him." Han Xiao frowns slightly, realizing she wants to see Chen Bai. Whatever the case, he sends a report to Chen Bai first. The system flashes. Message delivered. Han Xiao grins and lays it down. "State your real goal, or I will not help you find anyone." She sneers back. "That is not your call to make, foolish big brother. Even if you have some skill and my realm is suppressed in this trial, you are still no match for me." Suddenly, her eyes flash crimson as demonic horns slowly emerge. Seeing his sister unleash her energy, Han Xiao just asks, "Really now? You want to throw hands? Looks like it is time for a sister discipline session." Han Xiao summons flying swords aimed straight at her, and Rick wastes no time charging right in. She scoffs coldly, "Lecture me, foolish brother. You are not worthy." Gathering her energy, she forms a massive, razor-sharp crimson claw. In an instant, that demonic hand stretches forward, slamming down to lock him in place. Han Xiao smirks right back. "Is that so?